Wherein life is there no torment. Standing on the street of Ingbao City in June, the 7 words suddenly flashed through the mind of 18-year-old Zhao Jing. Life had never been easy. In school he was first tortured by all kinds of exams, then nagged endlessly by parents and teachers. Once he finally stepped into society, he was swallowed by hectic work striving for the future. When age climbed a little higher and he thought life might relax, worries over children and elders arose, interwoven with all sorts of illnesses and trivial chores. By the time everything was more or less settled, one found oneself already old and fading. If one truly had to name a few days of ease, they did exist, for example these days right after the college entrance examination. During that brief span there was nothing to think about, nothing to worry over. One's whole being felt as free as a bird, unbound by any constraint. If one wished to spend the night in an internet cafe, one simply did so. If one wished to travel afar, one set out at once. Life was indescribably exhilarating. Yet that carefree time belonged to other people. As for Zhao Jing, the very first thing after his exam was to wander the streets searching for a job. Without money in hand, how could I possibly play? Standing under the scorching sun, Zhao Jing's expression turned solemn as he uttered this blunt truth. There was nothing he could do. His family background was simply ordinary. Being born into an ordinary family meant that most of the time one could not do whatever one wished. For the sake of survival, one was destined to relinquish certain dreams. Yet to be fair, in this world who was not constrained by circumstances. How I longed to enter that fantastical world from my dreams, roaming free and unbound, attaining immortality and gaining true ultimate freedom. He muttered under his breath, recalling the dream from the previous night as a glimmer of yearning flickered within his pupils. In truth, no one knew that from childhood until now Zhao Jing had always been having one particular mysterious dream. That dream was exceedingly peculiar. It depicted a wondrous otherworldly realm of fantasy. There the power of humankind was transcendent and supreme, reaching unimaginable heights. Starting from a mortal body, one could cultivate and attain the boundless might of gods and immortals. In that realm human forces were immense beyond measure, overlooking all creation. Ordinary deities were as numerous as cattle, as countless as stars in the heavens, and those immortal divinities known as god-emperors possessed boundless might. One thought from them could overturn heaven and earth, one breath could cause the universe to rise and fall. These supreme beings united as one, calling themselves the human Tao, divine domain entrenched within the vast starry sea, unperishing for millennia, undefeated for tens of thousands of years. They ceaselessly pressed forward through the universe, seeking new life-bearing planets to expand their sphere of influence. It was a grand, boundless, supremely fantastical world where everyone had a chance to become a god or immortal and wield limitless divine power. Yet a dream was still only a dream. Wake up, stop daydreaming. Time to go haul bricks. He slapped his own cheeks, forcing himself out of his reverie. Under the weight of reality, all vivid fantasies would eventually burst like bubbles and crumble into dust. No matter how many dreams one spun, what use were they? He let out a soft sigh, straightened up, and continued on his way, beginning once more to search for work. It was now mid-June. By the calendar it should have been just early summer, yet the weather had already turned fiercely hot, the air scorching. After only a little more than 10 minutes walking under the blistering sun, Zhao Jing was drenched in sweat, body and mind exhausted. Just as he felt himself on the verge of heatstroke, brilliant streams of light suddenly flickered across the sky. Is that a meteor shower? He murmured subconsciously. Yet in the next instant Zhao Jing abruptly sensed that something was wrong. It was broad daylight, the sun blazed, the sky was clear and cloudless, not a single star in sight. How could there possibly be a meteor shower? The thought sent a jolt through his heart, and he hurriedly raised his head to look up at the heavens. What met his gaze was an astonishing spectacle. Across the azure firmament, tens of thousands of luminous streaks were crisscrossing in all directions. Those streaks seemed almost solid-shaped, somewhat like meteors, yet not meteors at all, merging into a vast resplendent torrent of radiance. Their brilliance flared like raging fire and shimmered like starlight. So immense was this spectacle that it nearly submerged the sky and veiled sun and moon alike. Staring at those countless dazzling streaks, Zhao Jing felt his very soul tremble, his eyes widening. What was this? After several seconds of stunned terror, his body suddenly jolted. He suddenly remembered that in the dream that had haunted him for over 10 years a similar scene had appeared. Could it be? At that moment the pedestrians on the road also noticed the myriad lights overhead. They halted in their tracks, exclaiming in fright. What is that? I've never seen anything like this. Could the world be ending? Oh my god, is this an alien invasion? My phone. My phone. Damn it, where's my phone? Hurry, I need to record this as a memento. Listening to the terrified cries around him, Zhao Jing could not help but feel the corner of his mouth twitch. In his heart it was as if a blazing fire of fervor surged forth, scorching hot. This was not the end of the world nor an alien invasion. It was very likely that the fantastical world from his dreams had descended. As that thought formed, an abrupt change occurred within the torrent of divine light in the sky. Several brilliant bands of light detached of their own accord, plunging down toward the city. Their radiance blazed fiercely, illuminating the urban sprawl with an almost apocalyptic grandeur, as though they could annihilate the city to dust. Yet when each divine ray struck a particular point within the city, there was only utter silence. No sound at all arose. As the radiance in the heavens scattered and flew off toward different directions, a voice tinged with ancient vicissitudes suddenly resounded. Where my human Tao descends, all living beings under heaven may become immortals. Where my human Tao descends, all living beings under heaven may become gods. The human Tao divine domain's Changsheng ancient nation Beiju has arrived at this star, willing to illuminate the path of cultivation for all. We have already left behind opportunities and blessings, go forth and seek them yourselves. This voice was vast and solemn, boundless and ancient, seemingly imbued with limitless divine power. Like thunder, it swept across the entire planet. Almost everyone could hear these words, and regardless of race or nation, all could understand their meaning. In the instant of hearing, all living beings were left blank-faced. This was, what situation? Across the vast planet and its endless territories, billions of humans fell into a dazed stupor, unable to grasp what had just transpired. What on earth just happened? What is this talk of everyone becoming immortals, everyone becoming gods? Who is speaking? Could this be some alien conspiracy? Changsheng ancient nation Beiju. What does that even mean? Why have we never heard of it before? The people of the world were panic-stricken, utterly lost. Within this vast unknown and desolation, only Zhao Jing's heart was clear, seeing through it all. As expected, it is that world. In his dreams, that fantastical world's great powers revered humanity above all, honoring the human Tao. They continually explored the starry void, and upon discovering a star inhabited by humans, they would extend goodwill and aid. Yet for various special reasons at the beginning, they would not personally descend or interfere. Instead, they would proactively bestow certain opportunities, opening the path of cultivation for humanity, helping mortals shed their ordinary bodies and grow extraordinarily strong. The scene unfolding now proved that the human Tao divine domain had already discovered Earth. As for Changsheng ancient nation Beiju, he had heard that name in his dreams as well. It was a vast power belonging to the human Tao divine domain, its divine might towering to the heavens, its strength boundless, possessing the ability to traverse the immense starry sea. Everything occurring now was strikingly similar to the scenes in his dreams. Aside from the different name of the star, nearly every detail was the same. I once thought that the world in my dreams was pure fantasy, impossible to exist, yet I never imagined it would truly descend into reality. That means the extraordinary powers from those dreams are also real. That humans can transcend the mundane and become gods is also real. At this thought, Zhao Jing's breath quickened, his heartbeat accelerating. Who would not wish to gaze down upon the river of time, to live forever unperishing and undying? Who would not yearn for supreme divine power, to grasp sun and moon with one hand, to suppress the void, to stand invincible in all the world? He detested his current ordinary days and loathed this constrained, powerless life. He longed for freedom, for unfettered wandering, for indulgence and carefree ease. Now had such an opportunity truly arrived. At that realization, his throat went dry, his blood boiled like raging fire, and his heart thundered within his chest, beating faster and faster. Drawing in deep breaths one after another, Zhao Jing tried to suppress his excitement. Calm down. Calm down. Think carefully about what to do next. With it, he stilled his mind, steadied himself, and then broke into a run. The direction he sprinted toward was exactly where one of the rainbow-like beams had fallen from the sky. His dreams had spoken of it. Every rainbow beam that descended from the heavens was something extraordinary, a chance granted by Changsheng ancient nation Beiju that could let a person transcend the mundane and gain inconceivable power. But those opportunities vary in grade and quality. From what I know, the highest tier fortunes are extremely rare. If you are a step too late and someone else seizes the finest chance, that would be a tragedy beyond measure. The thought spurred his legs faster still. As he rushed onward, Zhao Jing turned his head from time to time to secretly observe the reactions of the people around him. The passers-by stood rooted in place, faces blank, staring at one another wide-eyed. Clearly they had no idea what was truly happening. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Jing's lips curved into a faint arc. This was his head start. Faced with such a sudden earth-shaking upheaval, most people were filled with doubt and fear, not knowing what to do next. But thanks to his decade-long dreams and familiarity with that fantastical world, he could move a step ahead and seize this heaven-defying opportunity first. Wait, don't celebrate too soon. I have to first see whether everything truly matches what I saw in the dream. At this moment, Yingbao City could be summed up in 4 words: utter chaos. On the streets, pedestrians panicked and ran about in confusion, plunged into an unprecedented terror, utterly at a loss before this sudden change. Clamorous voices rose one after another, filled with bewilderment and disorientation. My heavens, did you see that light? Could it really mean we are about to cultivate immortality? Zhao Jing paid no heed to the exclamations around him and strode straight through the crowd. I refuse a life where I cannot steer my own fate. I refuse a bland and mediocre existence. What I desire is carefree freedom without restraint, a vast and unbounded life. His mind surged, whispering madly within his heart as he ignored all the turmoil before him. He dashed forward, racing straight toward the place where the rainbow-like radiance had fallen. There stood a mysterious ancient hall. It rose dozens of meters high, like a majestic mountain towering among modern structures, lofty and grand. Its surface bore the desolate hue of age-old bronze as if it had existed for countless millennia, from which wisps of divine light spilled forth, converging into a colossal pillar that pierced the heavens in dazzling splendor. Clearly this ancient hall had condensed from that very divine beam of light. That sky-supporting pillar of divine radiance was incomparably magnificent. Even from dozens of kilometers away one could see it clearly. Within the column strange characters floated up and down. The script coiled like dragons, archaic and enigmatic, not of any Eastern writing, yet for some reason he could understand it with perfect clarity. The meaning of those characters was Hall of Cultivation Arts. The human Tao divine domain possesses vast and mighty power. Even its script is wondrous. Even if one has never seen it before, all living beings can read it with ease. I saw this Hall of Cultivation Arts from afar and came here precisely for it. Staring at the ancient hall, Zhao Jing's spirit trembled, a faint thrill rising within him. Under this rain of descending divine lights, each strand of radiance could transform into an ancient hall, and every hall possessed various extraordinary effects and wondrous fortunes. Among these myriad halls born from sacred light, the most important of all was this Hall of Cultivation Arts. For the function of this ancient hall was to bestow transcendent cultivation methods. What are transcendent cultivation methods? As the name suggests, they enable one to transcend the mundane world. According to what he knew, the cultivation arts of the human Tao divine domain were profoundly arcane, far beyond the ordinary. They could allow a person to excavate their inner potential, for instance to command lightning, breathe out ice and fire, temper the body to iron hardness, shatter steel with a single punch, and so on. If he could obtain a superior cultivation method, it would be enough for him to soar in a single step and transform into a dragon. Around the hall, because of its abrupt appearance, a large crowd of bystanders had already gathered, eyes wide as they stared at it, discussing in a clamor. Good heavens, how did an entire building suddenly appear here? It seems that light earlier transformed into it and its surface is still glowing. This is truly uncanny. I've lived for decades and never seen such a bizarre scene. Looks like it might be something left behind by that so-called Chongqing ancient nation in the north. Should we go in and take a look? Why so impulsive? Who knows whether this hall is an alien trap? Better to watch first. In the face of such an unknown mutation, many people were curious yet did not dare approach. It was only natural. A streak of light falling from nowhere, an ancient hall born of divine radiance. Everything had happened far too suddenly, steeped in a mystery and unknown that ordinary people could not comprehend. It forced wariness into their hearts and made them afraid to act rashly. Yet when he saw that no one was moving, Zhao Jing secretly rejoiced. Without hesitation he stepped forward. Under countless shocked gazes he strode quickly ahead, turning 3 steps into 2 as he set foot on the ancient bronze steps of the hall, climbing straight up and pushing open the great door. Instantly a surging hot wind howled forth. Before his eyes unfolded a landscape of blades and fire. From his feet onward the ground was covered with tens of thousands of blades, filling half the hall, their edges pointing upward and gleaming with a chilling light. In the distance above that sea of blades, a crimson ocean of flames spread, boiling and roiling, stirring up scorching gales that swept over from afar as though capable of melting all things and burning everything to ash. At the end of this mountain of blades and sea of fire stood a colossal bronze stone stele. Its color was simple and ancient, emitting strands of flowing light, and on its surface words were inscribed. The inscription read, "To obtain cultivation arts, cross the mountain of blades, traverse the sea of fire and touch the stele." Seeing these words, Zhao Jing secretly let out a breath of relief. Everything before his eyes was exactly the same as what he had seen in his dreams, without the slightest difference. Without hesitation he lifted his foot and stepped onto the mountain of blades. Though he wore sports shoes to protect his soles, it was as if they did not exist before those keen blade edges. A sharp pain instantly surged up, unbearable and fierce. An ordinary person encountering such a situation would certainly pull back their foot and halt. Yet Zhao Jing did not retreat. Instead he clenched his teeth inwardly and quickened his pace. Like a fearless tiger on the prowl, like a rampaging giant elephant in full charge, Zhao Jing advanced in a wild rush, traversing the mountain of blades from end to end. At the boundary he plunged straight into the boundless sea of fire, his black eyes fixed solely upon that glowing steel. A miracle occurred. The scorching roaring flames did not unleash their power to burn him dry into cinders, nor did the dreadfully cold mountain of blades sever his legs or shatter his bones. This terrifying spectacle, this unbearable burning pain, both were nothing but illusion. This is a trial, he thought. In the eyes of the human Tao divine domain, only warriors who possess courage and boldness are qualified to obtain the finest cultivation arts and fortunes. Thus this trial was set. Only by treading through the mountain of blades and sea of fire can one gain a cultivation method. Moreover, the earlier one enters, the better the method obtained. Those who come later receive inferior arts. If one hesitates beneath their feet, pauses, or tries to take shortcuts and circumvent the trial, their harvest will be greatly diminished. Under such rules, very few can obtain the most supreme cultivation methods. But I have already seen all this in my dreams. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his heart as Zhao Jing sprinted on, racing through the sea of fire until he reached the stele. Without delay he stretched out his palm and touched it. In that instant the stele erupted in a blaze of light. The radiance shone as resplendent as the sun, surging and rolling, dense like river water, fine and unbroken as threads, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, vast streams of information poured into his mind, imprinting within his heart a complete cultivation method that he could peruse at will with a mere stir of thought. After reading quietly for a while, Zhao Jing's heartbeat suddenly quickened. This cultivation art was called Great Sun Heavenly Dragon Art, and it was actually a divine-level cultivation method. Within the human Tao divine domain, cultivation methods were as numerous as clouds of smoke, counted in the hundreds of millions. Most were divided into 3 ranks: lower, middle, and upper. The higher the tier of a method, the more remarkable its effects, and naturally the greater the enhancement it granted to the human body. Above these 3, however, existed a class of cultivation methods of terrifying might, overlooking the starry sky and standing above all others. Their effects were so wondrous as to defy imagination. These were the divine-level cultivation methods. So-called divine cultivation methods are those left behind by supreme divine beings, he realized. Even within the human Tao divine domain, such methods are hard to obtain. Yet by relying on this slight gift of foresight, I have acquired one with ease. From this moment on, my life will change. Thinking of this, Zhao Jing's heart rippled, and he could not help but let a faint smile lift the corner of his lips. His dreams were indeed wondrous, able to gaze across the boundless sea of stars and glimpse the human Tao divine domain. Yet that did not mean he could study everything in them. For this divine-level cultivation method, for instance, he only knew how to obtain it. He did not know the concrete steps of its practice and could merely seize a small advantage. However, even this tiny head start placed him far ahead of the rest of the world. Divine-level cultivation methods were exceedingly rare, encountered by chance but not sought, and they did not remain forever. They would only persist for a very short time. If no one touched the steel for half a day, this opportunity would vanish. This too was one of the rules upheld by the human Tao divine domain. Though the world is vast, opportunities are few. They cannot remain forever simply waiting for others to take them. Taking several deep breaths, Zhao Jing suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, turned around and walked back across the mountain of blades and sea of fire, leaving this place. The instant he stepped out of the doorway, all the onlookers' gazes swung toward him. From every direction, the street corners, sidewalks, and shopfronts, people's eyes converged upon him as though they had witnessed something uncanny. Then a roar of voices surged up. My God, that guy actually went in alone and came out again. How bold! Should we call him reckless and rash, or hot-blooded and impulsive? How dare he go up there when he knows nothing? What if it had been a trap? What if he died? For him to walk out alive, he's lucky indeed. Listening to the scattered remarks of the passers-by, Zhao Jing's lips curved slightly as he secretly chuckled. Hot-blooded. Reckless. How could these head-shaking bystanders possibly know that in the brief time he had stepped into the ancient hall, a heaven-defying boon had already fallen into his hands? Naturally, he felt no urge to boast or explain anything to them. After a light sweep of his gaze, he restrained his smile and his figure slipped into the crowd like a fish into water. He had no intention of lingering here. Now that the authenticity of his dream had been confirmed, he had to seize this advantage and maximize his own gains. But before that, there was still a major matter he needed to attend to. This great matter was to share some foreknowledge with his family. His parents had toiled for over a decade to raise and nurture him, and he was grateful for their kindness, genuinely hoping they could live a better life. Earlier, without confirmation, Zhao Jing had acted cautiously and not informed his family. Now that he had truly secured the benefits, he intended to reveal it, urging them to quickly seek out the ancient cultivation halls and seize the greatest opportunities. He pulled out his phone and called his parents. After careful consideration, Zhao Jing briefly explained the situation. To maintain secrecy and avoid eavesdroppers, he simply told his parents to enter the ancient cultivation hall as soon as possible, dash forward without hesitation and touch the stone steel. Their first reaction was suspicion that he had suffered heat stroke. Zhao Jing, are you feeling unwell from the heat? Exactly. Have you been working too hard looking for a job? If so, just stop searching and rest at home. We're not short on money for now. Clearly the tale he told was too bizarre, utterly unbelievable to ordinary people. Hearing this, Zhao Jing felt both amused and warmed. After much persuasion, he finally convinced his parents to act quickly. Then he steadied his mind and recalled the memories from his dream. As he recalled, he couldn't help but sigh softly. That divine cultivation method was truly too difficult to obtain. Countless divine lights would manifest many ancient cultivation halls standing across the world in various cities. However, the top-tier cultivation methods hidden within were extremely scarce, almost non-existent. Since his parents were out of town on business and not in the same city as him, even though he had notified them as quickly as possible, their chances of obtaining one were still minuscule. Alas, that divine cultivation method is different from ordinary ones. It can only be practiced by one person and cannot be shared. I've said all I can. Man proposes, heaven disposes. I hope they can get it. Withdrawing his thoughts, Zhao Jing took a deep breath and prepared to return home. For now, among the countless divine light halls, only the cultivation halls held benefits. Although other types of halls also contained opportunities without sufficient strength, going there now would yield nothing. So they could be set aside for the moment. Now his only task was to diligently cultivate the great sun heavenly dragon art, strengthen himself and gain power beyond the mundane. As for the job he had yet to find. Since he could now cultivate and pursue the path of immortals, why bother earning pocket money? At this thought Zhao Jing broke into a sprint. Driven by urgency he moved with incredible speed, almost as if flying, weaving swiftly through the crowds. In no time at all he returned to his dwelling. It was an old apartment with only 2 rooms and a living room. The space was extremely cramped with outdated interior decor. The white walls bore a faint yellow tinge, evidence of years of wear, and the furniture, decades old, was peeling and faded, exuding a sense of bygone backwardness. This was his home, ordinary and humble. In truth, the family had long wanted to renovate, but since his parents were blue-collar workers with limited income, they were reluctant to spend. They insisted on saving money to buy a house for Zhao Jing, so the place remained unchanged for over a decade. But from today onward all the helplessness and resentment would become the past. All of this will be changed by my own hands. Zhao Jing clenched his fist, silently murmuring to himself. Letting out a deep breath he calmed his mind and began to study the great sun heavenly dragon art. In this world every cultivation method has its unique effects. Some enhance strength, granting the power of an ox, some increase speed, making one as fast as lightning, some grant the power of flames to burn all things, some allow control over icy energy to freeze everything. The great sun heavenly dragon art possesses 2 effects. One effect is the great sun and the other is the heavenly dragon. The great sun means one can harness divine power like the sun itself, vast and scorching. The heavenly dragon means one's physical strength can match that of a celestial dragon with boundless might to move mountains and seas and overturn the world. At this thought his heart burned with passion. He focused intently, delving into the art. Once he felt he had grasped it, he wasted no time and began to cultivate. Following the method's guidance, Zhao Jing spread his legs slightly, assumed a peculiar stance, formed hand seals, closed his eyes and concentrated, envisioning a stream of energy emerging within his body. That energy began at the crown, flowed downward through the heart, passed through the viscera, threaded through meridians and reached the tips of his fingers and toes. Its trajectory was profoundly mysterious, forming an intricate pattern. On the first cycle the pattern grew slightly warm, like boiling water coursing through his body. On the second cycle a sensation of heat emerged within and a warm current flowed through his blood. By the third cycle a sudden transformation occurred. The mysterious pattern quaked violently, unleashing a surge of mystical energy that spread through his body, seething like molten magma and burning like a scorching sun. His blood became intensely hot, like scalding oil racing through his vessels to every part of his body. Muscles began to tremble and undulate at an extremely high frequency, skin quivered, fascia pulsed, internal organs vibrated rapidly, and even his bones shook. Amidst this vibration his organs shifted slightly, muscle lines tightened, veins bulged like coiling dragons, flexible and dynamic, and his bones moved, some shortening, some lengthening, each joint grinding and transforming. Simultaneously impurities within his body were condensed by the vibration and expelled as pale gray murky breath with his exhalation. At this moment his body was like a blazing furnace, intensely hot. Sweat poured out continuously but evaporated into wisps of white steam due to the high temperature, forming a hazy mist. This was life undergoing transformation and evolution, a complete rebirth. The change lasted nearly half an hour before gradually subsiding. After a moment of silent contemplation Zhao Jing opened his eyes and took a step with his left leg. Crack! The sound of joints popping suddenly erupted. From the point of movement bones crackled in succession, the sound like a vast thunderous roar spreading through his entire body in a continuous rumble. He extended his hand and clenched it slightly, instantly feeling surging vitality with an inexhaustible strength. His once indistinct muscle contours became more defined, and even his skin had transformed, with patches of dead skin peeling away to reveal a fresh radiance. At the same time he sensed his vision sharpened, his sense of smell seemed keener, his hearing improved slightly, and he felt refreshed and radiant. Savoring these changes Zhao Jing murmured to himself, "Is this the wonder of cultivation methods?" At that moment his mind surged like a raging river, turbulent and wild. Though he knew this was the magic of a fantasy world, that a single cultivation method could shed mortality and gradually transcend, when he actually touched this power he couldn't help but quicken his breath. After a burst of ecstasy he thought of something and frowned slightly. However, the problem is that I'm not sure how much I've improved. In the divine human realm there are levels of cultivation that distinguish the strength and weakness of all beings. Currently he, along with billions on earth, was at the mortal level, or rather mundane beings. But this term was quite vague, lacking detailed classification, leaving him with no concept of his progress, ignorant of how much strength he had gained and unaware of the specific gap between divine cultivation methods and others. Zhao Jing pondered for a moment and suddenly his eyes lit up. Perhaps he could test himself to measure his power and the specific effects of the divine cultivation method. With that thought he hurried down the stairs, seeking a secluded spot in the community to begin his tests. The first step was to measure his speed over 100 meters. Standing on the ground Zhao Jing unleashed his power, his body darting forward like a swift leopard, covering nearly 100 meters in just about 10 seconds. The second step was weightlifting. He surveyed his surroundings and found a massive gray stone weighing 150 Jing. Grasping it with both arms, the veins on his skin bulged like twisted dragons, and then he exerted a sudden force. To his astonishment, he actually lifted the massive stone. Holding the large stone above his head, Zhao Jing felt surprisingly relaxed under the intense weight, still possessing the strength to run back and forth while carrying the gray stone. After nearly going around in a circle, he felt it was enough and stopped exerting force. This series of movements was like a storm, relentless and continuous, completed in one breath, yet he remained invigorated, his blood surging and his muscles hardly felt any soreness. Is this the magic of cultivation? Zhao Jing exhaled deeply, softly speaking to himself, his mind unable to help but swirl with tumultuous thoughts. Though he often exercised in his spare time, historically running 100 meters took him over 12 seconds and moving stones was a challenge. However, this recent enhancement had drastically improved his physical capabilities. Turning his body, he carefully sensed the changes within himself. He felt that under the tremors his physical form had undergone a significant transformation, his muscles and bones had fused harmoniously, allowing for better force application without losing resilience. Squeezing the muscles of his arms, he stretched out and sat on the ground, attempting a seated forward bend, which resulted in a surprising outcome. His body bent down effortlessly like a spring reaching an extraordinary limit. Was this still the same stubborn person who wouldn't bend? After silently moving his jaw a few times, Zhao Jing collected his thoughts and exhaled lightly. He had completely understood the changes in his physical form and could articulate the realm of mundane beings in terms familiar to Earth. In the realm of mundane beings, the effects of the cultivation methods are to stimulate the potential of the physical body, enhance one's strength, evolve to the ultimate state of mundane life forms, and grant some special abilities. Without discussing the difficult to compare aspects such as vision, hearing, skin, bones and energy, the easiest comparisons are strength and speed. Of course, my method of comparison is not detailed or accurate and is quite crude, but it is the simplest and clearest. Learning the lower tier cultivation method can allow one to lift nearly 900 kilograms with a speed reaching 6 seconds for 100 meters. Learning the middle tier cultivation method can enable one to move approximately 3 to 4 tons with a speed reaching 3 seconds for 100 meters. Learning the upper tier cultivation method allows one to lift about 7 to 8 tons with a speed reaching an astonishing 1 second for 100 meters. The effects of the divine level basic cultivation method surpass the three above. Not to mention its future incredible effects. Just comparing physical strength once cultivated to the peak of mundane beings, it will allow the human body to easily bear 15 tons and move swiftly, achieving speeds that can exceed half the speed of sound, even approaching the speed of sound. After carefully reflecting on his state, Zhao Jing couldn't help but smile slightly. Calculating this way, I can now probably carry around 80 kilograms with ease, and my increase in strength should be around 30 kilograms. 30 kilograms of strength. In real life, a large household gas cylinder weighs only about 15 kilograms, while a big bottled water container weighs only 18 kilograms. Just this single cultivation session had boosted his strength significantly, equivalent to 2 gas cylinders or 1.5 water containers. And this was merely the effect of a single cultivation session. This daylight dragon technique can be practiced once daily, enhancing the physical body and amplifying potential. If this continues, perhaps in just over a month I will possess a ton of strength. With that thought, he felt a slight tremor in his heart. To understand, a car weighs around 1 ton on this earth. Given his current rate of growth, in just over a month he could toss a car like a shot put. If it were other cultivation methods, the effects would probably not be so pronounced. From my calculations, practicing a lower tier cultivation method would increase strength by about 2 kilograms, while a middle tier method would yield an increase of 6 or 7 kilograms, and an upper tier method would result in over 10 kilograms. Compared to divine cultivation methods, they are simply incomparable. In addition, there are differences in aspects such as vision, hearing and smell. However, I cannot precisely quantify those differences. The only certainty is that the effects of divine cultivation methods are definitely stronger than ordinary techniques. With that thought, Zhao Jing calculated the time since the ancient temple appeared and gently exhaled. The time for the emergence of divine level cultivation methods had long since passed. Forget it, I won't think about that now. Let's see what's happening outside right now. With that thought, Zhao Jing swiftly returned to his residence, opened his computer and checked the changes online. At this moment, the entire world had turned into a chaotic mess. In the eastern regions, the western continents, remote wastelands and boundless seas, divine light shone everywhere on this planet. The ancient temples had emerged, causing turmoil in all nations of the world. In this sudden upheaval, all races appeared quite bewildered, unsure of what to do next. Major news websites were reporting on it, narrating and depicting from various angles. Is this a cataclysm for the world? Is it an alien conspiracy? Or a gift from the divine? We have already seen that the government has taken emergency action, ordering large numbers of troops to conduct surveys. So far there has been no response, with the only warning being to keep a safe distance from those strange ancient temples for the sake of safety. Today our worldview will be shattered. Now let our experts come forward to explain and inform the viewers in front of the television about what exactly has changed. Breaking news: the terrorist organization Shield of Truth has claimed responsibility for this world-changing event. Beneath these news reports, the comments from netizens were equally lively. Becoming a deity. Not a chance, you might as well go to bed. I feel it's quite possible. If cultivation exists, why can't becoming a deity? Haha, the person above has probably read too many fantasy novels. If you want to cultivate and become a deity, you might as well find a place to commit suicide and transcend. Don't talk about becoming a deity. Since the founding of the country, even becoming a spirit has been prohibited. What kind of joke is that? You might as well practice some membrane techniques. Are you talking about cultivation? I'm currently cultivating, having not slept for over 20 hours, about to undergo transformation and ascend to the heavens, achieving the great path. The person above has already lost their way, don't mind them. Cultivating through evil methods is ineffective compared to our orthodox path. Hey friend, have you heard of cultivation? While Zhao Jing was skimming through this overwhelming information, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to find it was a call from his parents. Ginger, it's quite chaotic outside now. We've been delayed on the road and have just entered that so-called hall of techniques, and what we obtained is of high quality. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the end, it was still a missed opportunity. The time that the divine cultivation method remains is truly too short, and the conditions required are exceedingly stringent. Even though he had notified his parents as quickly as possible, they were still fated to miss out on that technique. Yet even so, it is still quite good. In that hall of techniques, the earlier one enters, the stronger the effects of the cultivation method obtained. Even if his parents did not acquire the best fortune, the techniques they did obtain are still of the highest quality. If they diligently practice, it is not just about becoming a deity or an immortal in the future. At the very least, they could enjoy longevity and abundant vitality. Collecting his thoughts, Zhao Jing reminded them to keep this a secret before hanging up the phone. This matter is of great importance. If the secret were to leak out, who knows how many problems it would bring. He currently does not wish to attract too much controversy and only wants to quietly cultivate and strengthen his own foundation. Just as he put away his phone, his gaze wandered and he glanced at the computer screen, only to find that the QQ group for his high school classmates had completely exploded, with messages flowing in like a torrential flood, unstoppable. Lin Tianming, damn, did everyone see that mysterious divine light ancient palace? Su Ziang, I saw it. I just woke up from a nap and saw the news exploding. Central Television is urgently broadcasting this event. Bai Mingyun, do you think this is a real deity appearing or some alien conspiracy? Niaohu, not too sure, but I feel it's an alien conspiracy. Sun Zhengbai, no, I believe it's a true deity descending to the world. While he was scrolling through, Zhao Jing suddenly saw a message that made his mind waver and the corner of his mouth twitched. Lu Huaxiang, no, what you all are saying is wrong. It's not an alien conspiracy, nor is it a deity descending. This is something Zhao Jing Zhao Ritian from our class has brought forth. Zhao Ritian is invincible in the universe with boundless magical powers. Zhao Jing Zhao Ritian, it's time for you to make your appearance. This was originally meant as a joke to lighten the mood, but the results were a flurry of followers with voices continually rising. That's right, haha, it's Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian is invincible in the universe with boundless magical powers. Zhao Ritian is invincible in the universe with boundless magical powers 1. Zhao Ritian is invincible in the universe with boundless magical powers 2. Looking at these trend-following comments, Zhao Jing couldn't help but shake his head inwardly and burst into laughter. This group of troublemakers really knows how to stir things up. He was quite well liked in the class group. Although he didn't have any close friends or confidants, joking around and saying some playful words was not a problem. As others were chatting happily, he naturally wanted to join in the fun. After pondering for a few seconds, he typed out a line of text and sent it. Zhao Jing, everyone, you are too kind. In the future I will surely accomplish great things, transform into a deity and roam between heaven and earth, free in the cosmos. Upon sending this message, the class group fell silent for a second or two, and then like a wild volcano erupting, messages began to flood in and stir up a commotion. Lu Huaxiang, Zhao Ritian has appeared and we mere mortals pay our respects to you. Su Ziang, hahaha, this is killing me when Zhao Ritian speaks. Who dares to defy? Sun Zhengbai, Zhao Ritian is here, all the divine beings and demons kneel before him. In the class group, laughter and joy were plentiful. The atmosphere was quite cheerful and everyone was very happy, with a shared understanding that Zhao Jing's words were merely casual banter and no one took them seriously. However, was it really just a joke? Regarding this, someone smiled without saying a word. As they joked and laughed, the topic among the crowd gradually shifted to what they were most concerned about. That was what everyone planned to do after the college entrance examination. These young people had yet to realize what great changes the future world would bring and still viewed reality with an old mindset, dreaming of the future. Sun Zhengbai, my college entrance exam scores are decent. I plan to find a second-tier university to muddle through and then try to pursue some senior sisters in college. Niaohu, tch, pursuing senior sisters. You should say you're being pursued by senior sisters. Sun Zhengbai that works too, the outcome is the same anyway. Zhou Yefeng, I've never seen someone so shameless. Lu Huaqian Sai Zhengbai's exam scores are pretty good but I'm not so lucky. My scores are too low and I don't want to go to college. I plan to go out and work just to get by. This statement was quite carefree, yet it carried a hint of an undeniable confusion. Seeing this, Zhao Jing fell silent for a few seconds and replied, but I can't say just getting by. Life's encounters can be very mysterious. You might meet a benefactor after going out and in no time you could become a millionaire, attracting the affection of a beautiful heiress and thus rise to the peak of your life. In the future I hope you boss Lu will take care of me more. Lu Huaxiang, haha, you're saying it beautifully, brother likes it. Sun Zhengbai, haha, Zhao Jing is right. The most interesting thing about life is that no one knows what will happen next. Miaohu, that's right, who knows, Lu Huaxiang might become some big boss in the future. Most of the classmates echoed, offering some comforting words, but at that moment someone suddenly interjected. Zhou Yefeng, hee, what absurd nonsense are you spouting? Where will you find so many benefactors? Where will you find a beautiful heiress? This is just a dream, isn't it? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the group instantly cooled down. In their class, Zhou Yefeng came from a good family and had always been proud. His words were quite sharp, especially fond of pricking at others' wounds. Although the prior remarks had stirred no reaction when he spoke this line, it immediately caused some frowns. The QQ group fell silent for a moment. To ease the atmosphere, someone asked, "Hey Zhao Jing, what about you? What do you plan to do?" Looking at the computer screen, Zhao Jing raised his eyebrows and a glimmer of thoughtful light flashed in his deep dark eyes. Me. He shook his head and smiled, replying in the group, "Naturally, I will sweep across the world and reign supreme on earth." Upon saying this, the atmosphere in the group became cheerful once again. Haha, indeed, Zhao Ritian is worthy of his name with great ambitions. Zhao Ritian remains carefree, we all feel ashamed. Zhao Ritian is truly not of this world, he will surely be invincible in the future. In the midst of the laughter, Zhou Yefeng suddenly interjected, "Sweep across the world. Reign supreme on earth. Do you really think you are Zhao Ritian? Are you acting cute or are you just being foolish?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's eyes narrowed. Did this guy speak without thinking? Did he think that everyone in the world should revolve around him, accommodating him and elevating him to the pedestal of a deity? In the past, for the sake of being classmates, he could endure some, but now that they had graduated and were going their separate ways, how could he continue to tolerate such cold and mocking remarks? Zhao Jing, young and impetuous, felt his anger rise. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he replied swiftly, "Zhou Yefeng, before you criticize others, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself. What kind of person are you? Do you think you are a sage able to casually point fingers at others? Ridiculously absurd." He pointed out, directly rebuffing him face to face. The screen fell silent for a moment and then Zhou Yefeng immediately replied, "What are you? How dare you insult me?" Upon seeing this response, Zhao Jing chuckled. Fools do not know the vastness of the world, yet they still believe themselves to be right. Upon saying this, the QQ group was immediately closed and at the same time a message appeared on the computer screen. Zhao Jing's gaze was fixed on the prompt displayed on the screen, his eyes narrowing slightly, yet he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Interesting. Truly interesting. Because he was unwilling to bear the pain of being verbally assaulted, he retorted a couple of times and was directly kicked out. Oh, now I remember, this guy seems to be the leader of the class group. With the power of the group leader in hand, he can kick anyone out he wants. Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow but shook his head. Just then another private message popped up on the computer screen. "Zhou Yefeng, Zhao Jing, apologize to me. If you don't apologize, you can forget about ever entering the class group again." Seeing this, Zhao Jing's lips twitched, finding it even more ridiculous. Apologize. Zhou Yefeng was far too arrogant. First he spoke rudely and disparaged others, and now he looked down from above demanding others bow their heads, even saying he can forget about entering the class group for life. Did this person really think of the group leader as some significant identity? Raising his brow slightly, Zhao Jing couldn't be bothered to engage with him further and simply replied with a haha before logging off. He had only recently acquired the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon technique and it was the best time for him to diligently practice and strengthen himself. How could he waste his energy on such mundane individuals? I seek to attain longevity and become a true deity. I won't let these minor setbacks disturb my state of mind. I must seize the opportunity first. As for Zhou Yefeng, he is merely someone from a well-off family. Once I possess supreme power, I will have many ways to suppress him. With this thought, Zhao Jing's mind calmed down, his gaze flickering as he began his workout. Squats 50 reps per set. Push-ups 100 reps per set. Sit-ups 100 reps per set. He needed to train vigorously, allowing his body to quickly adapt to and digest the enhancing power, thus solidifying his foundation and paving a path to greatness. Amid the monotonous and repetitive training, the first day of the human Tao Divine Domain's arrival came to an end. Throughout this day, all nations activated their means to explore the Divine Light Ancient Palace. In addition, they warned the public to maintain a distance from these ancient palaces and not to attempt any risks for the time being. However, there were simply too many of these divine light ancient palaces. The number of ancient palaces was like the countless stars in the vast cosmos, immeasurable and nearly covering the entire world. Even with the strength of nations, it was impossible to control them all, leading to many people disregarding this strict prohibition and stepping into those ancient palaces. As for whether they received their own opportunities and fortunes, that remained unknown. Soon the second day of anomalies arrived. Under the tense and excited exploration, the secrets of the ancient palace of techniques emerged like fish swimming to the surface. My heavens, that mountain of knives and sea of fire is actually a realistic illusion. How is this possible? And that stone tablet, in what manner does it exist that it can store vast amounts of information and transmit it to others? What effects does this cultivation method have? Why does it feel so magical? The explorers were shaken in their hearts, exclaiming in awe. These phenomena were too bizarre, like thousands of meteors falling, striking their hearts. The power exhibited by this ancient palace was extremely mysterious, far surpassing the limits of what Earth's technology could explore. Perceiving this phenomenon, many nations around the world issued orders, gathering scientists to form research teams to unravel the mysteries and secrets of these ancient palaces. At the same time, in order to proceed cautiously, the government did not publicly announce the news of the cultivation method. However, there are no walls that do not let the wind through. With such a large number of divine light ancient palaces and such a widespread global presence, how could they completely seal off all news and prevent leaks? Just in the evening, rumors about the ancient palace of techniques began to rise sharply, spreading rapidly online and exploding in the real world. What? Cultivation methods. How is this possible? Do you think this is a fantasy world? How could there be cultivation techniques? My heavens, could it be that there really is cultivation in reality? Well, it's hard to say after all the ancient palaces have already appeared, and didn't someone say that the voice claimed everyone could become an immortal, everyone could become a god? Perhaps it might really be possible. Let's just wait and see how things go. In response to these rumors, some completely disbelieved, some secretly shook their heads, some scoffed, and some quietly questioned. The majority remained cautious, holding mixed feelings, while only a small portion took action and entered the ancient palace of techniques. This choice meant that these individuals became the first to take the plunge. Soon a great uproar erupted. More and more people tasted the sweetness, calling friends and inviting them to step into the ancient palace of techniques. This momentum surged like a flood, sweeping across the land, and even the nation could not thwart the people's will, only letting it unfold as they pleased. In the following 3 to 5 days, countless ancient palaces of techniques were visited, countless mountains of knives and seas of fire were traversed, and countless luminous stone tablets were touched, marking the official start of the era of universal cultivation. This is actually true, there really are cultivation methods. Could it be that the words of the human Tao divine domain are true? Are they really granting opportunities? Hurry and cultivate. Once I possess extraordinary power, I will do whatever I want, obtain whatever I desire, and no longer have to toil away. In the face of this epical upheaval, many realized that their previous destinies would come to an end and a brand new life had already begun. The world was in a frenzy. The people were ecstatic. They yearned for the future and imagined how their futures would unfold and what powers they would possess. Yet no one knew that some had already seen through it all, seizing the trend and standing at the forefront of the era. The outside world was tumultuous. Zhao Jing paid no attention to it. He focused his mind entirely, immersing himself in his daily cultivation, almost like a madman, training furiously and strengthening his body. On the second day, his body was still undergoing drastic transformation. Under the effects of the great sun heavenly dragon technique, his muscles tightened, joints shifted, veins twisted, and internal organs rearranged. On the third day, everything seemed like the second day, only the intensity had slightly decreased. On the fourth day, the significant alterations to his skeletal structure gradually ceased, with only a few joints still making minor adjustments. On the fifth day, the position of his internal organs was adjusted, seemingly reaching a harmonious state full of vitality and vigor. On the sixth day, the movement of his muscles also came to a halt, the muscle lines thus fixed and the veins no longer fluctuated, appearing to have settled into a perfect balance. In this perceptible transformation, his physical body became increasingly perfect, his strength surging like a mighty river, while at the same time a wondrous change began to rise within him. 7 days later. It was still that shabby little apartment. 6 o'clock in the morning. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock rang abruptly like a thunderclap, waking Zhao Jing from his dream. In the past he would have impatiently turned off the alarm and rolled back to sleep, but now he rose without hesitation. The path to becoming a deity and an immortal lay before him. How could he afford to be lazy? Brushing his teeth and washing his face, he completed a series of actions with precision. Once he was ready, he immediately began to practice the great sun heavenly dragon art. That marvelous sensation of trembling surged forth once again. Yet aside from the tremor, he could distinctly feel a trace of unknown airflow within his body. That airflow was extremely subtle, fierce as a dragon and as hot as fire, circulating along the patterns of his cultivation technique, and as it continued to operate it was clear that the airflow was growing stronger. Finally condensed my vital energy and blood. Zhao Jing murmured to himself, focusing his gaze. The so-called vital energy and blood referred to the essence of life within the human body. Vital energy supports the bodhi's operations while blood is the foundation of the physical form. The divine cultivation method can condense the two, transforming them into vital energy and blood, unleashing terrifying power. Different cultivation methods result in different effects of the condensed vital energy and blood. Some cultivation methods carry the power of fire, allowing one to unleash a flicker of flame power when using vital energy. Others carry the power of lightning, enabling one to wield the might of thunder when using vital energy. My cultivation method, however, has dual effects. As he thought of this, Zhao Jing's mind stirred, mobilizing the warm airflow to circulate into his hands. He then extended his palm, casually picking up a fruit knife, and squeezed hard. The steel blade immediately contorted slightly, astonishingly changing its shape under his immense strength. This was the first divine effect of the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon art, the Heavenly Dragon's might. The so-called Heavenly Dragon refers to an incredibly powerful dragon species whose physical strength is boundless, capable of shaking the stars and suppressing the universe. Practicing this Great Sun Heavenly Dragon art allows one to harness the power of the Heavenly Dragon, shaking the heavens and the earth. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jing's expression was calm, as if he had anticipated it. He set down the fruit knife and picked up a raw egg, gripping it tightly. Moments later, the surface of the raw egg began to emit white vapor and the shell cracked open, revealing its tender white. In a short period it surprisingly cooked through. This was the second divine effect of the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon art, the power of the Great Sun. The so-called Great Sun refers to the sun suspended in the universe, which possesses boundless divine energy, illuminating the void and radiating warmth across the galaxy, capable of melting all things into nothingness and incinerating everything. Though it was merely a trace of vital energy and blood, its performance was enough to prove what terrifying power would emerge if this technique were practiced to its utmost. The power of vital energy gradually faded after a moment, and at the same time the warm airflow within him also consumed some. The power of vital energy will be consumed. My current realm is too low, so I must use it cautiously. A thought flashed through his mind, and Zhao Jing was aware of this. Just as he was carefully sensing this power of vital energy, a sudden honking noise came from outside. The most dazzling ethnic style of cultivation sect has been established. Everyone come and dance together. Hearing this, Zhao Jing froze in place. The most dazzling ethnic style. A cultivation sect. How did these two completely unrelated things get mixed together? Following the sound, Zhao Jing approached the window and looked down, only to see a lady dancing in the square, loudly summoning her companions. Upon hearing this, others nearby did not wish to be outdone, immediately shouting at the top of their lungs. Even without a horn, their voices were incredibly loud, echoing in all directions. The Little Apple Cultivation Sect has been established. Sisters, come and join in. Little Apple Cultivation Sect. Hearing this, Zhao Jing coughed a couple of times and the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. I must say, the common people nowadays are truly creative, able to shout such novel and unconventional slogans. Evidently the changes in reality are clearly due to the popularization of cultivation techniques. Under the temptation of immortality and the allure of transcending the mundane, the entire societal trend has undergone drastic changes, making it impossible to predict. Raising an eyebrow, he pondered for a moment before opening his computer, intending to look into the societal trends in reality and the government's stance on these changes. As soon as he logged onto the internet, he saw a familiar online advertisement, causing Zhao Jing to raise his eyebrows again. Brother, do you want to cultivate and achieve the Tao? Join our company now. After glancing at it, Zhao Jing was able to hold back, but the next moment he looked again, he couldn't help but feel shaken. On the online forum, the previous advertisements had completely vanished, replaced with countless recruitment advertisements from various conglomerates, densely packed, actually flooding the screen. Do you want to get rich overnight? Do you want to reach the peak of life? Our company is willing to offer a 10 million annual salary, recruiting friends with superior cultivation techniques. If you are interested, please act quickly. Our company is willing to offer $1 million annual salary to recruit residents with medium cultivation techniques. For those with superior cultivation techniques, our company will offer a 10 million annual salary as well as shares in dividends. What are you waiting for? Anyone with superior cultivation techniques who is willing to join our company will receive a house and a luxury car worth $1 million. After observing for a while, Zhao Jing's finger slowly rubbed his chin, his eyes flickering. It seems the world has realized the rarity of superior cultivation techniques. Among the cultivation techniques passed down in the human realm, only a few tens of thousands can obtain superior cultivation techniques, while around 1 million can acquire medium cultivation techniques. The rest are all inferior cultivation techniques. From this perspective, it seems that superior cultivation techniques are plentiful and not rare. But what if we analyze it further? With a global population of 7 to 8 billion, only a few tens of thousands can obtain this technique, meaning that among every 100,000 only one possesses superior cultivation techniques. People understand what it means to have over 100,000. Therefore company conglomerates are restless, offering extremely generous prices to recruit potential seeds of the future. Clearly this era is undergoing a tremendous change. The performance of these conglomerates also seems to validate the government's stance. Thinking of this, Zhao Jing quickly scanned through the news from the government, and upon reading it he was instantly shocked. Anyone with medium cultivation techniques who joins the government will receive a civil servant position with generous benefits and a residence. Anyone with superior cultivation techniques who joins the government will receive even better treatment. Even the government has opened its doors to recruitment. It is known that due to the government's previous ignorance they maintained a conservative stance and did not promote anything. However, now they have begun to promote it positively, which clearly indicates that a decisive opinion has emerged internally. I didn't expect the country to act so quickly, Zhao Jing murmured to himself, feeling somewhat astonished. However, upon further reflection it is indeed within reason. Since ancient times eternal youth and immortality have been the ultimate dreams that humanity yearns for. Now that it has truly appeared, how many can resist the temptation and choose to reject it? But this also makes me. Zhao Jing's gaze flickered, his mind in turmoil. If the government's attitude were extremely resistant, blocking off those ancient temples of divine light would indeed be troublesome for him. However, choosing to open up now gives him the freedom to act. 7 days of cultivation have boosted my strength significantly, allowing me to condense my vital energy. Condensing vital energy means my strength is sufficient to enter other ancient temples of divine light. Perfect timing, and the country has loosened its restrictions. I can go collect openly. With this thought, Zhao Jing could hardly contain his excitement. During these days of cultivation he had already set his sights on the next ancient temple of divine light. Now that the time has come and his strength is sufficient, it is time to take action. Thinking of this, he immediately set off. Leaving his residence, he secured the doors and windows and dashed down the street, arriving at his destination in just half an hour. It was also a mysterious ancient temple. Its form was towering like a majestic mountain, standing tall, its surface shimmering with divine light and auspicious chi rising. Within the boundless divine light, wondrous characters floated and sank. The meaning of those characters is Trial Hall. The so-called Trial Hall is actually a place for everyone to initially utilize their bodies and practice martial arts. Within it there are also challenges. If one can overcome these challenges, they can gain some wondrous fortunes. With this thought flashing through his mind, Zhao Jing took a closer look. Wow, there are quite a few people. At a glance he saw police standing by the ancient temple maintaining order. Many people were entering and exiting the temple. Those entering appeared extremely excited, as if anticipating something, while those leaving looked dejected and defeated. Occasionally he could hear some complaints being whispered. Aside from the Hall of Techniques, this Trial Hall is the only ancient temple we can enter. But why is there a challenge in the Trial Hall? Is there a mistake? What kind of ridiculous challenge is this? I've never heard of this thing having a challenge. It's really frustrating. Is this challenge something a person can overcome? Why can benefits be obtained so easily in the Hall of Techniques but not in the Trial Hall? Listening to these complaints, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow but remained silent with a smile. The human realm is not a charity. How could it possibly grant everyone a fortune? Talents and treasures, opportunities and fortunes have always been acquired by those with the ability. And this is precisely why he knows there are opportunities within the Trial Hall, yet he is not in a hurry and only confirms this now. After watching for a while, Zhao Jing did not rush in. Instead he bought a black mask nearby and then stepped into the ancient temple with the flow of people. The Trial Hall before his eyes was quite extraordinary. In front of him was an extremely vast space with the surrounding walls etched with mysterious patterns winding like snakes covering the walls. These patterns shone brilliantly, emitting thousands of flowing lights, weaving into a complex rain of light ahead, dazzling and resplendent. At the end of the light rain stood a huge stone tablet inscribed with a passage. To gain fortune one must first face the trial. Avoid all beams of light and touch the stone tablet. If struck by 3 beams of light, it is a failure. After taking a good look at the stone tablet, Zhao Jing shifted his gaze to the side. Next to him many people were eager to try rushing forward in an attempt to break through the trial formed by the beams of light. However, there were indeed too many beams of light. It was as though a torrential rain was falling continuously, or like an impenetrable curtain of pearls. The beams of light shot through, rapidly crisscrossing and moving at incredible speeds. Even though many were desperately trying to dodge, they simply could not escape the countless erratic beams of light. In just a moment most people were struck by the light rain 3 times and retreated. Even those who managed to last longer found themselves repelled by an inexplicable force as they approached the stone tablet and then struck by the beams of light, being directly expelled from the ancient temple. Upon seeing this scene, the bystanders couldn't help but whisper. How could anyone possibly pass such a difficult trial? My heavens, isn't this just making things difficult? With thousands of beams of light darting around, it's impossible not to get hit by 3. This kind of bizarre trial is impossible for a normal person to pass. The words were filled with despair. Listening to the constant complaints from the crowd, Zhao Jing's heart was calm. This so-called trial hall actually tests the basic qualities of the human body. Without sufficient speed, one cannot avoid the beams of light. Without enough reflexes, one cannot react when the light approaches. Moreover, later on a peculiar repulsive force will manifest. Without sufficient strength, one cannot break through that repulsive force. In other words, speed, strength and reflexes are all indispensable. And after these days of cultivation, I have already mastered all 3. With this thought, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. This action immediately drew the attention of the bystanders. Hey, that person wearing a black mask seems to be preparing to give it a try. He probably still hasn't given up wanting to take a shot at it. What does it matter if he doesn't give up? He will still fail the trial. With so many beams of light, a normal human cannot possibly break through. The people around shook their heads, discussing among themselves. The noise was deafening, creating a wave of chatter that swept through the entire ancient temple, but it could not shake Zhao Jing's resolve. He crouched slightly, his toes tiptoeing, immense vigor surging through his muscles, his eyes fixed intently on the thousands of erratic beams of light, his mind as calm as an ancient well. Inhale. Exhale. A breath surged into his chest, causing his bones to tremble slightly, unleashing a torrent of violent power that coursed through his thighs. Then he launched forward with a loud boom. Whoosh! With a deep explosive sound, his body suddenly tore through the air, charging forward like a fierce tiger emerging from the mountains, plunging into the rain of light. Run! 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 At times moving left and right, at times weaving through, bending low and dodging, his steps twisted and his body shifted, advancing rapidly. The thousands of beams of light crisscrossed the space, yet not a single one touched his clothes, nor could they keep up with his pace. At this moment, Zhao Jing seemed to dance within the light, and the countless beams of light became his stage. In an instant, the ancient temple fell into silence. Everyone became mute, silent as if struck by lightning, their expressions dazed, eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the figure dancing in the rain of light, their pupils filled with disbelief. The myriad rays of light shot wildly in all directions, almost enveloping the entire ancient hall, yet amidst such dense illumination not a single beam could touch Zhao Jing. What astounding speed! What incredible reflexes! After a moment of frozen silence, the tumultuous voices of the crowd erupted like a surging tide, relentless and overwhelming. My goodness, that masked person is incredible. This person's speed is simply astonishing. It feels like even a 100-meter sprinter can't match him. Surely not even a 100-meter sprinter would struggle. I doubt even a cheetah could catch up to him. His physical prowess is simply beyond human. It's an illusion, all an illusion. How could a human possibly reach such speed? The crowd buzzed with excitement, their minds in turmoil. Just moments ago everyone believed no one could pass through the countless rays of light to reach that stone tablet, yet at this moment someone was about to do just that. How could they remain calm? The multitude's gasps of astonishment were completely cast aside by Zhao Jing. At this moment he focused solely on advancing, charging towards the stone tablet. With his now keen reflexes, even as he needed to divert his attention to dodge the multitude of lights, his speed remained unyielding. He surged forward, and before long he was nearing the stone tablet, only to be met by an invisible force of repulsion akin to a wall of air attempting to halt his advance. In response, Zhao Jing's only action was to charge forward without hesitation. His strong physique erupted with fierce energy, adding to his speed as he shattered through the formidable resistance, breaking free from the coverage of light and forcefully reached the side of the stone tablet. Gazing at the towering stone tablet, Zhao Jing's eyes narrowed and thoughts surged within him. From what I understand, the rewards of this trial hall are not fixed. They could be a technique or a pill. I cannot ascertain what exactly will be rewarded, but the reward mechanism is consistent. If one touches the stone tablet while encountering 2 beams of light, the reward will be singular. If one touches the stone tablet while encountering 1 beam of light, the rewards will be twofold. If no beams of light are touched, then the rewards from the stone tablet will amount to 3 kinds, and the quality of the rewards will be adjusted to the highest tier, far surpassing the previous 2. And since I did not touch a single beam of light while coming here, my rewards will be maximized. With this thought, Zhao Jing felt a surge of anticipation as he reached out his palm to touch the stone tablet. Instantly divine light burst forth. From the surface of the stone tablet 2 streams of intricate information surged forth, vast as the sea, sweeping through his mind. This is 2 martial arts divine techniques. The so-called martial arts divine techniques refer to extraordinary skills and unique methods of force application that allow the human body to unleash incredible divine energy. It is distinct from cultivation methods, which gradually elevate the human body towards transcendence. Martial arts divine techniques are purely lethal means designed for harming others and vanquishing enemies. Haha, what good fortune! After briefly observing the immense information, Zhao Jing felt a surge of joy but did not rush to learn. Instead, he prepared to receive the final reward. Once the two martial arts divine techniques were transmitted, the stone tablet glowed brilliantly, condensing into a jade vial that fell into his hand. The jade vial, pure white as jade and roughly the size of a palm, was etched with peculiar characters, seemingly some kind of description. After reading for a moment, Zhao Jing's spirit stirred. The final reward turned out to be a top-grade pill, the Essence Pill. The Essence Pill possesses astonishing effects capable of amplifying the spiritual energy within the body, enhancing vitality and allowing him to condense his essence more smoothly and cultivate faster. Vitality is formed from the essence and blood of the human body. During cultivation, as essence and blood are condensed, it will also consume the vitality within. If too much vitality is depleted, it can damage one's foundation and even threaten one's lifespan. However, this pill can provide a substantial amount of vitality. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Though the divine cultivation method is powerful, it demands exceedingly high standards from the human body. After forming essence and blood, the demand for vitality will be enormous, enough to drain a person dry. However, with this vial of pills, he can cultivate without reservations. Just as Zhao Jing's mind was wavering at the entrance of the ancient hall, the voices of the crowd suddenly grew tremendously, akin to boiling water. Everyone look! That stone tablet seems to have given him something. I saw it, it's a small jade vial. It couldn't be some miraculous elixir, could it? Hey buddy, let me have a look, I'm willing to pay a hefty sum to buy it. The startled exclamations reached Zhao Jing's ears, instantly bringing him back to reality. He cast a quick glance at the excited crowd in the distance, tucked the jade vial into his pocket, and then his figure surged forward, darting through the myriad rays of light. Upon reaching the entrance of the ancient hall, his footsteps did not halt. He pressed on without pause, directly plunging into the crowd. Like a nimble fish, he darted left and right through the sea of people wandering about. Others simply could not keep up with his speed, and in a short while his figure completely vanished from their sight. The onlookers scanned the area for quite some time but could not find a trace of him, and they grew anxious. Where did he go? How could this be? Hey, where did that masked person go? Why can't we find him? Friend, have you seen the one wearing the black mask? Everyone search. That person just passed the trial and obtained a small jade vial from the trial hall. There might be some divine medicine inside. Word spread quickly and news of the divine medicine circulated rapidly, sweeping across the city in mere moments. As others widened their eyes and searched for the man in the black mask in a secluded corner, Zhao Jing, having removed his mask, appeared quietly. He glanced around at the chaotic crowd, smiled silently, and turned to leave. With his head down, he hurried all the way back to his residence, sitting down on the sofa and exhaling a deep, heavy breath. I succeeded after all. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly earlier, rushing into the crowd at top speed, making it impossible for anyone to find him. If he had been surrounded by those onlookers, who knows what might have happened. After all, that was a pill that emerged from the ancient hall. One must always guard against others. Although he now had a lead over the rest and his strength was extraordinary, he had not yet reached the point of being invincible in the world. Until I possess overwhelming strength, I do not wish to expose myself and attract unnecessary trouble. With this thought, he steadied his mind and took a deep breath. Alright, now that I have some time, I should take a look at those two martial arts divine techniques and see what they truly are. Calming his mind, Zhao Jing carefully scanned both martial divine arts. His heart stirred instantly. To his astonishment, both were classified as supreme tier martial divine arts, one a technique of devastating offense, the other a method of unparalleled acceleration. Martial divine arts are generally ranked into 3 tiers, low, medium and supreme, with higher tiers yielding exponentially greater efficacy. He had assumed these might merely be mid-tier techniques, never did he imagine the trial ancient hall would bestow such generosity. Lost in thought, he continued studying. The first offensive technique was named the condensed weapon art. This art was profoundly extraordinary. By channeling his vital chi and blood force, it enabled him to condense ambient gases or liquids into formidable weapons, brutally potent, capable of cleaving through flesh and annihilating adversaries with terrifying ease. The second technique, the instant shadow step, granted the body an explosive burst of velocity. For a fleeting moment, the body would operate beyond its natural limits, doubling its ordinary speed. Take Zhao Jing himself, his peak speed stood at 8 seconds per 100 meters, yet with this art he could slash that time in half, moving like thunder incarnate. Ha! With the condensed weapon art and the instant shadow step, my physical power can now manifest in perfect harmony. At this realization, Zhao Jing's spirit surged, his breath quickening. After a brief surge of elation, he stilled his excitement, settled his mind and clenched his fist, ready to begin. While Zhao Jing immersed himself in mastering martial cultivation, the entire city trembled in his wake. Pedestrians on the street, vendors hawking wares, white-collar workers in office towers, regardless of age, gender or station, everyone spoke of the anomaly unfolding within the trial ancient hall. Hey, did you hear? Someone has breached the trial hall. Of course I heard. They say he obtained a small jade vial, perhaps containing a celestial elixir that extends life and preserves youth. Who is this person? How could anyone possibly overcome such an inhuman trial? I suspect he trained in martial arts before, or perhaps he's an athlete, even a soldier who acquired an exceptional cultivation method. That alone could explain his success. This final conjecture won broad consensus. Compared to ordinary people, martial artists, athletes and soldiers possessed naturally robust physiques from rigorous training, granting them superior combat prowess even when practicing cultivation methods of identical rank. Amid speculation, crowds debated furiously what cultivation method had the masked man mastered to elevate his physique so dramatically, and what elixir resided within that jade vial. Was it one that enriched vital essence and transcended mortality, or one that transformed the mortal frame, halting time itself? Voices rose in clamorous disarray. Amid this roaring tide of rumor, CEOs of major corporations suddenly stepped forward, declaring loudly, "I offer $1,000,000 annual salary to recruit the masked man who conquered the trial hall, a sincere invitation. We earnestly await his appearance. Though my firm is modest, its assets exceed 100 million yuan. Might the masked gentleman please reveal himself? I wish to acquire that jade vial and extend him employment with an annual salary commencing above 1 million yuan. Friend wearing the black mask, please step forth. Our invitation is genuine and heartfelt." Without hesitation, these corporate leaders collectively offered million yuan salaries to entice Zhao Jing's emergence. Such bold overtures ignited widespread attention, amplifying the city's upheaval into a tempestuous maelstrom, swelling like tidal waves surging without cease. Zhao Jing remained utterly unaware of the storm he had unleashed. Within his residence, he focused wholly on internalizing and mastering the martial divine arts. At their core, martial divine arts were profound disciplines of vital chi, blood force and biomechanical mastery. Having once witnessed the divine realm of humanity in dreams, and grasped its underlying principles, he swiftly discerned the subtle keys to mastery. After sitting in silent stillness for a time, Zhao Jing suddenly opened his eyes. With a mere pulse of will, his inner chi and blood surged like a torrential river, flowing precisely along designated meridians and musculature of his arms, converging fiercely into his palms, guided by the condensed weapon art. He extended his palm toward the air, and seized. A thunderous crack split the silence, air roiled violently, coalescing into a whirling vortex before solidifying within his grasp into a shimmering spectral blade. Forged entirely from condensed air, the blade appeared unnervingly real, razor-sharp, glinting with lethal cold light, its killing power undeniable. This was capturing wind to forge a sword. Studying the blade intently, Zhao Jing dismissed it with a flick of his wrist, then turned on the faucet, letting water stream forth. As his fingers touched the liquid, he clenched his fist. The placid flow erupted, countless droplets converged upon his palm, swirling, compressing and crystallizing into a chilling, terrifying water sword. This was grasping water to shape a blade. Focusing his will, he intensified the flow of chi and blood, whereupon the water sword lengthened, stretching 2 full meters. With a swift sweep of his arm, a nearby aluminum can split cleanly in two, the cut edge impossibly smooth as if forged that way. This is the condensed weapon art, condensing gas or liquid into weaponry. It appears I've grasped its fundamentals. A wave of exhilaration swept through him. Having tested the condensed weapon art, it was time to try the instant shadow step. Without delay, Zhao Jing left his residence and sought an isolated spot to activate the art with vital chi. In an instant, his speed detonated. His body became a streak of light, gliding across the ground, traversing 100 meters in the blink of an eye, precisely 4 seconds. This was the sublime wonder of martial divine arts, ineffably miraculous, unfathomably profound, its true power beyond imagination until witnessed firsthand. After testing both arts, Zhao Jing nodded inwardly, only then sensing a faint weariness ripple through his body. Such fatigue was the inevitable side effect of wielding martial divine arts. Indeed, these esoteric arts wielded astonishing power and lethality, but exacted a steep toll upon the body, rapidly depleting both vitality and chi. Having only recently begun cultivation, Zhao Jing's physique remained insufficiently tempered, thus triggering this exhaustion. Yet with persistent cultivation, this drawback would gradually fade, until at the pinnacle of mastery such arts could be deployed endlessly without restraint. For now this minor depletion is negligible, I still have elixirs to sustain me. Chuckling aloud, Zhao Jing returned home, retrieved the small jade vial and poured out a pill of condensed essence, popping it into his mouth. Instantly a searing warmth flooded his veins. The pill dissolved into torrents of refined essence, surging through his meridians and merging with his flesh, his fatigue evaporating, replaced by a surging tide of vibrant, inexhaustible vitality. Feeling his energy steadily replenished, Zhao Jing exhaled softly. After a pause of 2 or 3 seconds, he powered on his computer, eager to gauge the world's reaction. What he saw sent a jolt through his spirit. He had surprisingly made it onto the city news. On the regional news website, everywhere was filled with announcements about the anomalies in the trial hall, almost overwhelming the entire webpage. Shocking! In Yingbao City, someone has actually passed the trial hall's test. Who is the man in the black mask that passed the test? What kind of divine medicine could be in the bottle of the trial hall? Various comments flooded in, and within the thousands of words in the news article, every word questioned his identity and showed curiosity about his appearance. Glancing over, Zhao Jing quietly smiled, his gaze continuing to scan downward. The remaining news mostly consisted of invitations from major company tycoons to him. The golden goose in the eyes of tycoons. Someone is willing to offer $1 million annual salary to recruit the man in the black mask. Surprisingly, many company leaders are flocking to the man in the black mask, extending olive branches. It is estimated that about 20 major organizations have extended invitations to the man in the black mask. After roughly skimming through this news, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Zhao Jing's mouth. In the past, he was just an ordinary high school graduate, unremarkable among the masses. Forget about $1 million annual salary, even 100,000 seemed like a dream utterly impossible. Yet now multiple tycoons were sincerely extending invitations wanting him to join. How miraculous are the changes in life! This generous treatment would make countless people overjoyed and eager to accept. However, Zhao Jing merely smiled faintly. Join a company? How could that be possible? With this body of secret methods, he could cultivate seriously and eventually possess power akin to that of a deity transcending the mundane. How could he bow down for a bit of wealth and serve others? He harbored ambitions and wild aspirations, wanting to soar above the 9 heavens, unwilling to be governed by earthly powers. I shall ignore all these recruitment offers. What I need to do now is to focus on cultivating, strengthening my body, and when tomorrow comes, return to the trial hall again. With this thought, a smirk curved at the corner of Zhao Jing's mouth. The trial hall is different from the hall of techniques. It can be entered multiple times. Each day one can enter once to gain opportunities and rewards until all the treasures inside have been claimed. The benefits in the trial hall are not always available. The truly good stuff is limited. I need to take advantage of my current lead to seize all the benefits in the trial hall first and then go to other ancient halls to reap rewards. With this idea in mind, his eyes brightened and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Once his energy within surged, Zhao Jing took a deep breath and continued his focused cultivation. Another day passed by in a rush. When the morning sun rose and the glow of dawn enveloped the sky, Zhao Jing immediately got up and headed once more to the trial hall. This time he deliberately changed into a completely new outfit and even bought a white mask to wear on his face as he approached. Today the place was still crowded with people. Clearly due to yesterday's anomaly, many people had been stirred coming here to seek rewards from the trial hall. As for the number of people, it was even more than before. Scanning the surroundings, suddenly Zhao Jing's mouth twitched. Surprisingly, many people around were wearing masks. Some wore cute pig masks, some wore furry monkey faces, and others donned masks resembling blobs of unknown substances. The variety was odd and amusing, making it hard not to chuckle. This is following the trend. Looking at the masks on everyone's faces, Zhao Jing was first taken aback, then shook his head with a light laugh, stepping forward into the ancient hall. As he stepped into the ancient hall, those around him noticed his arrival and couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, another masked one has arrived. Ha ha ha, today's young people are really interesting. Yesterday someone passed wearing a mask and today so many masked individuals have come. Perhaps they think that wearing a mask is the key to clearing the challenge. If others could pass wearing masks, so can they. Such remarks were quite humorous, instantly drawing skepticism from some. Hey, stop messing around with this nonsense. A middle-aged man waved his hand, standing tall and confident, shaking his head. His figure was quite robust, exuding the aura of a successful man. With a confident expression he said, "Do they think wearing a mask is enough? That's absurd. This test is clearly assessing the reaction time and speed of the human body. If one's reaction and speed are lacking, it doesn't matter what mask they wear." Seemingly wanting to gain the crowd's agreement, he suddenly pointed at one person, saying, "Just watch, this young man is also wearing a mask, yet he won't make it through either." And this finger just happened to point at Zhao Jing. Seeing the middle-aged man's finger, he shrugged and paid no mind. Taking a deep breath, he raised his gaze to the countless beams of light flying around, gathering his energy and pushing off with great force. Boom! His body shot out explosively. Like an arrow released from a bow, he surged forward at a speed that was hard to believe, seeming like a faint shadow that swiftly darted past the spectator's eyes. Compared to yesterday, he was faster. His reaction was sharper. The countless beams of light could not touch him, and the invisible repulsion could not hinder him. In just over 10 seconds, Zhao Jing stood at the end of the ancient hall right next to the stone tablet. Instantly the air grew still. The crowd of onlookers was taken aback. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier widened his eyes, his jaw dropping almost to the ground. Damn, he actually made it through. In the astonished stares of the crowd, Zhao Jing touched the stone tablet and immediately divine light burst forth, forming 3 small jade bottles that fell into his palm. After putting away the jade bottles, Zhao Jing moved his body and once again dashed back at his own incredible speed, rushing through the crowd and weaving through the sea of people. Oh my heavens, this person actually succeeded in passing the test and he's running again. And I saw very clearly that this person obtained 3 small jade bottles. Brother, don't run, don't hurry away. I want to buy the jade bottles from you, I'll pay a high price. Can we discuss this? Hey wait, he's running way too fast. As the crowd exclaimed, they realized Zhao Jing had vanished again and they couldn't help but stomp their feet in frustration. He disappeared again. How could this be allowed? Some immediately looked around hoping to ask if anyone had taken out their phones to capture the person's whereabouts, but everyone present shook their heads indicating they were powerless. There were just too many people. In this sea of bodies, capturing a single person and tracking their movements was no easy task. Amidst the collective disappointment, the previously speaking middle-aged man suddenly trembled. Seemingly having thought of something, he abruptly stood up, rubbing his hands together, and ran outside. His companion hurriedly asked, "Friend, where are you going?" The middle-aged man turned back to look and replied, "I'm going to buy a mask." On that day, the turmoil surrounding the trial hall surged once more. Everyone was discussing the news that yet another person had passed the trial inside the ancient hall, receiving rewards that left many minds swaying, speculating on what the reward could be. Moreover, it was both amusing and absurd to see the nearby mask shops selling like hotcakes. Before Zhao Jing entered the trial, the mask shop had been empty with not a single passerby. At that moment, however, countless people rushed to the nearby mask shop, clearing out the products in an instant. Many people actually understood deep down that the masks were merely tools used to conceal one's face and had no direct connection to passing the trial, yet there was always a lingering thought of what if? What if there was some connection? Upon returning to his residence, Zhao Jing took out the 3 small jade bottles, glanced at them carefully, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Once again, it's a potion to replenish vital energy and enhance blood essence. For him, such potions were of utmost importance at this moment. Now he needed to draw an immense amount of vital energy to further cultivate his skills, and these potions perfectly compensated for that need. After placing the obtained potions in order, Zhao Jing took a few and swallowed them. He felt the overwhelming medicinal effects spreading within his body, and he immediately began his cultivation. A marvelous sensation of tremors surged once again. Amidst the tremors, the mysterious Great Sun celestial dragon pattern re-emerged, and the vital energy transformed from the medicinal effects surged forth, flowing into the pattern, becoming a torrent of fiery blood essence with every quiver of his body. After a moment of practice, Zhao Jing opened his eyes and stretched his muscles. He could feel that after this round of cultivation his blood essence had indeed increased, his muscles had grown harder, and his strength had risen once more. Sensing this newfound strength, Zhao Jing's gaze sharpened as he murmured softly to himself, "Transcendence is just around the corner." In the following days, aside from practicing his martial arts, he immersed himself in the trial hall. What was a daunting trial for ordinary people was exceedingly simple for him. After a wild sprint, he effortlessly broke through and left the ancient hall with poise under the gazes of the crowd. On the 3rd day of entering the trial hall, he received 3 bottles of vital energy potions. On the 4th day, it was still 3 bottles of vital energy potions. On the 5th day, it remained 3 bottles of vital energy potions. Although they were just potions and did not contain any martial arts divine techniques, Zhao Jing paid it no mind. He invested all these vital energy potions into his cultivation, causing his physical strength to break through once again. At this moment, he was already capable of lifting half a ton with ease, moving about as usual, and his speed had neared a remarkable 7 meters per second. Moreover, his senses had become exceptionally sharp, allowing him to perceive the gazes of others upon him. This was a marvelous spiritual awareness arising from the evolution of his physical body. If he continued to cultivate, he would be able to perceive changes around him and understand nearby movements, achieving an effect akin to sensing the wind before the cicada moves. On the 6th day, it was another cool morning. Zhao Jing rose as usual. This time he was no exception, casually purchasing a mask to wear as he headed toward the ancient hall. The crowd here was still as dense as a flock of sheep, so numerous that one could hardly count them. Countless individuals donned masks, and several reporters stood by holding cameras to capture interviews, while some live streaming hosts chatted merrily, introducing the place to others. Fellow Taoists, this is the trial hall. It is said that there are various strange techniques and miraculous potions within. Amidst the bustling crowd, Zhao Jing walked calmly, entering the ancient hall. With a burst of energy, he charged, evaded the light, touched the stone tablet, and in a flurry of actions obtained 3 bottles of vital energy potions before he thundered forward, leaving the ancient hall. With a burst of energy, he charged, evaded the light, touched the stone tablet, and in a flurry of actions obtained 3 bottles of vital energy. After all time had passed and the world had grown accustomed to it, there were already individuals across the globe in cities nationwide who had gradually passed the trials. Even in Yingbao City, a few people had emerged, making Zhao Jing's actions not particularly surprising. As he rushed past the crowd, moving like the wind, just as he was about to leave, a sudden chill swept through, enveloping him. He could distinctly sense that among the crowd someone harbored a chilling intent to kill him, and they had already taken action. The moment he felt it, Zhao Jing without a second thought surged his vital energy into his legs. Martial arts divine technique shadow step. Having practiced diligently, Zhao Jing had mastered this secret technique, activating it in an instant, doubling his speed as he burst forward 10 meters. At the same time, a gunshot echoed. A bullet shot from not far away, slicing through the air, accompanied by a thunderous sound wave that swept past him. Someone was actually shooting. Zhao Jing's heart jolted, his gaze darting around, and he caught sight of a young man wearing a ghostly mask aiming a pistol at him from several meters away. This person's target was indeed him. Why? Zhao Jing's thoughts raced, confusion swirling within him. On the surface he had no grievances or enmities with anyone, and he had been acting low-key to the extreme during these days. Why would someone target him with a gun? Could it be because of those potions? At that thought his mind was struck with a thunderous realization. Yes, it must be because of this. Amidst divine light the ancient hall descended upon the world. Everyone understood that within this ancient hall lay fortuitous opportunities that could lead one to cultivation and transcendence. In this backdrop he had acquired numerous potions, so it was only natural for some to feel envious and wish to seize them through violence. In past societies some would kill for wealth. Now in pursuit of that extraordinary opportunity it was only logical for murderous thoughts to arise. In that moment of clarity a chilling killing intent surged from his heart. Zhao Jing was not a weakling to be bullied, youthful and vigorous, unwilling to suffer humiliation. His first thought in facing such a situation was to kill. If he were a heinous fiend or a villain with blood on his hands being hunted down would be understandable, but he had done nothing at all, merely seeking quiet cultivation to achieve the path of immortality. Now he was being shot at. Such unjust treatment was intolerable. Whoever thinks to kill me, I shall kill them in return. With that thought Zhao Jing's vital energy surged violently, muscles rippling as he leaped forward. At that moment, due to the sudden gunshot, the surrounding crowd erupted in chaos, fleeing in all directions. The nearby police were bewildered, trying to maintain order, while some unafraid reporters and hosts scanned the area searching for the source of the gunfire. Soon they located the young man gripping the pistol. As they pointed the camera at him, Zhao Jing had already charged forward. His speed was like a roaring wind, his momentum akin to a fierce tiger leaping over the river. He dashed through the air, closing in on the man with scorching vital energy boiling in his palms, seemingly rejoicing. Martial arts, divine technique, forming weapon technique, capturing the wind as a blade. The surrounding air erupted violently, waves of energy surged and an invisible blade of air appeared. The young man with the gun clearly did not expect Zhao Jing to be so fast. A hint of panic surged within him as his finger hesitated slightly just as he was about to pull the trigger. But at that moment Zhao Jing had already swung down the blade. Today my killing intent becomes the demon blade, cutting down all unjust thoughts. With a soft sound the energy blade sliced through the handgun, the clothing and the body, breaking through everything, sweeping past the young man. The shooter stood frozen in place. Zhao Jing had already released his grip. The terrifying energy blade vanished, dissolving into the air. He cast a fleeting glance at the young man, who remained frozen, and left behind a chilling remark: "You are already dead." As he departed, Zhao Jing was also attentive to his surroundings, checking for any lingering hostility from others. This time, however, no one made a move. His gaze swept around, noticing that everyone was in a panic due to the gunfire running chaotically. In their haste to escape, many had yet to realize that the shooter stood frozen in place. Confirming that the threat had completely vanished, Zhao Jing restrained his aura, his form flickering as he blended into the crowd, quickly disappearing from sight. Moments later, a gentle breeze swept by. The young man who had fired the gun suddenly trembled. In an instant he split apart with a loud crack, along with his weapon and clothing all severed in two. Having mingled with the crowd for a moment, Zhao Jing carefully scanned his surroundings to ensure no one had noticed him before stepping aside and exhaling deeply. Having encountered a life-and-death crisis, his mind had been taut as a string, acutely focused. Only now did he begin to relax, his heart gradually finding its calm. At the same time a thought surged from his heart, materializing into four bold characters: "I have killed someone." When he had acted earlier, Zhao Jing had felt no such weight, but now the aftereffects surged, causing his body to tremble, his hands to quiver, and the blood within him to stir. People often say that after killing someone one might feel nauseous, dizzy, or even want to vomit. However, he felt none of that, just a slight sense of discomfort. As for guilt after taking a life, not in the slightest. What happened today was instigated by that shooter who acted with ill intent. I was merely defending myself, and if I hadn't killed him it would have been my death. If I had not decisively acted, unleashing all my strength to strike him down with one blow, the consequence would have been me being shot multiple times. Even though my speed is fast now, it cannot surpass that of a bullet. If I had been hit, the outcome would be unimaginable. Thus that man had to die. With this thought, Zhao Jing let out a sigh, his mind stabilizing somewhat. Shoving aside the feelings of having taken a life, he grounded himself, contemplating the nature of such sudden events. In broad daylight someone had shot and robbed. This was the first time, but certainly not the last. After all, the allure of immortality is simply too great. Watching others acquire elixirs, witnessing their fortunes, seeing them strengthen themselves, how many could remain silent in the face of this? Ultimately, the path of cultivation is not one of peace. Even in the realm of humanity and divinity, it was not ordained to be supreme, looking down upon the stars. It had fought against numerous formidable foes for countless eons, with countless deities perishing just to carve out a dominion. But no matter what, no one should set their sights on me. Zhao Jing took a deep breath, a flicker of shadowy light glimmering in his pupils. Next time whoever dares to reach out to me will be met with fatal consequences. With this resolve in mind, he slowly straightened his body, preparing to return. Just as Zhao Jing was about to step toward his dwelling, a storm of tumult had already erupted online. Although the fight before the trial hall was brief due to the large crowd and the presence of reporters and streamers, the altercation had been recorded and some enthusiasts had even uploaded it online with a sensational title. Terrifying. Firearms cannot match human strength. The shooter was cleaved in two. This title was shocking enough to draw the attention of countless viewers, and as they clicked the link and watched the video they couldn't help but exclaim. What speed are these people moving at? It's like they are flying. Is this an illusion? I seem to have seen that person wield a chi blade striking down the shooter with a single blow. This must be some kind of special effects, right? How could a real person do that? The strike was so swift, yet it took over 10 seconds for the person to split apart. What the hell was that gunman an idiot? Why didn't he shoot? Some were skeptical, others astonished, some exclaiming in surprise while others lamented. Even though divine light ancient halls had appeared everywhere in the world, had received cultivation methods, the vast majority were still in the early stages of learning and simply couldn't believe that someone possessed such formidable power. Amidst the heated discussions, a user named Hua Hua emerged, commenting under the video. I personally observed the video closely. Based on the scene and quality, this is definitely not special effects, nor is it acted out by an actor. It should be real. Such videos are indeed rare, so I would like to analyze it further. I hope everyone can bear with me. The unarmed person was about 25 meters away from the shooter, yet that individual closed the distance in merely a second. This implies a speed of 25 meters per second, an astonishing velocity that normal humans would struggle to react to, hence only one shot was fired. Furthermore, the speed at which he swung his blade was also rapid, finishing the strike in almost 0.1 seconds. This proves his strength is also terrifying, potentially reaching several hundred kilograms with one hand. As for that chi blade, I'm not quite sure. It could be the legendary martial arts divine technique. Such techniques are formed from the circulation of chi and blood in cultivation methods and currently only exist within the trial hall. We all know that reaching a certain level in these practices can grant one the power of chi and blood, but very few can actually cultivate it, and this masked man has evidently achieved that. In summary, this person's might has already surpassed ordinary imagination. It seems even a mere handgun can no longer restrain. This analysis immediately sent ripples through the minds of thousands of netizens, causing them to tremble with fear. This was indeed real. An ultimate speed of 25 meters per second. A terrifying strength of several hundred kilograms with one hand. Chi and blood that few could cultivate. A legendary martial arts divine technique. Who is this human being? What kind of person could be so far ahead of the rest? This question echoed not only in the hearts of the public but also lingered among the high-ranking officials of Yingbao City. When city leaders saw this video, they immediately issued orders for the local police to intensify investigations seeking to uncover the true identity of that individual. However, the police found nothing. In a sea of thousands, finding one person was nearly as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, with the mask concealing his face, there were no flaws to exploit. Even if Di Renjia were resurrected, he could not track down Zhao Jing's whereabouts. After surveying the crime scene, the government officials waved their hands, indicating that there was no chance of any leads. Receiving this response, the higher-ups of Yingbao City had no choice but to temporarily set it aside. To prevent the situation from worsening, they even mobilized official resources to have those videos deleted. Their intentions were commendable. However, in the realm of the internet, it is not simply a matter of wanting to delete all information. In some obscure corners, that combat video continued to circulate, becoming known to many netizens, with some even giving Zhao Jing the nickname Brother One Cut, implying that with just one strike he could slay all. At the same time, from this video people caught a glimpse of the future. Having only practiced for a short time, some had already reached a level where they could sever a person's body with a single strike, their speed far surpassing that of ordinary people. If they practiced longer, what heights could their abilities reach? Could one resist bullets with their physical body? Ignore firearms. The mere thought of this made everyone unable to contain their emotions, burning with fervor, growing increasingly eager on the path of cultivation. The government also noticed this change, sensing that the situation was somewhat beyond their expectations, and immediately began to take action. The day after the events unfolded, the government issued 2 decrees. The first decree established a martial arts cultivation association, allowing any resident who obtained decent cultivation methods to join with the government, providing benefits and resources. The second decree stated that anyone entering the ancient hall must not wear any masks nor any strange clothing. The purpose of these 2 decrees was to stabilize order, promote a harmonious society, and prevent turmoil. However, when Zhao Jing saw these 2 decrees, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. After all, it is the government, their methods are indeed strong. The first decree was not much of a concern to him, but the second one directly cut off his intention to conceal his identity. Going to the ancient hall without a mask, isn't that clearly asking to expose himself? But not going is not an option either. If I want to cultivate, I need a large quantity of energy pills, and currently the energy pills are only available in the trial hall. To obtain them I must go there, and this is a vicious cycle. Am I supposed to reveal my power now? Thinking of this, Zhao Jing felt an unshakable reluctance in his heart. He knew in his heart that in this modern society he could not hide forever. Eventually he would appear before the world. However, he did not wish to become famous now, as his strength was still insufficient to withstand endless storms. But to be fair, this decree was actually a good thing for the public. With the existence of masks, it meant that the strong could act with impunity, killing at will without worrying about identity exposure. Removing the masks could ensure the safety of the majority, making the strong a little more cautious and less reckless. Yet while the public was safe, he was being forced into a corner. After a moment of silence, Zhao Jing got up and counted the energy pills he had, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. These pills are enough for 10 days of cultivation. That is sufficient. 10 days is enough for him to temporarily avoid going to the trial ancient hall. After 10 days he will reassess the situation outside. He is not the only one who wishes to conceal his identity. Whether this decree can be successfully implemented remains uncertain. Moreover, without sufficient strength he did not want to be shot at again. With his thoughts cleared, Zhao Jing focused his mind on cultivation. His battle with the young man who fired a gun taught him a lesson. He intentionally trained his speed and nurtured the strange spiritual awareness that arose from his physical transformation. For now firearms were his greatest enemy. If he could move fast enough he could evade the threat of bullets, while that strange spiritual awareness seemed to counter firearms. The first day passed quietly. There were no ripples in society nor any sign of turmoil. The second day was equally tranquil. However, beneath this calmness an inexplicable undercurrent was surging, as if something was about to happen. The third and fourth days also passed peacefully, with only a few minor public security incidents, and nothing significant occurred. Time reached the fifth day. On this day the storm officially began to brew. A masked young man arrived at the trial hall. The police officers on guard demanded that he remove his mask, but he refused and declared, "What I wear is none of your business." The two sides were at an impasse and a fierce conflict erupted. It is known that after cultivating, a person's strength undergoes a significant transformation. Once hands were laid upon each other, the destructive power could be terrifying. The young man dared to engage with the police, naturally having some confidence, and in the ensuing chaos 2 police officers were severely injured on the spot. The police put in a great deal of effort to capture the man, pressing him into the detention center and monitoring him closely, but that very night someone brazenly broke into the detention center, killed several officers and rescued the man. After the rescue the man left a few words on the ground. The era has changed. Indeed, the era had changed. An era where anyone could cultivate was destined not to be as harmonious as before. Once extraordinary power was acquired, who would be willing to continue being restrained and suppressed by others? In the preceding days everyone, having just acquired cultivation methods, was focused on enhancing themselves and strengthening their physical bodies without any intention of overthrowing anything. But now, having achieved some progress in cultivation, they could no longer hold back. Following the jailbreak incident, the police immediately took action to capture the 2 criminals. Through searches they identified the location to which the 2 had fled and implemented a capture plan. However, the final result was the police lost 6 officers and gained nothing, while the criminals remained at large, indulging in their pleasures. With the complete failure of official forces, the entire city fell into turmoil. Some with dark intentions saw the scene and secretly rejoiced, stirring restlessly. In an instant, robbery, shootings, extortion and murders, various heinous cases quickly emerged, leaving the police overwhelmed and feeling incredibly troubled. This wave of turmoil was not limited to a single city. The country, the Eastern world, and even the entire planet saw a rapid rise in crime rates. Beneath the tide of desire, the entire human society experienced fluctuations. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Jing first frowned, then called his parents, advising them not to go out for the time being and to quietly cultivate while he continued his arduous practice, immersing himself in cultivation. Time had come to the 10th day. In his small room, Zhao Jing was practicing his divine skill. He spread his legs, fingers intertwined, standing calmly, while his skin began to exhibit a peculiar tremor rippling throughout his body. This tremor flowed for a moment before it ceased. At the moment of stopping, Zhao Jing did not rush to open his eyes, but instead took a moment to comprehend. Though he did not open his eyes, he could feel slight changes in the surrounding wind and even the temperature fluctuations. Everything around him was under his control. Through cultivation his perception had greatly enhanced, allowing him to distinctly sense the movements from all directions. With this perceptive ability, I need not fear anyone sneaking up on me with a gun. Zhao Jing smiled faintly, a hint of a curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although his speed could not match that of a bullet, with this perceptive ability he could foresee the trajectory of the bullet's flight and thus take evasive action in advance. Consequently, the threat posed by firearms to him had significantly diminished. Having tested his sensing ability, it was time to test his physical body. With that thought, he opened his eyes and looked at his physique. Through relentless cultivation he had actually grown 2 centimeters taller, becoming even more robust, his muscles seemingly forged from steel, extremely hard and flawless, with his skin surface being incredibly smooth, giving it a toughness surpassing that of leather. After staring intently for a few seconds, Zhao Jing casually picked up a fruit knife and made a forceful cut across his skin. An astonishing thing happened. His skin showed no signs of injury at all. A faint white mark appeared on the surface of his solid flesh, but as soon as he touched it, it vanished without a trace. Although Zhao Jing did not unleash his full strength for safety's sake, he still exerted 30% of his power, which was enough to lift boulders and easily raise a person. However, it could not break through his skin. When he infused more strength using 40% of his power, his skin still did not break, only slightly reddening. Continuing to exert himself, he increased his strength to 50% and finally a sharp pain pierced his skin as if it could no longer bear the pressure. Holding this power in his heart, Zhao Jing tightened his grip on the fruit knife and suddenly unleashed his strength. The sound of air cracking resounded as the blade surged forward, directly slashing at a piece of iron sheet. Crack! Accompanied by the clanging sound of metal colliding, countless sparks danced wildly and the brilliance dispersed like clouds. The steel sheet was directly sliced open with the blade deeply embedded within. Gazing at the iron sheet, Zhao Jing was initially taken aback, but then he felt a surge of joy. The power of this strike was so terrifying that it could only cause slight damage to his skin, failing to injure the deeper muscles. This clearly indicated that the strength of his body could withstand steel. With such a body, even if bullets were to strike, they would likely only pierce my skin and then be stopped by my solid muscles, unable to penetrate any deeper. With this calculation in mind, he further comprehended the chi and blood within his body. Inside his flesh, the chi and blood flowed like rushing water, evolving into intricate patterns that coursed through him, emanating a wild and blazing divine energy. With a thought, the surging chi and blood flowed into his palm, causing his strength to explode, suddenly robust and boundless, while the surrounding temperature fluctuated wildly, the air boiling. This was the fruit of his 10 days of arduous training. Stretching his body, Zhao Jing laughed heartily, feeling an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. For the past few days he had been wary of the threat of gunfire, feeling heavy in spirit. Now that his strength had surged entirely, he could completely disregard the threat of bullets. Since his strength had reached this level, what was there to wait for? It was time to see the situation. With this thought, Zhao Jing no longer hesitated and immediately stepped out. The weather outside the house was still bright and clear. At this time it was already July and the weather had become extremely hot, like a furnace with temperatures burning like fire. The terrifying heat swept across the land, making it very uncomfortable for passers-by, everyone bowing their heads, looking uneasy. But Zhao Jing wore a smile, feeling quite well, even having the leisure to listen to the conversations of pedestrians on the road. I heard that there was another robbery last night on East Street. Psy robbery is still better. Do you know what happened in the south last night? A fine girl, only 18 years old, was violated by someone. In the past few days many things have happened. Society has become increasingly unsafe. Now only the truly big cities are a bit better, where there are many soldiers stationed capable of maintaining order. In our small places the manpower is a bit stretched. Listening to this, Zhao Jing's expression grew solemn. Clearly the security in the city was deteriorating and it was uncertain how many incidents would arise in the days to come. With this in mind he glanced around, only to find that all the surveillance cameras on the street had been dismantled, leaving none behind. After quietly observing for a while, Zhao Jing's expression became even graver. Worrying inwardly, he continued forward and after a short while he arrived at the trial ancient hall. Around the ancient hall all the police personnel guarding the area were nowhere to be seen, clearly because the officials had too many incidents on their hands and could not manage, thus having to withdraw personnel from here. But this joy had not surfaced for long when Zhao Jing's expression slightly faltered. Through his spiritual sense he could clearly feel that among the crowd someone was tailing him. There were about 12 or 13 of these people, their eyes narrowed, expressions languid, exuding a sinister aura. Judging by their demeanor and appearance they were clearly not police officers. Who are these people? Zhao Jing felt puzzled but kept his composure, walking to the side to observe carefully. It was obvious that these individuals were not ordinary passers-by. Their gazes were fixed on the crowd surging toward the trial hall as if searching for something. After waiting for a while there was suddenly a commotion in the trial hall. Someone had passed the trial. Subsequently among the crowd a young man stepped forward. He was a young man about 24 or 25 years old, very youthful. Perhaps because of his flamboyant personality he didn't even wear a mask for concealment, boldly stepping into the crowd and enjoying the applause and admiration. While this brother only encountered 2 beams of light and passed the trial, he must be a hero among men. It's said that very few can pass the trial. He is undoubtedly a legendary figure. I saw this great man receive a small jade bottle, no doubt about it, just 2 words: awesome. Amidst the cheers the young man laughed heartily, feeling extremely proud. Seeing this situation, the dozen or so people exchanged glances and 2 of them separated stealthily, following behind the young man, their movements natural and silent, with a noticeable bulge at their waists. That bulge was clearly a firearm. Watching this scene Zhao Jing's gaze turned increasingly cold. There was no doubt that these people were not good individuals. Clearly these people are the vile ones, specifically targeting the elixir rewards. They are not ordinary petty thieves. They have likely done this many times, acting with methodical precision, following their targets without attacking, choosing to wait until they understand the situation before striking. And now that the street cameras have been destroyed coupled with the police being overwhelmed, no one can deal with them. I must admit these people have become my obstacle. Thoughts surged through Zhao Jing's mind as he slightly squinted, his eyes flickering with intensity. What should he do in the face of this group? Hide. Confront them directly. These two choices only made him contemplate for a moment before he came to a decision. Kill. Kill them all. There are thieves who steal for 1,000 days, but there are no thieves who can hide for 1,000 days. If he were to choose to hide, it would be far too passive and too humiliating. Moreover, only the weak would choose to hide. The strong should possess the attitude and spirit of the strong. He clearly possessed power above these people and could easily suppress and eliminate his enemies. In such a situation, if he were to retreat and avoid confrontation, then what was the point of his formidable strength? Furthermore, these people are clearly not good. Even if I kill them, there would be no burden. Anyone who obstructs my path must die. Glancing at these dozen or so individuals, Zhao Jing's expression grew solemn as he retreated, blending into the crowd. It was broad daylight, not suitable for killing, and he also needed to get a mask to conceal his identity. Once everything was prepared, he would strike. After returning home to retrieve a mask, Zhao Jing returned to the vicinity of the ancient palace, finding a secluded corner to observe coldly. As the ancient saying goes, even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Although he was confident he could eliminate these people, it was wiser to be cautious. After all, if misfortune struck, it would be a true folly. After observing for a while and confirming the exact number, Zhao Jing had a plan in mind, just waiting for the right moment to act. Time passed. Night fell. After observing for a while and confirming the exact number, Zhao Jing had a plan in mind, just waiting for the right moment to act. By evening, the number of people around the ancient palace had decreased significantly, each returning home to attend to their own affairs. However, the group of over a dozen individuals remained unmoving. During these several hours, some of these individuals rested while others ventured out, yet they ultimately gathered back here. At 8 o'clock, several gunshots suddenly erupted from the eastern street. Before long, two men who had gone out returned, their faces filled with joy. The two walked briskly, joining their group before producing a small jade bottle and handing it to the leader, whispering, "Brother Chi, we did." Seeing the small jade bottle, the man known as Brother Chi smirked slightly, coughed lightly, and whispered, "Should keep it down. We need to be discreet, understand?" The surrounding people nodded eagerly, saying, I understand, I understand." Seeing everyone so obedient, Brother Chi nodded slightly, reaching for the bulge at his waist, clicking his tongue in a sigh. Today's target was truly foolish, not knowing that the first to expose themselves get shot. Even with powerful cultivation, what difference does it make? In front of firearms, everything is useless. Nearby, a little brother quickly flattered, "Brother Chi is right. No matter how strong a person is, they can't surpass firearms." Moreover, Brother Chi managed to obtain over a dozen handguns, which is not something an ordinary person could do. Ordinary folk can't get their hands on firearms, but someone like me with connections has no problem. Brother Chi, feeling quite self-satisfied, waved his hand, then suddenly remembered something, a look of regret crossing his face. It's a pity that Brother Oneblade didn't show up. Brother Oneblade. Is Brother Chi referring to that very famous person from over a week ago? Who else would have the qualifications to be called Brother Oneblade? Brother Chi snorted coldly, shaking his head. That guy has 3 bottles of elixirs on him. If we could have met him, even with a dozen handguns pointed at him, he would still die. Unfortunately, he hasn't shown up yet, and it seems we won't be able to score this windfall. After expressing his regret, Brother Chi looked around at the group, whispering, "All right, everyone is here. I'll make a call to have the car brought over. Let a few people stay here to keep watch." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, preparing to call someone. In that instant, Zhao Jing donned his mask and stepped out from the darkness of the street corner. He had initially been hidden in a secluded corner unnoticed. Now stepping out, he immediately entered the yellowish glow of the streetlight. Bathing in the light, he slightly raised his head, taking a deep breath before erupting into action. In an instant, his slow steps transformed into a lightning speed dash, his body hurtling forward with ferocity so fast that even the light from the street lamp seemed to tremble and sway. At the same time, the blood chi surged into his palm, causing the surrounding light and air to rapidly condense, forming a chilling yellow blade of light that generated layers of sound waves swirling incessantly. The energy waves surged. The sound waves reverberated. This advance was exceedingly terrifying, immediately drawing the attention of the group of over a dozen individuals. Brother Chi reacted instantly, shouting loudly, "Who goes there?" In response, Zhao Jing retorted, "I have no time to waste words with the dead." As the words left his mouth, he surged forward like a mad dragon, piercing through dozens of meters in an instant, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. At this moment, the group of over a dozen individuals saw him. Some slow to react were still in a daze, while the quick-witted ones had already reached for their waists, preparing to draw their guns. Everyone's actions varied, thoughts fluctuated, and reactions differed. Yet in the next second, all their movements lost any meaning. Because Zhao Jing had already surged close. Slash! A chilling blade of light swept through, seemingly condensing blinding light, magnificent and dazzling. The surrounding air suddenly split apart, a windstorm unleashed by this strike sweeping outwards in all directions while the group of over a dozen individuals froze in place. So this is Brother One Blade. Soon after his consciousness dimmed, plunging into darkness. So this is Brother One Blade. Soon after his consciousness dimmed, plunging into darkness. One blade struck and all perished. Zhao Jing looked around, about to retract the energy blade and step away, but at that moment a van roared, breaking the night with a loud crash heading straight for him. Undoubtedly this van was with Brother Chi's group. Seeing that their colleague seemed to be in trouble, murderous intent surged within, aiming to run him down right there. Zhao Jing narrowed his eyes but felt no tension. The blood chi within surged like a roaring river, flowing into his palm, causing the energy blade to shine even brighter, radiating a piercing cold light. He fixed his gaze on the speeding van, his mind calm as water, showing no ripples. As the vehicle charged towards him, he sidestepped 2 steps to avoid the front, then twisted his body, launching a strike. With a thunderous explosion, the energy blade suddenly extended, transforming into a tumber-long arc, slicing through the van's front, cleaving through the seemingly solid steel shell, shattering glass and sending countless sparks flying, resembling a firework display. Just over a week ago Zhao Jing could slice through a soda can and sever firearms. Now this strike was even more ferocious, as if cutting tofu or trimming white paper, cleaving the entire van in two while the people inside were struck down without uttering a single word. As the rear half of the van sped forward, the front half crashed to the ground. Zhao Jing took a deep breath and relaxed his grip. The energy blade dissipated in an instant. He scanned the surroundings again, confirming no enemies were present. He casually grabbed a piece of rag to use as a glove and searched Brother Chi's body, finding 2 small jade bottles. He felt an inner delight but merely chuckled lightly, then like lightning dashed towards the Ancient Palace. Moments later Zhao Jing burst out again. This time he had only acquired 2 bottles of elixirs. Haha, I didn't expect today to be lucky, unexpectedly obtaining a martial arts divine technique. With a long laugh in his heart, Zhao Jing then erupted into speed, running wildly through the streets and alleys, disappearing from sight. A bold passerby approached, wanting to see what had happened. Upon seeing the scene they couldn't help but inhale sharply. On the ground lay over a dozen men, lifeless with no signs of life, and not far away a van had been forcibly split in half, separated into 2 parts. Returning home, Zhao Jing removed his mask, his expression calm. Compared to his first murder, his emotions were much steadier now, no longer as excited and tumultuous as before. Clearly he had grown a bit. He took out a small jade bottle he had found and poured out the pills inside. After a brief count he realized there were about 40 or 50 essence pills, which was enough for 2 or 3 days of cultivation. This divine cultivation method is extraordinary. With each step forward the demand for essence skyrockets. If it were a few days ago this quantity of pills would have sufficed for 5 or 6 days, but now it's only enough for 2 or 3 days. Zhao Jing shook his head, exhaled lightly and put them away. To become an immortal and a god, undying and unyielding, overlooking the river of time, one needs to consume vast amounts of spiritual energy and absorb the resources of the universe. He had already mentally prepared for this. After storing the pills, Zhao Jing suddenly recalled that he had also obtained a martial arts divine technique from the trial hall today. With a thought the secret method appeared in his mind. Oh. It turns out to be another superior martial arts divine technique. This martial technique is called Hammer Fist, which can condense the power of blood and chi into the fist, exploding with immense destructive force, emphasizing sheer brute strength. On the surface it doesn't seem too difficult to learn, but there's no need to study it right now. Although today's battle was brief, it drained a lot of my energy and my body feels somewhat fatigued. I should rest first and learn it tomorrow. With a determined thought, Zhao Jing climbed onto his small bed and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile in the city, the sound of a police siren echoed far and wide as a police car sped by. Sitting in the police car, Zhao Luoxi looked out the window at the night scene, his brow furrowed, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. He was in his 40s, a veteran detective who had seen many heinous events and notorious criminals and was quite knowledgeable. However, he had never witnessed such chaos as the current situation. Major crimes were rampant and criminals were bold. Even the surveillance cameras on the streets had been dismantled. The moral decay was so severe that the police were somewhat powerless. At this point military police should have been sent into the city to sweep away the bandits. However, the problem was that chaos was erupting nationwide and even the military found it difficult to intervene. I heard there's a document from above stating that local martial arts associations will be established to recruit civilian martial artists to help maintain social order. I wonder how effective that will be. Zhao Luoxin rubbed his temples and sighed softly. He then shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it, and focused on driving. Today Zhao Luoxin's destination was the trial hall. Someone had reported that several people were found dead there and the scene was quite gruesome, requiring his attention. With a swift drive Zhao Luoxin arrived and got out of the car. Following the directions of bystanders he soon saw the scene. In an instant his mind was shaken, almost believing he was hallucinating. My God! What on earth is happening? Why was a van sliced open? As he cautiously approached and examined the bodies, his expression turned incredibly strange. The appearance of the wounds seemed somewhat familiar. A few days ago he had the fortune to examine the wound of the young gunman. Now these two types of wounds were clearly identical. Could it be the knife brother? Xiao Luoxin's mind raced. Upon seeing the faces of the deceased his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He actually knew these people. In the past few days at least 2 murder cases, 3 robbery and rape cases were related to this group. The police had already been keeping an eye on them but were frustrated by the lack of manpower to apprehend them. Yet he never expected that all these individuals had died here. Looking back at the van, Xiao Luoxin trembled, suddenly struck by a terrifying thought. Could it be that these were all done by the knife brother? As time passed, dawn arrived. When the morning light from the window cascaded down and touched his face, Zhao Jing sprang up in surprise. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, eating breakfast and practicing his cultivation techniques, he settled down to study hammer fist. A moment later, Zhao Jing opened his eyes, feeling the surge of qi and blood within him. The scorching flow of energy surged through his arms, passing through specific meridians and muscle lines, reaching his palms and generating explosive power. He clenched his fist and struck forward. In an instant the wind from his fist howled and sound waves exploded. A thunderous roar echoed in the air like a raging tide, surging forward with the invisible airflow transforming into fist wind, stirring the air of the entire room, erupting into a booming airwave. With a single punch he shattered the air. After savoring the power of this punch, Zhao Jing laughed heartily. Now relying solely on his physical strength, he could lift weights of 800 or 900 kilograms, a display of immense power. This martial arts technique was purely for explosive force. Combined with the effects of the Sundragon technique, it had created this terrifying scene. Although he had used hammer fist, he did not stop but continued to practice, wanting to master its use. After a while his phone rang suddenly. Zhao Jing picked it up and found it was a call from his classmate Sun Zhangbai. He chose to answer and immediately a teasing voice came through. Hey Zhao Ritian, what have you been up to lately? Clearly this was a reference from their last chat in the class group, and Sun Zhangbai hadn't forgotten. Hearing this, Zhao Jing laughed heartily and replied half jokingly, I've been contemplating the Tao and learning supreme divine skills. I haven't even had time to step outside. Wow, that's impressive. It seems you've already been to the cultivation hall. So what level of cultivation technique did you get? Oh, I went too late and didn't get a top-tier technique at all, Zhao Jing casually replied, shifting the topic. By the way, what's the reason for your call? Oh, it's like this, the city has been too chaotic lately with numerous murders. I want to team up with a few classmates to practice some martial arts in a dojo for support. I remembered you, Zhao Ritian, so I called to ask. Practicing martial arts. Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, ready to decline, but the words caught in his throat. At that moment he recalled yesterday's battle. That battle seemed easy and carefree, cutting through everything, but in reality it was because he had used a martial arts divine technique which was like a hidden trump card, consuming a lot of qi and blood and could only last a short while, not for the long term. The martial arts divine technique is powerful, but it drains too much. I must learn to fight using my physical strength and not always rely on explosive qi. If I encounter a prolonged battle and run out of qi, that would be quite dire. Thinking of this, he changed his mind and said, sure, I'll go with you. After saying that, Zhao Jing suddenly remembered something and quickly added, wait, Zhou Yefeng won't be joining us, right? Of course not. That guy is too arrogant. Going with him would be unbearable. We don't like him at all, so we specifically didn't invite him. Then I'm relieved. Let's set a time. This afternoon at 2 o'clock city center, see you at the dojo. Having set a time, Zhao Jing, seeing that it was still early, continued to practice martial arts and refine his body. The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. If one does not progress, they will regress. If one becomes complacent due to feeling strong over time, their physical condition will automatically deteriorate. When the time was about right, Zhao Jing took some coins and set off directly to the martial arts hall. This place serves as a venue for the common people to strengthen their bodies, located in the center of Yingbao City. It is spacious and well-placed, with many martial arts schools establishing themselves here and recruiting apprentices. Its architectural style is simple and clear, surrounded by a circle of food and entertainment facilities to cater to visitors. As he approached, someone waved at him and called out loudly, over here, over here. Hearing the voice, Zhao Jing turned to see a familiar figure, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he greeted, hello senior brother Zhangbai. Hello Taoist friend Ritian. Sun Zhangbai pointed with his hand and made a joke. As Zhao Jing's classmate Sun Zhangbai was tall and fair-skinned, coming from a well-off family. He had a charming way of speaking, making him particularly popular with women. At this moment he was accompanied by several girls whom Zhao Jing did not recognize, youthful and vibrant, seemingly friends who had come out with him, chatting casually and appearing relaxed. After exchanging greetings, Sun Zhangbai scrutinized him closely and exclaimed, wow, I didn't recognize you at first glance. What have you been eating these days? You've grown so fast and you look much more handsome. Really? Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, smiling non-committally. After nearly a month of hard training, the divine cultivation method not only increased his height and honed his physique but also reshaped his facial contours, making him significantly more handsome. Coupled with his strong build, he exuded an impressive and vigorous aura. "You don't believe me?" Sun Jiangbai laughed heartily and suddenly said mysteriously, "Hey brother, honestly tell me, what level of cultivation method did you acquire? Everyone knows that cultivation methods can enhance one's appearance and correct one's physique, but I've never seen such a significant change like yours. It's just an ordinary cultivation method, but it focuses on strengthening the physical body." "Oh, is that so?" Zhao Jing smiled faintly and casually changed the subject, asking, "Hey, are you the only classmate here?" "Oh, don't mention it. We've been calling for a long time and hardly anyone has come. You're the only one willing to join. Let's not waste time, we should head into the martial arts hall." After chatting a bit, the two walked together into the martial arts hall. Meanwhile, the group of girls also approached. As they followed, the previously casual demeanor of the girls suddenly changed, becoming dignified. Their beautiful eyes sparkled with interest, often glancing at Zhao Jing's face. After all, Zhao Jing did look quite handsome at this moment. He stood tall like a pine, stepping forward with an innate extraordinary aura that made him stand out in the crowd, drawing attention effortlessly. Any normal woman who glanced at him would feel a spark of attraction. The desire for beauty is something everyone possesses, and women are no exception. As he walked, some passers-by women exchanged glances and whispered, Hey, look quickly, that man looks a bit handsome. Yeah, he seems to have a remarkable aura. Wow, he has a bit of a celebrity vibe." Ignoring the whispers of others, Zhao Jing stepped forward, casting his gaze around. In his line of sight there were over 20 martial arts schools, each with various signs hanging. Inside the training halls, people were practicing their punches and kicks, sparring with one another. He could clearly feel that these practitioners moved like the wind, their punches powerful and kicks swift, employing unique techniques to unleash their strength. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jing's mind stirred and he immediately focused, wanting to learn by observation. However, as he watched, his brows slightly furrowed. These people's martial arts skills seemed pretty easy to learn. Zhao Jing's mouth twitched slightly, doubting if he was hallucinating. Upon closer inspection, he found that this feeling became increasingly apparent. It seemed that as long as he paid attention, he could easily grasp it. "No way," he murmured softly, concentrating his gaze as he tentatively fixated on a young man in one of the martial arts halls. The young man was engaged in a sparring session, clearly skilled in footwork, his steps flowing like a butterfly's dance, swiftly shifting in front of his opponent, mesmerizing the eyes. After watching quietly for a moment, Zhao Jing's thoughts shifted, his toes slightly relaxing, his muscles moving, and he felt as though he had memorized that footwork. His mouth twitched slightly as he tentatively tried to execute the footwork. In an instant his body surged forward several steps, his feet performing the butterfly dance, floating and enchanting, and he felt that it was even smoother and quicker than the young man's. After testing it out, Zhao Jing pulled back his movements. He then shifted his gaze to another person nearby. That person's boxing technique was extremely refined, their spirit extraordinary, and each punch seemed like a rolling river, continuous and unending. After watching for a while, Zhao Jing couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. He had actually learned it too. How is this possible? Just a few glances and he could master these people's punches and kicks. This was truly bizarre. Could it be that he is the legendary martial arts genius, a unseen, a million talent with extraordinary abilities, yet he had never been discovered? Standing still, Zhao Jing halted his steps. This sudden stop made Sun Jiangbai pause as well, asking, "What's wrong, Zhao Jing? Have you decided which martial arts school to join for your training?" Not in a hurry, I'll take another look." Zhao Jing waved his hand, his gaze shifting again to those training their punches and kicks, feeling enlightened. I understand now. The reason I can learn so easily must be due to the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon Tech. The divine cultivation method possesses the miraculous ability to transform one's body and alter one's qualifications. It is precisely because of this miraculous effect that my physical aptitude has changed, granting me an extraordinary learning ability. After all, punches and kicks are merely methods of exerting force and routines. As long as I can mimic their movements, my body can easily master them. Of course, this only applies to basic punches and kicks. As for more complex techniques, I have not encountered them, so I dare not speculate. But even so, this is already enough. As long as I fully utilize this learning ability to master some punches and kicks, combined with my extremely powerful physique, even without relying on chi and blood, I can exert tremendous strength and crush everything in my path. Thinking of this, Zhao Jing couldn't help but smile slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. At that moment of secret delight, a crisp female voice broke through. "Hey, I'm this handsome guy." Zhao Jing turned to see a girl speaking. The girl was tall, with flowing long hair, fiery red lips, fair skin like snow, a voluptuous and enchanting figure, and a pair of bright eyes sparkling with light. Upon noticing Zhao Jing looking at her, she felt a little nervous, a faint blush rising on her face as she spoke. Are you interested in joining a martial arts school?" Gazing at the stunning woman, Zhao Jing instinctively raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who might you be?" The girl slightly pursed her lips, her watery eyes lowered, and said, "Well, I am Su Xian, a disciple of the Baiyue Boxing Gym here, and I am currently recruiting." I noticed that you all seem interested in finding a boxing gym, so I came to recommend myself. As she finished speaking, her red lips curled slightly and a faint smile graced her face, making her beauty even more striking and her demeanor exceptionally graceful. The methods of cultivation can indeed allow one to shed their mortal form and transform their appearance. Even a woman of average looks can become increasingly beautiful. One can surmise that this girl must have been quite lovely before, but now she has become stunningly beautiful. Seeing Su Xian'er's beauty, Sun Zhengbai's eyes widened in astonishment and he hurriedly stepped forward, muttering, "Zhao Jing, why don't we choose this place? They even came to invite us directly." Hearing this, Zhao Jing's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and replied, "Sorry, there's no rush, we'll take a look around first." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Zhengbai was taken aback. How could he refuse? Was he joking? It was clear that the beautiful woman had taken the initiative to invite them, yet he actually said he needed to think about it. Was he being noble like Lu Xiaowei or a monk with no desires? Su Xian'er clearly did not expect to be refused. She was momentarily stunned but quickly said, "It's fine. My gym is over there. If you're interested, you can come find me." Zhao Jing nodded and Su Xian'er slightly pursed her lips before turning to leave. After she had walked far away, Sun Zhengbai exclaimed in disbelief, "Bro, you can't possibly be gay, right? A girl as beautiful as that comes to invite you and you actually decline. If it were me, I would have accepted right away." Zhao Jing gave him a sidelong glance and casually replied, "Oh, there's no rush." "No rush? What do you mean by that? You don't have a girlfriend, so why act so heartlessly?" Sun Zhengbai's eyes widened in disbelief and with a look of deep regret he said, "Even if you think she's not suitable, you could pass her on to me. Good things shouldn't go to waste, you know." His words prompted several girls nearby to speak up. "Sun Zhengbei, why are you so anxious? Yeah, she didn't invite you specifically, so why are you making such a fuss? Could it be that you're the legendary eunuch who's more anxious than the emperor?" Seeing how outstanding Su Xian'er was, these girls felt a twinge of inferiority, and upon seeing her leave they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Sun Zhengbai's attitude stirred them up again. Naturally, Sun Zhengbai was unwilling to back down and immediately started to retort. While they were engaged in this banter, Zhao Jing took a deep breath and shook his head. "Joining a boxing gym? If I hadn't realized my martial arts talent, I might have considered it. But now that I have discovered it, what's the point of joining? With just my keen eyes I can learn many techniques and master boxing and footwork. Therefore joining a gym would only waste my time and money. As for the beautiful girl," he mused, "it's the first time in my life that a beauty has taken the initiative to approach me. Although it's a bit thrilling, I must set it aside for the sake of my path in cultivation." Thinking of this, he forcibly suppressed his thoughts as his gaze continued to wander, scanning the surroundings. In doing so, he still observed others practicing their martial arts. Whenever he saw someone using boxing techniques or footwork, Zhao Jing focused intently, carefully observing. Once he confirmed that he had learned the techniques, he shifted his gaze to the next person. 1, 2, 3. His gaze swept around and his eyes flitted about. In what seemed like a casual glance, numerous boxing and foot techniques were thoroughly comprehended and imprinted in his mind. At the same time as he rejoiced inwardly, he also felt a distant gaze piercing through the air, observing him. It was Su Xian'er's gaze. Could it be that she has taken an interest in him? Zhao Jing's heart skipped a beat, then he shook his head again. "Stop overthinking it, focus your mind and diligently learn." At the Baiwei boxing gym, Su Xian'er leaned against the railing, her soft and watery autumn eyes fixed on Zhao Jing, her cherry lips slightly bitten as if she were deep in thought. After a while, a middle-aged man stepped out of the gym. He was robust with a slight beer belly and his facial features bore a small resemblance to Su Xian'er. He smiled and asked, "Daughter, what are you looking at? Did you see someone you fancy?" Hearing this, Su Xian'er's body trembled slightly. She waved her hand pointing at Zhao Jing in the distance and said, "Father, look at that person." The middle-aged man looked down and immediately laughed. "Oh, he seems like a handsome young man. Daughter, are you smitten?" "Wait." His gaze suddenly sharpened and his tone became less smooth. This person. Father, do you also see that there's something different about him?" Su Xian'er whispered as she touched the middle-aged man's arm. He did not respond and his smile gradually faded, his gaze becoming increasingly solemn and inscrutable. Anyone who has achieved success in martial arts tends to have sharp eyes. A single glance is often enough to gauge a person's spirit and physical condition. The middle-aged man looked at Zhao Jing and instantly felt something. After staring for a while, the middle-aged man gently exhaled and exclaimed, "What a magnificent physique." Su Xian'er's beautiful eyes widened slightly at his words. The middle-aged man squinted slightly and continued, "This young man's build is well proportioned, his muscles firm, his shoulders relaxed, his waist taut, his arms powerful like a dragon or snake, and his steps grounded like a mighty mountain. With every step he takes there's an aura of a dragon and tiger. He can be considered a natural material for martial arts. Once he formally begins training, his progress will likely be astonishing, even surpassing you and me quickly." Upon hearing this, Su Xian'er's beautiful eyes widened. Her emotions surged like a tidal wave. She had thought Zhao Jing was a bit special, but she never expected his uniqueness to reach such heights. Taking a deep breath to calm her flustered heart, she hurriedly said, "Father, you're exaggerating too much, aren't you? I've trained in martial arts for several years and you have diligently practiced for 30 years, making you a renowned martial arts expert. Recently you've been invited by the government and are about to become a leader of the Martial Arts Association. How can you rate that person so highly?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Sienna, you need to understand that some people are just born with talent. Those with talent possess extraordinary qualifications and are favored by the heavens. They are inherently superior in martial art. Take us martial artists for example. When it comes to combat, it's all about speed and strength. If you're fast and strong, a punch can knock someone out. If you're slow and weak, you can't hit anyone, or if you do, it won't cause any harm, and that's useless. Without speed and strength, no matter how skilled your martial arts techniques are, it's all for nothing. In my opinion, this young man's physical foundation is very robust and he likely has several hundred pounds of strength. Just relying on this power, randomly throwing punches, he could sweep away 9 out of 10 disciples in my gym." His assured tone made Su Xian'er start to believe him. She knew her father had always been discerning. Whatever he said was usually the truth and he wouldn't lie about such matters. The speaker is a young man. He is tall and handsome, dressed in a white martial arts outfit, standing there with a face full of arrogance and defiance. "I, Zhou Yafeng, have been training in martial arts for a year. I can't claim to be invincible, but I can easily handle 3 to 5 opponents. Master Su, tell me who can casually practice a bit and easily defeat me." His voice was loud and resonant, reaching the ears of the disciples in the Baiyu boxing hall. Everyone slightly curled their lips, some even chuckled softly, but no one spoke. The middle-aged man known as Master Su raised an eyebrow, merely smiled without answering, and turned to leave, leaving Su Xian'er standing there looking down at her feet. Seeing that the middle-aged man did not respond, Zhou Yafeng felt awkward about pursuing the matter and turned to Su Xian'er, asking, "Xian'er, who do you think Master Su was talking about? Doesn't he mean to include me among the 9 disciples?" "Of course you are included," Su Xian'er thought to herself, yet she remained silent on the surface, not replying at all. Pausing for a moment, Zhou Yafeng seemed dissatisfied and said, "Why is Master Su ignoring me? Surely he doesn't think I'm inferior to that person he mentioned." "Fool, that's because my dad can't be bothered to respond to such an obvious fact." Su Xian'er inwardly scoffed, but then thought for a moment and said, "My dad has his own thoughts, I suppose." "Oh, isn't that the same meaning?" Zhou Yafeng said dismissively, looking at Su Xian'er with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. "So Xian'er, who exactly is Master Su referring to?" Hearing this address, Su Xian'er remained calm on the surface, but inwardly she was biting her silver teeth. "Xian'er. This person is addressing her so intimately. Is it just because he paid a bit of money to come here and learn martial arts for a year? Why should he address her so familiarly? This person is too self-important." Thinking of this, she immediately felt displeased and replied, "Don't ask me, that person is not from the martial arts hall." "Not from the martial arts hall? Where is he from then?" This question annoyed Su Xian'er and she casually pointed at Zhao Jing, saying, "Look, it's him." Following the direction of her finger, Zhou Yafeng looked down and was first taken aback, then his anger surged within him. It was actually him. That former classmate who had once insulted him in the group. How could it possibly be him? The mere thought of the name Zhao Jing ignited a boundless fury within Zhou Yafeng, causing his chest to rise and fall wildly. He had always viewed himself highly and was self-centered. The last time he faced Zhao Jing in the class group, he had felt humiliated when Zhao Jing ignored him afterward. Now being told by Master Su that Zhao Jing was not his match added to his grievances, causing this new-age youth to lose his temper and rationality. Without thinking, Zhou Yafeng dashed forward, directly confronting Zhao Jing, and coldly sneered, "Oh, what a coincidence, isn't this Zhao Jing?" Upon hearing the call, Zhao Jing paused. "Yeah," he sighed, lightly pulling at the corner of his mouth as he turned to face Zhou Yafeng, gazing down at him and saying, "I didn't expect to see you here." At this moment, Zhao Jing felt an immense frustration akin to facing a pit of filth. No matter how much he calculated and anticipated, he couldn't outsmart the changes of reality. He still had to encounter this person here. "It's quite normal to see me here." Zhou Yafeng smiled insincerely and replied, "I am an official disciple of this boxing hall with a recognized status. I've been learning here for a while now. Your appearance here makes me curious. Are you here to learn martial arts?" "So what?" Sun Zhengbai stepped forward with a frown and responded, "What, Zhou Yafeng, are we not allowed to learn?" "You can learn, no one is stopping you." Zhou Yafeng smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying, "However, not everyone can master martial arts. It's quite normal for someone like me to learn martial arts, but for someone like Zhao Jing it might be a bit challenging." "Oh." Zhao Jing smirked slightly and replied, "What makes it challenging?" "Well, practicing martial arts requires talent and courage." Zhou Yafeng's gaze flickered, recalling Master Su's previous comments. His anger flared even more, but his tone became more composed. Indeed, in this era anyone can obtain cultivation methods and start practicing, but that does not mean everyone can step into martial arts. Without courage and the willingness to fight, even practicing martial arts will yield little result. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhengbai couldn't help but laugh angrily. Damn Zhou Yefeng, I always felt your superiority complex was intense, but now I realize this isn't just superiority, it's narcissism. Are you a god? Can you just casually determine someone's fate? I was just casually saying it, don't take it to heart. Zhou Yefeng waved his hand and seemingly casually said, of course, if you don't believe me, how about we spar a bit? Zhao Jing, seeing how tall you've grown, you must have learned some cultivation methods. Your strength must have increased a bit too. How about it, do you want to give it a try? Or are you saying you don't even have the courage to fight me? This voice was deep and defiant, causing Zhao Jing to smirk slightly. No courage. Not daring to fight. While he was out in the world killing to seize opportunities, Zhou Yefeng was still at home sleeping peacefully, dreaming of the Duke of Zhou. Zhao Jing understood that the other party was trying to provoke him and the method was quite crude and naive, but he was still prepared to accept the challenge. The reason was simple: he had long found Zhou Yefeng unpleasant. Although he hadn't said much after being kicked out of the class group last time, he had indeed accumulated a lot of grievances in his heart. He had not expressed them until now, and it was time to vent. If Zhou Yefeng had learned to be silent and quietly go about his business, he wouldn't bother with him. After all, the path of cultivation was the most important. However, since this person had taken the initiative to provoke him, he shouldn't blame Zhao Jing for seeking revenge and relieving his pent-up frustrations. As for whether his identity would be exposed, taking care of a small Zhou Yefeng shouldn't require revealing anything. With his mind made up, Zhao Jing concealed his smile and replied, okay, you choose a place. Alright, let's do it at the Baiyu Boxing Hall. Zhou Yefeng grinned widely, adding with a beaming smile, don't worry, I'll hold back a little. 3 minutes later, in the Baiyu Boxing Hall, on a deliberately cleared area of light yellow wooden floor, Zhao Jing and Zhou Yefeng stood 5 meters apart. On the side of the empty space, Master Su and a crowd of onlookers watched silently while Sun Zhengbai and others wore worried expressions. It's over, I should have persuaded Zhao Jing earlier. Sun Zhengbai shook his head inwardly, filled with regret. Knowing that Zhou Yefeng has practiced martial arts, I shouldn't have been so stubborn and fought him. That guy speaks so irritatingly, I was momentarily blinded by anger, and now I've let Zhou Yefeng take advantage of it. Hearing this, Su Xian'er smiled slightly and said, that may not be the case. Sun Zhengbai was taken aback and turned to look at her. Su Xian'er didn't answer, but Master Su smiled and said, it's really not certain. The physical foundation is not on the same level, the outcome is indeed hard to predict. Sun Zhengbai's expression shifted slightly just as he was about to say something. Zhou Yefeng had already made his move. He bent slightly, quickly stepping forward, his footsteps rhythmical like the beat of a drum. As he approached, he paused, his left leg momentarily twisting his waist before suddenly lifting his right leg. High kick. The air suddenly erupted with a tearing sound as if clothing had been ripped apart. His right leg sliced through the air like a knife, sweeping directly toward Zhao Jing's face. Clearly, Zhou Yefeng relied on his martial arts training, intending to overwhelm Zhao Jing with sheer force and attempt to end the sparring with a single kick. Facing this sweeping kick, Zhao Jing's expression hardened, yet he remained calm and composed, merely extending his left hand and grabbing forward like lightning. In the next moment, the trajectory of that right leg froze in midair. He actually caught Zhou Yefeng's ankle with his bare hands. Zhou Yefeng's expression froze, his gaze momentarily blank, clearly not expecting his kick to be caught. Before he could react, Zhao Jing's arm bulged with veins coiling like a dragon, unleashing a tremendous force. Instantly, his body flew into the air. Like a weightless leaf or a light delicate feather, he was effortlessly pulled by Zhao Jing, twisting a full 180 degrees in the air before crashing down onto the wooden floor with a thunderous bang. As his body slammed down under gravity, the sensation was indescribably painful. Zhou Yefeng felt a tingling, soft, numb pain throughout his body, and his mind became a blank slate, every thought shattered under that impact. His consciousness faded. The world spun. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Just as Zhou Yefeng was plunged into a state of confusion, a faint voice echoed around him, reaching his ears. It was Zhao Jing's voice. Zhou Yefeng, are you satisfied? As the tone resonated, the surrounding crowd fell silent. Shock, astonishment, confusion, and bewilderment. A myriad of emotions surfaced in their eyes, churning and surging, soon transforming into a howling wave of sound that echoed in all directions. What kind of strength is this? With just a grab and a throw, Zhou Yefeng was lifted. Is this a rebirth of a tyrant? In his hands, a person weighing over 100 pounds felt as weightless as air. Most of those present were martial arts enthusiasts who had practiced for many years, confident in their own strength due to their training. Yet at that moment, everyone was shaken, experiencing an indescribable tremor. This was the first time they had witnessed such a scene, where no punches or kicks were needed. A mere stretch of the hand swept away the opponent with brute force. The method was astonishingly simple. How brutally forceful. If one were to put themselves in Zhou Yefeng's shoes, 9 out of 10 martial artists present felt they couldn't withstand Zhao Jing, for the gap in strength was indeed too vast, to the point where technique could scarcely compensate. The saying that one force can break myriad techniques was vividly illustrated here. Amidst the murmurs, Sun Zhengbai's lips twitched slightly. He clearly hadn't expected his classmate to possess such overwhelming strength capable of directly crushing Zhou Yifeng. Master Su and Su Xian'er also exhibited slight changes in their expressions, feeling somewhat incredulous. Although they had anticipated that Zhou Yifeng might be at a disadvantage in this match, they had not expected Zhao Jing's power to be so formidable, able to lift and casually throw someone. The crowd's emotions surged. In the midst of this tumultuous tide of excitement, Zhao Jing's expression remained calm. He glanced down at Zhou Yifeng, who was trembling slightly, his consciousness hazy and silent, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Satisfying. Truly satisfying. With this throw, the pent-up frustration he had accumulated over the days had completely dissipated. Everything that was unsatisfactory, all the misfortunes, as long as I have this strength in hand, can be swept away. He murmured to himself, glancing at his hands, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth before he turned to leave. Although he had exerted some strength, Zhao Jing was well aware and did not go all out, merely leaving Zhou Yifeng in a dazed state for a while, after which he would surely regain his senses. In front of such a large audience, killing was ultimately inappropriate. Besides, this person had only a minor conflict with him, it was not a life-and-death feud. A lesson was more than enough. Seeing Zhao Jing step aside, the personnel in the gym quickly regained their senses. Someone rushed forward to check on Zhou Yifeng while Sun Zhengbei approached, calling out eagerly. Wow, brother, you really have been hiding your strength. With this power you could wrestle with a bull, right? The girls nearby were also in awe. Wow, he's so handsome. That throw earlier was so cool. Faced with this overwhelming praise, Zhao Jing merely responded casually, ready to leave and observe other martial arts techniques. At that moment, a booming voice rang in his ear. This brother possesses great strength. Would you be interested in joining the gym to formally learn martial arts? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's heart stirred. He looked down and saw a middle-aged man speaking to him with a gentle smile, making one feel as if they were basking in spring. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Su Jinghu, the owner of the Baiyue Gym and one of the main leaders of the martial arts hall. Seeing your physique, I believe you are very suitable for learning martial arts. How about coming to my gym to study? Of course, regarding the tuition fees, although the Baiyue Gym charges quite high, about 6,000 per term, you need not worry. As long as you are willing to join, we can even waive this fee. How do you feel about that? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing had yet to respond, but the disciples around him gasped in shock. Waiving tuition fees? Wasn't this treatment too generous? It is well known that gyms are established for profit, and recruiting disciples naturally requires payment. Among the many martial arts halls, the Baiyue Gym is one of the most distinguished, and its fees are certainly above average. Yet here was the owner saying he would waive the fees. He truly intends to accept disciples. Even faced with such goodwill, Zhao Jing's thoughts remained unchanged. He smiled apologetically and replied, sorry, I don't plan to join the gym for now, I prefer to observe for a while. Upon hearing this, Su Zhenghu felt a hint of disappointment flash in his heart, but quickly smiled, saying, oh, no worries. This young brother can take his time to consider. I assume you are newcomers and not familiar with the situation. How about I have my daughter accompany you and give you a brief introduction? This was the cunning of an old hand. He didn't push for a decision but suggested his daughter help out, making it difficult for people to refuse such good intentions. Before Zhao Jing could respond, Sun Zhengbei quickly jumped in, enthusiastically agreeing. Seeing this, Zhao Jing hesitated for a moment and then acquiesced. Even after agreeing during the subsequent observation, he still ignored Su Xian'er, focusing solely on learning martial arts. Hook punches, swinging punches, straight punches, collapsing punches. Side kicks, high kicks, roundhouse kicks, whip kicks. Like a printer capable of duplication, he engraved various techniques of striking into his mind, remembering them all. While Zhao Jing was engrossed in learning, Su Xian'er felt as if she had hit a wall. No matter how she spoke or introduced herself, he remained calm, always responding with just 3 phrases. Oh. Pretty good. What were these 3 phrases? Although she wasn't the type to pride herself on her looks, she had never faced such indifference being so casually brushed off. She glanced at the expressionless Zhao Jing, feeling unwilling, pursed her lips thoughtfully, and let slip a piece of news. Hey, do you guys know about Brother Idao? Upon hearing this, Sun Zhengbai's spirit instantly perked up. Even the girls who were slightly envious of Su Xian'er became interested, leaning in and quickly asking, yeah, what happened? What happened? Well, I have a little insider news, something released internally by the police that's not yet reported, so the public doesn't know yet. Yesterday evening, over a dozen people were cut in half at the trial hall. The scene was quite terrifying. Besides that, a van was also sliced in 2. According to the evidence, the police internally determined that those people and the van were all the handiwork of Brother Idao. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhengbei and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Seriously? Is that true? Can someone really slice a van in half? What kind of technique is that? It's terrifying. Can there really be such mythical figures in real life? Seeing the intense reaction from the crowd, Su Xian'er quickly signaled for them to lower their voices and continued later. According to police investigations, those who died were all involved in recent serious crimes. Several murder and robbery cases were committed by them. The police couldn't trace their roots yet, they were all eliminated by Brother Dao alone. Hearing this, Sun Zhangbai and the others exclaimed, so Brother Dao is actually ridding the world of evil. Brother Dao is indeed formidable. In ancient times he would have been a true hero. A hero wielding a knife for justice. This Brother Dao is truly impressive. Since ancient times the path of the hero has been praised by the masses. Now a living hero appeared in the world. How could the crowd not be in awe? Listening to the crowd's exuberant praise, Zhao Jing felt somewhat overwhelmed. This was honestly a bit embarrassing. Standing aside, hearing others wildly extol him made his face flush. After a slight pause, Zhao Jing moved to step away from the spotlight. Just then Su Xian'er suddenly asked Zhao Jing, what do you think of Brother Dao? Ah, are you asking me? Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, fell silent for a few seconds, then replied, oh, I'm pretty good. After saying that, he added that he needed to use the restroom, immediately lowering his head and walking away. Upon hearing this, Su Xian'er first pursed her red lips, somewhat displeased with his response. But when she saw Zhao Jing wanting to go to the restroom, she couldn't help but laugh. I guess he can't resist the brilliance of Brother Dao. She thought to herself, her watery beautiful eyes sparkling with ripples. In modern society, a hero like Brother Dao is truly rare. Even Zhao Jing compared to Brother Dao falls short. Ordinary men cannot even hope to compare. If only I could meet Brother Dao in real life, how wonderful would that be? With this thought, a faint blush rose on Su Xian'er's cheeks. When Zhao Jing returned from the restroom, he found that Sun Zhangbai and others had indeed changed the topic of discussion, now talking about the latest government decree, which was the establishment of the Martial Arts Cultivation Association. In today's world there are murder cases every night and the chaos is terrifying. I heard someone say that the purpose of establishing the Martial Arts Cultivation Association is to curb this situation. Indeed, my family has also mentioned that with the Martial Arts Association in place, the social climate will likely improve significantly. However, to join the Martial Arts Cultivation Association, one must have learned combat skills or possess exceptional physical strength or have at least a moderate cultivation method, otherwise entry is not permitted. I can confirm this. A few days ago my father was approached by someone from the government who wanted him to take on a leading role in the Martial Arts Association. Su Xian'er spoke up, a hint of pride on her face. As her words fell, Sun Zhangbai and the others exclaimed, is that true, a leading figure in the Martial Arts Association? Of course it's true. Given my father's martial arts prowess, there's no doubt he can lead the Martial Arts Association. At this point Su Xian'er noticed Zhao Jing's arrival and said somewhat intentionally, since the Martial Arts Association is newly established, it naturally lacks personnel. My father wants to recruit from among his disciples to take on responsibilities, offering them civil service benefits, and besides that they will also have the opportunity to meet several billionaires. Zhao Jing listened with a faint smile, still choosing not to respond. Previously there were advertisements all over the news with someone offering a salary of 10 million for residents with strong cultivation methods, yet it did not compel him to reveal his own status. How could a mere civil service benefit sway him? Calming his mind, he practiced his combat techniques for a while. Zhao Jing calculated the time, it was about time, so he took his leave and parted ways with Sun Zhangbai, heading home. Upon returning home he did not rest but rather sought out a quiet place to practice his combat techniques. Learning was one thing, but being able to apply it flexibly was another. Zhao Jing wanted to quickly become a master of practical martial arts, not merely an armchair expert. In the following days his life remained quite peaceful. Practice eat with occasional trips to the trial hall to seek opportunities or to the martial arts hall to sneak in some training, then back to practicing. This routine went on, and to the average person it could be considered rather dull, lacking any fun, yet he found great joy in it. Even with the divine cultivation method, it does not mean I can afford to be lax. I once witnessed the realm of divine beings in my dreams. In that vast universe the prodigies were as numerous as the stars and the anomalies countless. Many gained great fortunes and opportunities early on, yet because they became complacent they missed the path to becoming divine. The truth is that even in that mythological era where divine beings were lesser than dogs, not everyone could attain immortality. Nothing is predetermined by fate. Persistence, effort and resilience are the foundations of cultivation. As this thought flashed through his mind, Zhao Jing's resolve grew stronger, solidifying like iron. Moreover, my time practicing the divine cultivation method is about to reach 1 month. In my memory, completing a month of divine cultivation will lead to certain qualitative changes, allowing no room for slack. Thinking of this, Zhao Jing's heart raced with fervor as he immersed himself in intense training. As time passed his physical strength grew increasingly formidable and his martial arts techniques became extraordinarily proficient, with even his combat skills becoming second nature. While he made rapid progress, society also underwent dramatic changes. First and foremost, the Martial Arts Cultivation Association was officially established. Most of the initial members were martial artists, retired military personnel and police officers, all united by a common goal to maintain public order and protect the safety of the people. After its establishment, the Martial Arts Association immediately took action, conducting citywide patrols to ensure safety. It must be said that this approach was highly effective at first. Within 2 days the social climate indeed improved and the crime rate significantly dropped. However, by the third day the crime rate surged instead. Because the villains were not fools, they banded together, no longer acting individually but instead committing crimes as a group. In an instant various criminal organizations rose to power, notorious for their deeds, among which the most famous was the Tiandi Brotherhood. Rumor had it that the leaders were the two individuals who caused chaos in the detention center a few days ago, making them the most prominent among many organizations. Faced with this organized crime, the Martial Arts Cultivation Association suddenly found itself in a stalemate. Several days later, inside a small room, Zhao Jing took a deep breath and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At last I have cultivated for a month. In this month's time my physical strength has increased to about 1 ton, allowing me to forcibly lift a small car, and my speed is close to 6 seconds per 100 meters, reaching the pinnacle of human capabilities. What's even more exciting is that in my memory, if one practices the divine cultivation method for a full month, there will be some miraculous changes in the body. And that miraculous change refers to the transformation of chi and blood. With this thought his heart could not help but stir, boiling like a surging river, tumultuous and difficult to calm. The so-called transformation of chi and blood refers to the metamorphosis of the physical body. The chi and blood techniques are extraordinarily mystical. When the chi and blood accumulate to a certain degree, they undergo a transformation, giving rise to special talents due to the difference in cultivation methods. For example, lightning and thunder, flames and frost, with just a thought one can utilize them. And this special talent is known as extraordinary talent. Generally speaking, this extraordinary talent should not appear at this level. It is a capability that can only be obtained after breaking through from the mortal level to another extraordinary level, but the divine method differs from ordinary cultivation methods, allowing me to possess such power in advance. Currently my physical condition has reached the necessary requirements, all that is lacking is a bit of chi elixir. Thinking of this, he glanced at the small jade bottles beside him. Beside him lay dozens of small jade bottles, the vast majority of which had been completely consumed in his cultivation. I still need 2 bottles of chi elixir. I hope tonight's venture will allow me to undergo a successful transformation. With this thought, Zhao Jing donned a black mask and dashed out the door. Tonight is a rainy night. Before him heavy rain poured down and the stars were hidden in the sky with no moonlight visible. On the ground streetlights and windows shimmered with light, providing a touch of warmth to the world. Skipping over these, Zhao Jing gazed into the distance, staring at the radiant light of the ancient temple rising in the distance. After quietly staring for a moment, he laughed heartily, and with a motion of his body he plunged into the heavy rain. Under the torrential rain, Zhao Jing raced forward rapidly. Within just over 10 minutes he approached the trial hall. But at that very moment he suddenly heard a piercing gunfire echoing through the rain. Bang! 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 The searing bullets whistled through the darkness, piercing the curtain of rain, dazzling and blinding, while the sound of gunfire resonated like a deep thunder roaring across the land. Listening closely, he realized that the gunfire was not just from handguns but also the furious roar of assault rifles. Who was it? Who was engaged in a gunfight here? Zhao Jing's expression changed and he immediately calmed his mind, scanning the surroundings while simultaneously spreading out his extraordinary spiritual sense to perceive the movements around him. Upon this sensing, his brows slightly raised. He unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. In the building complex to the left of the trial hall, Su Zhenghu and his daughter stood solemnly observing the scene, while nearby a group of police and martial artists had gathered. Those martial artists were familiar to him, being members of the Martial Arts Academy. At this moment those individuals were firing back while shouting, "Where did this group of criminals get their firepower? They even have assault rifles. Who knows?" Initially we received accurate information that this group of criminals was coming to the trial hall to seek reward, so we came to intercept them, but we didn't expect their firepower to be so overwhelming. It's deadly. Thankfully they didn't have grenades, or else it would have been a real mess. Listening attentively, Zhao Jing understood everything. It turned out to be the police and the Martial Arts Association blocking a criminal organization. Indeed, recently Yingbao City had been quite unstable, with the crime wave surging one after another. Naturally the government wanted to curb it, but they were caught off guard. At the moment he comprehended everything, the gunfire suddenly ceased from the other end of the trial hall. Immediately a figure abruptly appeared. The figure was tall and exuded a violent aura, charging forward through the dim and uncertain night, rapidly approaching Su Zhenghu and the others. The speed was incredibly fast, almost dreamlike, leaving the gunners unable to react in time. Only the martial artists responded, roaring as they charged forward. Then the sound of battle erupted. In an instant figures intertwined, energy surged and the fierce gusts of wind swept around, causing the accumulated water on the ground to splash and the raindrops to scatter. Seeing the martial artists engage, the police couldn't help but brighten their eyes. "Hi, it's just one person. Hey, who knows if this person is out of their mind charging in alone? Does he think that just because he learned some cultivation techniques he can contend with martial artists? These individuals are the elites of the martial arts academy, having trained for a long time. Under the same cultivation techniques, they are practically unbeatable. Last time they fought, these martial artists could easily subdue their opponents. It will be the same this time. The crowd held great confidence in the Martial Arts Association, believing they could easily suppress their opponents. However, in the next second, several martial artists from the Martial Arts Association were swept aside, their bodies like broken strings of wind, coughing blood as they retreated. A dozen or so members of the Martial Arts Association were actually being suppressed by one person. Witnessing this scene, the police widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? We are actually at a disadvantage. Those are elite disciples of the Martial Arts Academy. How could they lose to this lunatic? He's just one person. How can he stand against so many? Amidst the exclamations, the villain spoke coldly. How foolish. In an era where one can cultivate and become divine, how naive to think that a mortal's fists and kicks can reign supreme. What you practice is merely low-level cultivation, utterly ordinary, while what I practice is a mid-level cultivation technique enough to crush you. His voice was deep and imposing, emitting a vast and overwhelming aura that caused the falling raindrops around him to shift and scatter. At the sound of his words, the police's expressions changed dramatically and Su Zhengh's face darkened. It is well known that there are distinctions in cultivation techniques, with low-level techniques being far inferior to mid-level ones. The gap between them is as vast as the heavens and the earth, difficult to bridge. Initially, the differences in martial prowess might not be obvious, they could still barely contend, but after cultivating for a month, the disparity in strength had grown to an unbridgeable extent. Logically speaking, those who practiced mid-level cultivation techniques are extremely rare. Even within the Martial Arts Association, not a single one could be found. Yet to think such a person would appear in this criminal organization. After a moment's hesitation, Su Zheng spoke solemnly. Since you already possess mid-level cultivation techniques, why do you still want to be a criminal? This question echoed the doubts in everyone's hearts. Indeed, possessing mid-level cultivation techniques is akin to holding a gold mine, with the state willing to offer a fortune to recruit you, and corporate consortia capable of providing a salary in the hundreds of thousands a year. In such circumstances, what would be wrong? Why choose to be a criminal? How would a fool know my thoughts? The man's face was shrouded in darkness, obscured from view, only his low voice could be heard. Since I have gained power, how could I be controlled by weaklings like you? I aim to establish my own dark forces, to reign as a king in this city. When the time comes, whatever I desire will be mine, whatever I wish to see shall belong to me. Why must I rely on you to provide? As he spoke, he casually unleashed a punch as heavy as a raging hammer, sending one person vomiting blood and staggering back. The might of that punch was simply invincible. Seeing this scene, Su Zhengh's eyes narrowed, unable to restrain himself from charging forward. He gathered his momentum, his body leaping out like a tiger descending the mountain, throwing a punch forward with overwhelming power. The fist technique he learned was called Tiger Roar Fist. When he struck, his momentum resembled a fierce tiger descending the mountain, pressuring the enemy. It was evident that where his fist landed, the surrounding raindrops parted and the airflow gathered. This demonstrated that he had already mastered this fist technique to its peak state. Previously, the force of this punch could easily knock someone into unconsciousness, rare among humans. Yet before the man possessing mid-level cultivation techniques, it was utterly useless. The man merely swept out a casual punch. Bang! The owner of the Martial Arts Academy, who had practiced for decades, could not withstand it, spewing blood as he fell backwards. He was directly defeated. Too weak, the man spoke lowly, shaking his head slightly, clearly disdainful. This voice fell into the ears of everyone present, instilling panic and silent despair, causing Su Zhengh's lips to part slightly, her face frozen in shock. She never expected that her father, whom she believed to be invincible in martial arts, would be unable to withstand even a single blow before others. Someone immediately opened fire, only to realize that their eyes could not keep up with the man's speed. Bullets poured out, yet not a single one could hit him. Amidst the roar of gunfire, the man coldly snorted and surged forward. Dare you fire? You all shall die. He lunged forward, his aura fierce and boundless. The divine light of the trial hall enveloped him, casting a massive shadow that seemed poised to swallow everyone. At that moment, the police widened their eyes, their faces darkening. At that moment, Su Zheng gritted his teeth, seemingly preparing to rise again. At that moment, Su Zheng closed her beautiful eyes, bracing for death. Just as the man was about to charge forward, a low murmur echoed from not far away. Since when did this city come to allow an unknown junior to reign supreme? The sound echoed, resonating all around. The disdain in the voice made the man pause momentarily, but he soon pressed forward. His heart was filled with brutality, a murderous intent overwhelming him as he sought to eradicate those before him, planning to deal with the speaker afterwards. You think a mere word can make me stop and seek you out? Such a crude tactic to buy time is beneath my notice. Thoughts surged through his mind as his breath quickened and his killing intent flared. But the next moment, a sound of explosive air erupted. A slender white beam sliced through the air, hurtling forth, creating a colossal sound wave at speed, incredibly swift, like a flash of lightning or a shooting star. The object approached rapidly, aimed directly at the man. He sensed something was amiss and hurriedly dodged the white beam. In that instant of evasion, the white beam slammed into the wall, causing a thunderous explosion that swept through the surroundings, and the wall itself cracked open, splitting a fissure over 10 meters long. The man fixed his gaze and was immediately stirred within. The white beam that flew by was actually a steel railing from the road. Upon closer inspection, he saw that most of the railing had embedded into the wall, with only a small portion exposed, clearly indicating that someone had thrown it. But who could possibly possess the strength to hurl a mundane railing with such destructive force? As thoughts flowed through his mind, the man instinctively clenched his fist, looking in the direction the railing had come from. The nearby police and martial artists also reacted, their gazes shifting to the origin point of the thrown railing. Meanwhile, the man's companions also turned their eyes towards the same direction. What entered everyone's sight was Zhao Jing. He wore a mask and held a railing in his hand, evidently yanked from a nearby road barrier, its breakage still fresh. Then Zhao Jing stepped forward, walking through the rain as if on a leisurely stroll, while his fingers brushed the end of the railing. To be fair, he hadn't intended to kill, however reality forced him to step in. Ultimately, both the Martial Arts Association and the police were there to protect the safety of the public, which is why they fought desperately against criminals. Seeing them on the verge of demise at the hands of evildoers, he couldn't remain indifferent. This was the first reason. The second was that he owed these martial artists something. During his time at the Martial Arts Academy, he learned various techniques and skills without paying any price, feeling a sense of indebtedness. Now that these individuals were in trouble, he would lend a hand, thus repaying this debt of gratitude. Thinking of this, Zhao Jing infused his palm with force. Crack! 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 The low-carbon steel railing began to twist. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the end of the railing emitted a piercing sound as if it were submitting and bowing. In mere seconds, it formed into a spiraled sharp point, glinting coldly under the divine light. This solid steel was forcibly reshaped in his hands. Witnessing such a stunning scene, the man's pupils constricted and his attitude shifted immediately as he spoke. Brother, we have no grievances or grudges, there's no need for conflict. I am Zhuo Longshuan, the leader of the Tianhu gang. Friend, please don't. Seeing the newcomer could twist steel with brute strength, he felt apprehensive and had no intention of clashing, but before he could finish, another terrifying white beam shot forth. Zhuo Longshuan's heart trembled as he hurriedly dodged, narrowly evading the terrifying strike of the railing, and his fury erupted. He had tried to speak amicably, but the other party refused to reason and insisted on attacking. Fine, then let's do this. You're too full of yourself. Do you really think I, Zhuo Longshuan, am afraid of you? Let me tell you, I not only possess intermediate cultivation methods but have also mastered the legendary martial arts divine technique. You dare to challenge me? Truly overestimating your abilities. Zhuo Longshuan roared, his blood energy surging, violently flowing into his arms, unleashing unfathomable divine power. Around his arms the air surged like a tide, producing a rumbling sound as if waves were crashing, and then the airflow condensed into the illusory shape of two flood dragons. Lower grade martial arts divine technique, flood dragon transformation. This was a martial arts divine technique Zhuo Longshuan had obtained by touching two beams of light in the trial hall, capable of condensing blood energy into the shape of flood dragons, gathering an unmatched force to suppress opponents. Originally his trump card, but upon seeing Zhao Jing's ability to twist steel, he felt compelled to use it. Forming the shape of a flood dragon, Zhuo Longshuan charged like lightning, taunting, kid, to die under a martial arts divine technique is quite an honor for you. As his voice fell, his blood energy surged and the two flood dragons let out a faint roar, unleashing the sound of their might, stirring up a torrential storm and fierce winds. Such power was terrifying. In the distance, Su Zhenghu and his daughter looked on with concern, filled with anxiety. Though they had seen the masked man possessing extraordinary strength to twist steel, compared to the martial arts divine technique, such brute strength was insignificant, for the divine technique stemmed from the wondrous secrets of the trial hall, containing unfathomable divine power. That power far surpassed the mundane realm. How could it possibly be matched by mere physical strength? Meanwhile, the criminals nearby cheered and whispered to each other. Haha, brother, Zhuo has unleashed the martial arts divine technique. That guy is doomed. I once saw our leader secretly practicing the martial arts divine technique. Two flood dragons burst from his arms and collapsed a wall. No one can withstand that kind of power. That guy can only twist steel at most. Can a mere flesh and blood body withstand a wall? Without a doubt, in Yingbao City no one can defeat brother Zhuo. Amidst the tumult, Zhao Jing remained standing still. He watched Zhuo Longshuan charge at him, observing the roaring flood dragon illusion stirring up the storm, his expression unchanged, merely the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. This is called a martial arts divine technique. Seeing this momentum, it was clear that this flood dragon was merely a lower grade martial arts divine technique, its power quite limited, hardly a true secret technique. Very well, let me show you what a real martial arts divine technique looks like. With his mind focused, Zhao Jing's blood surged as he extended his hand, grasping at the void while shouting, "Rain, come!" In an instant the air erupted, currents swirling, and the rain began to change. As if commanded by the deity of rain, within a radius of over 10 meters countless raindrops were drawn by the blood energy, rushing forth like rivers returning to the sea, and in the blink of an eye the surrounding droplets were completely siphoned away, condensing in Zhao Jing's hand, transforming into a sword of rain. Martial arts divine technique, weapon formation, wielding water to create a sword. As the opponent drew near, Zhao Jing's gaze darkened, and without a word he unleashed the sword. This sword strike, like the movement of a celestial being akin to the might of a demon lord, caused waves of air to churn and erupt, shattering the solid earth into fragments. The power of the rain sword is incredibly overwhelming. A violent explosion of air echoed, the sound waves surged like a tempest, compressing space, and the residual might rippled outward, stirring up a fierce wind that swept across the surroundings. Before it even struck the human body, a turbulent sword aura surged forth like an entire landscape collapsing downwards. The terrifying pressure caused Zhuo Longshuan's clothes to crack and tear, his skin unable to withstand the oppressive might, oozing drops of blood. What kind of sword is this? How can it be so terrifying? Zhuo Longshan widened his eyes, feeling a deadly sense of danger. He had a premonition in his heart that if he were to endure this sword strike he would surely meet his end. In order to save his life he did not hesitate, his steps shifted as he hurriedly retreated. However, even though Zhuo Longshan possessed a moderate cultivation method capable of sweeping away enemies and dominating a region, evading this unmatched sword was simply impossible. Just as he took a step back, the rain sword descended horizontally, annihilating everything in its path like a force of destruction. The look of terror on Zhuo Longshuan's face barely had time to surface before it froze, the light in his eyes dimming as the terrifying momentum instantly dissipated. The two serpentine dragons formed from his vitality let out a mournful cry, bursting like balloons in an instant. Time paused for a moment. Then it continued to flow. The sky poured down with heavy rain, drenching the space that had been devoid of rain once more. A line of blood appeared on Zhuo Longshuan's face, stretching across his entire body as he collapsed thunderously. Where he fell, the cement ground was deeply recessed, creating a massive trench with scattered stones stretching over 10 meters. This is the lethality produced by a top-tier martial arts divine technique. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd fell into silence. They were momentarily stunned like wooden sculptures, their expressions blank, while in their hearts a storm of shock surged, completely drowning their thoughts. Is Zhuo Longshan really dead like this? Just moments ago this man was overwhelmingly powerful, nearly sweeping aside all martial artists. The martial arts hall master Su Zhenghu could not withstand even a single punch in his presence, and even firearms posed no threat to him. His might was renowned as unparalleled, yet this supreme figure could not even last a second before that man. Who is that masked person? Shock, confusion, and astonishment. A myriad of emotions roiled in the hearts of the crowd, complex and inexpressible. In this silent stillness, Su Xian'er suddenly had a flash of insight, her red lips parting slightly as she said, "He is brother one sword." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those around changed, and they all came to a sudden realization. Yes. It is indeed brother one sword. Looking across the city with thousands of cultivators, perhaps only brother one sword could unleash such terrifying power, crushing his foes and carving a trench into the cement ground. After exhaling, Su Xian'er's pupils suddenly rippled with emotion as she murmured, "I knew it, brother one sword is a true hero. With him around, Yingbao City will not face any trouble." The police and others gasped in shock while the bandits trembled with fear. They had spent every day with Zhuo Longshan and deeply understood his power, believing that he was unmatched in Yingbao City. Yet this scene directly shattered their fantasies. Brothers, why, how could he possibly die like this? Is this an illusion? How could someone as powerful as Brother Zhuo fall so easily? How could the outcome be like this? They were panicking, they were crying out in disbelief, unable to accept that the invincible person in their minds had been slain in an instant without even a ripple. Amid their chaos, Zhao Jing moved again. His body surged forward, targeting the group still in shock. Either do not kill or kill completely. Since he had already taken action to kill, there was no need to speak of mercy or morality. Those capable of wielding firearms and clashing with official forces in the city were definitely not kind-hearted individuals. Keeping them alive would only cause chaos, it would be better to eliminate them entirely. This action immediately jolted those people awake, realizing that they were utterly ruthless with vicious thoughts. After a brief moment of hesitation, they quickly pressed the trigger, roaring as they opened fire. Tat-a-tat. The gunfire roared like fire bullets, weaving through the air like light. Under the black rain curtain, heavy firepower intertwined into a terrifying rain of bullets, the brilliance fierce like a violent waterfall pouring down upon Zhao Jing. Facing the torrent of bullets rushing toward him, Zhao Jing remained unfazed, relying on his extraordinary spiritual perception. He danced through the rain of bullets, swiftly navigating unscathed, stepping into the darkness where the group was hiding, and unleashed a powerful punch, crushing everything. The gunfire abruptly ceased, replaced by screams of agony. "Friend, you! Don't kill me! You!" The voices were only a few scattered cries before falling silent. All the evildoers were eradicated. In just a few seconds, Zhao Jing emerged from the darkness. Not a single drop of blood stained him, his face obscured by a mask, making it impossible for anyone to see his features. Standing there, half of his body loomed in darkness as black as ink while the other half was bathed in light radiant like fire. After a moment of silence he turned his head and glanced at the group of police officers and martial artists. That gaze immediately sent chills of fear through everyone. Though Zhao Jing had not attacked anyone, the earlier display of might was too terrifying, like a demon descending to the world, dominating all beneath him, instilling fear in everyone present. Some even lowered their heads, not daring to look up. But Zhao Jing did not step forward. After a single glance he turned and dashed into the trial hall, then rushed out again, his figure leaping and vanishing into the rain. Once the figure disappeared, the people present finally breathed a sigh of relief. They secretly rejoiced at having survived, having escaped this calamity. Yet amidst their relief they could not help but recall the moment Brother One's sword unleashed his sword, their thoughts boiling like a tumultuous tide. After a few moments of silence, Su Zhenghu sighed and said, "Call someone from above to handle this." Returning in a rush to his own small room, Zhao Jing removed his mask and took out the 3 bottles of pills he had obtained, examining them closely. The earlier act of killing enemies and saving people was merely a trivial matter not worthy of his attention. Breaking through was the most important thing. Excellent, these 3 bottles of pills are without issue. Today is the day I will harness my extraordinary talents. As the thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhao Jing did not hesitate, swallowing 2 bottles of pills in quick succession before commencing his cultivation. 2 bottles of pills contained dozens of vital energy pills. What a tremendous amount of energy that was. Moments later the medicinal power erupted, transforming into a surging torrent like a raging wave, merging into that mysterious pattern, turning into blazing vitality. After a month of diligent cultivation, the originally thin stream of vitality had become quite ample, viscous like liquid, almost substantial, evolving into a patterned shape. Under the impact of this vast energy his vitality began to tremble, undergoing unprecedented changes. After a month of diligent cultivation, the originally thin stream of vitality had become quite ample, viscous like liquid, almost substantial, evolving into a patterned shape. Under the impact of this vast energy his blood energy itself has no color. It is formed from the essence, blood, and primal vigor of the human body, colorless and intangible. Since its condensation it has been an invisible stream of air, imperceptible even to the naked eye. Yet now the blood energy had evolved into a pale golden hue. The color was pure and flawless, viscous like water, and extraordinarily resplendent, as if imbued with supreme divine power. Accompanying the transformation of the blood energy, the originally vast torrent of blood energy also contracted sharply, as if the power was condensing into intricate golden threads, complex and twisted, coalescing into that cultivation pattern. And at the moment of condensation, strands of mysterious energy spontaneously dispersed, permeating every bone and joint, causing his body to resonate and his flesh to tremble. This was the blood energy nourishing the physical body, in return causing the mortal shell to undergo a metamorphosis and awaken some kind of extraordinary talent. After a moment the transformation ceased. Within his body the blood energy had completely transformed into pure gold, flowing with a faint divine light like a river ceaselessly circulating. Although the scale of the blood energy had diminished compared to before, its potency far surpassed the previous state. Sensing the subtle changes within himself, Zhao Jing smiled. With just a thought, the golden blood energy within him surged vehemently, generating mysterious energy that rapidly coursed through his entire body. In an instant his muscles bulged and his entire frame expanded slightly. Between every inch of muscle immense power surged like a tsunami, raging and swirling. At the same time a boiling heat stream overflowed from the surface of his skin, spreading outward in all directions. This power was unprecedented and terrifyingly formidable. Taking a deep breath, his bones shifted slightly and he casually slapped out with his palm. Even with just the brute force of his muscles, this palm strike stirred the surrounding air, whipping up a violent gale. Within this gale a rolling scorching torrent howled, its temperature so extreme it seemed capable of melting steel and burning through everything. These were his 2 extraordinary talents, the heavenly dragon's mighty strength and the solar energy. Once the talents were awakened he could activate them by stirring his mind, imbuing each of his strikes with the terrifying divine power of these extraordinary talents. Twisting his hand, Zhao Jing's gaze turned solemn. He activated the art of condensing soldiers within his body and reached into the void. Immediately a faint white current surged and undulated, rapidly converging into his palm to form an air blade. But this time the air blade was different from before, emitting strands of golden light, dazzling and brilliant, along with a blazing scorching temperature that surged and rolled, forming layers of heat waves. Before possessing extraordinary talents, his physical body, though enhanced by blood energy, had not seen a significant increase in power. Now, after awakening his extraordinary talents, the might of his martial divine arts had directly skyrocketed. It's truly too powerful, even I find it a bit excessive. Zhao Jing murmured to himself, shaking his head inwardly. Even though he had long known the effects of the divine being's cultivation method, at this moment his mind still couldn't help but ripple with emotion. The so-called extraordinary talents were powers that could only be possessed after breaking through the limits of the mortal realm. They belonged to the divine abilities of the extraordinary realm and were not meant for mortals. Yet because of the great sun heavenly dragon art he had directly skipped an entire realm and obtained such power in advance. This is the hidden secret of the divine being's cultivation method. He took a deep breath, his mind churning with thoughts. And this is not even the greatest secret of the divine being's cultivation method. Its ultimate secret lies in the extraordinary realm. In the extraordinary realm, normal practitioners awaken extraordinary talents, making their physiques extraordinary and granting them incredible abilities. But I am different. The key to the divine being's cultivation method lies in the word divine being. When I step onto the pinnacle of mortals and enter the extraordinary realm, the extraordinary talent I awaken will undergo a transformation and evolve into a mythical physique. Thinking of this, Zhao Jing's breath quickened. The so-called mythical physique, simply put, was a supreme divine power that transcended extraordinary talents. This was an invincible physique, also known as a divine body or divine being's physique, possessing unimaginable and supreme might, equivalent to a manifestation of a portion of a deity's power. Just by looking at the name of this physique, one can guess how formidable it truly is. The mythical physique implies that this physique has become a legend capable of sweeping all before it and looking down upon the ages. If I truly awaken this physique, by then no one on this planet will be able to do anything to me, not even nuclear weapons. And according to the effects of the cultivation method, the name of my mythical physique should be the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon Body and its effects. As he thought this, Zhao Jing suddenly noticed a burnt smell coming from his nose. Looking down, he saw that his clothes were curling, withering, and slowly turning black from scorching. It turned out that because he had activated his extraordinary talent, his physical body was constantly emitting high temperatures, scorching the very air, causing his clothes to be unable to withstand the heat and directly burn up. Zhao Jing quickly calmed his blood energy and his muscles abruptly retracted, returning to their normal state. The temperature in the room immediately returned to normal. But even so, his clothes were still completely ruined, mottled with black and yellow patches, looking extremely unsightly. Seeing this, Zhao Jing shook his head and changed his clothes, thinking to himself, it seems that in future battles I can't recklessly activate this extraordinary talent, or else he'll end up running around naked in a calamity. Imagining himself sprinting naked down the street, Zhao Jing's mouth twitched and he quickly shook his head to dispel the image. Glancing at the clock, it was still early, not yet time to rest. Since it was raining outside and not suitable for training, Zhao Jing had no choice but to turn on the television to see how society had changed. And as he watched, his expression became very strange. On the TV screen, the advertisements had completely transformed. On the screen, a Taoist priest in a robe sat in the middle of a vast grassland holding a carton of milk. With a serious expression, he said solemnly, "This milk is the crystallization of premium cows at the foot of the heavenly mountain, boasting a delightful new flavor. Each drop is pure and fragrant with a lingering aftertaste. In the new era of cultivation, you should use the best cultivation milk. Talunso cultivation milk, you deserve it." Well, so now there's cultivation milk. I'm impressed. He casually switched channels and someone on the screen said, "Discuss heroes over wine, conquer the world with cultivation. Jinba menswear makes you unique among the multitude of cultivators." Zhao Jing's mouth twitched and he pressed a button to change the channel again. Drink premium Mutai, become a supreme immortal. Mutai liquor is your best choice. He changed it once more, and this time it was a public service announcement. Smoking harms the lungs, drinking harms the stomach, saunas are too expensive, going to karaoke bars is costly, and gambling at mahjong disturbs society. So let's all take up cultivation instead. Let everyone practice and together create a beautiful new era. Watching this, Zhao Jing held it in for a long time but couldn't help bursting into laughter. There were indeed many talented people in this world. Everyone was keeping up with the trends of the time, striding forward on the waves of the era. Even the advertising slogans had taken on a cultivation flavor. After watching for a while, he changed the channel again. Suddenly, Zhao Jing frowned slightly. On the television screen, a title appeared stating, "Is the practice method really as good as we imagine? Is there not some hidden danger?" In the center of the screen, a female host, elegantly made up, looked beautiful and smiled. We all know that a month ago countless beams of light streaked across the sky, transforming into numerous ancient palaces that appeared on the ground. Everyone could obtain practice methods from these palaces to cultivate their bodies. So are these practice methods truly that beneficial? Is it really as that voice said, where everyone can become a deity and everyone can attain immortality? Let's hear an analysis from the expert Mr. Qian Ruofei. As he spoke, the camera shifted to a middle-aged man who spoke eloquently. "In my view, the matter of practice methods is not as simple as we imagine. There has never been a free lunch in this world. Would a passerby give you $1 billion out of the blue? Is that possible? Impossible. While you are working, would your boss suddenly come to tell you he has given you a company? Is that possible? That is also impossible. In this world, there has never been a free benefit, let alone a free lunch. Such things must be part of a conspiracy from some mysterious existence. Everyone should keep their distance from such things and not be deceived." Hearing this, the female host smiled and said, "So Mr. Qian holds an opposing view on the practice methods?" "Of course." The middle-aged man with a righteous expression stated, "I have never believed in any supernatural matters. I keep my distance from those practice methods and do not cultivate at all. Ideas of immortality and becoming a deity do not exist. In my heart there is only academia, only academia. Hearing this, Zhao Jing couldn't help but chuckle. The expert Qian Ruofei spoke eloquently and confidently, yet in reality, he says he does not want to, but his body is quite honest. From Qian Ruofei's complexion it was easy to see that he was rosy and spirited, clearly having cultivated the practice methods and doing so diligently. Comparing his previous statements about keeping a distance from the practice methods and not cultivating it was simply blatant hypocrisy. However, he did speak one truth: there are indeed no free lunches in this world. Upon this thought, Zhao Jing's smile gradually faded. Indeed, the human Tao divine realm teaches sentient beings practice methods not simply out of goodwill, they also have their own private motives. The first reason is that they need help. In the vast starry sky there is not only the human Tao divine realm monopolizing everything, there are also many powerful divine and demonic forces with immense power. These forces are extremely strong, capable of contending with the human Tao divine realm without falling behind. In order to resist those opposing forces, the human Tao divine realm continuously expands in the starry sky, seeking new allies, and fellow humans are evidently trustworthy allies. The second reason is the thirst for more resources. Although the human Tao divine realm stands immortal in the universe, possessing vast life planets, this does not mean that they do not need life planets. In the vast universe with countless stars, each life planet holds unimaginable secrets and resources that ordinary planets like Earth cannot offer. Zhao Jing's lips curled slightly and a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. Based on his dream memories, the divine light of the human Tao divine realm not only teaches humans practice methods but also subtly awakens the planets. In the past, Earth was merely a mundane star devoid of spiritual herbs, miraculous medicine, celestial springs, and extraordinary beings. But under the divine light great changes will occur, spiritual energy will be nurtured, regions will mutate, and the creatures of the world will evolve. The awakening changes of such planets are akin to humans awakening from the mundane to the extraordinary, indescribable, and it requires a bit of time, at least half a year, before it will impact reality. Moreover, there are countless stars in the world and the things that awaken vary. Even gods cannot predict what a planet will give birth to. It could nurture an unparalleled divine medicine that grants immortality, or it could give rise to a legendary being born as a mythical creature. There is even a possibility of giving birth to an extreme weapon with boundless power, or an ultimate divine skill harboring astonishing secrets. It is for these two reasons that the human Tao divine realm actively provides practice methods allowing humanity on Earth to step into the path of cultivation. Of course, only I can know these secrets, others might not guess the fundamental reasons at all. Upon this thought, Zhao Jing lightly raised the corner of his mouth. From his perspective, although the human Tao divine realm had some selfish motives, overall the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks and there was no need to worry too much. Lying on the sofa, Zhao Jing lounged for a while, watched the expert ramble on, feeling somewhat annoyed. Just as he was about to turn off the TV and go to sleep, suddenly a flash of spiritual light crossed his heart. The human Tao divine realm holds no malice towards Earth, but what about those forces opposing the human Tao divine realm? As this thought arose, Zhao Jing felt a chill run through his body as if doused with a bucket of ice water. One must understand that the human Tao divine realm can traverse the starry sky and descend upon Earth, and those opposing forces are not weaker than the human Tao divine realm, they can do the same. The arrival of the human Tao divine realm is a blessing and opportunity for humanity on Earth, but if opposing forces descend, it would be a complete disaster. Due to the conflict between races and forces, if those forces descend, they will undoubtedly eliminate future threats, resulting in a bloodbath leading humanity on Earth to extinction, and billions of lives will perish. It can't be this coincidental, can it? Zhao Jing murmured to himself, then concentrated his mind, frantically recalling the memories from his dream. With this recollection, his expression grew increasingly grim. In that dream there had been some vague records stating that some major stars were found by opposing forces before the human Tao divine realm descended, leading to the slaughter of all humans on those planets, not leaving a single soul. Some of these major stars were just like Earth now, already having accepted the guidance of the practice methods, but their luck was insufficient, and they were also found by opposing forces who descended early and directly crushed them. In that mythological world filled with gods and demons, the power of humanity on Earth was far too weak, almost like ants easily exterminated with a snap of a finger. After rummaging through his memories for a while, Zhao Jing fell silent. The room fell silent, with only the television still on, the expert continuing to passionately expound his views. Silence. No sound. After a long while he suddenly shook his head and quietly spoke to himself. I dare not be overly optimistic, firmly believing that the opposing forces will not descend, but I also cannot be too pessimistic, convinced that humanity on Earth is fortunate enough that the opposing forces will not come. The only thing I can do is not to slack off and continue cultivating. In any case, at least I still have tomorrow. What can he do at this point? Blame the heavens and the people? Sink into despair? Or perhaps drink to his heart's content today and worry about tomorrow when it comes? Such thoughts of evasion or despondency never crossed his mind. Zhao Jing's only thought was to engage in arduous cultivation, exert all his energy and devote himself to rigorous training. Regardless of whether formidable foes would descend in the future to slaughter innocent lives, he was determined not to relax his spirit or let himself down. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. In this frenzied practice the golden blood within him changed more and more violently. At first that golden blood was very weak, as fine as a thread, not robust at all. Yet under the strain of his cultivation the scale of his chi and blood rapidly increased, growing 2 to 3 times within just a couple of days. Accompanying the increase in chi and blood, a mysterious energy also became more and more majestic, continuously permeating within him, extending to his limbs. Furthermore, some wondrous divine energy surged to his forehead, making it feel extremely hot, as if a sun resided there. In addition, Zhao Jing felt that the enhancement of his physical body was becoming increasingly powerful. When he first began practicing, each session of divine cultivation increased his strength by about 30 to 40 kilograms. However, as of today a single session could boost him by nearly 50 kilograms, and his overall quality had improved in every aspect. This remarkable effect filled him with immense joy, deepening his fervor for the path of cultivation. Of course, this journey wasn't always smooth, as interruptions often came in the form of phone calls. For example, "Hello Ritian, it's Sun Zhengbai. When are we going to the martial arts school again? We still haven't decided which martial art to learn. By the way, that Su Xianer is really beautiful, brother, do you want to go take a look together?" Upon receiving this call, Zhao Jing immediately replied, "You go ahead, I have my own matters to attend to." "Don't. I want to hear more about One Blade Brother from Su Xianer. I heard that One Blade Brother pulled off a big feat on a rainy night, wiping out a criminal organization in one go. Do you know what organization he took down? Aren't you even a little curious?" "I'm not curious, thank you." "Don't. I want to hear more about One Blade Brother from Su Xianer. I heard that One Blade Brother pulled off a big feat on a rainy night, wiping out a criminal organization in one go." "Not interested." Just after hanging up, another call came in. "Hello Zhao Jing, it's Zhou Yifeng. About that battle at the martial arts school." Zhao Jing unhesitatingly hung up another call. Even without hearing Zhou Yifeng finish, he could guess what the other party wanted to convey, merely a sense of grievance and a desire for another match. He couldn't be bothered to waste any more time and hung up directly. Ignoring. Soon after, the third call came from his classmate Lu Huchang. "Hello Zhao Jing, it's Lu Huchang. A while ago weren't you looking for a job? Have you found one?" "I found a summer job helping at a barbecue restaurant, paying 2,000 a month. We're short on staff, do you want to come?" "Ha! Since I have a cultivation method, why rush to find a job?" "Hey, don't mention that. Even with a cultivation method, life must go on. How can you eat without money? Not everyone can soar to the heavens and become an immortal, work still needs to be done." Zhao Jing secretly nodded at these words. That makes sense. Although there are countless cultivation methods passed down through the ages, the vast majority are low-tier methods, not enough to make people abandon work entirely for cultivation. The necessary social order will continue. "Zhao Jing, are you going to look for a job or not?" "Oh, let's forget about it. Thank you for your kindness, I have other plans." "Why didn't you say so earlier? Then he'll find someone else." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Jing let out a sigh of relief, thinking the world should be quiet now. However, before long another call came in. He picked up only to find it was his parents' call. "Zhao Jing, how are you at home?" "Nothing's happened, right?" "Nothing's wrong, what could happen to me?" "That's good. The hometown hasn't been too peaceful lately, has it?" This. Zhao Jing's lips moved as he prepared to say something, but thought better of it and replied, "Nothing's wrong, everything is peaceful." "Stop lying, I know something has happened back home. This is a modern society." The tone on the other end suddenly rose, stating the society is too chaotic now. The big cities are fine with the army stationed and no one dares to create trouble. The smaller places are more prone to conflicts. I've heard that there have been quite a few disturbances in Yingbao City recently. It's not safe for you to be alone there. We can't stay here any longer, we're coming back the day after tomorrow. No dad, I can take care of myself. Your business trip is to a big city, it's safe. What if something happens on the way back? What could happen on the road? It's a high-speed train all the way. In this day and age, is there anyone foolish enough to rob a high-speed train? Besides, your mother and I are trained in high-tier cultivation methods, what do we have to fear? That's settled." Saying this, the phone was abruptly hung up. Zhao Jing's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to call back to dissuade them, but thinking of his father's firm attitude on the phone, he gave up. Sigh, this is going to be troublesome. His brow furrowed and his gaze darkened. He could understand his parents' good intentions. They chose to return out of worry for him, but that didn't mean it was a good thing. Yingbao City was currently too chaotic, with criminal organizations rampant and brazen, not to mention the battle on that rainy night a few days ago. Those people could even get their hands on assault rifles. If left unchecked, who knows how far things could escalate. In this situation, his parents choosing to return could lead to some trouble. Although their cultivation methods are high-tier and wondrous, even so without diligent training they cannot withstand the power of bullets. Moreover, they are getting older and are not suited for life and death struggles. If they encounter some reckless criminals, what if something happens? With this thought, Zhao Jing's fists clenched tightly. He absolutely could not allow things to develop to the worst possible outcome. What to do? At such a time, what choice should he make? He pondered for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the left wall of the room. On that wall hung a large map of the country with Yingbao City clearly marked. Amidst the vast and desolate map, the three characters of this city appeared particularly unremarkable, extraordinarily ordinary. After a few seconds of silence, he extended his hand and pressed his finger down on Yingbao City on the map. My parents raised me and have given me so much. I absolutely will not allow any possibility of harm to exist in this city. Since the thought has arisen in his heart, there is no need to wait any longer, he should act directly. Glancing at the sky outside, he saw that the sun had already vanished. It was almost time. Zhao Jing promptly donned his mask, put on his gloves and stepped out of his residence. This expedition would surely lead to countless killings. In the night, sporadic gunfire echoed in Yingbao. During the day, society remained relatively calm with no significant issues arising. However, once night fell, the torrents of desire surged violently, giving rise to chaos. At this very moment, near a gold shop, the sound of gunfire erupted, a dazzling torrent of bullets raining down, sweeping through the area with overwhelming force. The terrifying barrage of bullets forced the police and martial artists to take cover behind nearby buildings, trembling in fear. Is this a joke? A police officer's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, these people have firepower stronger than ours. Where did they get it? Hearing this, the veteran detective Zhao Jing merely curled his lip, remaining silent. His expression was grave, eyes narrowed as he glanced at the constantly moving figures of the robbers in front of the gold shop, then turned to look at the martial artist beside him, his mind tense to the extreme. This time they received a report from the public about a robbery at the gold shop and rushed over immediately. To be safe, they had even brought along martial artists from a dojo. Yet they did not expect the robbers' firepower to be so formidable, rendering an entire squad of police powerless and preventing the martial artists from advancing. As a veteran detective, he felt an indescribable anger and deep concern for the future. If this situation worsened, he could only imagine how bad the city's security would become. Just as Zhao Jing frowned in contemplation, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed at the edge of the dim streetlight. It was Zhao Jing approaching slowly. Wearing a mask, he seemed oblivious to the heavy gunfire and the chaotic flashes of bullets, moving with a demeanor as if strolling leisurely toward the gold shop. Seeing this scene, Zhao Luoxin's heart raced and he shouted, "Get away from there! That area is dangerous." Under the power of the gunfire, a human body simply could not withstand it. If the police were struggling, how could that man dare to approach unarmed? Was he seeking death? The veteran detective's warning echoed, but Zhao Jing showed no signs of hesitation. He continued to step forward, his gaze focused, scanning the direction from which the bullets were flying before gathering strength in his legs. Suddenly the air was ripped apart. Like a flickering light or a fleeting shadow, his speed was at its peak. In an instant he dashed several dozen meters, weaving through the illuminated and shadowy areas, reaching the vicinity of the robbers within just a few breaths. The veteran detective was momentarily stunned. Was this even human? How could his speed be so incredible? The robbers were equally astonished, quickly redirecting their gun muzzles, attempting to aim at the incoming figure. In that fleeting moment, as everyone was in motion, Zhao Jing also sprang into action. His steps transformed like a dancing butterfly, darting through the crowd in a dazzling manner. With this movement, the robbers became even more chaotic, unable to keep up with his actions, unsure of where to aim their guns. Among the martial artists observing from a distance, one could not help but exclaim softly, "Heavens! That's the butterfly step from my butterfly sect. How could he know it, and he is even faster than me?" Seeing the confusion in the crowd, Zhao Jing clenched his fist and struck out with a thunderous punch. His fist, infused with immense power, pushed forward like a roaring tide, creating a fierce wind accompanied by a resounding sonic boom. What terrifying strength this was! Now Zhao Jing could lift a four-wheeled cart effortlessly and swing it around. This punch was akin to a steel vehicle charging forward with reckless abandon. With a loud bang, his fist struck a robber's chest, the force penetrating deeply, overwhelming the body with a tidal wave. The upper half of that person's body collapsed, bones, organs, blood vessels and muscles all shattered under this punch, and their back tore apart. Seeing this scene, the distant martial artist whispered in astonishment, "Is that my breaking punch? But my punch could never reach such destructive power." After delivering that punch, Zhao Jing's body surged like a drifting dragon, reaching out with his hand. His grasp was so swift, akin to lightning, that one could barely react. One robber's neck was suddenly seized, as fragile as a weak chick, and with a slight exertion the cervical bone shattered. Upon witnessing this move, the distant martial artist was shocked and muttered, "Is this my throat lock technique? But my throat lock can only choke someone's neck, it cannot crush it. Is this still the throat lock technique?" At this moment numerous martial artists were completely taken aback. They never expected that so many techniques from their sect would appear simultaneously in one individual, and regarding power, that person's methods were even more ferocious and ruthless than theirs. Meanwhile, the robbers trembled, feeling an unprecedented fear. They had thought that with their firearms they could roam the city and rob it, while never imagining that such a fierce individual could emerge, treating them like pigs and dogs, slaughtering them at will. With a clap. 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 Zhao Jing descended like a demonic god, reaping lives, and the bodies of the robbers fell one after another, producing dull thuds as they hit the ground. In merely a few seconds, only one remained. That last robber stared at Zhao Jing's continually leaping figure, his eyes bewildered and filled with fear. Although he held a firearm, he felt no sense of safety, trembling all over in panic. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, Zhao Jing had already closed in, reaching out. Bang! The firearm was snatched away from him. With a powerful grip, he crushed the seemingly formidable firearm into a lump and tossed it aside. Then Zhao Jing struck again. The robber, mentally broken, suddenly cried out, wailing, "Who the hell are you? Why did you kill so many of my brothers?" Hearing this, Zhao Jing paid no heed. His silent fist descended directly, piercing through the robber's body. At this point, this batch of robbers was completely annihilated. Those nearby were left in shock, struggling to believe their own eyes. How could a human's power be so terrifying? After the slaughter, Zhao Jing exhaled a breath of stale air. With his strength, killing was as easy as slaughtering chickens or dogs. Around him, numerous pieces of gold and silver jewelry lay scattered on the ground, reflecting enchanting colors under the streetlight. Yet Zhao Jing did not reach down to take them, merely moving towards the police. Instantly, the police snapped back to reality from their shock and quickly took up defensive positions. Ignoring their reactions, Zhao Jing approached Xiao Luoxin and spoke in a deep voice. "Where else are there robbers causing trouble?" Xiao Luoxin's face twitched. Clearly still reeling from the shocking annihilation of the robbers, his mind was a bit hazy as he instinctively replied, "There are robberies happening on Baishu Street and Huangyu Road." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jing nodded and turned to leave. Only then did Xiao Luoxin realize what he had said, shouting loudly, "Who are you?" Zhao Jing did not look back, calling out from a distance, "I am just a cleaner of the city." Hearing this, Xiao Luoxin shouted again, "What are you going to do now?" "Making some fools learn to be quiet." With that, his figure flickered, his speed increasing, disappearing from everyone's sight. These words sent a shiver through everyone present. Making them be quiet. Those 4 words seemed innocuous, but upon closer thought, the murderous intent behind them was truly terrifying. This person was likely going to eliminate all troublemakers. He roamed with impunity. He slaughtered without mercy. Wherever gunfire echoed, that was the destination Zhao Jing set his sights upon. Once his figure arrived, a silent feast of carnage ensued. He did not need to rouse his blood vitality or employ martial divine arts. Relying solely on his formidable physical strength, he casually unleashed various fists and kicks, sweeping through all opposition with invincible prowess. Guns, firepower, gangs, all were but fleeting clouds before Zhao Jing easily shattered and scattered into dust. While crushing his foes, Zhao Jing also gained insights from the battles. The path of cultivation was after all a path of conflict. Without experiencing combat and bloodshed, one would never know how to face an enemy. Through these fights, he gradually identified his own flaws and continuously corrected them, making his attacks ever more flawless. Indeed, these techniques for delivering punches and kicks require more practice. They are truly useful. Moreover, now that I have awakened my extraordinary talent and my blood vitality has transformed, any attempt to rouse it would easily cause my clothes to burst, revealing my true appearance. To be safe from today on, unless it's a critical moment, there's no need to use these martial divine arts anymore. Having made up his mind, Zhao Jing further suppressed the fluctuations of his blood vitality, relying solely on his fists and feet to sweep through the night, eliminating his enemies beneath the veil of darkness. At 9 o'clock, he ambushed and killed armed robbers on Baishu Street, 8 men all dead. At 9:20, he annihilated an armed criminal organization on Huangyu Road, 7 men, none escaped. At 9:30, he encountered several men attempting to assault a woman by the roadside and killed them without hesitation. That night was destined to be stained crimson. The next day, through the media's coverage, news spread like a cataclysmic earthquake, shaking the entire city. The previous night, a masked man had moved through the darkness, rampaging across the city, engaging in brutal battles with criminal thugs, slaughtering numerous adversaries. According to statistics, 8 criminal organizations were destroyed that night, with the death toll exceeding 100. One night, 100 lives claimed. In a modern society where people lived peaceful and calm lives, barely any ripples occurred. It was rare to hear of even 10 killings, let alone 100. Moreover, the deceased were all heinous criminals armed with guns, exuding fierce menace. Ordinary people dared not even glance at them. Yet all these individuals were crushed single-handedly by one person. What an awe-inspiring feat. Throughout the process, the masked man remained largely silent, uttering only a few brief words. "I am merely a cleaner of this city. I make some fools learn to be quiet." These 2 statements instantly stirred the hearts of countless people in society, igniting their passion. It was equivalent to warning the thugs, if you cannot learn to keep a low profile and behave, then I will ensure you can never speak again. Undoubtedly that masked man intended to intimidate the entire dark underbelly of the city with his own strength. Who was he? Who could be so audacious as to suppress an entire city alone? The public was immensely curious. Journalists conducted frantic interviews and the police searched for clues trying to identify the man. The one making the fastest progress was the veteran detective Zhao Jing. With decades of experience as a police officer, his observation skills were extraordinary. He could trace the origin from the subtlest details. Through various screenings and comparisons, he ultimately determined that the person behind those words was none other than Brother Radiance. Because the masked man and Brother Radiance had similar builds and their methods were alike, few words decisive killing. It was essentially confirmed that they were the same person. This news sparked a massive uproar. Haha, when I saw the news I guessed it might be Brother Radiance. Brother Radiance, the chivalrous one, no words needed. The only one daring to challenge countless criminals is probably him. Personally, I think Brother Radiance should be renamed Chivalrous Radiance. Such heroic figures I thought only existed in ancient times. I never expected to see one in reality. A fierce man, absolutely fierce. I really am convinced. The world buzzed with discussion filled with joy. In these turbulent times, to have a strong figure step forward to protect public safety, what a surprise, what an inspiration. Immediately many regarded Brother Radiance as a folk hero, elevating him to a pedestal. Numerous young maidens felt their hearts flutter, secretly imagining what kind of face lay beneath that mysterious mask. Was it resolute and stern, or handsome and dashing? Was it elegant and refined, or as beautiful as Panon? Because of Brother Radiance, the city was stirred, yet social morale stabilized considerably. Seeing the situation improve, the beleaguered local government secretly rejoiced. After much deliberation, they decided to notify the media and release details of the battle fought under the rainy night. Seizing this fresh news, the media treated it as a treasure. After heated discussions, they chose the following headline: even with intermediate cultivation techniques, evil thugs cannot prevail against the blade of justice. Once the news was published, the public rejoiced, their spirits soaring. However, many evildoers trembled inwardly, reining in their wicked intentions. If even a cultivator with intermediate techniques had fallen, how could they dare to act? After all, if caught by the police, they would only face imprisonment with some hope left. But if they encountered Brother Radiance, it meant certain death, no escape. Of course, while some thugs were frightened into submission, others grew indignant and defiant. Those who dared to cause trouble were inherently unruly. How could a mere notice intimidate them? Upon receiving the news, some not only felt no fear but burst into laughter, mocking relentlessly. This Brother Radiance dares to challenge us. Who does he think he is? A hero. An embodiment of justice. The blade of justice. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. The public is so foolish to believe the news. Don't they know what fake news is? Besides, even if the news is true, it depends on the person. Those with martial divine arts are the true powerhouses, otherwise they're just brutes with more strength. That Brother Radiance must have killed people without martial divine arts, otherwise they couldn't have been easily slain. This world is after all one where the strong prey on the weak. Might makes right, that's the tide of history. Brother Radiance cannot change anything. This Brother Radiance seems intent on becoming our enemy. Fine, let's unite and eliminate him first. As long as he's around, he'll always be a nuisance. We cannot allow him to continue growing. Ingbao City has no room for someone destined to oppose us. In the city's dark underbelly, many eyes glinted as they secretly harbored schemes. Some major figures even began to mobilize, forging alliances among themselves, attempting to gather the strongest forces to ambush and kill Brother Radiance in public view. Zhao Jing did not pay much attention to the turmoil in the outside world. He merely glanced at the television for a moment to grasp the general situation before setting it aside and beginning to count the spirit pills in his possession. The admiration and exclamations of others were always externally ethereal and of little significance. It was these pills that constituted the essence of cultivation. After counting for a while, Zhao Jing smacked his lips and shook his head in disappointment. My supply of spirit pills is running low again. As his cultivation level increased and his physical body grew stronger, the demand for spiritual energy became ever more overwhelming. Even though he visited the trials hall every day to retrieve pills, he still felt a sense of insufficiency. Remembering that he had yet to visit the trials hall today, Zhao Jing's mind relaxed a bit as he quietly contemplated. The benefits provided by the trials hall have nearly reached their limits. Next, I need to prepare to challenge the higher tier ancient hall. The divine light radiated in myriad ways, transforming into countless ancient halls. Among these many structures, the Hall of Techniques and the Trials Hall were designed to enlighten the world in cultivation and solidify the foundation. Beyond these, there was a third type of ancient hall known as the Immortal Divine Hall. What is the Immortal Divine Hall? It signifies the hall left behind by the immortals and deities. Such ancient halls were forged by supreme deities possessing unparalleled power and concealing astonishing treasures such as immortal pills, extraordinary weapons, extraordinary divine items, and secret techniques of the divine path, among countless others. The sheer quantity was as vast as the starry river, nearly impossible to count. Just obtaining a small fragment would be sufficient to propel his cultivation journey forward smoothly. Of course, like the other two types of ancient halls, the immortal divine hall also required passing certain trials. These trials were bizarre and of exceedingly high difficulty. Even Zhao Jing, who bore the cultivation methods of the deities, did not dare to claim he could easily conquer them. It was only now, feeling that his strength was nearing adequacy, that he began to entertain such thoughts. In a few days I will be able to venture into the immortal divine hall for a look. With this thought flowing through his mind, Zhao Jing glanced outside. The sky was already darkening. He immediately donned a mask and stepped out of his home. After taking a few steps, he suddenly felt a bit hungry and paused, looking around for a place to buy some food to fill his stomach. Upon looking around, Zhao Jing's brow furrowed suddenly. All he saw was pitch darkness. Every restaurant on the street was closed, supermarkets hung up signs indicating they were out of business, and even the usual roadside stalls had vanished. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of human presence, and he could no longer hear the lively sounds of the night market, nor could he smell the enticing aromas of food. Clearly this was the unfortunate consequence of the chaotic state of society. Due to the recent political unrest and rampant villains, everyone hid in their homes at night, unwilling to show themselves. Indeed, cleansing the city was the right decision. Looking around, Zhao Jing clenched his fist, the intent to kill within him growing ever stronger. If he did not clean up the city, eradicating all harmful pests, he wouldn't even be able to satisfy his own cravings. The public needed stability to live and work in peace, and he too required stability to fulfill his personal desires. This was the common goal of all beings. Anyone attempting to disrupt this stability should be crushed to dust. With the murderous intent surging in his heart, Zhao Jing continued toward the trials hall. However, as he approached, his steps suddenly halted. He sensed that something was amiss. Through his extraordinary spiritual sense and keen observation, Zhao Jing could distinctly feel that many individuals were lurking around the trials hall. On rooftops by the street, around the square, under the shadows cast by the ancient hall's divine light, there were many living beings silently concealing themselves. Even when they spoke, their voices were so faint they sounded like the buzzing of mosquitoes, barely audible. These people should be lying in wait. Who would set up such a large ambush? And for whom were so many people lying in wait, attempting to encircle and kill? After pondering carefully, Zhao Jing arrived at an answer, his gaze growing serious. Robbers. Only the criminals from the dark side of the city would engage in such actions. He had previously issued threats to silence all the city's rogues. Those evildoers, feeling discontented, would undoubtedly seek ways to eliminate him. Indeed, sharp-witted. These individuals must know that the trials hall can be accessed once a day and are aware of my diligent cultivation. They expect me to come here for pills, so they have come to lie in wait, fearing my strength, and thus gathered considerable manpower to ambush me. A good plan, but unfortunately, you have overestimated yourselves. As the thought crossed his mind, Zhao Jing moved forward without hesitation. 1 meter. 10 meters. 50 meters. As if unaware of the presence of these individuals, Zhao Jing walked steadily and calmly, stepping forward into the ancient hall. Just as he obtained his rewards and was about to emerge, an unexpected change occurred. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps erupted explosively. From all directions the hidden figures surged forth like a torrential wave, surrounding the ancient hall. Each person held firearms, the dark muzzles aimed directly at Zhao Jing, while in the distance a dozen heavy trucks roared forward, sealing off the space around the ancient hall. As the trucks reached their positions, the brilliant headlights suddenly illuminated the surroundings, casting a bright light over him, making his mask appear snow white. The muzzles of guns from all directions were aimed at his body. Hundreds of individuals watched him with hawkish gazes. In the face of such a drastic change, an ordinary person would have long since felt their legs turn to jelly and panicked. However, Zhao Jing showed no sign of panic, even calmly lifting his palm to secure the 3 bottles of pills he had just acquired. As the crowd filled the surrounding area, someone suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, knife brother, you have finally fallen into my trap. Hearing the voice, Zhao Jing turned his neck and looked over. The speaker was a man from the east. Dressed in a black suit and wearing sunglasses, the man was tall and robust, exuding an imposing aura like that of a powerful bull. He stood near a truck, casually resting his fingers on the vehicle's side mirror, and coldly stated, "Just as I expected, you came here for the pills." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow but did not respond, merely scanning the surroundings. He remained silent, causing some to feel uneasy. From the crowd in the west, a robust man stepped forward, coldly shouting, "Zhao Lao San, you must be mistaken, right? How can you be sure this person is Knife Brother and not someone else? Hu Flin Si, can you use your brain? The situation is so chaotic now, and there are no passers-by at night. Who would dare come to the trials hall at night to take something? Besides Knife Brother, no one else has the guts." The man in sunglasses snorted coldly and added, "Moreover, look at his demeanor. Surrounded by so many of us, he remains so composed. In this city, can an ordinary person be so calm? Upon hearing this, the voices on that side suddenly fell silent. After responding to the man's whispers, the man in sunglasses did not hesitate to shout angrily, "We must act quickly. Knife Brother possesses martial arts divine techniques. Everyone be careful not to engage in close combat. Open fire with bullets. Those in the truck should drive forward and crush him." His actions were extremely decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. Once he confirmed Knife Brother was here, he immediately ordered the attack, ensuring that no mishaps occurred. As soon as he finished speaking, gunfire erupted and the truck sped forward. Countless bullets poured out like a torrential rain, sweeping forward with a roar. The sounds of a dozen trucks racing erupted like the howls of hell, engulfing the area and filling the air. As he issued the command, the man in sunglasses exhaled lightly. He knew that Knife Brother's strength was terrifying, his speed surpassing human limits unattainable to ordinary individuals. He understood that Knife Brother also possessed martial arts divine techniques capable of slicing through steel with a single blade. But even so, what could be done? Could Knife Brother escape the downpour of countless bullets? Could he withstand the crushing force of heavy trucks? It was simply impossible. "Knife Brother, you are indeed powerful, but unfortunately under my calculations, no matter how strong you are, you will die here." The man in sunglasses murmured to himself, clenching his fist with utmost confidence. Meanwhile, surrounded by enemies, a smile curled at the corner of Zhao Jing's mouth. "How wonderful." He softly uttered these three words, his muscles and bones subtly shifting, the joints popping like frying beans, crackling non-stop. "Gathering together like this saves me time. No need to search for you one by one. Insects, all of you die. Gathering together like this saves me time. No need to search for you one by one. Insects, all of you die." A roar erupted resembling a dragon's roar, shaking the surroundings as he charged forward, his momentum akin to that of a descending deity. The moment of action, a hail of bullets comes whistling in. Thousands of bullets form a rain of light, sweeping down with overwhelming force. Zhao Jing moves like a dancing butterfly, dodging left and right, up and down, his figure dreamlike and illusory, weaving through the seemingly impenetrable metallic storm. After all, these people are mere bandits lacking professional firearms training. Their shooting skills are questionable. Even with dozens firing simultaneously, they cannot achieve complete coverage, posing no real threat. Just as he dodged a wave of bullets, the roar of cars followed closely. The headlights cast a cold metallic glow, with dozens of trucks lined up like majestic mountain steel beasts advancing forward, the drivers within all having red eyes exuding a murderous intent. Everyone inside is a desperate outlaw burdened with blood debts, knowing that if Brother Yi Dao does not die today, they will surely face disaster. Thus they are flooring the gas pedal, trying to crush him under the truck. Dozens of trucks are speeding closer. The bright white lights dance chaotically. Faced with this perilous moment, Zhao Jing's body sinks, his thigh muscles tense, and with a powerful step down he springs into action. The cement ground suddenly explodes. A ferocious and unmatched force penetrates the earth, causing the ground to crack, debris flying and a haze of dust swirling like fog, dispersing in all directions. Zhao Jing leaps up through this layer of gray mist, soaring 5 or 6 meters into the air with the force of the wind propelling him. He stomps down on the truck ahead. Bang! The truck's window shatters explosively. Thousands of shards of glass explode outward, hundreds of metal fragments fly as he pierces through the front of the truck, his legs crashing down like two massive stone pillars onto the driver's body, shattering his bones and extinguishing his life instantly. With another powerful push, he crushes the driver and the interior of the truck into a pulp, and using the recoil from this force, Zhao Jing's body soars like a dragon, bursting through the top of the truck. The power of this kick is like a dragon descending. The colossal steel vehicle lurches forward, its tires lifting nearly half a meter off the ground, the rear half of the truck flipping up. Zhao Jing lands another kick, leaping over the front of the truck. He lands with tattered jeans and ripped shoes, yet his body remains undamaged, intact, his cold gaze sweeping across the surroundings, exuding a majestic aura that weighs like the sea. This scene strikes awe into the hearts of all present. What the hell did I just see? So many bullets missed Brother Yi Dao, and he even flipped the truck with a single kick. My God, is Brother Yi Dao even human? They find it hard to imagine, let alone comprehend, that someone could achieve such astonishing feats with a human body. The man in sunglasses giving orders is also taken aback, his throat dry, heart racing like a drum. He had thought that with these two ambushes he could easily kill Brother Yi Dao and eliminate future troubles, but he never expected the opponent to be this formidable, breaking through the ambush in just 2 or 3 moves. But a big shot is still a big shot. This man is no ordinary character. After hesitating for a second, he regains his composure and roars, "Lin Rohuli Fajan, what are you waiting for? Take action. Today is our only chance." As soon as he finishes speaking, 2 figures explode out from the other heavy trucks. These 2 move extremely fast, and as soon as they land they charge toward Zhao Jing, their internal chi and blood surging, evolving into some mysterious technique, emanating a terrifying aura. As they approach, a furious shout suddenly erupts. "Brother Yi Dao, today is your day of death." The person on the left sneers coldly, leaping into the air, stepping forward. A medium-level martial art technique, void step kick. Though it is just a step forward, it creates a dramatic change in the surrounding air, forming a gale that sweeps violently. If this kick lands, it could easily crush steel and shatter walls. Brother Yi Dao, we are not the weaklings you've killed before. With our combined strength you will surely die today. The other person shouts loudly, his left hand slicing through the air. A medium-level martial art technique, Shadow Flow Blade. Near his palm, a torrent of chi and blood visibly condenses into a terrifying blade shadow, overlapping heavily, seemingly dozens of layers. As he slices forward, a sharp metallic whistling sound can be heard, like dozens of real blades cutting through. These two surprisingly possess medium-level cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, aiming to launch a surprise attack and kill Zhao Jing. Upon seeing them strike, the man in sunglasses immediately breathes a sigh of relief. This is the final ambush he set up. Even if Brother Yi Dao is immensely powerful, able to dodge bullets and ignore trucks and even suppress medium-level cultivators, there are two strong opponents here with medium-level cultivation methods using martial arts techniques. No matter how powerful Brother Yi Dao is, he probably cannot withstand this besiegement, right? The man in sunglasses thinks to himself, his gaze steady. As he watches the two charge with murderous intent, Zhao Jing shakes his head. Insects are always just insects. Even when gathered together, they cannot change their weak essence. After saying this, he unleashes immense power in his arms, veins bulging, and hurls two punches forward. As these two punches are unleashed, the air instantly explodes. Over a ton of terrifying force erupts within a small area, generating shocking waves that spread in all directions, the terrifying might condensing into a vast punch force pushing outward. The sound waves scream. The air roars. And these two punches are aimed directly at the two charging at him. Before they even reach their target, the gust blows their clothes, causing them to tear, forming tiny cracks, while their hair is blown back, swirling into a mass. The fierce wind even makes it impossible for the two to open their eyes. At the same time, three words flash in their minds: "I'm dead." The moment this thought appears, the fists carrying infinite might come crashing down, shaking their bodies, shattering their organs, pulverizing their bones, sending them directly into the abyss of death. And their proud martial arts techniques had not even unleashed their power before they ended with the extinction of their lives. This is the gap of physical strength. With such a vast disparity in physical strength, even using martial arts techniques cannot change the outcome. Zhao Jing only needs to throw a punch to crush them all. With the deaths of the two, the crowd falls silent. The man in sunglasses says nothing and turns to flee, his thoughts in disarray. This is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. How can such a monstrous figure exist in this world? They are powerful cultivators with medium-level techniques, and both possess medium-level martial arts techniques with destructive power far exceeding firearms. Yet such formidable individuals were killed by Brother Yi Dao in just two punches. What kind of sins did I Xia Yanliang commit in my past life to encounter such a monster? Could it be that Brother Yi Dao possesses superior cultivation methods? Realizing this, the man in sunglasses feels a sudden clarity. That's right, it must be superior cultivation methods. Only with superior cultivation methods could he possibly have such terrifying suppressive power, easily killing those two. I once thought that in this city only the two brothers of the Tiandi Brotherhood possessed superior cultivation methods, but I never expected there to be another one here. As thoughts surged through his mind, the man in sunglasses quickly ran to a hidden four-wheeled car, got inside, and stepped on the gas. At this moment he no longer wishes to kill Brother Yi Dao, nor does he care about the bandits frozen in place. He just wants to escape, immediately preserving his life. However, just as the car started, a masked face suddenly appeared outside the window. It was Brother Yi Dao's mask. The man in sunglasses opens his mouth wide, staring at the mask with horror in his eyes. Just as he tries to say something, the car shakes violently. Because Zhao Jing's hands are already on the car. He grabs the vehicle above and below, roaring with all his might as his fingers press into the hard metal surface. Instantly the entire small car is lifted. And then he throws it like a shot put. The vehicle carrying the man in sunglasses traces a parabolic arc through the black night sky, crashing down among the bandit crowd, rolling chaotically, sparking thousands of sparks and then exploding thunderously. Boom! Amidst the boiling explosion sound and in the fierce flames, Zhao Jing's expression remains calm. He twists his shoulder, clenches his fists, and charges toward the crowd, whispering softly, "After today you should learn to be quiet." After a few minutes, Qiao Luoxin arrived late in his police car. What appeared before his eyes was a scene of extreme horror. Dozens of heavy trucks were piled together, resembling a twisted and powerless dead snake, its body mottled and debris scattered everywhere. Surrounding it were corpses lying on the ground, at least 100 in number, and countless bullet casings littered the earth, glistening under the radiant light. Who is responsible for this shocking scene? Even as a long-serving detective who had seen many perilous situations, standing here made Qiao Luoxin feel a chill, as if it were his first day on the job. Instinctively holding his breath, he stepped forward, attempting to discern the identity of the deceased. At first glance, the seasoned detective was taken aback. Is this Lin Ruhu? Lin Ruhu, male, 28 years old, notoriously infamous, associated with at least 13 violent incidents with a minimum of 8 innocent lives lost on his hands. He was claimed to be the leader of a prominent dark force in Ingbao City, a notorious figure whom the government could not touch, yet here he lay, his body reduced to a flattened state. As he looked further, his mood shifted instantly. Is this deceased Li Feixian? Li Feixian, male 27 years old, known for his violent temper and brutish nature, linked to 7 armed robbery and murder cases with at least 6 lives lost due to his actions. He was also said to be a leader of a prominent dark force in Ingbao City, and now he lay dead here as well. The more he looked ahead, the more alarmed Xiao Luoxin became. Every corpse by the roadside, as long as their faces could be recognized, were all notorious bandits recently in the spotlight in the city. In the underworld they were all significant figures deserving of respect, yet at this moment these men lay dead like worthless cabbages. Who has purged these dark marauders, suppressing the true dark side of the city? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Luoxin remembered someone. Brother Yidao. He whispered, scanning the surroundings. After a moment he pieced together an outline of the entire incident. It must have been those bandits who banded together using trucks and firearms to try to ambush Brother Yidao, only to be counterattacked and wiped out by him. After observing quietly for a while, Xiao Luoxin pressed his lips together, feeling a complex mix of emotions that were hard to articulate. That night the news media of Ingbao City swarmed into action, hastily writing countless articles that flooded the internet. In a single night the dark side has been completely eradicated. Brother Yidao, I have taught some foolish people to be quiet. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. When the sword of justice is drawn, all bandits will bow down. The new age of positive energy, idol hero Brother Yidao. In an instant flowers and applause poured in. It's common knowledge that Brother Yidao's actions indeed provided a tranquil soil for the city and ensured the safety of its people. Without his existence, who knows how many more would have suffered harm. This is an undeniable fact. Of course the media also fueled the fire with numerous reports and enthusiastic praises, completely devoid of any derogatory remarks. After all, no one wishes to live in dire circumstances. In this gradually collapsing era of order, people are eager for someone to step up and protect the masses. Moreover, with over 100 corpses piled there for all to see, who would dare speak out? Even the government couldn't keep silent, with an official spokesperson acknowledging Brother Yidao on the very day the news broke. I am pleased to see such a heroic figure in our city. He has no name, remains anonymous, yet tirelessly battles the dark side of society. Through news broadcasts this speech reached countless households, stirring the hearts of many. Ingbao City, at the Sunset Grand Hotel. This is a 4-star hotel located in the city center, luxuriously decorated, frequented only by the wealthy. Beneath this hotel, in a hidden underground area, 2 individuals were watching the government speech on television. These were 2 young men. They appeared to be around 25 years old, looking quite similar, dressed in black attire. The one was slightly taller than the other. The taller one had a cold expression, while the shorter one had a more sinister demeanor, exuding an air of restlessness. In modern society, many cities have experienced turmoil, darkness breeds, and evil runs rampant. Some places are even worse than our city. We must thank this unnamed hero for improving our public safety. As he watched, the shorter young man couldn't contain himself. Brother Yidao is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? With one man's power he eradicates the darkness of an entire city. What a grandiose statement. Brother, do you think Brother Yidao considers us part of that darkness? The taller man remained indifferent, fingers crossed, staring at the television. Seeing the taller man remain silent, the shorter young man fell quiet for a few seconds before saying, Brother, don't stay silent. So far Brother Yidao has already killed quite a few peoples, while Longshuan, Li Feixian, Lin Ruhu. While these may not be powerful figures, they were all bandits, and they all died at Brother Yidao's hands. By normal classifications we are also bandits, and big ones at that. Since you rescued me from the detention center, we've already killed quite a few police officers, at least 15. The taller man still did not respond, remaining motionless. The lack of response stirred the shorter young man further, who clapped his hands and said, at this rate Brother Yidao will eventually come after us. If we don't strike first, the consequences could be dire. Given Brother Yidao's current performance, he might be like us, having superior cultivation techniques, and if he continues to grow he could become a serious threat to us. After saying so much, the taller man finally moved. He shot a sideways glance at the shorter young man and coldly uttered 5 words. Shut up and watch the TV. With that, the shorter young man immediately closed his mouth and sat down. After a while the news report finally ended. The taller man stood up and turned his body. Suddenly the air around him began to swirl violently, coalescing into an invisible howling white stream that wrapped around him like dozens of white serpents. He twisted his neck and said coldly, Wanlong, you've suffered losses before, how can you still be so frivolous? More than a month ago I sent you to the trial hall just to observe the situation, specifically instructing you not to engage with the police. Yet you recklessly acted out of impulse, forcing me to go to the detention center to kill and save you, which has now resulted in a warrant for my arrest. I had no choice but to establish the Tiandi Brotherhood and seek out the owner of the Sunset Grand Hotel to settle here. I hoped you would learn from your mistakes, but why haven't you improved? You possess superior cultivation techniques, but you still lack sufficient strength. The taller man frowned, his gaze stern. We obtain superior cultivation techniques and should focus on training for a while. Once we have enough strength we can emerge. You disrupted the plan by acting rashly, forcing us to confront the government directly without sufficient power. What? Do you still want to teach me how to do things? His tone was cold without a hint of emotion, causing the shorter young man's head to lower even further as he muttered, I dare not. Good that you know not to dare. The taller man spoke firmly, his expression calm. Brother Radiance must be dealt with, but not today. This man is no weakling and must have secrets. Without certainty of victory we should not act against him for now. Call your subordinates and instruct the Tiandi Brotherhood to remain low for a few days. Focus on perfecting your martial arts abilities. Once you succeed together we can eliminate him. Until then no outings are allowed unless you want to feel my fist. After saying this his gaze suddenly changed as he threw a punch forward. With that punch a violent wind erupted around him. The airflow surged like a raging river, gathering at the edge of his fist, transforming into a domineering fist wind that pierced through the air, exploding the television into debris from a distance of over 10 meters. Seeing this scene the shorter young man trembled all over and meekly replied, yes brother. When Zhao Jing glanced through the television witnessing a myriad of praises he merely smiled faintly and set it aside. He regarded these as mere fleeting clouds in the mortal world unperturbed and proceeded to handle and burn the damaged clothes from last night. In order to maintain his secret identity without leaving a trace, Zhao Jing was quite meticulous, checking several times and reflecting on his actions from last night, ensuring there were no oversights before finally feeling at ease. I am not afraid of my enemies, but I do not wish to leave any troubles for my parents. With my current power, as long as it's not a missile of great might in this bustling city, no one can instill fear in me. However, if I were to be exposed it might bring unnecessary calamities to my family. Although my parents possess superior cultivation methods with extraordinary effects, their practice time is still somewhat short. For their safety it is unnecessary to take such risks. Speaking of which, my parents said they would return today, it's time to go welcome them. Zhao Jing looked at the time, turned off the television and hurriedly set off. He dashed all the way to the train station where he found a sea of people, a continuous flow resembling a surging tide. If an ordinary person were there they would likely be overwhelmed by the incessant crowd. However, Zhao Jing with his increasingly superhuman physique and keen eyesight could easily recognize all the faces of those passing by. As he scanned through the crowd he suddenly spotted two familiar figures and he hurried over, calling out, Dad, Mom, welcome back. Upon seeing him approach, the two figures immediately laughed. Ginger, you came to pick us up. Hey, you seem to have grown quite a bit. At first glance we almost didn't recognize you. It's nothing much, the changes in you two are quite remarkable as well. Zhao Jing smiled and closely examined his parents' appearances. After more than a month apart his parents had indeed changed significantly, as if they had undergone a complete transformation. His father Zhao Xing, who had been toiling for a living and often worn down, had turned from having half his hair gray to a full head of thick black hair, his complexion rosy and spirit vibrant. Meanwhile his mother Su Guoling had experienced a second spring. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes had vanished and the blemishes on her face were nowhere to be seen. Although she was already over 40 at first glance she seemed to be just in her 20s, her beauty rejuvenated. Clearly this was the supreme efficacy of cultivation methods capable of beautifying appearances and reversing age, allowing middle-aged individuals to return to their youth. It seems my parents have been diligently practicing during this time, otherwise the results wouldn't be so remarkable. Zhao Jing took a serious look and felt a quiet relief in his heart. His greatest fear was that his parents would become rigid in their thinking and if careless would believe the so-called experts on television and abandon their cultivation methods. As it turned out he had overthought it. Let's discuss it at home, we should head back now. His parents casually laughed, hailing a taxi and getting in together. Zhao's father often traveled for work, so he was quite talkative and enjoyed conversing with others. He chatted with the driver during the ride, quickly becoming familiar, discussing the current state of the world. Driver, what do you think has changed the most in society since cultivation methods spread? That's hard to say because every aspect of society is changing. Even the way we speak has altered, no one can clearly define it. If you ask me, the biggest impact has been on cosmetic surgery clinics. Upon hearing this the driver was astonished. Oh. Why is that? Well, these cultivation methods can beautify appearances and enhance temperament, which has directly undermined the foundation of the beauty industry. Zhao's father chuckled and said cosmetic surgery clinics exist because people want to look better, otherwise who would willingly go under the knife? Now with these miraculous cultivation methods not only can people become more attractive, but the beauty effects are completely natural, far better than surgery. Who would still want to undergo surgery? To be honest, I just returned from out of town and let me tell you, those cosmetic surgery clinics are closing down like crazy. In just the last half month I'd wager half of them have gone under. Really? That's impressive. Indeed. Comparatively, some rare herbs have skyrocketed in price. Ginseng reishi and the like have nearly doubled in price. According to public surveys these herbs are quite beneficial for nourishing the body and enhancing cultivation effects. They're practically selling like hotcakes outside. I know a bit about that. In our city the price of ginseng has risen extraordinarily, tripling immediately. However, that's not so bad. I've heard the most expensive are the essence pills from the trial hall, which can nourish and replenish energy. Some people are willing to pay $1 million for a bottle, yet there's not a single bottle available. Of course. Didn't that person say? This is an era where everyone can achieve immortality and divinity. How many people are willing to throw away their chances at becoming a deity? Compared to the temptation of immortality, what is $1 million worth? Isn't that right? Listening to their conversation, Zhao Jing quietly absorbed it, feeling a stir in his heart. This is the trend of the times. Under the tide of the times, with change and transformation, no one can stand in the way. Everything will be altered. The once thriving cosmetic surgery industry collapsed almost overnight. Countless clinics shut down while the previously ordinary herbal industry soared to prominence, becoming incredibly sought after. In the future, countless industries are likely to undergo drastic changes. Moreover, the high prices of essence pills also stirred something within him. $1 million a bottle. At this rate, haven't I consumed over 100 million in the past days? Such spending, if it were the old me, I would hardly believe it, but now it hardly stirs any feelings in my heart. With this thought, Zhao Jing's lips curled into a slight smile. When one possesses extraordinary strength, how can worldly wealth and riches move him? Even billions or hundreds of billions in his eyes are merely trivial. As an extraordinary powerhouse, he could already reside in the clouds overlooking the mundane. Although thoughts intertwined in his mind, he showed no outward signs, merely continuing to listen. At this moment, Zhao's father and the driver had begun discussing Yingbao City. Driver, I heard that Yingbao City has been quite chaotic recently. Chaotic? That was 2 days ago. During the previous time it was truly chaotic. Many people died and the bandits ran rampant. As a result, the one-blade brother couldn't stand it any longer and came out of retirement, almost cutting through half the city. Except for that heaven and earth brotherhood, the underground overlords were nearly wiped out. Now hardly anyone dares to cause trouble. Even the most famous heaven and earth brotherhood has quieted down, becoming voiceless. Is one-blade brother really that formidable? Absolutely. The driver exclaimed, let me tell you, one-blade brother is a true hero, far mightier than those masked heroes on television. When it comes to killing, he's utterly decisive, having taken out over 200 people in quick succession. Honestly, the people in our city really admire one-blade brother. He's unbelievably popular. I see. Zhao's father chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. As the wheels rolled on amidst the pleasant atmosphere of casual chatter, the family soon returned home. After closing the doors and windows and setting down the luggage, Zhao's father suddenly looked up and said, Jinger. Dad, is there something? You are one-blade brother, aren't you? Zhao Jing's body trembled. His expression appeared somewhat stiff and his pupils contracted imperceptibly as he forced a smile and said, Dad, are you joking? How could I possibly be brother one knife? Zhao's father smirked slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He did not rush to speak directly, finding a wooden chair to sit down, pouring himself a glass of water, and in a calm tone said, Don't treat your dad like a fool. In today's society it's hard to keep secrets. I'm not an old fossil. I've watched enough news on TV to know that the number of people possessing superior cultivation techniques is extremely limited. Scanning the entire country, there are probably only a few thousand, and in a city at most a few. Zhao Jing fell silent, his fingers moving unconsciously. Furthermore, this brother one knife can kill over 200 people without sustaining any injuries. Such strength must at least possess superior cultivation techniques, otherwise how could he subdue so many? Moreover, I carefully reviewed the news. Brother One Knife's large-scale massacre happened precisely after I called you to come back. You can't possibly tell me that's just a coincidence, can you? Besides, don't forget, I'm your dad. Having spent so much time with you, I can sense your changes. Zhao Jing remained silent, merely twitching the corner of his mouth. Indeed, old foxes are still crafty. On the surface his father appeared jovial and easygoing, seemingly devoid of ulterior motives. Yet after decades of life experience his wisdom was terrifyingly sharp. This analysis was so well structured that it left him with no room to refute. Seeing his son silent for a long while, Zhao's father sighed softly. At this moment the emotions swirling within him were as tumultuous as 1,000 torrents colliding, endlessly surging. Amidst these emotions were worries about his son's recent battles against enemies, joy and pride at others praising brother one knife, astonishment and recognition of Zhao Jing's deeds, and an underlying sense of confusion about future life. These countless emotions accumulated, surging into a torrent, transforming into myriad words yearning to be expressed. Yet ultimately, after much thought, he merely said one sentence. I am not revealing your identity to reprimand you. You are already grown up, an adult with your own views on life and the world. I do not wish to be verbose, but I hope you take care of yourself, do what you must, and be a true man, standing tall without shame. This was a father's expectation for his offspring. A true man should stand tall without shame. Hearing this, Zhao Jing pressed his lips together. He slowly nodded and replied earnestly, Yes, Dad, I will remember this. Zhao's father nodded, patted his shoulder and did not say another word. Alright, we've talked so much my mouth is dry. Let's not discuss this anymore, the child isn't doing anything wrong. At this moment Zhao's mother sensed that the conversation was winding down and cheerfully interjected, come on old Zhao, it's been over a month. I wonder what junk food the child has been eating to last until now. Hurry up and help out to prepare a good meal for our son. Upon hearing this Zhao Jing immediately replied, Mom, don't underestimate me. I'm already an adult. Even though you weren't here I managed just fine for over a month. You just got back, so take a break first and don't rush to cook. Pfft, what are you tired from? With cultivation techniques I wouldn't even feel tired dancing in the square. And in front of me don't mention your cooking skills that only boil instant noodles. Zhao's mother disdainfully said, tying on an apron and grabbing a kitchen knife, her movements swift and fierce, resembling an invincible swordsman in the kitchen. Just do what you need to do. I want to see how cooking feels after my cultivation. Is it still the same as before? They chatted and laughed. The atmosphere was cheerful. In the warm ambience of their reunion a sumptuous lunch was set on the table in no time. Zhao Jing took a bite first and immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Mom's cooking is truly excellent, I humbly bow to your skills. Hearing this Zhao's mother immediately laughed and replied, if it's delicious then eat more, finish it all. As you wish, my esteemed mother. Zhao Jing nodded, jokingly responding, then casually asked, by the way Mom and Dad, how have you been doing out there? Do others know that you possess superior cultivation techniques? Zhao's father shot him an impatient glare, directly dismantling his doubts. Enough, stop asking about that. Do you think your dad is foolish? No one knows what we've learned. We still have some vigilance. To hide our cultivation techniques we didn't dare to go to the trial hall first, we waited several days before going, and even then we hid in the crowd getting jostled. Thinking back on it now it feels uncomfortable. Hearing this Zhao Jing was instantly left speechless. Well, in front of parents like these old foxes it seems he truly was overthinking. Looking at it this way, since his parents had no issues he should also think about how to proceed on his path. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things must plan before they act. If he had no plans and made no preparations, just recklessly bumbling along, how could he possibly attain divinity and reach the pinnacle? While eating he pondered. By the time he reached the halfway point of his meal his 3 goals had been established. First, ensure his parents could rest and cultivate diligently every day. With superior cultivation techniques, as long as they practiced diligently for a few more days they would definitely acquire extraordinary abilities enough to face any threat without fear. Second, continue to eliminate the dark elements in the city. At this point many underground leaders had already fallen and several forces had been wiped out. However, one dark force remained. That dark force is the Tiandi Brotherhood. In this small town the Tiandi Brotherhood is notorious, not lacking in strength, daring to confront the government hidden, showing considerable courage, and the core creators are those 2 who escaped from the detention center. According to news reports those 2 are brothers, one named Wanli and the other Wanlong. Based on their displayed power and combining it with my personal experience, it is highly likely that these 2 possess superior cultivation techniques. Possessing superior cultivation techniques and daring to challenge the government, killing police officers, these 2 are not good people. They are too ruthless. Yesterday they dared to kill officials and tomorrow they might slaughter civilians, easily posing a threat to my parents. I should find an opportunity to eliminate them. As the murderous intent coalesced, Zhao Jing lowered his gaze, his face betraying no expression. To others a powerful being with superior cultivation techniques is superhuman, unmatched in dominance beyond the control of mortals. Yet in his eyes such a powerful being is merely a slightly larger ant, easily snuffed out. It's better not to meet. Once they do, if he declares they must die, they will certainly perish. No matter how they struggle, it will all be in vain. As for the third goal, it is to step into the immortal and divine ancient hall. Thinking about it, my strength should be about right now. It's time to find an opportunity to visit that immortal and divine hall. The immortal and divine ancient hall is mysterious and unfathomable, containing great secrets and opportunities, hiding benefits far greater than those in the trial ancient hall. What rewards will he gain this time? In the following days Zhao Jing plunged into his training with fervor as if fueled by adrenaline. The enigmatic celestial transformation lay before him, waiting to be grasped, igniting a fiery passion within his heart that burned fiercely and uncontrollably. Intense cultivation. Intense cultivation. Intense cultivation. In addition to his daily practice, Zhao Jing darted through the city at night, attempting to eliminate all potential threats while honing his combat skills. However, this time the city offered no opportunities for him to unleash his power. Due to the numerous enemies he had eliminated in the past few days, the city was now under a peaceful atmosphere, with no one daring to cause trouble in the dead of night. Indeed, even the most vicious criminals are not completely devoid of intelligence. Knowing that an invincible powerhouse was guarding the city, who would dare to seek death at such a time? After several days of searching in vain for an opportunity, Zhao Jing could only suppress his killing intent and continue his arduous training while waiting for news related to the Heavenly Earth Brotherhood. Under such rigorous training his strength continually grew, surpassing itself day by day. The golden chi and blood within him gradually increased, transforming from sparse to abundant, flowing like a river. The patterns formed by his chi and blood revolved continuously, emanating waves of mysterious energy that nourished his body, making his physical strength increasingly formidable and terrifying. Relying solely on his physical strength, he could now lift 1.5 tons, and his speed exceeded 5 seconds for 100 meters. Moreover, a change was occurring on his forehead, a faint warmth emerging as if a blazing sun was concealed within, ready to rise. After another 3 or 4 days, feeling that his strength was sufficient, Zhao Jing set out for the Celestial Hall in Yingbao City on the northern Qingyun Road. This was the city's newly established residential area with towering buildings that appeared spectacular from afar. However, beside this newly constructed cluster a mysterious hall stood tall. Its surface exhibited an ancient bronze color, simple yet dignified, as if it had withstood the test of countless years, still standing tall at over 100 meters, resembling a magnificent peak overlooking the surroundings. Even as night fell and darkness enveloped the world, people could still see its outline from several kilometers away. Surrounding the ancient hall, radiant rays of light burst forth like fireworks, enveloping the area, while brilliant divine light surged like waves, illuminating the ground and enhancing the hall's ethereal appearance. This hall is the Bronze Celestial Hall. Under the cover of night, Zhao Jing, wearing a mask, arrived here. Standing in place for a moment, he smiled slightly and stepped forward. As he took a few steps on the ground, just as his feet touched the illuminated area of the ancient hall, a tremendous repulsive force surged towards him. It felt like a tempestuous wind sweeping over him, pressing against his skin as if an invisible tide was rushing and compressing his body. That light seemed to possess a will of its own, actively repelling his entrance. This is the marvel of the Celestial Hall. Unlike the Hall of Arts and the Trial Hall, this ancient hall does not allow ordinary people to enter. Every ray of divine light that falls carries a mysterious repulsive force. If a person wants to approach, they must pass the test of this repulsion. If their strength is insufficient or their body not solid enough, they will be pushed away by this force. For others, this repulsive force is like an invisible wall, resilient and unbreakable, requiring extraordinary effort to make any progress. However, for Zhao Jing, who was well prepared, it posed no difficulty at all. Sensing the pressure approaching, he remained unfazed and steady, simply stepping forward. Puff! A crisp sound erupted in the air. That was the sound of his body entering the divine light. The immense resistance could not constrain him, the invisible tide could not stop him. With the surge of his powerful physique, Zhao Jing stepped into the divine light. At this moment, in a nearby high-rise of the residential area, a child happened to witness the scene and immediately shouted, "Dad, someone has rushed into that ancient hall." "What ancient hall?" someone lazily responded from inside the room. The child pointed at the Celestial Hall with a childish voice, saying, "It's the ancient hall near our house." "The one near our house? How is that possible? No one has been able to enter for so long. Wait a moment. Let me take a look." Just as he said this, the previously indifferent voice suddenly turned into an exclamation. A man rushed out of the room, excitement coursing through him, his eyes wide as he hurriedly looked towards the Celestial Hall. However, by the time he delayed for just a moment, Zhao Jing had already broken through the barrier of divine light and stepped into the ancient hall. Before him lay an expanse of vast space. On the walls surrounding him, mysterious patterns were etched, interlinking and concealing wondrous fluctuations of divine light. Beside him stood an ancient monument about 10 meters tall, inscribed with a line of text. Trial of combat 10-person battle, trial of combat 30-person battle, trial of combat 100-person battle. Choose the trial you wish to undergo. Touch the line of text to activate the trial. After reading all the content on the monument, Zhao Jing nodded inwardly. This was exactly as he had seen in his dreams. The so-called trial of the Celestial Hall tests a person's martial power. The 10, 30 and 100 refer to the number of warriors in the trial. Each of these warriors possesses terrifying strength, reaching 800 or 900 kilograms and speeds of 6 seconds for 100 meters, easily shaking steel and slaying enemies. This is the trial of the strong, a trial only the strong can participate in. Just think about it, even the easiest trial of combat requires facing the overwhelming pressure of 10 peak mortals. This illustrates just how high the difficulty of this Celestial Hall truly is. After all, this is the ancient hall left by the Celestials. Celestials possess unmatched divine power, gazing down upon the world. Even the smallest reward is extraordinarily exceptional. Naturally, it is impossible for just anyone to reap the benefits without effort. In the realm of humanity's divine domain, only the strong are deemed worthy of the greatest fortunes. Thus, the higher the difficulty of the trial, the greater the rewards to be gained. Thoughts surged through Zhao Jing's mind as he pondered for a moment, extending his hand towards the monument. "I possess a divine cultivation method. My strength is formidable, far surpassing others. With such power and considerable mental preparation, to opt for the 10-person or 30-person battle would be an insult to my cultivation method. A strong person should have the spirit of a strong person. If one seeks to achieve divinity, to be immortal and indestructible, then one must adopt the proper attitude and never lower their standards for themselves. It shall be the 100-person battle. His gaze firm, he suddenly pressed down on the 100-person battle option. Instantly the monument erupted with brilliant light. The walls surrounding him suddenly blazed with obscure arcane patterns radiating divine light. That luminance surged like molten magma, rippling swiftly across the stone surface, coalescing into intricate sacred characters profoundly complex and ineffably wondrous, before erupting in dazzling brilliance and condensing into over 100 colossal beams of radiant light descending upon the ancient hall's center. As the radiant beams gradually faded, more than 100 silhouettes stood revealed upon the floor. Their faces remained indistinct, shrouded in ambiguity, yet their bodies were powerfully built, like ancient towering trees, exuding an aura of savage ferocity merely by standing still, as if 100 primordial dragons had just emerged into the world, dominating all directions with overwhelming pressure. This was the terrifying majesty attainable only at the absolute pinnacle of mortal physicality. Zhao Jing swept his gaze across them, silently reflecting. From what I understand, the bronze immortal deity hall's trial constructs only simulate mortals who have reached the peak of inferior cultivation methods, thus their maximum strength hovers around 700 or 800 kilograms. My own strength, however, has already soared to 1,500 kilograms, nearly double theirs, and my bodily constitution far surpasses theirs in every aspect. So long as I avoid being surrounded and crushed, success is highly probable. Even as these thoughts surged through his mind, the 100 figures roared in unison and charged forward. Their roar echoed like that of primordial beasts, deafening, capable of piercing metal and shattering stone, shaking the very foundations of the hall and stirring the air into howling gales that swept across the entire chamber. Thud! 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 Footsteps thundered. Momentum surged like a celestial river. Seeing the 100 figures bear down upon him, Zhao Jing's chest swelled with fierce battle-hungry fervor, his inner chi surged violently, like an endless raging ocean, and with a thunderous bellow he lunged forward with unstoppable momentum. That single stride struck like a celestial dragon, crashing headlong, like a divine avian swooping from the heavens. Leveraging his peerless speed, he plunged straight into their ranks, arms whipping outward with devastating force, his fists raining down like a tempestuous storm roaring through the air. Boo! 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 Fist winds exploded, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Before the advancing figures could even raise their hands to strike, the terrifying force of his punches tore through them, whipping up cascading sonic waves that slammed into necks, chests and skulls, the body's most vulnerable points, leaving no part untouched. Instantly figures flew backward in violent arcs. Around Zhao Jing's body a perfect ring of figures blasted outward like arrows loosed from bows, tumbling through the crowd, carrying others along in their flight, leaving behind for a fleeting moment a vacuum-like clearing around him. Yet despite such overwhelming fury, the remaining figures showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. Silent and merciless they struck, fists, palms, kicks, sweeps, each blow carving afterimages through the air, stirring gales of immense power, threatening to bury the trial participant who dared intrude into this ancient hall. Seeing the onslaught converge upon him, Zhao Jing subtly lowered his center of gravity. His feet glided, light as fluttering butterflies, as he employed refined martial techniques amplified by his extraordinary speed and an uncannily acute spiritual sense, evading every single attack with flawless precision. Then like a phantom drifting through mist, he darted unpredictably among the ranks, darting between fist blurs and lake shadows, untouched by any blow, while each of his strikes sent surging shockwaves that felled opponents, instantly leaving them motionless on the ground. Objectively speaking, their strength was indeed formidable. At the zenith of mortal physicality, such power would dominate countless realms beyond, unrivaled, unmatched, but before Zhao Jing it proved utterly insufficient. Zhao Jing now possessed superhuman brute strength, wind-like speed, battlefield experience honed in the real world, cultivated combat instincts and thorough mental preparation. His power dwarfed theirs entirely. Thus even 100 peak mortals stood no chance against him. Of course Zhao Jing had also exploited a subtle advantage. These trial figures are in fact capable of executing profound martial arts and divine techniques, powerful ones too. Yet the immortal deity hall possesses automatic resonance. If I refrain from using such techniques and rely solely on raw physical prowess, the figures will likewise abandon their divine arts and respond only with bodily force, granting me decisive tactical space. Were I to unleash my transcendent talents fully, even I would yield slightly before 100 figures simultaneously wielding divine martial arts, but relying purely on physical might is more than enough to pass this trial. At that thought Zhao Jing surged forward, unleashing his full power. He became a tiger unleashed into a sheepfold, a weasel bursting into a henhouse, slaughtering without restraint, invincible in all directions. The 100 figures crumbled like helpless lambs, none able to impede his advance. Within just 5 or 6 minutes the battle ended. The final figure collapsed under his sweeping blow, crashing to the ground. The 100 combat trial was complete. The instant the last figure fell, all silhouettes dissolved into shimmering motes of light, vanishing entirely, while something new materialized upon the vast somber bronze floor. Zhao Jing glanced downward, and his heart surged with astonishment. 2 small white jade vials lay there, lustrous and smooth as polished jade, delicate as porcelain, and a black ring deep and obsidian, dark its surface, dense and weighty. These must be his rewards. The immortal deity ancient hall grades rewards according to trial difficulty. Passing the 10 combat trial yields 1 reward, the 30 combat trial grants 2, and having triumphed in the 100 combat trial Zhao Jing deserved 3 rewards, each far superior in quality and efficacy to those from lesser trials. Zhao Jing immediately stepped forward and touched the vials. Upon contact, ethereal information flowed directly into his mind. Spirit Unity Chi Condensing Pill, Supreme Grade Elixir used to consolidate vital energy and amplify cultivation effects. Contains 30 pills, each 5 times more potent than ordinary Ki-enhancing elixirs. Essence Unity Blood Condensing Pill, Supreme Grade Elixir used to fortify vital essence and enhance cultivation efficiency. Contains 30 pills, each 5 times more potent than ordinary Ki-enhancing elixirs. Receiving this knowledge, Zhao Jing could not suppress a quiet surge of delight. For him, the trial hall's standard elixirs, though still effective, were gradually becoming inadequate, yet these 2 vials perfectly filled the gap, enabling him to continue ascending at breakneck speed. After securing the 2 vials, Zhao Jing touched the black ring, and another stream of information entered his consciousness. This is a spatial storage ring. Within this ring lies a miniature dimensional space, capable of holding objects equivalent to half a modest chamber, accessible and controllable solely through focused spiritual intent. Ha! Finally something truly useful. His spirit stirred with exhilaration. Following the guidance, he slipped the ring onto his finger, then willed his consciousness inward, depositing the jade vials inside, and summoned them forth again with a mere thought. He repeated this process several times until mastery was achieved. With a hearty laugh, he strode out of the ancient hall. At the very moment he crossed its threshold, Zhao Jing paused, turned and cast one solemn lingering glance back, then turned away and walked on. This was his first and final visit to the Bronze Immortal Deity Hall. For each immortal deity, ancient hall permits but a single entry per lifetime. Immortals and divine beings are ultimately not of the mortal realm. Perhaps in that grand and powerful realm of humanity, the beings of immortals and gods are like droplets in a vast ocean, countless beyond measure. Yet even the most ordinary of these beings possesses the extraordinary demeanor of an immortal, the proud bearing of an invincible power. Any ancient hall bearing the name of immortals and gods absolutely forbids others from entering a second time. It offers the world only one opportunity. That is precisely why I do not wish to waste my chance with tests and trials. I chose the 100-man battle directly. Stepping out of the ancient hall's radiant protection, Zhao Jing appeared calm, exhaling gently. Although there was only one chance to enter, he showed no signs of disappointment at that moment. Because in this world there is not only this ancient hall of immortals and gods. Across one starry planet, in vast skies and boundless seas, there are numerous regions where ancient halls of immortals stand, hiding endless transformations. Some of these ancient halls possess benefits that far exceed this one. Ultimately, this bronze immortal hall I entered is just an ordinary ancient hall. The halls of immortals are generally divided into 3 ranks: low, medium and high. The higher the rank, the greater the difficulty of the trials and the more benefits hidden within. This bronze immortal hall is merely a low-ranked ancient hall. Although it indeed has considerable advantages, it is clearly lacking when compared to other ancient halls. And those ancient halls that truly possess great transformations are not here, they are in other places. With this thought, Zhao Jing's gaze deepened, a mysterious glimmer flickering in his dark and profound eyes. How could he possibly watch the immortal halls without any thought? These transformations must be seized. However, there is no need to act now. Let's first digest what we've gained before making a move. Thinking of the essence pill stored in his storage ring, Zhao Jing's spirit surged as if a raging tide, and he immediately dashed away. Not far away on a platform, the man earlier called by the child stood in place, his expression dazed. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Jing's rapidly departing figure as if he were in a trance, completely motionless, quiet to the point one could hear their own heartbeat. After a long while, the man finally murmured, "So there really is someone who passed." A few minutes later, a piece of news spread rapidly. The news claimed that an eyewitness saw a mysterious person wearing a mask enter the immortal hall and come out unscathed. Once this news broke, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Could someone really have entered the immortal hall? My goodness. Is this a joke? It is well known that the immortal hall has an invisible force field that repels outsiders. Even with the power of a nation, one cannot enter. Merely to catch a glimpse of the scenery inside is impossible. But now someone actually went in. In an instant, a wave of public opinion surged. Goodness, this can't be fake news, right? The internet says that no one can enter the immortal hall these days. It could be a rumor, but it might also be true. After all, so many media outlets are reporting it, it doesn't seem fake. It seems a bit like fake news to me. Words alone are not enough. If you have the ability, then show us a video. Without a video, this feels quite unusual. Could it be that some media is just trying to attract attention by creating this news? I also feel a bit skeptical. Facing this news, many chose to believe, but more were questioning its authenticity. In this modern society, rumors spread like wildfire. Fake news pops up every day, fooling the public and seeking attention. Without sufficient evidence, no one dares to affirm the truth of what is said in the news. However, there really is no video. Zhao Jing's actions were too swift. Without a trace of hesitation, those who could see him were extremely few, let alone those who could capture it on their phones. Thus this news became a subject of controversy. Did someone truly enter the immortal hall? If it is a fact, then who is the mysterious person that entered? Surrounding these two topics, city netizens engaged in heated discussions, the atmosphere extremely lively and unceasing. At the Sunset Grand Hotel. In a hidden room, the creators of the Brotherhood of Heaven and Earth, the Wan brothers Wan Li and Wan Long, were sweating profusely, practicing against each other. The two figures intertwined, constantly colliding, their punches fierce and powerful, generating gusts of wind that buffeted the surroundings. Around them, numerous punching bags had been pierced through, becoming a pile of scrap. Dozens of rigid iron plates bore deep punch marks clearly visible, and the solid stone floor had developed countless cracks resembling twisted serpents intertwined, looking particularly terrifying. After practicing for a while, the two stopped. The younger brother Wan Long exhaled lightly, wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke, "Brother, how is it? Do you feel my strength has improved?" The tall youth Wan Li nodded, standing with his hands behind his back, speaking sparingly, "Not bad, it has improved." Receiving this response, Wan Long smiled broadly, seemingly pleased, but the next moment his smile faded. His expression turned solemn with a hint of worry as he hesitantly said, "Brother, have you seen the news? In that news someone said it seems someone has entered the Immortal Hall. If that is true, the one who entered the Immortal Hall is definitely Yi Daogu. Brother, although we train hard every day to strengthen ourselves, we currently lack the ability to enter the Immortal Hall. This Yi Daogu is simply too strong, isn't he?" "I'm a bit afraid," Wan Long said, swallowing hard, his brows furrowing with concern. "If Yi Daogu is truly that powerful and he can enter the Immortal Hall, then his strength must surpass ours. Otherwise, let's leave Yingbao City. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not worry about firewood. There is no need to clash with this Yi Daogu." He was genuinely somewhat frightened. Although equipped with high-level cultivation methods and with the two brothers working together, he originally felt fearless, but recently Yi Daogu's reputation had become too overwhelming, making him feel somewhat uneasy and wanting to avoid drawing attention. As soon as he spoke, Wan Li snorted coldly. "What's wrong, scared? A few days ago you urged me to take action, now what are you afraid of? Wan Long, you are really getting less and less ambitious. Regardless of whether Yi Daogu truly entered the Immortal Hall or not, even if he did, what can he do? Just hearing this news makes you hesitant and cautious, so fearful and worried. How can you aspire to become divine and immortal living freely?" Under this barrage of words, Wan Long immediately lowered his head, falling silent. Seeing that his younger brother did not dare to respond, Wan Li gazed dark and coldly, stating, "No matter how strong Yi Daogu is, he is just one person. Even with powerful cultivation methods, he is only at a high level. Both of us have high-level cultivation techniques, we are not weaker than him. Moreover, you and I have been diligent in our practice without slackening. Even the martial arts divine techniques are under our control. What is there to fear with the strength of our brotherhood? Or do you think you cannot match that Yi Daogu?" A series of questions caused Wan Long's face to flush, replying, "Of course not. Since you are not afraid, then show some manly spirit." Wan Li took a deep breath, his gaze profound, decisively stating, "Let's find an opportunity to surround and kill Yi Daogu. Let Yi Daogu's life be the beginning of our journey to immortality." On one side, the Wan Li brothers were chatting softly, while on the other side Zhao Jing was in his bedroom taking out a bottle of recently acquired pills and examining it carefully. The pill was small, only slightly larger than a grain of rice, and it appeared intensely black, perfectly round and without a flaw. After observing it for a while, Zhao Jing swallowed it in one gulp and began to run his divine art. A few seconds later, the medicinal power of the pill suddenly erupted. The medicinal power transformed into a vast amount of vital energy surging within his body, swirling violently. Under the tremors of the mysterious patterns, it transformed into strands of golden essence, heaving and flowing, emanating waves of divine energy. The divine energy was blazing, scorching, wild and domineering, radiating faint golden light like ripples encircling his body completely. His bones were rumbling. The sound was not like the blast of fireworks, but rather like the gentle collision of exquisite jade, producing a crisp and melodious sound resonating clearly. His body was trembling. The tremors had a rhythm, one wave after another, cleansing every part of his flesh, causing his blood and flesh to resonate and his organs to be refined. The divine energy surged back and forth, circulating through his body and ultimately gathered at his forehead, accumulating energy. As his vital energy increased and the divine energy surged, his forehead became increasingly hot, undergoing a transformation with golden divine light bursting and flickering. Brilliant like the dawn, ethereal like smoke. Feeling the intense fluctuations, Zhao Jing suddenly opened his eyes and his vital energy erupted violently. Bang! The air around him exploded with a deep rumble, coalescing into rolling white waves, pushing outward in all directions for nearly 5 to 6 meters before dissipating completely, while his clothes instantly tore apart, fragments scattering. Before they could hit the ground, they were scorched by the high temperature in the air, turning into pieces of blackened material. The golden light continued to leap and flow, intertwining as if trying to transform into some mysterious pattern. Half a minute later, the golden divine light finally ceased its transformation. In the center of Zhao Jing's forehead, a round light pattern had appeared, dazzling like gold, blazing like fire, resembling a blazing sun. Surrounding the light pattern was a circle of rippling waves, and upon closer inspection it was formed by a giant dragon biting its own tail. This mysterious pattern, known as the Sun God pattern, represents a glimpse of the future power of the divine body. When the golden vital energy is sufficiently thick, such a mysterious pattern will appear on the forehead, and when it does he will be able to freely wield extraordinary talents, completely mastering them. Feeling the changes in his body, Zhao Jing's mind stirred. Under the influence of his thoughts, the golden divine pattern in the center of his forehead slowly sank and disappeared, while the surrounding fervent aura gradually receded and the air returned to normal temperature. Clearly he had indeed mastered this extraordinary power. Now I feel much more at ease. Otherwise, when going out to fight, I'd always worry about burning my clothes. If I ended up running around naked, that would be quite embarrassing. Clearly he had indeed mastered this extraordinary power. Now I feel much more at ease. Otherwise, when going out to fight, I'd always worry. Dinner is ready, Zhao Jing. Coming. Zhao Jing hurriedly responded, tidied up his things and quickly walked out. At the dining table, Zhao Jing's father was already sitting there staring at the television while his mother was busy serving rice, casually handing him a bowl. Zhao Jing walked over, sat down to eat, and out of boredom focused his gaze on the television. After watching for a while, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. The television was actually broadcasting news about someone officially stepping onto the stage claiming to possess superior cultivation methods. Shockingly, Bai Fei Chen, the possessor of superior cultivation methods, officially steps into the spotlight. According to our station's report yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock, Mr. Bai Fei Chen from Shangye City officially appeared, announcing that he possesses the superior cultivation method, the heavenly dominance art. He is the 17th civilian cultivator to expose his identity nationwide and has accepted a special interview from our station. Mr. Bai Fei Chen is 19 years old and a student at Shangye University. Zhao Jing couldn't help but smile as he listened. Noticing Zhao Jing's faint smile, his father spoke up, "What's so funny?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that some people are unwilling to be obscure and want to be famous." Zhao Jing replied, his smile still intact. "That's to be expected. Young people are often ambitious, craving fame and recognition, seeking good treatment and the admiration of the masses. This is a normal desire. With a bit of power they want to show off, which is also normal." Zhao Jing wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. With power, who wouldn't want to bask in glory, enjoy wealth and honor, and live life to the fullest? With power, who wouldn't want to reach the pinnacle, be admired and envied by the world, wield authority, and indulge in beauty? In the past period, many people had not revealed themselves, fearing being schemed against and dying mysteriously. Now, having cultivated for over a month, many felt their strength was sufficient, and seeing the government's positive attitude, they could no longer contain themselves and officially stepped forward to seek benefits. Bai Fei Chen was neither the first nor the last. In the time to come, it was likely that many more cultivators would reveal themselves seeking benefits and opportunities. But if we really think about it, quite a few people in the government probably possess superior cultivation methods. After all, most of the first batch of humans who entered the Temple of Cultivation were soldiers. They are the first explorers, brave and spirited, daring to charge and venture. In this context, it's certain that many would have obtained superior cultivation methods. I just wonder how the government plans to accommodate them. Zhao Jing mused softly, raising an eyebrow. Just as he was pondering, his phone suddenly rang. Zhao Jing picked it up and saw that it was a call from his classmate Sun Zhangbai. "Hey Ri Tian, what are you up to lately?" Hearing the teasing tone, he laughed heartily and replied to Zhangbai, "I've been diligently cultivating, refining my body, and seeking the path of transcendence." "I see. Do you have any interest in attending the high school class reunion?" Sun Zhangbai was still joking, but his voice had lowered a notch. "This reunion after graduation is a farewell banquet, with everyone going their separate ways toward their futures. I know you've been busy lately, but if you have time, do come meet us. The world is changing rapidly and we don't know what the future holds. After this farewell, we don't know if we will meet again." Hearing this request, Zhao Jing initially planned to refuse, but upon sensing the underlying melancholy in the words, his heart involuntarily stirred. A class reunion. Thinking of those words, a strange thrill surged within him, memories of the past decade flooding back, and he found himself contemplating attending the banquet. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Jing finally said, "All right then, when and where?" "Haha, Ri Tian, you truly have feelings and haven't forgotten us. The location we set is at the Sunset Grand Hotel, and the time is set for noon tomorrow." "Sunset Grand Hotel, isn't that a 4-star hotel?" "Well, since it's the last gathering, let's go there and put a glorious end to our high school years." "Okay, it's settled then." "Great, don't be late. I'm hanging up now, bye." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Jing let out a light sigh. He put down his phone, feeling a whirlwind of complex emotions, as if a bottle of mixed flavors had been overturned, hard to articulate. A farewell banquet. Well, let it be a farewell to my past life. The next day, Zhao Jing as usual practiced diligently, and when the time was right, he gathered his strength and prepared to set off. Before leaving, he thought for a moment and, to be cautious, placed a mask and clothes in his storage ring before embarking on his journey to the bank. After a brief sway on the bus, they arrived at the Sunset Grand Hotel, and Zhao Jing looked up. Wow, this place is quite bustling. From a distance, the ground was paved with decorative red and white flower bricks, vibrant and intricate. The fountain was uniquely designed with 16 pipes arranged at an angle spraying torrents of water resembling 16 fireworks blooming together in a misty rain. Behind the fountain stood a cluster of steel skyscrapers with a magnificent architectural style adorned with dragon carvings and reflecting a dazzling brilliance off their glass surfaces. "It looks pretty good," he murmured to himself. As he stepped into the hotel, Sun Zhengbai approached him, and upon seeing his appearance his expression froze. The classmate before him seemed to have changed a bit. They had met a few days ago, and at that time Zhao Jing was handsome and extraordinary, but now seeing him again it felt as if his attractiveness had subtly increased. "This is a bit astonishing." Sun Zhengbai was silent for a few seconds, his black pupils slightly constricting as he quietly remarked, "Taoist friend Ritian, it's been a while since we last met and you've actually become even more handsome." Zhao Jing waved his hand with a smile and replied, "Really? I don't feel it at all. On the surface it seems there isn't much difference and I can't quite tell what has changed in your appearance, but there's definitely an inexplicable aura about you. How should I put it? Yes, it gives off a sharpness akin to a sheathed sword, very piercing, making me feel an urge to bow my head slightly." Sun Zhengbai raised an eyebrow and commented thus. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing slightly curled the corner of his mouth, waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your compliment, Taoist friend Zhengbai, but unfortunately I don't appreciate compliments from men. Let's head to the class reunion." "Hey, I was just saying that. Do you really think I like complimenting the same sex? I prefer women, especially those with ample bosoms. If not, I don't want any." As they talked and laughed, Sun Zhengbai led him through twists and turns until they stopped at the door of a room. "This is the one. The classmates are all inside," Sun Zhengbai said, pushing the door open, and immediately a wave of cheers surged forth. "Hu Chang, what have you been up to lately?" "What else? Just working. I found a summer job recently and made some pocket money." "Zhou Yefeng, I heard you've been doing quite well at the Martial Arts Academy." "Of course. I've been training there for almost a year now." "Hua Er, your skin looks amazing now. I'm so jealous. What cosmetics are you using imported from abroad?" "I'm not using any cosmetics." "Who still uses cosmetics these days? Just a cultivation technique is enough." Men's voices, women's voices, laughter and discussions all mixed together, forming a surging noise that was chaotic and loud. Amidst the discussions someone heard the sound of the door opening and instinctively looked over. At this glance the noise immediately fell silent. The originally cheerful atmosphere shifted to one of surprise and the smiles on their faces froze like statues. Everyone who turned to look wore a dazed expression as if witnessing some strange spectacle, unable to control their emotions. In just 2 or 3 seconds the fervent joy suddenly turned subdued. From left to right, from south to north, it was as if some mysterious force silenced all the raucous noise and all eyes shifted and focused on the same spot. And the focus of their gaze was none other than Zhao Jing. In the eyes of everyone this man had distinct and handsome features, rugged yet refined. His black eyes were bright and deep, his stature tall like a towering pine, and within his slender form lay a powerful sense of strength. Merely standing there he exuded an inexplicable charisma that left others in silent admiration. Even the most discerning individual standing here could not find a single flaw in him. His appearance, physique and aura achieved an unparalleled perfection. Who is this handsome young man? Why has he come here? Seeing everyone looking over, a thoughtful expression appeared in Zhao Jing's eyes as he smiled slightly. He remained calm and composed, revealing a polite smile, and greeted, "Greetings everyone. It's been a while." At the sound of his voice the classmates were even more bewildered. A while? Why is this stranger saying this to them? Does he know them? In their confusion someone hesitantly asked, "Hello. Who are you?" Hearing the question, Zhao Jing smiled calmly and replied, "It seems that after such a long time everyone has somewhat forgotten me. Allow me to reintroduce myself, I am Zhao Jing." As soon as he said this the pupils of those present widened and their expressions changed dramatically. After a few seconds of silence a wave of tumultuous sound erupted, sweeping through the entire room. "Zhao Jing. Did he just say he is Zhao Jing? How is that possible? This man cannot be the Zhao Jing I know. He doesn't look anything like. Wait, looking closely it really is him. When he first arrived I thought he was some movie star, but it turns out he is Zhao Jing. I can't believe it. This is truly unbelievable. Is someone directing this play? It's too outrageous." The crowd exclaimed, their emotions stirred, unable to believe their own eyes. The man before them was completely different from the Zhao Jing in their memories, as if he were two different people. The previous Zhao Jing had an average appearance and mediocre grades, leaving classmates with little impression. It wasn't that he was unforgettable, but rather an ordinary and faint presence, unimportant yet not easily ignored. But the current Zhao Jing shone like a star, illuminating all around him, making him impossible to overlook. Every casual movement exuded an extraordinary aura, and this transformation was nothing short of earth-shattering. Could it be? This is the effect of cultivation techniques. However, as far as they knew, while cultivation techniques could indeed alter appearances and transform the body, such a drastic change seemed to be unique to this one individual. At this moment even Zhou Yifeng, who had previously seen Zhao Jing, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling perplexed. The last time he saw Zhao Jing he had been blinded by rage and didn't pay much attention to Zhao Jing's appearance. Now looking at him, a tumultuous wave surged in his heart, leaving him with a chaotic mind that could not form a single thought. Amidst the turmoil, Zhao Jing remained calm. Guided by Sun Zhengbai, he casually found a chair to sit down, forgetting the overwhelming shouts around him as he focused inward. And with his movement the hearts of the female classmates trembled and their gazes subtly shifted. Until today the female classmates present had little connection with Zhao Jing. After years of schooling together their relationships were quite distant, with some even having never spoken to each other, knowing only each other's names and lacking any contact information. However, after today's encounter many women's thoughts underwent a dramatic change akin to a roller coaster, with their minds shifting vigorously. As the ancient saying goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. Throughout history and across cultures such situations abound, yet if the roles were reversed and an outstanding man appeared in reality, women would also feel a flutter in their hearts and secretly be moved. Upon encountering a handsome man with outstanding demeanor, the youthful hearts of the girls could hardly be restrained. "Hey, Zhao Jing looks a bit handsome now." Classmate and Shuya stole a glance at Zhao Jing and whispered to the girl beside her. She had willow-like eyebrows and apricot-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and wore a fitted denim dress that accentuated her impressive figure. Her long dark hair fell loosely, enhancing her snowy complexion, making her appearance charming and alluring. Beside her, classmate Zhou Ruozhen smiled faintly and nodded slightly. In contrast to Shuya's fiery allure, Zhou Ruozhen's temperament leaned towards innocence and elegance. Her dark hair was simply tied in a ponytail and her large bright eyes flowed like autumn waters, while her red lips were as fiery as flames, slightly moving as she spoke. "He has indeed become a bit handsome." Both of them were well-known beauties in their class, and after undergoing cultivation methods to enhance their looks they appeared even more extraordinary with exceptional grace. Thus their standards were higher than the average, and when they spoke there was a certain bowtie modesty in their demeanor. Upon hearing their conversation, a more straightforward classmate nearby pursed her lips. "Is that what you call a bit handsome?" From a normal person's perspective, the current Zhao Jing could be described as radiant and imposing, akin to a dream lover stepping into reality. Compared to him, even the pretty boys on television appeared significantly less attractive, their demeanor far inferior. In this context it seemed a bit excessive for these two beauties to merely say he was a bit handsome. Nearby Zhou Yifeng also heard this and finally regained his composure, feeling a surge of jealousy as he spoke up. "Well, I suppose he's a bit handsome, but in this day and age looks don't count for much. Men after all must rely on the strength of their hands to speak. He's not a knife brother capable of easily trampling strong opponents. He had always held himself in high regard, prideful and arrogant. Now with Zhao Jing's appearance overshadowing him, combined with past grievances, he couldn't help but let out a sour remark." As soon as these words left his mouth, Sun Zhengbai, who was nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Strength. What gives Zhou Yifeng the capital to talk about strength with Zhao Jing? Thinking back to the last battle at the martial arts arena, Zhao Jing had simply reached out and grabbed Zhou Yifeng, easily defeating him. Now with time having passed, Zhao Jing's strength must have increased again. Did he really think he could still overpower him? With this thought, Sun Zhengbai's smile grew broader. He increasingly felt that Zhou Yifeng was a fool. Instead of exposing him, he turned to leave, unwilling to let this graduation reunion create a stir, preferring for it to end quietly. The two girls exchanged glances, their expressions slightly helpless, clearly having had enough of the person beside them. After glancing at Zhou Yifeng and then at the quietly picturesque Zhao Jing, and Shuya felt a tremendous sense of disparity in her heart and could no longer endure. She smiled slightly, saying, "Ruozhen, shall we switch places?" Zhou Ruozhen, upon hearing this, also smiled lightly and nodded in agreement. Under Zhou Yifeng's extremely unsightly gaze, the two stood up and walked towards Zhao Jing, but they did not go too close, instead sitting down near him. In their view, a beauty should maintain a bowtie's composure. Indeed, Zhao Jing was handsome and extraordinary enough to spark their interest, but it wasn't enough for them to approach him directly. At most they would close the distance a bit. If they were to get closer, it should be initiated by him. The two were prideful, while the other female classmates did not think as meticulously. Seeing the two girls approach, many of the female classmates' hearts skipped a beat. Initially shy, they no longer hesitated when someone made a move. Several of them, like migratory birds, directly migrated over. They swiftly moved their seats next to Zhao Jing, encircling him with 7 or 8 mouths chattering away, all asking questions. "Hey Zhao Jing, what have you been doing lately? Zhao Jing, how come you've changed so much? What cultivation method are you practicing? Oh Zhao Jing, I feel like you look a bit like that celebrity now." In an instant he became the center of the entire graduation reunion. Seeing this scene, Shuya and Zhou Ruozhen couldn't help but clench their silver teeth, their minds racing. They had originally planned to maintain some composure and be a bit proud, but they did not expect the girls to be so enthusiastic and fervent, rushing over like a fiery wave. What should they do now? If it were the girls from before, it would have been fine. They were confident in their looks and could overshadow others. But now, with cultivation methods becoming widespread, the average girl's beauty had significantly increased, resulting in a larger number of beauties. With others taking the initiative, the two found themselves in an awkward position. With this thought, the two women bit their red lips, their minds in turmoil, their emotions surging, their gazes complex to the extreme. At this moment, surrounded by 7 or 8 beautiful girls, Zhao Jing felt little joy. What a miscalculation. I came here intending to conclude my past life, but I didn't expect my changed appearance to cause such a tremendous shift in the attitudes of my female classmates. Even if surrounded by beauties, what does it matter? Even if a beauty draws close, so what? The path of cultivation is, even if surrounded by beauties, what does it matter? Even if a beauty draws close, so what? The path of cultivation is fundamental. Once I receive the rewards from the immortal temple, this city's ancient temples no longer suffice for my cultivation. Next, I should leave the city and head elsewhere to seize the opportunities from the immortal temple. However, to leave the city, 2 conditions must be met. First, my parents must become strong enough. Second, the city must be safe enough. As for the first point, it's almost met. My parents have been diligently cultivating these past few days, rapidly increasing their strength sufficient for self-preservation. However, the second point has become somewhat troublesome. In recent days, the Heavenly Brotherhood has been silent. Without news, I can't take action. If I don't eradicate this organization and eliminate the Wan brothers, I feel the city will never be safe. Where on earth are the Wan brothers? He furrowed his brow, his gaze deepening, feeling a sense of anxiety. As long as the Wan brothers remain alive, my path of cultivation will not be free. During this period of contemplation, the hotel's food was served and the atmosphere of the reunion gradually became lively like a blazing fire, with everyone's spirits soaring, drinking and reveling. In just over half an hour, someone got drunk, took out their phone to play music and began to sing wantonly. The drunken one was classmate Lu Huaxiang, and he was singing Goodbye Youth. I will depart at dawn in late autumn, accompanied by the swaying of the iron carriage. This song is low and melancholic, with a twisting melody that conveys the sorrow of youth passing away. At this moment it fits the occasion, however unfortunately it was sung quite poorly, akin to a wailing ghost torturing the eardrums. Strangely enough, none of the classmates chose to stop him. They quietly listened, their gazes becoming deep, their expressions gradually solemn. After all, this was a period of confusion. Graduating from high school is the first fork in life filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. Coupled with the great changes in the world and the shifting of eras, it deepens the sense of confusion. As the song resonated, it instantly captivated everyone. Even Zhao Jing could not remain calm, his heart surging. Just over a month ago he was merely a freshly graduated high school student. Although he was young and vibrant, he felt trapped in the struggles of life, unable to find release. Now, however, endowed with divine cultivation methods and immense strength, he was launching himself towards the path of immortality. This drastic change made him feel a surreal sense of time and space distortion. However, the problem lay in. The song was truly too unpleasant to listen to. The screeching off-key notes were like a punishment to his ears. After enduring a few lines, he simply could not bear it any longer, frowning as he stepped out of the room. As soon as he left the room, Zhao Jing was about to exhale when his expression suddenly darkened. Through his extraordinary spiritual sense, he detected 2 massive auras moving slowly in the distant corridor like raging waves, like unmatched torrents shining brightly like torches in the night. Only those who practice superior cultivation methods can possess such a violent aura. Zhao Jing's expression slightly darkened as he remained composed, walking forward for a moment, glancing in the direction from which the aura emanated. He happened to see 2 young men stepping into a room, followed by 7 or 8 men in black, each with a fierce expression and a bulge around their waists, clearly carrying firearms. Once those people all entered, Zhao Jing's eyes narrowed. Superior cultivation methods. And 2 of them. Their subordinates daring to carry guns in broad daylight. All these doubts combined clearly indicated the identities of these individuals. Finding you has been easier than I expected. Finally, I've tracked you down. Zhao Jing's fist clenched tightly as he exhaled lightly, instinctively touching the space ring on his finger. To be on the safe side, he had specifically brought along clothes and a mask. Unexpectedly, they would indeed come in handy. Now he just needed to find a secluded place, change into casual clothes, and he could unleash a massacre to eliminate this final threat. With a surge of murderous intent, Zhao Jing immediately took action, scanning the surroundings and finding an empty room. He changed into his clothes and mask and stepped out. At that moment, the distant low voice of his classmates singing could still be faintly heard, clear enough to catch the words. Goodbye youth, goodbye to the brilliant sorrow. Goodbye youth, eternal confusion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's heart stirred as he stepped forward. Goodbye youth, goodbye past. No need for sadness, no need for sorrow. My carefree life begins now. As the last word brushed past his heart, he had already arrived at the door of the room the individuals had entered, reaching out his hand and suddenly slapping it down. Bang! At this moment outside the Sunset Grand Hotel several police cars arrived silently and dozens of police officers swiftly exited the vehicles moving like the wind. Leading these individuals was the veteran detective Zhao Jing. He stepped down from the police car casting a deep glance at the Sunset Grand Hotel and said to his subordinates after thorough investigation and intelligence gathering, we have confirmed that the Tiandi Brotherhood is located within this hotel with masterminds Wan Li and Wan Long inside. This time we must capture both of them and bring them to justice. If the situation escalates, we are authorized to shoot on the spot and eliminate them. Upon receiving the command, the police officers immediately responded, scattering to start dispersing the nearby crowd. They were the elite of the city's police force, fully armed, wearing bulletproof vests, and most of them wielded high-powered shotguns capable of covering a wide area and maximizing the lockdown on the agile movements of cultivators. Noticing the actions of the crowd, Zhao Luoxi nodded slightly, his fingers tightening and loosening repeatedly. He was a diligent veteran officer, having worked for decades in his profession without faltering, hoping to capture all criminals and maintain peace in the area. However, the arrival of the police cars did not only bring in law enforcement. Inside a car, Su Xian'er of the Martial Arts Academy sat with a tense expression, her fingers intertwined, appearing quite anxious. Beside her sat a handsome young man, calm and at ease, his demeanor relaxed. Inside a car, Su Xian'er of the Martial Arts Academy sat with a tense expression, her fingers intertwined, appearing quite anxious. Beside her sat a handsome young man, calm and at ease, his demeanor relaxed. Those from the Tiandi Brotherhood won't be able to turn the tide. Hearing this, Su Xian'er suddenly shook her head, saying, Senior brother, I can't shake off this unsettling feeling. I sense that the Tiandi Brotherhood is not as simple as it seems. There's nothing to be uneasy about. The young man waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned. I possess an intermediate cultivation technique and have trained in martial arts for many years. In this city no one can match me. If it weren't for my previous commitments, it wouldn't have been one blade brother sweeping through this city, it would have been me. At this moment, in one of the rooms of the Sunset Grand Hotel, the atmosphere was quite cheerful and relaxed. The Wan brothers occupied the main seats at the table, lounging comfortably, their hands crossed, while a few men in black eagerly stepped forward to pour tea for the two. Li Ge, come have some tea. Long Ge, let me do it. Watching their younger brothers scramble to please them, the Wan brothers exchanged glances, a faint smile appearing on their faces. As strong individuals, they believed they should stand atop a high platform, enjoying the admiration and reverence of the masses. However, this smile only lasted for a few seconds before vanishing. Wan Long lightly coughed and said softly, all right, everyone sit down. There's not much to discuss with you. Mainly it's because our Tiandi Brotherhood has been dormant for so long, it's time for us to make our presence known. Besides that, we need to strategize on how to locate and eliminate One Blade Brother. As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone present froze. Clearly the reputation of One Blade Brother was too terrifying, just mentioning him made everyone feel a shiver of fear. After a few seconds of pause, one of the younger brothers spoke softly, since Long Ge is speaking, we the juniors will definitely obey. However, One Blade Brother's methods are mysterious, always masked, and he rarely shows his face. How can we kill him? You don't need to worry about that. Wan Long waved his hand, speaking casually, to lure him out is quite simple. Just create some turmoil and harm a few ordinary civilians and he will automatically reveal himself. Upon hearing this, someone couldn't help but say, Long Ge attacking ordinary people, this. What? Do you have an opinion? Wan Long frowned and shot him a glance, snorting coldly, as cultivators seeking the path of immortality, we must learn to be ruthless and unyielding. There's no need for sympathy. Since the method is effective, we should use it. Yes, yes. The questioned individual felt a chill from the glare and hurriedly flattered, with you around, One Blade Brother is definitely no match for you. This city ultimately belongs to you. That is indeed well said. The previously silent Wan Li finally spoke, his voice soft. He took a sip of tea, stood up from the yellow wooden chair, his expression cold and self-assured. With us brothers here, no matter how strong One Blade Brother is, once he engages us directly, he will surely perish at our hands. As the words fell, each one resonated powerfully. Just half a second after the sound echoed, a sudden explosion occurred at the door, the solid wooden door bursting open, splinters flying wildly, and a fierce wind howling and creating sharp sound waves that drowned out Wan Li's voice. Who is it? Wan Long shouted angrily, immediately standing up, fully alert. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a tall figure. He was wearing a mask, standing at the door, his figure towering like a giant stone, his gaze sweeping across the room until it finally focused on the faces of the Wan brothers, and he spoke blandly. Wan brothers. Upon seeing the mask, Wan Li's expression immediately darkened, uncertainly speaking. One Blade Brother. As their voices echoed, they were drowned by the howling sound waves. The air in the room suddenly stirred, forming layers of invisible shockwaves, turbulent like waves compressing in all directions. Both sides did not hesitate and directly engaged in combat. Zhao Jing had come to kill and was unwilling to waste time with idle chatter, launching a fierce attack. While the Wan brothers were no ordinary individuals, their reflexes were astonishing. Although they did not know where One Blade Brother came from at this moment, they did not care about that. With killing intent surging in their hearts, they resolved to strike first. Defeating the opponent was the utmost priority. As for the questions, they would think about them after the kill. Among the brothers, Wanli was the strongest and reacted the fastest. While his younger brother Wanlong was still processing, the energy and blood within him surged and roiled, extending with profound power, causing the surrounding air currents to boil, revealing dozens of white energy streams resembling multiple enormous serpents flowing and roaring, all rushing towards his arms, transforming into a fierce punch aimed forward. Martial Arts Divine Technique 100 Serpent Chi Fist. This is a top-tier martial arts divine technique that condenses energy and blood into hundreds of energy streams that take the form of gigantic serpents possessing astonishing power. Once unleashed, it can penetrate a radius of over 10 meters, annihilating everything in its path. As the punch was unleashed, terrifying hissing sounds of serpents echoed around, endless and dreadful. The punch transformed into the shadows of over 100 serpents cascading towards Zhao Jing, shaking the tables and chairs and shattering teacups. One blade, brother, you dare to come and seek death? Wanli's expression twisted in rage, his eyes shimmering with a chilling light. He had trained diligently for many days, firmly believing that under this martial arts divine technique no one could withstand it. The energy serpents danced wildly, overwhelming and fierce. Seeing over 100 energy serpents roaring towards him, Zhao Jing's expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic as he extended his large hand and grasped at the air. Immediately a brilliant golden light appeared, shining like a great sun, illuminating the world. Martial arts divine technique, condensing weapon technique, capturing wind to form blade. In an instant a shimmering phantom of a chi blade coalesced, its terrifying light pulsating with golden divine brilliance, surging forth like a turbulent ocean, and overwhelming force crashing towards him. Wanli's pupils instantly constricted. The pure divine light illuminated his face, carrying a scorching heat akin to the blazing sun, causing every pore to tremble. The sharpness of the chi blade made his spirit sink, plunging him into the depths of despair. What kind of martial arts divine technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? As far as he knew, the Bai Mang Chi martial fist was clearly a superior martial art, the pinnacle of such secret techniques with extremely ferocious power. Few methods could rival this kind of martial arts divine technique, yet this blade's power was so horrifying that the chi blade emerged with an invincible aura. This terrifying might, this oppressive momentum, was a martial arts essence he could hardly imagine. Compared to his own Bai Mang Chi martial fist, the difference was like that between a firefly and the bright moon. Just as his mind was filled with dread, Zhao Jing gripped the chi blade and stepped forward, delivering a slash. Boom! The blade's momentum surged like a flood, illuminating the space with divine light. The large room instantly brightened, filled with golden blade light as a scorching gale swept through, producing the sound of boiling water. The rushing streams of chi like giant pythons shattered in an instant, melting away like snow in spring, turning into nothingness. The exquisite glass chandelier overhead exploded into countless sparkling fragments, dancing with the blade wind, while the wooden tables and chairs collapsed and shattered, and the woolen carpets and tablecloths curled and charred. Everything was overturned. The blade fell like a deity on a conquest, like a true dragon roaring. Seeing the blade's edge slice down, Wanli's hair stood on end, his heart feeling the overwhelming pressure as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. He made a decisive move, dragging the still circulating Wanlong, retreating rapidly and crashing against the wall. Meanwhile, the 7 or 8 men in black did not react in time, still reaching for their firearms before they could draw their weapons. The blade light had already slashed through. In the blink of an eye, they were all annihilated. At the same time, Wanli unleashed his strength, smashing an elbow into the wall. The solid wall, painstakingly constructed, crumbled like paper, weak and defenseless, creating a large hole. He then charged forward, pulling his brother along into the opening. Just as they passed through the wall, the blade wind surged towards them. The wall within a radius of more than 10 meters trembled violently, bursting with over 100 massive cracks, large and small, hideous and terrifying. Countless dust particles swirled and fell like mist, dissipating under the intense heat. Inside the room, chaos reigned. This was the might of the chi blade awakened after his extraordinary talent emerged. Before awakening his talent, this martial arts divine technique, although powerful, had its limits and wasn't overly terrifying. However, after awakening his extraordinary talent, his chi and blood now possessed the might of the sun and the power of the celestial dragon. Each martial arts divine technique unleashed had an invisible divine effect stacking upon it, with immense power enveloping it. Zhao Jing, having awakened the solar divine pattern, could freely control his extraordinary talent, maximizing its might. To be fair, the condensing weapon technique and the Bai Mang Chi martial fist were of the same level with similar power, but the disparity in chi and blood made the two martial arts divine techniques exhibit vastly different lethality, making comparisons impossible. Looking at the scene before him, Zhao Jing relaxed his grip, dispersing the chi blade, his gaze clear and serene. He didn't even glance at the fallen men, his figure darting like lightning as he charged into the broken wall, his divine sense spreading out, capturing the sounds around him, the voices and the faint sounds of moving objects. Did they still think they could escape? How naive. In just a moment he seized the movement trajectories of the two, a surge of killing intent flooding his heart. He followed closely, stepping swiftly. Not far away, Wanli's expression was as solemn as water, charging forward recklessly. With walls blocking his path, he charged through them. If there were vases in his way he shattered them. Like a rampaging bull he showed no restraint, charging ahead with reckless abandon. This imposing momentum was grand and majestic, seemingly capable of breaking through anything. However, beneath the seemingly overpowering facade lay a heart filled with faint dread. So terrifying. That one-blade brother is truly terrifying. Just from their initial confrontation, Wanli sensed the opponent's terrifying power far beyond his imagination and expectations, like an insurmountable towering peak. To charge Hedon would surely result in his head being smashed and bloodied, leading to instant death. Why is this one-blade brother so incredibly strong? What gives his martial arts divine technique such immense lethality? I was truly foolish. Before engaging I thought I could confront him without my brother's strength. I never imagined that this one-blade brother would be so inhumanly powerful. Thinking of that flowing radiant chi blade, Wanli's teeth began to chatter, fear permeating his heart as he trembled inwardly. Run! Only run! If he dared to turn back and fight, he would undoubtedly die at the hands of the one-blade brother in less than 3 exchanges. After crashing through several walls, Wanlong finally regained his senses, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, secretly relieved. Just moments ago in the room he only saw a sea of divine light surging towards him with no time to react. If it weren't for Wanli he would have died there. Yet amid his relief Wanlong felt an indescribable sense of gloom. After all, he had also learned superior cultivation methods and possessed superior martial arts divine techniques. In terms of combat prowess he should at least be a formidable presence, yet in front of that one-blade brother he hadn't even had the chance to unleash his martial arts divine technique. But at that moment there was little time for lamentation. He hurriedly urged Wanli to let him down so they could move forward together, striving to leave the place as quickly as possible. Both were acutely aware that if they stayed there they would surely be annihilated by the one-blade brother. Only by escaping to the street and blending into the crowd could they have a chance to evade the pursuit and gain a new lease on life. As the seventh wall shattered, the two finally burst out of that elaborate building, racing towards the street. But just as they stepped into the sunlight a figure suddenly appeared behind them. It was Zhao Jing chasing after them. With a peak speed of 5 meters per second his movement was extraordinarily swift, like a shooting star pursuing them relentlessly. With each step a tremendous momentum pressed down, causing the exquisite red and white floral tiles to collapse and shatter, debris flying with the shockwave. Charging and sweeping through, dust and stones erupted around him. He transformed into an ancient mighty dragon, unmatched in presence, shaking the earth with his passage. Feeling the gale behind them, the two were terrified and fled ahead. Their once domineering aura had dissipated with the strong wind. At that moment they were like dogs with no home, frantically escaping. Yet no matter how desperately they ran they could not create any distance. In fact, the gap between them was rapidly closing. Just as they crossed the fountain in front of the hotel, Zhao Jing's footsteps reached the edge of the fountain. At that moment the distance between them was merely 20 meters. Estimating the distance, Zhao Jing's pupil slightly narrowed, his chi and blood surging, extending his hand towards the fountain. A shocking scene unfolded. 16 intertwined jets of water dispersing into a misty rain in the air seemed to respond to some summons, converging towards his palm as if he were a supreme deity commanding the flow of water. Countless droplets merged into one. The chi and blood surged, condensing into weapons. Martial arts divine technique, condensing weapon technique, shaping water into swords. In the car, Su Xianer and the young man continued their conversation. Hearing her senior brother's tone, which seemed indifferent to the man known as One Blade, Su Xianer could hardly contain herself. In her heart, One Blade was a chivalrous hero who eradicated evil, an image of great stature. On that rainy night he had once saved her and her father's lives, thus she held a certain admiration for him and did not wish for others to look down on him casually. Now hearing her senior brother speak in such a manner, she pursed her red lips and argued, Qian Zhengming, I think it would be better for us to show more respect to One Blade. He once saved my and my father's lives, by that alone he has done us a great favor. She deliberately used his name to emphasize her attitude. To this the young man remained unfazed. Yes, Xianer, you are right, One Blade has indeed done us a favor. However, kindness is kindness and strength is strength, one must be clear about the distinctions. Qian Zhengming stretched out his arms, a handsome face adorned with a faint smile radiating a sense of overwhelming confidence. You know, the reason Master lost the day was solely due to inferior cultivation techniques. If the cultivation methods are on the same level, we martial artists hold a significant advantage. It is no exaggeration to say that under equal cultivation conditions we martial artists are the strongest. One Blade is not a martial artist. If it comes to strength he might not be able to defeat me. Upon hearing this, Su Xianer frowned, slightly unwilling to accept it. That's not right, is it? I heard someone saw him using martial arts at the jewelry store last time and his power was surprisingly great, even outmatching some older martial artists. Older martial artists are just that, older. After all, they are past their prime and lack good cultivation techniques. How could they possibly compare to One Blade? Qian Zhengming chuckled and waved his hand. I suspect One Blade possesses only an intermediate cultivation technique. The so-called martial arts skills are merely a superficial understanding at an amateur level. I too have learned an intermediate cultivation technique and have immersed myself in martial arts for many years studying various martial arts divine techniques. It should be quite normal for me to surpass him.
Senior brother, you can't be overconfident, can you?
After being countered several times, Su Xian'er puffed up her cheeks, her eyes shimmering like lakes. How do you know one blade practices an intermediate cultivation technique and not a superior one?
Upon hearing this, Qian Zhangming couldn't help but laugh.
My silly junior sister, superior cultivation techniques are not something just anyone can obtain.
Looking across the nation, there are only a few dozen that have appeared in extremely rare count.
In this small city, how could such a person possibly exist? I know you regard one blade as your idol, thinking he is invincible and no ordinary person, but reality is reality, don't overthink it. The more he spoke, the more Su Xian'er felt speechless. Yet she remained unconvinced, her cherry lips moving slightly as she wished to say more. Just then a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the Sunset Grand Hotel. The sound reverberated like angry thunder, echoing in all directions, startling both of them in the car. It also caused Zhao Luoxin to quickly glance towards that direction. Upon seeing, he immediately exclaimed in a low voice, "Target appeared."
Target appeared. The Wan family brothers suddenly ran out, changing plans. Everyone be on guard.
Wait, one blade seems to have appeared as well, seemingly chasing the Wan family brothers.
Upon hearing this, Qian Zhangming felt a surge of excitement.
Junior sister, today I will show you what true martial power looks like. Let's see if one blade can match me. As he spoke, he stepped out of the car, standing with his hands behind his back, an aura of boundless grandeur swelling within him, ready to showcase his unmatched dominance to Su Xian'er. At the moment Qian Zhangming got out of the car, Zhao Jing was also channeling his blood energy, reaching for the fountain.
Splash!
The entire fountain's water droplets were drawn upwards, coalescing into a vast water sword, its golden light shimmering like waves, sharp and piercing, with billowing steam rising, melting the void. Then Zhao Jing thrust his hand forward and the sword light surged forth.
The overwhelming heat wave stirred up a tumultuous torrent, rushing forward furiously.
Countless water droplets were enveloped in high temperature and sword chi, causing all 16 steel pipes of the fountain to explode. In the area of several dozen meters ahead, the flower bricks scattered on the ground were swept away by the sword chi, shattering into countless tiny dust and mist, swirling and dancing with the heat wave. Under this terrifying display of martial prowess, all civilized creations were utterly fragile. Even before the sword light fell, Wan Li became flustered, sensing a deadly terror. He dared not confront it heed nor look back at the domineering might of the sword chi. He could only rely on his combat instincts to leap and dodge desperately. His previous arduous training granted Wan Li a fleeting chance. Just as he dodged, the raging water sword's heat swept past, nearly grazing his back, the scorching temperature burning his clothes to ashes while his skin turned charred and bloody. He managed to evade up front, however his brother Wan Long was caught in calamity. Faced with this terrifying sword, he had no chance to resist being struck by the water sword. Every wisp of heat boiled like boiling water, and every droplet of water carried a piercing sword chi, instantly snuffing out his life. A powerful individual with a superior cultivation technique thus met his end. Before dying, he didn't even release a single martial divine technique. The moment he dodged the water sword, Wan Li wanted to warn his brother, but when he turned to look, he was instantly struck with blankness. It was as if a great bell had tolled, plunging his mind into despair, causing his soul to tremble uncontrollably.
Fear, dread, rage, lamentation, pain.
Endless emotions surged forth, flooding his mind, making his blood boil, nearly driving him insane. His brother was dead. The brother he relied on for life and death was gone. A violent urge for vengeance surged within him like a raging tide. Wan Li's eyes turned crimson, wishing he could turn back and fight. But this thought only surfaced for a moment before he suppressed it. He knew he had no chance of defeating One Blade. If he dared to look back, he would surely perish. Only by fleeing could he hope to live and one day seek revenge.
One Blade, I remember you.
Each word was etched into his heart as Wan Li erupted with speed, unleashing his physical potential to continue his mad dash forward. As he fled at breakneck speed, he caught sight of police officers ahead but remained unfazed. Seeing those dark gun barrels, he felt no stirrings, focusing solely on breaking into the crowd to escape. At this moment Qian Zhangming stepped forward and saw him. Due to the time difference, he hadn't witnessed Zhao Jing's violent aura or the unmatched might of his water sword. He only saw Wan Li fleeing forward, seemingly fearful of One Blade. Seeing this situation, Qian Zhangming felt victory was in his grasp. If One Blade can chase after him in such a pitiful state, then this person is surely no match for him. Thoughts racing, Qian Zhangming activated his blood energy and shouted loudly, "You little villain, surrender now." As his voice fell, a torrent of energy surged forth. He lunged forward, carrying an unmatched force, rushing towards Wan Li. The distance between them had originally been short, and with this sudden acceleration it was instantly reduced to within 3 meters. Upon seeing someone rushing towards him attempting to block his path, Wan Li's expression contorted. Hearing the tone of the voice, his malicious intent rapidly expanded and his fury burned hot. What kind of insignificant person is this? How dare they speak so boldly, saying they would make him surrender? It was one thing for one blade to chase him after all his fists were powerful, and that was a fact he could not dispute. But why would some random person dare to obstruct his path? Get out of my way! Wanli shouted furiously, the veins on his arms bulging like steel wires. With a twist he tightened his fist and delivered a ferocious blow towards the newcomer. With a loud bang, Qian Zhangming's expression froze as if he had been struck by a spell. His chest cracked with a crisp sound as he spat blood. The entire person soared into the air like a bird rising 2 meters high. In that instant of being airborne, 4 words flashed through his mind: this is unscientific. Just as this thought surfaced, excruciating pain surged forth, engulfing his nerves and completely drowning his consciousness in darkness. The overconfident and powerful martial arts student fainted with a single punch. Qian Zhangming's sudden collapse caused an uproar among the crowd. The police were stunned. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Su Xian'er covered her mouth. Xiao Luoxin's movements came to an abrupt halt. What is happening? They had painstakingly invited a martial arts expert who practiced a medium-level cultivation technique and had trained for many years in martial arts, claiming to be undefeated throughout the land. They hoped he would help suppress the Wan family brothers, but after just one round of combat he was knocked down by a single punch from the opponent. Standing in place holding a walkie-talkie to direct, Xiao Luoxin felt his breath catch and his face involuntarily twitched. Before coming here he had communicated with Qian Zhangming, who claimed to have considerable strength, even saying that one blade brother would have difficulty matching him. He thought he would be of great use, but unexpectedly in an instant he was knocked to the ground. Su Xian'er on the other hand widened her beautiful eyes, feeling a mix of amusement and concern for his safety. Just moments ago she had heard this senior brother confidently declare that he would show her the power of martial arts, yet he was finished off with one punch. The scene was simply too humorous, making it hard for her to suppress her laughter. Even Zhao Jing was perplexed, unsure why someone would voluntarily step forward to block Wanli's path. Could it be a sudden outburst of justice? But anyone with a normal mind can see that Wanli's strength is extraordinary, absolutely beyond what ordinary people can withstand. Is he out of his mind? Confused thoughts surged through his mind, but then he suppressed them. The golden blood and energy within him surged, flowing into the muscles and bones of his legs, transforming into various mysterious changes. Martial arts divine technique, instant shadow step. Zhao Jing's body suddenly accelerated. The terrifying speed that was originally 100 meters in 5 seconds dramatically increased to about 40 to 50 meters in 1 second. He initially didn't want to use the instant shadow step, intending to test the limits of the Wan family brothers' combat power to gauge his own strength. However, plans can't keep up with changes. With so many police officers around and under the bright sky, it wasn't suitable to delay any longer. This battle could be declared over. At this rapid speed the surrounding air became incredibly thick, as if it transformed into flowing water. Zhao Jing's body moved like a ghostly shadow, advancing forward, appearing to teleport to the naked eye. Not far away, Wanli threw a punch but still felt unsatisfied, wanting to deliver a kick to finish off Qian Zhangming. However, sensing a fierce wind approaching from behind, he immediately dared not move and continued to flee forward. At his current speed he only needed 6 or 7 seconds to cover 100 meters, which was incredibly fast, something ordinary people couldn't achieve. But compared to Zhao Jing's terrifying speed it was painfully slow, like a snail strolling leisurely. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, the long distance shrank by 20 meters. He could even feel one blade brothers breathing right behind him, the opponent's shadow completely enveloping him. Why? Why is this happening? How can one blade brothers' speed be so fast? Wanli's heart was filled with horror, his hands and feet growing cold as he fell into an abyss of despair. At this speed it seemed he had no chance to escape. What to do? In this situation, what choice did he have? Just a moment's hesitation, his teeth chattered as he stomped the ground, causing the cement surface to crack like a spider's web, forming a network of fissures. He halted his body at the center of the cracked web, turning to face his pursuer. Since he couldn't escape, there was no need to run any longer. He did not want to wait for death nor beg for mercy, but decided to unleash one final brilliant strike with his remaining energy and vitality. With his thoughts resolved, Wanli focused his gaze and exhaled sharply. In an instant dust and smoke surged and roiled. The energy and blood accumulated within him surged wildly, circulating throughout his body, drawing the airflow around him into a whirl. White mist poured forth along his body and the energy waves transformed, coalescing into hundreds of fierce giant python apparitions, twisting and writhing, breathing and singing. The moment the pythons appeared, the winds and clouds shifted. He unleashed all his power, causing immeasurable changes. Invisible ripples of energy surged from his body, spreading outwards, shaking the trees and causing vehicles to slightly sway. Such might was no longer the power of the mundane. When all the giant pythons successfully materialized and unleashed a torrent of energy sound waves, Zhao Jing rushed in, facing him hidden. Looking at the plain mask without any patterns, Wanli's expression turned fierce and he let out a thunderous roar. Take this, one blade brother. This is my final strike. The roar sounded like a war drum as hundreds of pythons surged forth. Gathering all the energy and blood of a powerful practitioner infused with a brutal and terrifying will, these hundreds of giant python apparitions solidified into substance as if they were real, resembling a terrifying divine python emerging from a deep divine realm, swallowing mountains and rivers and pressing down on all things as they charged towards Zhao Jing. The solid ground erupted and cracked. Stones and dust flew into chaos. Facing this terrifying strike, Zhao Jing's expression remained unchanged, his gaze as cold as a knife. He slightly trembled his right shoulder and similarly threw a punch forward. Martial arts divine technique hammer fist. This punch was simple and brutal, without any frills, almost concentrating all his strength into one point and erupting forth the punch force like a torrent, resounding as it collided with the hundreds of white giant pythons. Fist against fist. Martial arts divine technique against martial arts divine technique. At the moment of collision it was like stars colliding in the sky or a raging tide clashing in the ocean. The hundreds of giant python apparitions let out a light sound like bubbles bursting, instantly vanishing. Following that, Wan Li's arm was swept by the punch force, with veins and muscles obliterated, bones and skin shattered. His arm seemed to have vanished, transforming into a cloud of blood mist that scattered with the wind. Wan Li's body tilted and fell to the ground. Zhao Jing, however, remained motionless, completely unharmed, though his clothes were torn to shreds by the shockwave. Glimpsing the person lying on the ground, Zhao Jing retracted his fist and walked toward him. Having used all his energy and blood, his body was utterly depleted, losing an arm, and Wan Li's face was deathly pale, lacking even the strength to stand. Yet despite this he was still unwilling to yield, his triangular eyes fiercely fixed on Zhao Jing as he suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. After laughing several times he weakly said, "One blade brother, do you think you're upholding justice? Do you think you're protecting peace? Do you think you are the hero of modern society? Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous, ha ha ha." Zhao Jing looked at the nearly deranged Wan Li with cold eyes, slowly shaking his head and softly uttering a phrase. "No, I'm just casually squashing a few annoying bugs." The boisterous laughter abruptly ceased. Casually squashing annoying bugs. As a possessor of a superior cultivation technique, his martial prowess was overwhelming, looking down upon everything. He was destined to transcend the mundane, and though he was defeated, it was merely due to insufficient strength. How could he be seen as a small useless bug? Wan Li's face turned bright red, fury rising within him as he wanted to retort. However, Zhao Jing did not give him this opportunity and had already stomped down. Crack! The Brotherhood of Heaven and Earth was completely annihilated. After slaying the last person, he turned and looked around. In the distance, passers-by watched from afar, their expressions dazed, while the police were equally stunned, evidently shaken by the recent Among the police, Zhao Jing recognized the old detective Qiaoluo. She nodded and after softly uttering 4 words left the scene. "Come collect the bodies. After the matter is settled," he leaves with a flick of his sleeve, concealing both achievements and fame. Zhao Jing's figure leaped swiftly through the streets, disappearing in just 2 to 3 seconds. Even though there were many passers-by closely watching, they could not keep up with his movements, left only to watch him vanish into the crowd, leaving no trace behind. A few seconds later, the shock in the hearts of the onlookers surged into a roaring wave, sweeping across the surroundings. What the hell did I just see? Is this a battle between immortals? The fight between these two is utterly terrifying. That one sword brother's strike sent a spray of water soaring from the fountain. And the stranger, despite not having struck one sword brother, unleashed a punch that conjured hundreds of swirling air currents, shattering the cement ground beneath. Is this the divine arts of martial arts? It's simply like the legendary celestial techniques. I feel like I need to see it again, but everything happened so fast I didn't even have time to pull out my phone. I didn't have time to grab my phone either, what a pity. I really want to experience one sword brother's prowess again. The crowd of onlookers shouted in excitement, their emotions boiling over. Even though everyone knew that the world had changed dramatically, ushering in a new era of cultivation and altering all common sense, they had never witnessed such an explosive battle scene. The sight of every punch colliding stirred their hearts, making it hard to control their emotions. Compared to this real battle, the meticulously crafted special effects in movies pale in comparison. The unmatched sword strike of one sword brother and his terrifying punch had already etched themselves into the hearts of all present, lingering for a long time. Su Xianer stood frozen in place, her bright apricot eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment, even her cherry lips slightly parted. Before this battle she truly believed one sword brother to be extraordinarily powerful, yet she never expected his combat ability to be so astonishing, far beyond her expectations. Chen Jiangming possessed an exceptional cultivation method and had trained in martial arts for many years, considered a prodigy capable of looking down on others, yet he was completely crushed after just one exchange with the bandit, unable to withstand even a single punch. This illustrated just how fierce and terrifying the bandit truly was. However, this formidable powerhouse was effortlessly subdued by one sword brother. What level of strength did this masked youth, whose true identity remained unknown, actually possess? Shock, astonishment, confusion. A torrent of emotions swirled in Su Xianer's mind, weighing down on her thoughts like a heavy stone, quickening her breath. After a while she finally remembered that her senior brother was still lying unconscious on the ground and she hurried over to check on him. After a moment of observation she let out a sigh of relief. He had merely broken a few ribs, it wasn't too serious. Confirming that her senior brother was not in life-threatening danger, Su Xian'er's thoughts began to whirl again and she couldn't help but recall the scene of the battle just moments ago. Gradually a fierce light ignited in her watery pupils as bright as fire. Meanwhile Chao Luoxin's gaze flickered, his emotions mixed as he suddenly tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie. This time he had mobilized all his strength not only to suppress evil and capture the two but also to avenge his colleagues. He wanted to rely on his own strength to apprehend them, however reality defied his expectations as one sword brother stepped in and wiped them out. This reality made him feel quite awkward yet somewhat relieved. Because if it weren't for one sword brother's intervention, who knows how many complications would have arisen and how many innocent bystanders would have suffered. Extending his palm he rubbed his temples and waved his hand at the subordinates around him, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Collect the bodies." As he issued the command he silently murmured in his heart, "One sword brother, thank you." At this time inside the Sunset Grand Hotel, the commotion from the outside world reverberated in the noise rising and falling like a tidal wave, shaking the classmates who were still singing and celebrating. What happened outside? Someone with bleary eyes asked in confusion, utterly at a loss. "I don't know, let's go out and take a look." Sun Zhangbai stood up and suggested, immediately receiving a chorus of agreement. Everyone stepped out together only to see many people moving back and forth in front of them, their faces flushed, discussing animatedly, clearly agitated as if something significant had happened. Sun Zhangbai approached and asked a few questions only to receive explosive news. Just moments ago the renowned one-sword brother had appeared nearby, slaying several powerful figures with his unparalleled might and then leaving gracefully, vanishing without a trace. This news instantly ignited the emotions of all the classmates present. Who is one-sword brother? He is a top-tier powerhouse, his reputation blazing like the morning sun, his combat power overwhelming all. In this city no one is unaware, no one is ignorant. Upon hearing that one sword brother had appeared, everyone became interested, disregarding the graduation party, and followed the directions of the passers-by toward the room where one sword brother had once been. After walking down the corridor for a while they reached the room where the Wan Jiao brothers were gathering, and everyone craned their necks to look inside. Suddenly they inhaled sharply. Is this the destructive power caused by one sword brother? The solid wooden door had completely vanished, the interior a scene of chaos. Tables and chairs, carpets and furs were all shattered, releasing whiffs of charred air that had been vaporized by high temperatures, completely unrecognizable from its former grandeur. The walls had collapsed and cracked, and the enormous round hole in the wall was especially shocking, instilling fear in their hearts. Is this the scene created by one sword brother? My goodness, I feel like only a monster could cause such destruction. A classmate exclaimed in astonishment. Don't talk nonsense, how could one sword brother be a monster? He is a modern hero, definitely a handsome guy. A female classmate retorted, her emotions a bit agitated, her eyes sparkling. One sword brother is indeed powerful. I wonder when I will ever possess such terrifying might. Perhaps I might never catch up to him in my lifetime. Staring at the cracked walls in that room, Zhou Yefeng's expression shifted slightly and he quietly shook his head. Even with his pride before one sword brother's glorious deeds, he couldn't help but feel a sense of humility, as if facing an insurmountable peak, an expansive universe unable to harbor even a thought of competition, only able to bow his head and sigh. However, few people in attendance noticed his feelings of sadness and shame. Instead they excitedly discussed one sword brother. Hey, who do you think one sword brother killed here? Who else could it be? It must be the evildoers. Of course, who doesn't know they are criminals? The question is, who were the criminals he killed? What kind of criminals could cause such a scene? I feel like they must be extraordinary criminals, otherwise the commotion couldn't be this intense. Approaching the crowd, Zhao Jing nodded slightly, feeling a sense of exhilaration in his heart. Today's battle shattered his last lingering doubts. From this moment on his parents would be completely safe and he would no longer have any worries, ready to venture out in search of the myriad treasures of the celestial temples. Thinking of the many ancient temples standing amidst the mountains, his heart stirred. What were they if not divine vaults waiting for him to claim? Unfortunately, though there are many vaults, I am but one person. The number of celestial temples is vast, scattered over a wide area. It is impossible for me to visit them all alone. I must make some choices. When I return I need to carefully examine the routes to see which can take me past the most ancient temples to gain the most treasures. With a concrete plan in mind, Zhao Jing's thoughts settled and the smile at the corner of his lips grew more confident. Before long the swift police personnel arrived, sealing off the area and isolating all bystanders. After experiencing such an incident, the classmates present lost their desire to continue the graduation party. It was already 1:30 and it was about time to wrap things up. They exchanged farewells and prepared to head home. Seeing the situation, Zhao Jing felt a surge of delight, eager to leave. However, at that moment a soft and delicate voice reached his ears. Zhao Jing, are you free this afternoon?
We plan to go karaoke, would you like to join? The speaker was the charming beauty of the class in Shuya. She stood there gracefully, her slender legs long and straight, her figure exceptionally tall. Her raven black hair cascaded casually, complemented by her sparkling eyes, a translucent face like fine jade, and fiery red lips resembling an enchanting crimson lotus, captivating all who beheld her. Zhao Jing gazed at her, raising an eyebrow, yet before he could speak another voice called out from beside him. Oh right, Zhao Jing, do you have any plans this afternoon? We need people to go to the game center, would you like to join us? He turned to see that it was Zhou Ruozhen making the invitation. Her figure was curvaceous and elegant, rivaling in Shuya. She wore a simple white chain dress that revealed a portion of her shapely calves as white as fine jade. Her flower-like face radiated a smile, her aura reminiscent of fresh orchids, serene and lofty. Almost simultaneously, these two beautiful women made their invitations. This scene stirred countless onlookers. What stunningly beautiful women they were. One was dazzling and alluring, fiery and passionate, the other was pure and immaculate like a tranquil orchid. Each possessed her own charm and grace enough to make countless men fall in love and pursue them. Yet at this moment these two breathtaking girls actively invited the same boy. Such treatment was simply too good. Many were secretly astonished, feeling jealous, while some boys in the class burned with envy. But Zhou Ruozhen and Inshuya paid no mind to others' thoughts, still smiling faintly, exchanging glances, their eyes sparking with intensity. The pressure of competition was indeed immense, leaving them no room for hesitation. Just like at the earlier party, the two had hesitated, only briefly allowing others to seize the initiative. If they delayed any longer, they might miss even the chance to get close. Thus the two chose to extend their invitations, yet surprisingly they thought of it at the same time. As their gazes collided for an instant, both women immediately averted their eyes, pressing their lips together, awaiting his response. In response, Zhao Jing pondered for a second before replying, "Sorry, I have important matters to attend to, my apologies." His calm voice instantly left everyone present momentarily speechless. He actually declined. Faced with the active invitation from two stunning girls, he had chosen to refuse without hesitation. Heaven's earth, how could he ignore such enchanting beauties and claim to be busy with something important? This person was simply wasting opportunity, resources, and life. Countless boys felt a mix of sorrow and anger, clenching their fists, their emotions surging like a roaring tide, wishing they could take his place. And Shuya was momentarily stunned, her sparkling eyes flickering, unwillingly asking, "What important matter do you have? Can you tell us a bit?" "Oh, it's nothing much, just helping my parents with some chores at home." Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, casually brushing it off before waving goodbye and turning to leave. Playing with others. Wandering for leisure. What significance could such actions of enjoyment or entertainment possibly hold? He intended to devote all his time to cultivation, strengthening his own combat power. This was how he could truly honor the great opportunities and the prime of his youth. The world was so vast and he wanted to see it. Within just 10 minutes, Zhao Jing returned home, opened his computer and began searching for information about the celestial temples. Due to the prevalence of the cultivation path, news about ancient temples was abundant, almost overwhelming, recording thousands of entries. While it was impossible to document every ancient temple clearly, the majority of their numbers and locations could be checked one by one. After several hours, he finally confirmed the locations of the celestial temples in the eastern land, and he procured a map for corresponding inquiries. After careful consideration, he sketched out two routes on the map. The first route would start from his city, racing westward directly to the snow-capped mountains. This route spanned 25,000 miles with hundreds of lower-tier celestial temples along the way, enough for him to acquire rewards and strengthen himself. The second route also began from his city, traveling eastward until reaching the eastern seas. This journey covered almost 18,000 miles with various mid-tier and high-tier celestial temples standing tall where he could seek benefits for his own use. "If I am to set out, I will take this first route." Running his finger over the route he had drawn, Zhao Jing's expression turned thoughtful as he mused. In this route, the ancient temples are located in relatively remote areas, some places are even deserted outskirts, making it easier for me to enter and exit without exposing my identity. In this second route, most ancient temples are found in bustling cities, and entering them would mean my identity could easily be revealed. Therefore I need to gather more time, complete the first route, and then tackle this second route. With his thoughts resolved, Zhao Jing pressed his finger slightly on the map, turned around and shared his plans with his parents. Upon hearing his intentions, Zhao's father fell silent. He sat on their old worn-out chair, smoking several cigarettes before nodding in response. "A man's ambitions lie beyond. If you wish to venture far, I won't stop you, but you must pay attention to your safety. When do you plan to set off?" "No time to waste. Let's pack today and leave tomorrow." Zhao Jing replied decisively, filled with fervor, unwilling to waste a single day. Yet as he spoke, Zhao Jing's heart suddenly shifted, a hint of reluctance washing over him. After departing, it would likely be 1 or 2 months before he could see his family again. He could only hope that during his absence everything at home would be safe and well. The small town today is still bustling with noise and excitement. Through the efforts of some well-meaning individuals, news of the fierce battle that took place during the day spread rapidly, generating yet another great upheaval. Prior to this, Brother Radiance mostly struck under the cover of night, his movements concealed, leaving no one to witness his prowess. However, his battle with the Wanja brothers was seen by countless passers-by, thus the resulting uproar was particularly tumultuous, sweeping through the entire city. Some were astonished and full of admiration. They praised Brother Yidio's divine martial talent and terrifying power, which swept through the city with an invincible might, eradicating numerous malevolent spirits. Others secretly envied him. They admired the mysterious powers Brother Radiance possessed and fantasized about how free and unrestrained their lives would be if they had such strength. Moreover, many young women were smitten by his heroic charisma. It was said that even the daughter of the dojo master had taken an interest, running around daily in search of news about Brother Radiance. Amidst this wave of turmoil, Brother Yidio's reputation soared even higher, reaching a brand new pinnacle, making him the center of attention. However, just as everyone was in awe and admiration, Zhao Jing quietly took action, boarding a train heading to another city. A high-speed train rumbled forward like a steel dragon, moving at incredible speed, racing through the landscape. At one of the windows of the train, Zhao Jing sat comfortably, his expression calm as he gazed out at the scenery. With a storage ring on him, there was no need to carry heavy bags. Any trivial daily necessities could simply be stored in the ring, making his journey incredibly light and easy. The journey on the train was somewhat dull. He could peacefully enjoy the scenery while awaiting the train's arrival. However, the passengers beside him could not bear the silence, and after a brief moment of quiet they began to chat. And the topic of their conversation was none other than Brother Radiance. Hey, have you guys heard about Brother Radiance? One person looked at the news on his phone and exclaimed in disbelief, goodness, even the Tiandi Brotherhood fell at his hands. He truly is a fierce person. I heard that the scene of the fight was almost like a celestial duel. The concrete ground was shattered. Of course I know about this. I feel like Brother Radiance is too strong, almost invincible. Looking across the nation, those who possess top-tier cultivation techniques might not even be able to compete with him. I don't quite agree with that. Another person shook his head, expressing his dissent. From what I know, cultivators with top-tier techniques are destined to possess extraordinary talents and become supreme beings. Each one of them is a rare elite. Although Brother Yidio's reputation is currently blazing, he seems to be a few steps weaker compared to those who possess top-tier techniques. Upon hearing this, the previous speaker became somewhat unconvinced. Don't say that. Hearing is one thing, seeing is another. Everyone can see how strong Brother Radiance is, but who knows the actual strength of those with top-tier techniques? On what basis do you claim that Brother Radiance is weaker than those with top-tier techniques? What if Brother Radiance possesses a top-tier technique as well? It's simple. Look at the national news. How many people with top-tier techniques have surfaced? Only a few dozen. Among these few, each has received exceptional treatment, wealth and respect, everything they need. If Brother Radiance had a top-tier technique, why wouldn't he approach the government to gain benefits and privileges? Instead, he chooses to remain hidden. Don't tell me that in today's society Brother Radiance needs nothing. Well, what if he just prefers it this way? It's not a matter of preference, it's a matter of reality. The middle-aged man waved his hand and spoke. Look at Bifachin, who just emerged a few days ago. As soon as he appeared, the state provided him with a large villa, and several popular actresses competed to dine with him, showering him with adoration. And then there's that Zhang Yulong, who came out earlier, immediately courted by large companies with $1 million salaries and bonuses, and even the offspring of the powerful held him in high regard, almost elevating him to the status of a deity. To be honest, if you were Brother Radiance, could you endure that? Well, you have nothing to say now, right? This proves that Brother Radiance has not obtained a top-tier technique. If he had, he would have already stepped into the limelight. The middle-aged man sighed softly, his gaze intense. From my estimation, Brother Radiance likely possesses a peak mid-tier technique which allows him to sweep through everything. The reason he doesn't reveal himself is that he feels he cannot compare to people like Bifachin, so he chooses to continue accumulating strength, hoping for future breakthroughs. This theory made a lot of sense, causing those present to nod in agreement, left speechless. However, Zhao Jing merely smiled at this and did not voice any rebuttal. How could others understand his thoughts? Now was not the time to enjoy wealth and status, but rather a time to strive forward. The so-called wealth and status, the so-called good treatment, were merely fleeting clouds in the mortal realm. As long as one had enough strength, if needed, one could take it directly in the future. There was no need for others to provide it. These earlier emerging cultivators seemed to bask in endless glory, enjoying respect and awe, yet most of them were merely shallow individuals destined to be stepping stones for those who would rise to power. After making such lengthy remarks, the middle-aged man paused and sighed again, filled with reluctance and regret. It's a pity that after the ancient temple descends to the world, one can only obtain one cultivation technique. After we acquire our own techniques, it seems destined Brother Radiance probably has no chance now, and neither do we. As these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Who does not wish to reach the pinnacle of the world, to revel in beauty, and to wield the power to kill? Who would willingly accept a life of mediocrity, living aimlessly with no achievements? Heaven once gave them an opportunity, but most people missed it, and it seemed they could not obtain it again. Thus they felt both regret and emotion, their hearts filled with complexity. However, had the opportunity truly been missed? Sitting in his seat, Zhao Jing's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Naturally not. Although the ancient temple only transmits techniques once, it does not mean that the cultivation techniques cannot change. From what he knew, as long as one dared to diligently cultivate, remained unyielding, and dared to challenge oneself through the gradual accumulation and some wondrous encounters, the cultivation technique could undergo incredible transformations, evolving and sublimating. Low-tier techniques could ascend to mid-tier techniques and even top-tier techniques. Top-tier techniques could also transcend their limits, transforming into divine techniques that could possess divine physiques, suppressing the heavens and looking down upon mortals. And divine techniques are not the ultimate pinnacle of the path. After experiencing countless hardships and bloodshed, even such divine powers can continue to advance, evolving into even more spectacular and astonishing might. As the saying goes, heaven rewards the diligent. Opportunities have always been in one's hands. It all depends on whether one has the will and awareness to seize them. Ultimately, the path of cultivation is a road created by those who came before us. Immortal beings can create paths. Why can't we cultivators perfect them and even extend them to the utmost limits? Of course, evolving and transforming one's cultivation method, transcending the self, seems easy and simple to speak of, yet the blood and sweat required are immeasurable. This requires practitioners to diligently study day in and day out, to fight relentlessly, and even to experience the blood and gore of battle, wandering on the edge of life and death in order to earn even the slightest chance of breakthrough. Moreover, the higher the level of the cultivation method, the greater the difficulty of ascension. For instance, if he possessed a divine cultivation method, advancing further would be akin to ascending to the heavens. But no matter how difficult it is, I must give it a try. Zhao Jing's gaze remained fixed on the scenery outside the window, his thoughts swirling as he recalled memories from his dreams. Looking over that realm of humanity and divinity, the number of prodigies is indeed astonishing. In the vast starry sky, boundless and infinite, the exceptional figures born from that nearly endless space are as numerous as the stars. Even those with mythological physiques are not uncommon. If one cannot surpass oneself and evolve their techniques, they are simply unqualified to be called exceptional. Without effort, it truly won't work. Even if one possesses a divine cultivation method, being revered on this great star, what does it matter? Compared to the vast universe, this place is always just a small area. I don't want to encounter a random passerby from the realm of humanity and divinity who could easily overpower me. Zhao Jing's fingers twitched unconsciously before he clenched them tightly. More than an hour later, the train arrived at its destination as scheduled. Zhao Jing immediately got off the train, took out his phone and map, confirmed his destination using the map, and then shot off like lightning. Before coming here, he had carefully considered and chosen a celestial temple that was either far from the city center and crowds or in a good location for easy access, so he had no worries about anyone blocking his path. Moments later, Zhao Jing arrived at the anticipated bronze celestial temple, scanned the surroundings, donned a mask and casual attire, and stepped inside. Immediately, the winds of fists surged like the sea, like waves. The battle in the celestial temple erupted like a raging tide, sending forth waves of sound and a violent tremor, howling winds in air. In an instant, the tumult subsided. Zhao Jing stood tall and stepped out. His breathing was slightly heavy, clearly having expended some energy, but after adjusting a few times, he resumed his normal rhythm, while his spatial ring on his finger now contained several bottles of spiritual pills. Next, the next temple. 1 celestial temple. 2 celestial temples. 3 celestial temples. Like a fierce dragon emerging into the world, Zhao Jing traversed the 8 directions, stepping into every celestial ancient temple he encountered, gaining numerous benefits. As he passed through the celestial temples, time flowed on and his combat power improved day by day, his physical foundation becoming ever more solid and robust. His skin suddenly transformed pale as jade, flawless yet not giving off a fragile impression, rather it was extremely strong and sturdy, his form becoming majestic and domineering like steel and iron, while his eyes grew increasingly deep like 2 endless abysses harboring inscrutable charm. With the increase in his power, both speed and strength soared like a rocket, climbing higher and higher. On the 3rd day out, Zhao Jing's physical strength could lift 1.7 tons and his speed officially surpassed the 5-second mark for 100 meters. On the 8th day out, he could already wield a 2-ton behemoth, normally reaching 4.5 seconds. On the 14th day out, his strength increased again, allowing him to swing 2.5 tons like a sword, and his speed reached 4 seconds. This rapid growth and strength filled Zhao Jing with quiet joy, satisfaction surging within him like fire as he continued to forge ahead. Such commotion quickly attracted the attention of the public. If only a few celestial temples had been entered, it wouldn't have stirred such a wave, but Zhao Jing in his journey had stepped into more than a dozen celestial temples, and with so many celestial temples being touched, it was impossible that no one had seen. In this world there is no shortage of intelligent individuals. Soon someone noticed that these celestial temples seemed to have been triggered by a single person, immediately stirring up a wild uproar. An unbelievable scene: someone has stepped into over a dozen celestial temples. The celestial temples have been continuously entered. Who is this newcomer? Countless news media websites and forums focused their attention on this matter, their hearts burning with excitement. Who is it? Who has stepped into the celestial temple? It is well known that those celestial temples carry an invisible pressure that blocks outside forces from probing. 90% of people in the world would find it impossible to break through the restrictions and enter, yet someone has managed to overcome this pressure and enter, and moreover to consecutively step into so many. What kind of prodigy must this be to accomplish such a feat? Confusion. Surprise. This bewildering fog did not last long before it was uncovered on the spot as someone pointed out from Bao City that this person who had shattered through over a dozen celestial temples bore a striking resemblance to Brother Radiance. As soon as the news broke, it immediately caused an uproar. This mysterious figure turned out to be the elusive Brother Radiance. How could this be possible? Those who can enter the celestial temples are by no means ordinary individuals, only those with superior cultivation methods might be able to do so. Could it be that Brother Radiance, who moves like the wind, is also a possessor of a superior cultivation method? To accomplish such actions, could he possibly rival those powerful beings who have already emerged? Countless people felt their minds stirring, speculating in silence. This heat of public opinion caught the attention of the news media, prompting some to invest heavily, hosting a special live broadcast inviting some possessors of superior cultivation methods to comment and assess Brother Radiance. Hello everyone, I am the host Jian Bai. On the live broadcast, a beautiful female host smiled demurely and began speaking. We all know that Brother Radiance has recently gained much fame, having stepped into a dozen celestial temples. Some believe he may possess a superior cultivation method, leading others by a step, while others feel that Brother Radiance is powerful and unmatched. Our program team has specially invited the renowned Mr. Bai Feichen to evaluate Brother Radiance. At this moment the camera immediately shifted to Bai Feichen. Bai Feichen was handsome and cultured, exuding a gentle demeanor, and greeted everyone with a light smile. Hello everyone, I am Bai Feichen. First, I want to correct a misconception. Stepping into the celestial temple does not mean one possesses a superior cultivation method. The invisible resistance of the celestial temple, while formidable, is not insurmountable. Long ago I had already entered, it's nothing remarkable. The key lies in whether one can pass the trials inside. His tone seemed calm, yet it carried a hint of arrogance, deliberately emphasizing that he had long since entered the celestial temple. Upon hearing this, the beautiful female host's eyes lit up and she exclaimed softly, "Wow, Mr. Bai has actually been inside before." As expected of a possessor of a superior cultivation method. If I may ask, what is inside the celestial temple? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that, as it is a secret. Bai Feichen smiled faintly, his expression calm. The only thing I can say is that the trials within the celestial temple are extremely difficult. Even the simplest ones are perilous and may threaten one's life. Even for me to pass once, I need to recuperate for some time. It is impossible to enter so swiftly. At this point Bai Feichen paused for a moment before continuing. The reason Brother Radiance has been entering so frequently, in my view, is probably just to scout to see if all the ancient temples are the same, which does not prove he possesses a superior cultivation method. Then do you mean to say that Brother Radiance likely does not have a superior cultivation method? I did not say that, but logically speaking, if he did, he should be standing here conversing with me, so why would he run around not even showing his face? Oh, is that so? Then do you think he can be your opponent? Opponent. Host Jian, you are overthinking it. Bai Feichen's gaze shifted, glancing at the host's beautiful figure, and his words were laced with an air of invincibility. Only those with superior cultivation methods can contend against each other. Outside of that, no one is qualified to be my opponent. The reputation of the superior cultivation method has caused this practitioner to lose himself in arrogance. Since gaining fame, everyone has praised his strength and lauded his skills, leading Bai Feichen's spirit to swell excessively, causing him to forget his own self. Even so, he still chose his words carefully, not definitively claiming he could surpass Brother Radiance. He merely stated that only a superior cultivation method could counter another superior cultivation method. In doing so, he not only proclaimed his own strength but also left himself some room for retreat. After all, who wouldn't fear the unexpected? What if Brother Radiance truly possessed a superior cultivation method, his strength sweeping all before him, capable of matching him shoulder to shoulder? In the future he could always find a way to explain it away, avoiding too much embarrassment. The broadcast of this live program sparked a fervor of discussion once again. Some expressed agreement, finding his reasoning sound, while others shook their heads in silent dissent, feeling something was amiss. Those who agreed believed that Bai Feichen, possessing a superior cultivation method, stood above the common crowd, thus his words carried credibility. They thought it unlikely that Brother Radiance could possess a superior cultivation method, otherwise he would have long since stepped forward to bask in glory rather than waiting until now. Conversely, the dissenters felt that Brother Radiance, having achieved numerous feats in suppressing the dark elements of a city, must possess terrifying combat strength and a superior cultivation method. Furthermore, the notion of entering the Immortal Hall to test this reasoning felt somewhat far-fetched. However, whether in agreement or dissent, they all lacked sufficient visual evidence to substantiate their viewpoints. As the saying goes, hearing is believing, seeing is truth. Without witnessing Brother Radiance display his combat prowess and proclaim his strength, how could they ascertain that he truly possessed a superior cultivation inheritance? Thus they waited. They awaited Brother Yidio's official appearance to reveal himself. But their expectations were destined to be in vain. For Zhao Jing had never harbored such intentions. In his leisure time when Zhao Jing viewed the content of this live broadcast through his phone, he could only utter one comment. Bai Feichen has become complacent. Indeed he had. As his physical body grew stronger, his vision sharpened, becoming acutely observant, capable of detecting subtle changes that were difficult to perceive. A mere glance at Bai Feichen allowed him to see through everything. It was evident that this owner of a superior cultivation method indeed possessed considerable combat strength and abundant vitality, yet his muscle tone appeared somewhat slack, his gaze lacked sharpness, and even his breathing rhythm seemed off. A lazy aura emanated from him. This was a clear sign of lack of exercise. I suspect he has been blinded by the desires of the mortal world, even neglecting his cultivation. It was evident that this owner of a superior cultivation method indeed possessed considerable combat strength and abundant vitality, yet his muscle tone appeared somewhat slack, his gaze lacked sharpness, and even his breathing rhythms. Intensive and rigorous training solidifies the foundation of the body, making it as solid as a mountain, not easily shaken. However, if one were to fish for 3 days and sunbathe for 2, the foundation would become light and weak, and the effects of cultivation would gradually diminish. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will regress. Bai Feichen's current performance proved that he had abandoned his daily physical training, falling into the sea of desires in the bustling world, losing his way. The 7 emotions and 6 desires, the lights of the brothel and wine, the allure of beautiful women, how can one shake them off? Zhao Jing murmured to himself, feeling a sense of inexplicable emotion. How many people can withstand these temptations? And how many can turn a blind eye to them? To be fair, if it weren't for his knowledge of the future of the human domain and the divine realm, if he weren't vaguely wary of the hostile forces in the starry sky, he too would likely find it hard to resist the onslaught of these desires, becoming lost within them. Maintain your true heart, do not become complacent. I must take this person as a warning and absolutely cannot indulge. In the darkness, Zhao Jing gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes sharp as fire, his whole being bursting with energy. Continue practicing martial arts. The waves stirred by him were not merely limited to this. Some practitioners who had yet to reveal themselves felt the commotion and couldn't help but have their emotions stirred. They were not like Bai Feichen, whose mind was clouded by vanity and desire. They maintained a calm attitude. Upon seeing Brother Yidio's frequent entries and exits from the immortal hall, they immediately sensed that something was off. We have also entered that immortal hall before, but the trials are exceedingly difficult. Even though I possess a superior cultivation method, I could not pass. Why is Brother Yidio entering so frequently? Could it really be for reconnaissance? That reasoning seems unlikely. We have all tried, an immortal hall can only be entered once. To give up an opportunity for the sake of reconnaissance is unreasonable. It seems to me he might be able to pass the trials with ease. Pass the trials? That is impossible. You must understand, the lowest trial in that immortal hall requires battling 10 people. One must withstand the combined might of 10 ultimate mortal experts, each wielding martial arts skills. To win such a battle is incredibly difficult. How could such a terrifying individual exist? I am merely speculating, seeing is believing. It would be more appropriate for us to check the regions where Brother Yidio has appeared in the immortal hall and try our luck to see if we can find him. Such conversations cropped up in many cities, then faded into silence. Thus 2 or 3 days passed. On the 16th day of his journey, Zhao Jing awakened from his slumber. He was not in a luxurious city nor in an entertaining hotel, but rather in a remote wilderness. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, as far as the eye could see, there was not a trace of human presence. The lush green grass carpeted the ground like a blanket. Ancient trees stood tall and twisted, thriving in abundance, with the sound of insects buzzing softly and frogs croaking incessantly, calling out for mates. In the azure sky, a few birds swiftly darted by, filling the air with their cries. Here he had strayed far from the city. 16 days of roaming not only enhanced Zhao Jing's strength, but also took him across 6,000 miles, flying over mountains, rivers, and lakes, arriving at a remote mountainous area. Traveling 6,000 miles back and forth, though his body could endure it, the constant trekking brought a subtle fatigue to his spirit, making him yearn to pause and rest for a moment. Yet Zhao Jing did not allow himself to relax even a bit. Almost the moment he awoke, he flipped over and rose, beginning his training. With a firm stance, he shouted aloud, bursting forth violently. His movements flowed like a butterfly dancing, gliding over the grassland with wild abandon, his body merging with the fierce wind, while his hands transformed continuously into palms, fists, claws, and hooks, rising and falling, changing unpredictably. It was evident that many of the techniques he employed came from the martial arts training he received at the dojo. Through deep thought and practice, as well as the relentless sparring with strong practitioners from the immortal hall, these martial techniques had been seamlessly integrated within him. As Zhao Jing's movements progressed, the surrounding air surged violently, coalescing into chaotic gusts of wind that howled in all directions, transforming into a white turbulent flow. The wild grass beneath his feet was swept up, dust swirling as a torrent of dust clouds formed. After practicing for a while, Zhao Jing unleashed a burst of energy and launched a powerful punch.
A fierce wave of air surged forth with this punch roaring ahead, the sound waves resonating, shaking the ground. The punch's windstorm struck a century-old tree, sending its leaves flying and splintering the trunk from several meters away. This was the strength of his current physical body. With just his punching power devoid of any reliance on chi or blood, he could unleash a mighty flow of air. If that tree were replaced by an ordinary person, it could be killed with a single punch. After unleashing this punch, Zhao Jing felt a wave of comfort wash over him as he slowly exhaled. The breath he released coalesced into a white rainbow, bursting forth like a vast energy sword that extended nearly 5 or 6 meters before gradually dissipating. Reflecting on the martial techniques he had just demonstrated, he silently nodded, feeling quite satisfied. One must admit the trials of the Celestial Temple were indeed remarkably effective. Previously, the martial techniques he had learned were merely some force application methods, chaotic and unstructured, lacking a system. However, under the relentless trials, they had been forged like refined steel, shaped and unified. If one were to regularly practice these martial arts, it could invigorate the body, strengthen muscles, and serve as a means of offense, thereby enhancing one's combat strength. In today's world, many people are misled by their current circumstances, thinking that possessing martial divine techniques would enable them to dominate everything, using them freely without needing to build a physical foundation. This line of thinking is in fact quite superficial. Ultimately, martial divine techniques are tools that unleash the Bodhi's vital energy and blood, powerful and ferocious, but they cannot be sustained for long. In ordinary battles they suffice, often concluding within 2 or 3 exchanges, but if one becomes ensnared in a protracted conflict, no amount of vital energy will be enough to sustain them. Even I cannot use martial divine techniques indefinitely. Moreover, these martial techniques are foundational and essential. They accumulate bit by bit, forming an ocean over time. If one lets too much time pass, their foundation will become increasingly solid, thus one must never be lazy and neglect it. Zhao Jing felt a surge of realization as he contemplated himself. After days of training, his physical strength had drastically increased, enabling him to lift nearly 3 tons. His speed was approaching the 3-second mark for 100 meters, and the golden vitality within his body surged like a torrent of magma, vast and mysterious, radiating a powerful divine energy. Logically, with such a significant increase in strength, Zhao Jing should have been secretly overjoyed, yet he shook his head. The gains are too meager. In the past 10 days I have entered the Celestial Temple at least dozens of times, yet most of what I received were vitality elixirs. Occasionally there were a few other special pills, but they were of little use to me. Is it due to my bad luck, or perhaps I've taken shortcuts leading to no real benefits? He raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. Regardless, I should go take a look. With this thought, Zhao Jing's body surged forward like a nimble leopard leaping through the forest. Within minutes he spotted the Celestial Temple. It was entirely made of bronze, towering and majestic, standing firm atop the vast mountain peak, unshaken by the winds, radiating countless divine lights that illuminated the land. Upon seeing the ancient temple, Zhao Jing's heart stirred and he approached quickly. However, the moment his foot crossed the threshold of the divine light, his gaze suddenly sharpened. There were people inside the ancient temple. The massive bronze doors had visible gaps, clearly showing altered outlines, indicating that someone was indeed present within. Who would enter such a remote and desolate celestial temple? Were they here waiting specifically for him, or had they stumbled in by chance? Zhao Jing's heart was on alert. He immediately extended his spiritual sense to survey the surroundings. He understood that his reputation was currently at its peak, sparking curiosity among many, including those with malicious intent. Now that someone appeared here, it was quite possible that they were lying in wait to plot against him. After carefully observing several times without detecting any ambush or surveillance nearby, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow and felt a sense of relief. It seemed likely they were merely a wandering cultivator. After all, the world is not short of clever individuals. Some might wish to silently amass wealth by venturing into secluded celestial temples in search of opportunities. So should he enter or not? Standing still, Zhao Jing pondered for several seconds before ultimately deciding he would go in. Those who could enter the Celestial Temple must possess considerable strength and terrifying combat abilities. He wanted to see how far today's cultivators had progressed and what realms their powers had reached. Habitually donning his mask, Zhao Jing braved the immense pressure of the divine light and advanced, pushing open the massive door of the ancient temple. What greeted his eyes was an astonishing scene. A young man was being besieged by a multitude of figures moving like the wind as he leaped continuously. The shockwaves of martial divine techniques surged like raging waves, compressing the surroundings with overwhelming might. This person had chosen to face a trial battle of 30 adversaries. From what Zhao Jing knew, most cultivators were still in the foundation establishment stage with average combat capabilities. Even among higher-tier cultivators, most only dared to face 10 opponents, yet this young man was testing himself against 30. What astonished him was not just that, but the fact that this individual was disabled. His right arm was completely absent, severed at the shoulder, and even the sleeve of his garment was torn away. Yet the loss of his limb did not seem to hinder his movements. He moved swiftly like a fierce tiger, even faster than able-bodied individuals, navigating the pressure of martial divine techniques without fear, engaging in fierce combat with the throng. Zhao Jing could see that in this trial battle the one-armed youth had already gained a comprehensive advantage and was bound to emerge victorious. Who is this person? Zhao Jing's heart was shaken like a surging tide as he stared blankly at the youth's frenzied combat style, feeling a soul-stirring shock. A one-armed youth with a disfigured body could contend fiercely against 30 of the strongest mortals. Who would believe such a tale if it were told? Who would dare to believe it? In the midst of his thoughts, the one-armed youth had already sensed someone was approaching, yet he remained calm, unleashing his martial divine techniques to condense an overwhelming blade of killing intent, his aura erupting like a ferocious dragon emerging from the abyss, suppressing all. Minutes later the remaining figures fell to the ground, dissipating like rainbow light and vanishing into the distance. The one-armed youth picked up what was on the ground and then turned his gaze toward Zhao Jing. He was a handsome young man, cold as frost. He did not wear a mask and appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with a face as resolute as iron and his pupils icy cold, exuding a turbulent killing intent. He stood there like a resilient pine tree, tough and unyielding. Upon seeing Zhao Jing's mask, his pupils narrowed slightly and he hesitantly said, "Are you Brother One Blade?" Zhao Jing's heart stirred and his gaze flickered as he felt he had seen this face somewhere before. He asked in surprise, "Have we met?" "Of course not, but I recognize Brother One Blade's mask." The young man extended his remaining hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, answering, "Moreover, you've accomplished so many great deeds, who wouldn't recognize you? I just didn't expect we would meet here." "Oh, it seems this is quite a coincidence," Zhao Jing replied, his gaze drifting over the young man before softly asking, "Are you also here for the trial?" "Of course, otherwise who would willingly come to such a desolate place?" The one-armed youth laughed heartily, nonchalantly tucking his belongings into his bosom, his expression natural and calm with a hint of vigilance. Looking at the young face of the one-armed youth, Zhao Jing felt an increasing sense of familiarity, and memories surged within him, tracing back to the past. After stepping onto the path of cultivation, his physical abilities had greatly improved and his memory had also sharpened. In this moment of recollection he suddenly pinpointed the source of his familiarity. Zhao Jing's body trembled violently. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the face of the one-armed youth closely, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you the national-level model Wang Xiaogua?" "The first-class model worker. This is the highest honor bestowed upon police heroes by the nation, reserved only for those who have risked their lives and shown tremendous dedication. It is no exaggeration to say that most of those who receive the first-class model worker title have long since passed away, with only a few living, making it an honor that is almost exclusively awarded posthumously. Yet the one-armed youth Wang Xiaogua before him possesses such a rare honor." Zhao Jing's mind raced as a piece of online news from 2 years ago flashed through his thoughts. Wang Xiaogua, male, 26 years old, a police officer who has successfully prevented violent crimes more than a dozen times and has made outstanding contributions. During the capture of a terrorist he could have remained safe and calm, but in order to protect innocent women and children he stepped forward, using his body to shield them from a grenade, resulting in severe injury to his right arm, which had to be amputated, and facial disfigurement, earning him the title of first-class model worker. He remembered clearly that there was a photo in that news report showing his injuries. Wang Xiaogua's face was charred black from the flames of battle, with several shrapnel scars, making it almost impossible to tell whether it was still a human face. Comparing the photo with the man before him, he immediately noticed the outlines were identical. Upon hearing his question, the one-armed youth's expression stiffened, forcing a smile as he replied, "You actually recognized me. As a hero, I naturally won't forget." Zhao Jing lowered his head slightly, whispering a reply. His words were sincere, coming straight from the heart. 2 years ago it was an era before the divine light had descended, when no one had yet engaged in cultivation and no one had become extraordinarily powerful. Wang Xiaogua, as a police officer, knowing that flesh and blood could not withstand the might of a grenade, still stood up to protect innocent women and children. Such a heroic figure, such a masculine spirit, how could he not be worthy of respect? He paused for a moment, carefully examining Wang Xiaogua's face. The once visible burn scars had completely vanished, showing no signs of damage, which was clearly due to the power of cultivation that had improved his appearance. However, the lost arm had still not been restored. Wang Xiaogua noticed his gaze and retracted the cold aura around him, smiling as he replied, "No need to look, the arm is still gone. But that's fine. With the changing times and the flourishing of cultivation, perhaps in the future I might encounter some miraculous elixir that can restore my right hand." Seeing that Zhao Jing remained unresponsive and recalling Brother Dao's previous glorious deeds, he understood that the other party was not an enemy, thus softening his tone. "It is inevitable. With your fortune you will naturally have opportunities." Zhao Jing smiled slightly, thinking of something, and curiously asked, "I want to ask you a question, Mr. Wang. From my perspective, you have also attained high-level cultivation techniques. Logically speaking, given your past deeds, if you revealed your cultivation methods you would surely receive excellent treatment from the state and be warmly pursued by the media. Why did you choose to conceal yourself? A first-class model worker, if it were known to the world that he possessed high-level cultivation techniques, he would undoubtedly receive unparalleled glory that no one could compare to. Yet under such circumstances he chose to hide his achievements. What could be the reason for this?" This point, Wang Xiaogua pondered for a few seconds, noticing Zhao Jing's mask.
His heart stirred and he spoke. I originally didn't want to discuss such matters, but your past actions resonate with me and I don't want you to misunderstand or believe that the state has done anything bad to me. The reason is that I have grown weary of others telling me about sacrifice and dedication. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Jing's expression froze. In the past 2 years, to be honest, after losing my arm I still felt a bit uncomfortable. Countless people came to console me, saying I had made great sacrifices and contributions. At first it was tolerable, but as time went on it became increasingly unbearable. Their pitying gazes and looks of sympathy are the most detestable to me. Some even cried, making me feel as if I had already been buried in a grave. Am I pitiful? Not at all. A true man does his work without regret. Losing an arm, ruining my appearance, what does that amount to? I wish to live with dignity. The thing I hate the most is when people look at me with pitying eyes, crying and talking about sacrifice when it is clearly I who sacrificed. Why do they say such things? It's as if they are trying to educate me. The terms sacrifice and dedication are not meant to be spoken of but to be acted upon. At this point Wang Zhaogua seemed to recall the past, exhaling lightly as he said, I don't know how others think, but I certainly don't like people looking at me with those kinds of eyes. If I were to step back into the spotlight and be praised and celebrated, I truly couldn't bear it. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps on my skin. After this outburst, Zhao Jing was left in a daze, his mouth twitching. The first impression of this reasoning was truly bizarre. But upon reflection, Wang Zhaogua was indeed that kind of person. After becoming a first-class model worker, both the media and society would pay considerable attention. However, during those 2 years Wang Zhaogua actively rejected most interviews, and the few that could not be avoided were very brief. He was iron-willed and did not enjoy the limelight, even indifferent to the loss of his appearance and arm, believing that a life of action required no flamboyance or praise, only a conscience clear before heaven and earth. At this point Wang Zhaogua spoke again. Of course, when the state needs me, when the public needs me, I will still step forward. It's just that there is no need to be in the spotlight for now. Besides, becoming famous is not necessarily a good thing, it only burdens me with fame and delays my progress. Friend, you will help me keep this secret right. Knowing clearly how to become stronger and transcend, yet fearing challenges and dangers, what use is that? Since one understands this truth, one must boldly practice, otherwise how can one surpass predecessors and oneself? With passion stirring in his heart, Zhao Jing rushed like a wildfire towards another divine palace, stepping inside and triggering the trial of 100 warriors. Within the ancient palace, divine light surged and brilliant hues spread as over 100 figures descended upon the earth. Looking at the majestic silhouettes, Zhao Jing without hesitation felt the blood and energy within him surge and grasped forward in the void, conjuring a chilling energy blade. At the same time, those 100 figures roared and charged forward, the profound powers of secret arts rippling and intertwining in the air, forming a tumultuous wave of chaotic energy that howled and danced. 100 martial arts divine techniques simultaneously suppressed and enveloped. Once cultivators employ martial arts divine techniques, they must not be underestimated. Their combat power and lethality surge tremendously. With over 100 powerful beings acting together, their might is akin to a vast ocean, overwhelming and unavoidable, making the difficulty of the trials exponentially greater. Waves rolled and surged. Divine powers erupted. Faced with the roaring gale, Zhao Jing's expression hardened as he stepped forward and shouted, "Come fight!" After a long while, Zhao Jing emerged, dragging his wounded body. His clothes were tattered, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he felt a faint numbness and weakness in his limbs. This was the first injury he had ever sustained since embarking on the path of cultivation, yet there was no trace of pain on his face. Instead, it was filled with joy. Indeed. There are some issues with taking shortcuts. This time, fighting with all my might, the gains are incomparable to before. He touched the ring on his hand and pulled out a small azure jade vial inscribed with intricate characters that provided an introduction. Dust-removing pill. When the physical foundation reaches a certain level, this pill can be consumed to unleash potential, allowing mortals to possess extraordinary talents before stepping into the transcendent realm. As expected, this is a gift from the divine. In the realm of cultivation, only the divine cultivation methods can grant one extraordinary talents in advance. Yet this potion can achieve the same effect. It is truly remarkable. Although I have already acquired extraordinary talent and no longer need this item, my parents still require it. I will keep it for now until their strength grows further than they can use it. After storing the vial, Zhao Jing's muscles twitched, golden blood energy exuding threads of divine power, alleviating his pain. He raised his head, gazing up at the vast sky. Continue forward. The path to the divine palace still continues. However, Zhao Jing no longer sought shortcuts but rather chose a perilous path filled with thorns and dangers. This choice also began to transform his spirit and will. Each battle of 100 warriors washed over his soul like layers of wind and rain, tempering his will, sweeping away the dust and gradually leading him to completeness and refinement. His heart and mind grew ever more resolute like an indomitable mountain. His combat experience became increasingly profound, like a gentle stream that solidified into a foundation. The weak emotions of mortals were gradually polished away, turning into nothingness as a fearless and determined warrior emerged. This is a journey of transcendence. Likewise, it is a journey that attracts the attention of many. Although Zhao Jing did not wish to show off and deliberately chose to train in a remote divine palace, that does not mean he was unnoticed. The fame of One Blade Brother shines brightly like the sun illuminating the world. Many are watching, and with the vast population of the eastern lands his movements were known and observed by the masses. Instantly the winds and clouds stirred and the world trembled. Haha, One Blade Brother has come to our Night Peace City. So soon. Just a few days ago One Blade Brother was still seen in Yuling City. This speed seems too fast, right? I wonder if One Blade Brother has passed the trials in the Divine Palace. I feel a bit anxious. I don't know. I hope he has. I feel that One Blade Brother must possess superior cultivation methods, otherwise he couldn't be so overwhelming. The masses chattered excitedly, always harboring a faint sense of anticipation. In these changing times, although they felt joy, there was also an underlying unease, hoping for a hero to emerge to protect the people. And One Blade Brother seemed to fit the image they held in their minds. However, their knowledge of One Blade Brother was limited and their understanding of superior cultivation methods was shallow, hence they fervently hoped that the masked young man possessed extraordinary strength that could suppress all evildoers. Soon their expectations were met. By chance someone captured a photo showing One Blade Brother emerging from the Divine Palace. Though his clothes were tattered, his body was unharmed, standing amidst the magnificent divine light of the ancient palace like an immortal war god. This photo burst forth like a star falling from the sky, crashing into the lake and creating massive waves. Even those of lesser intellect could discern some clues from this image. Tattered clothes, unharmed body. What does this imply? It signifies that One Blade Brother has broken through the divine trials, otherwise his clothes would not be in tatters. It means that One Blade Brother certainly possesses superior cultivation methods, otherwise it would be impossible to pass through unscathed. The long-standing doubts of the people were instantly resolved, and a wave of admiration and exclamations surged like a tidal wave sweeping over the land. Most of the populace let out a sigh of relief. However, the powerful individuals with superior cultivation methods sensed something amiss. They were well aware of the Divine Palace, and their perspective was naturally much broader than that of ordinary folk. Since One Blade Brother could pass the trial unharmed and he had been entering and exiting the ancient palace for over 10 days without even tearing his clothes, the combination of these phenomena led to a shocking realization. This low-profile silent masked youth could easily break through a battle of 10 and was likely now facing a battle of 30. 30. At the thought of this number, countless souls trembled in both light and shadow, feeling a sense of dread. Those are 30 peak ordinary warriors. In terms of strength division, those 30 people equate to 5 or 6 possessors of superior cultivation legacies, meaning he could suppress 5 or 6 opponents of the same rank with just his own power. What a terrifying phenomenon this is. If he continues to grow, who knows what might happen. Realizing this, numerous powerful beings and factions were stirred, secretly plotting. Faced with such an outstanding individual, they had two choices: to draw closer or to conspire against him. However, these people did not know that since Zhao Jing entered the Divine Palace he had been experiencing battles of 100 warriors. Frenzy. An unparalleled frenzy. With the realization that Yi Daoge possesses a superior cultivation method, his fame soared to its peak, becoming extraordinarily hot and sweeping across the nation with unmatched power. Whether it be the exceptionally handsome screen idols or the immensely talented national icons, whether it be the previous holders of superior cultivation methods or the newly emerging cultivators, all their reputations were crushed by Yi Daoge. After all, they had never achieved the glorious feat of dominating a city, nor could they swiftly step into the immortal temple. Once this storm of public opinion erupted, more and more people turned their gaze toward him. Some curious onlookers, feeling bored, even began to speculate on which immortal temple he would reach next, waiting at the location in advance to witness his glory and posting it online to attract attention. This phenomenon had almost become a trend. Northwest. In the first-tier city of Shilongjiang's building. This is a well-known luxurious building in the country, towering dozens of floors high, decorated opulently and brightly styled, constructed by the renowned Zhang Group. It is rumored that the Zhang Group has vast financial resources with assets reaching over 100 billion and possesses an incredibly strong background, making it one of the most famous corporate conglomerates in the country and even the world. On the top floor of this building, a young man stood quietly. He was handsome with deep eyes like stars, a strong and tall physique, and was studying a map in silence. The map was dotted with various red points, each representing the location of an immortal temple, densely covering the entire map, and among these markers a red line connected dozens of red points. These dozens of red points were the immortal temples where Zhao Jing had previously appeared. This young man was actually studying Yi Daoge's trajectory. After observing quietly for a while, he seemed to deduce something, picked up a pen, made special annotations on several red points, turned around and made a phone call. Hello, my Jinru, I've almost calculated the location. It should be the immortal temple near the Baimang Mountains where Yi Daoge might appear, though it's only a possibility. Very well, thank you, Mr. Zhang. According to my estimation, this person must have hidden incredible benefits after experiencing dozens of immortal temples. If I can kill him and obtain his treasures, rest assured I won't forget your share. Then I look forward to your good news.
After hanging up, the smile on the young man's face gradually receded. His gaze was cold like a sword of death from hell, dark and frightening, with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth as he coldly said, "To kill Yi Daogu." He was overly confident. Since Yi Daogu emerged, no one knows how strong he truly is. Even if you several possess superior cultivation methods and have firearms, the chance of success is still slim. You are merely my stepping stones. If I can kill him, that would be great and I would gain benefits. If I can, it doesn't concern me. At least I can test Yi Daogu's strength to plan my next steps. Truly a win-win situation. By Mang Mountains. This is a massive mountain range stretching for dozens of kilometers, with towering peaks, dense forests, cascading waterfalls and exotic flowers, creating a breathtaking landscape akin to a celestial realm. Currently it was the off-season for tourism and normally there wouldn't be many people, but at this moment quite a number were advancing forward. While moving forward they were murmuring, "Hey, do you think Yi Daogu will come here?" It's possible. I studied the locations of the immortal temples where Yi Daogu appeared and feel he might very well be seen here, but am not so. Damn, can you guys be more reliable? I'm a fervent fan of Yi Daogu and really want to see him step into the immortal temple. I don't know. Even if I can't see him, it doesn't matter. I can treat it as a mountain climbing exercise, providing a baptism for our souls. The crowd was chatting happily, full of enthusiasm, while among them a young man wearing a baseball cap heard this and couldn't help but curl his lips. This person was none other than Zhao Jing, who had not been seen for several days. After over a month of rigorous cultivation, he had shed some of his youthful naivety and gained a more tranquil demeanor. His aura, akin to a concealed ancient sword, though it did not reveal its sharpness, it still emanated a keen and restrained essence, and his physical strength had surged to 3.5 tons with a speed steady at 3 seconds for 100 meters. However, despite his tremendous increase in strength and refined will at this moment, he felt a mix of helplessness and irony. What should he do? How should he handle this fervent wave of pursuit? If he had to change his route every time he encountered them and head in another direction, it would hinder his cultivation speed and slow his evolution. I guess I'll just pretend not to see them. It's not the first time I've encountered this. It shouldn't be a problem. As long as it doesn't impede my entry into the immortal temple, I can ignore them, especially since it's a mountainous region. Even if they see me, they can't follow my footsteps. With this thought, he steadied his mind, raised his head, gazed at the distant immortal temple and silently vowed, "I am coming the 47th one." Subconsciously touching the storage ring on his hand, thinking of the many benefits soon to be his, Zhao Jing felt a flicker of fervor in his heart and charged forward, climbing upward. The path through by Mang Mountains was exceedingly rugged, winding like a snake, making it difficult to traverse, but for him it posed no challenge at all. He ascended with ease, almost as if walking on flat ground, exceptionally simple. Seeing this scene, the struggling crowd nearby couldn't help but express envy. "Hey buddy, your speed is impressive. Have you trained?" "Yeah, I've trained." Zhao Jing casually brushed off the comment, choosing not to elaborate, and in just half an hour he stood atop the peak. Looking out, the immortal temple was right in front of him, about 2 to 3 kilometers away, perched atop a cliff surrounded by ancient trees forming a dense forest, and next to it a massive waterfall plunged down, stretching for dozens of meters with countless droplets splashing, creating a boundless spectacle. After observing quietly for a moment, he did not rush to take action, but instead calmed his mind and surveyed the surroundings. Since gaining fame online and with people guessing his whereabouts, he had developed a habit of checking for ambushes or spies. During this inspection, Zhao Jing's brow furrowed tightly. Behind the layers of ancient trees surrounding the immortal temple, there were actually a dozen people lying in wait, silent as the grave. It was evident that these individuals had a dense aura. Their strength was considerable, like a silent volcano, their vitality surging, with at least 5 or 6 of them practicing superior cultivation methods. Who are these people? Zhao Jing's heart sank, remaining composed as he continued to scout. The recent months of cultivation had sharpened his senses, allowing him to detect people's mental states. With a closer examination, he immediately sensed the intense killing intent within these people, merely waiting to erupt. Oh, are they here to kill me? It seems I've indeed been too much in the spotlight lately, and some people are unhappy with my presence, harboring ill intentions against me. Indeed, they are bold and reckless. His gaze was as cold as an unmatched blade, fixing on the lurking figures before he turned and stepped toward a concealed area. If you came with good intentions, I would simply abandon this ancient temple and leave, but unfortunately you chose to make an enemy of me. Since my emergence, no opponent has ever met me once and survived to see me a second time. On the rugged mountain path amidst a crowd of climbers, a charming girl was climbing while holding a selfie stick, smiling and introducing herself to the camera. Dear viewers, this is Baimang Mountain, and it's very likely that Yi Daogu will appear here. She is Lin Ruoyan, known by her stage name Yen Yuer, a female streamer in the emerging live streaming industry in the country. At 18 years of age, she possesses a lovely appearance and a sweet voice with a speaking style that is quite endearing. She is among the excellent female streamers with decent looks, but unfortunately her streaming career has never really taken off. After half a year of streaming, her regular viewership only numbers around 1 to 2,000. Such a dismal popularity left Lin Ruoyan somewhat discouraged, yet unwilling to give up. She began to focus her thoughts on Yi Daogu. In the live streaming industry, it's all about novelty.
Some people gain attention through outdoor adventures, others by dancing on graves for views, and some even use a yellow eel as a gimmick to become famous overnight across the land. However, compared to the name Idao-gu, these actions are like fireflies against the brilliance of the moon, completely incomparable. Looking across the vast eastern land, who holds the most fame and attention at this time? Only Idao-gu. Whenever news channels report anything related to Idao-gu, a massive crowd gathers. On various online forums, the name Idao-gu appears most frequently and is the hottest topic. It is no exaggeration to say that riding this wave of popularity will surely make her explode in fame overnight, her name echoing across the land. Thus Lin Ruoyan did her homework, confirming that Baimon Mountain was likely the place where Idao-gu would appear, and she decided to conduct an outdoor livestream. And reality turned out just as she expected. Just by broadcasting under the banner of Idao-gu, her popularity surged, dramatically skyrocketing from a mere 1 to 2,000 viewers to a staggering 20 to 30,000, with barrage comments pouring in like a torrential rain. Host, where is Idao-gu? Where is Idao-gu? Host, I've taken off my pants and you're taking me to see mountain climbing. Looking at her rapidly increasing popularity, Lin Ruoyan felt a surge of joy in her heart, her smile becoming more natural and serene as she continued to introduce. Everyone, don't rush. Let's first reach the immortal temple at the mountain peak and then we'll wait and see. She chatted with her viewers to alleviate boredom while continuing to climb, sweat pouring down like rain. As time passed, her popularity grew even more fervent. Even without seeing Idao-gu's shadow yet, just by carrying his name, her viewership reached an astonishing 50 to 60,000. However, despite such a massive audience, hardly anyone praised her beauty or marveled at her soft melodic voice. Almost all barrage comments were discussing Idao-gu, filled with laughter. I Idao-gu dominate the world, who dares to defy me? What can you Idao-gu do? I Zhao Ritian fear nothing. The immortal army of Idao-gu has arrived. The immortal army of Idao-gu has arrived too. Watching her skyrocketing popularity, Lin Ruoyan's heart burned with passion like a roaring fire, yet amidst the joy a touch of melancholy arose. She couldn't be said to be breathtakingly beautiful, but she was certainly attractive with a good figure, right? Yet in her livestream with tens of thousands of viewers, no one acknowledged her existence. Everyone was focused on Idao-gu's fame, discussing whether he would appear, almost completely ignoring her appearance. This was indeed a heavy blow for Lin Ruoyan, who had confidence in her looks. There's no helping it, borrowing someone else's fame means enduring this kind of resentment. She thought to herself, trying to ease her frustration as she continued to climb. After a while, following the crowd, Lin Ruoyan finally reached the mountaintop. Just as she prepared to catch her breath and relax, her beautiful eyes swept forward and she froze in shock. In the direction her gaze fell, a young man emerged from around a gray rock wall. The man wore a mask and dressed ordinarily, taking slow steps forward, exuding an indescribable grandeur as if a magnificent mountain was pressing forward. This is Idao-gu. Lin Ruoyan's mind buzzed as if a great bell were ringing in her head, and she hurriedly cried out, Idao-gu has appeared. With her scream, all the viewers instantly became electrified, urging her to turn the camera to see. Lin Ruoyan quickly shifted the camera to the masked young man, and her popularity surged once again, causing the audience to go almost wild, the barrage comments pouring down like a heavy rain. It really is Idao-gu. I finally see him, my idol. What the hell is this real? Amidst the viewers' exclamations, some also raised doubts, feeling it was too coincidental that Idao-gu appeared just as they arrived, suspecting it might be staged. Idao-gu appeared just after we arrived. Could it be scripted? Doesn't this seem too coincidental? Something feels off. Was this arranged beforehand? Seeing these barrage comments, Lin Ruoyan pouted her lips, her beautiful eyes swirling with ripples just as she was about to explain. But at that moment, standing before the rock wall, Zhao Jing spoke calmly, come out, what are you hiding? His voice was smooth and unruffled, yet it swept across the entire mountaintop like a powerful wind. This sudden voice left Lin Ruoyan stunned, causing those present to look bewildered, while the viewers in the livestream were filled with confusion. Come out. What do you mean? Is someone lurking, or is it just acting too convincingly? Just as everyone was puzzled, a sudden sound erupted. Like thunder rolling down from the sky, sweeping across the earth, a terrifying explosion echoed, causing the air to ripple. An invisible soundwave surged forth, covering an area of several kilometers, as a yellow metal bullet tore through the air from the edge of the mountain forest, piercing through. This was the sound of an anti-material sniper rifle. The anti-material sniper rifle is undoubtedly one of the most powerful firearms in human history, with a bullet speed reaching a terrifying rate of 8 to 900 meters per second. If it hits a human body, it can obliterate half of it. Its power is truly terrifying. Zhao Jing, however, showed no sign of surprise at this sudden attack. He remained calm, standing still without dodging, merely tilting his neck casually. Swish! The bullet whizzed past his ear, creating a sharp and piercing howl. The mountain wall behind him shook violently, rocks crumbled, and the incredible bullet energy tilted downward, creating fissures that intersected, forming a group of cracks spanning 2 to 3 meters in diameter, gray dust swirling and dancing like chaotic clouds. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded, frozen in place. The viewers watching the livestream were in a daze, their eyes wide as saucers. After a long while they finally reacted, realizing what had happened. Good heavens, what did they just witness? Such a terrifying bullet was dodged so casually. Before today everyone knew that Brother Yi Dao possessed terrifying combat power far surpassing that of ordinary people, yet no one had ever witnessed his battle scene. Now that they have, they were instantly stunned. Just by tilting his head he could dodge sudden metal bullets. Is this a manifestation of Brother Yi Dao's strength? Or perhaps is this the benefit of stepping into the path of cultivation? Even at the mortal realm he could perform such shocking feats, extraordinarily powerful, seeming almost inhuman. If he were to achieve immortality in the future, what astonishing divine powers would he possess? The world was inexplicably shaken, their minds trembling, yet Zhao Jing showed no signs of disturbance. Having experienced numerous divine temples, Zhao Jing was exceptionally seasoned. He chose to confront challenges head-on, refining his mind, and his will had become incredibly firm. In the past he would have needed to move swiftly to dodge, but now his mindset had greatly changed, rendering him disdainful of the need to evade. Looking down at the verdant forest hiding powerful beings, Zhao Jing stepped forward and calmly spoke, "Very well, impressive firearms. Do you have any other means? Bring them all out, then let me send you all to your graves." As soon as he finished speaking, the roar of firearms erupted once more. A metallic storm of bullets surged forth, crashing down like a tidal wave, drowning the world in sound. Even the nearby roaring waterfall was silenced as the sound of rocket launchers howled, carrying brilliant trajectories that dominated everything. Amidst the heavens and the earth a storm of bullets and gunfire roared. Having missed their surprise attack, these hidden assailants no longer intended to conceal themselves, unleashing their full power in an attempt to tear him apart with the might of their firearms. Zhao Jing's expression remained unchanged as he moved forward, calmly uttering, "The momentum is grand, but unfortunately, you want to kill me. Far from enough." After speaking he channeled energy into his left leg and stomped the ground fiercely. The force of his stomp was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to a giant from a primordial age, causing the earth to quake and rocks to fly. Grey dust surged forth like a tidal wave, forming a mist that rushed toward the ground. The sound of the wind became a violent roar, flipping the leaves of the trees, causing them to tremble incessantly. The rain of bullets fell into the dust storm, falling silent. The rockets also failed to take effect, trapped within. As the dust storm stirred, it was once again agitated, as if a mystical dragon was thrashing, accompanied by a figure stepping out of the mist, charging toward the hiding place of the dozen or so people. The swirling dust cloud followed suit, rushing along. In the distance Lin Ruoyan watched in awe as the figure appeared like a supreme deity emerging from the mist, engulfing the endless dust. In mere seconds he had advanced over 100 meters. Seeing this scene, the hidden dozen did not retreat, instead they boldly faced him, seemingly intending to confront him head-on. Just as Zhao Jing stepped into the forest, one person reached for his waist and without hesitation pressed a button on a remote control. In an instant the sound of explosions drowned the earth. Beneath the layers of ancient forest bombs that had long been buried detonated, shooting forth blinding flames, the sea of fire boiling, illuminating the sky. Each ray of light carried immense power and destructive capability. As soon as they appeared they transformed into overwhelming shockwaves, sweeping up soil and earth. Under this ferocious and annihilating explosive storm everything seemed fragile and powerless. Hundreds of sturdy ancient trees splintered and collapsed, their leaves consumed by flames turning to ash. Faced with this terrifying power, Zhao Jing did not flinch. He harnessed the blood and energy within him, his spine undulating like a swimming dragon, and struck forward with a punch. This was a martial arts divine technique, the hammer fist. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers in the distance were momentarily stunned. The spectacle was too horrifying, causing them to stop breathing, their minds tense, leaving them in a blank state. Has Brother Yi Dao gone mad? Why did he not choose to evade the explosive flames and instead opted to punch? No matter how much one cultivates, they are still merely flesh and blood. How could they face such explosive power head-on? Some people had slightly parted lips, their hearts racing as if they were about to witness a horrifying scene. Meanwhile the attackers were overjoyed, secretly exclaiming. One burly man even laughed heartily, thinking they had succeeded. What can Brother Yi Dao do? He still can't escape my Mazenra's scheme. They knew their target had terrifying strength that was hard to gauge. Thus, even though 6 strong individuals possessed superior cultivation techniques, they did not choose to confront him directly, pretending to engage him head-on while actually planning to lure him into an ambush. It seemed their plan was successful. Staring at the raging flames, the burly man clenched his fist, confidence gleaming in his eyes. What I used were high explosives specifically designed for solid materials. Even steel tanks cannot withstand such an explosion. No matter how strong you are, Brother Yi Dao, I don't believe you. Before he could finish his words, a sudden change occurred. The sound waves surged, the wind roared, and the brilliance of the flames was abruptly torn apart. It seemed as if an invincible force was striking out, erasing everything. The raging tidal flames were suddenly split apart, the spreading smoke shattered, and even the shockwaves were crushed into nothingness. What appeared to be a sea of fire covering the earth split open, revealing a tranquil passage. And within this passage was the wind and fire of his fists. The fists broke through the vastness of the flames and his feet crushed the chaotic dust. This martial arts divine technique suppressed all light and energy waves, extinguishing defiance in this world. In the midst of the stunned gazes of the crowd, Zhao Jing slowly exhaled his calm gaze, showing a hint of change. This group of foes indeed brought him a bit of joy. Anti-material sniper rifles, rocket launchers, high explosives, these items possess tremendous destructive power and are considered taboo weapons in civilian life, impossible to trade. Each one of them is not something ordinary people can possess, yet this group had them all. Moreover, considering the strength of these individuals, 5 or 6 of them possessed superior cultivation techniques and the rest were not weak either. It was clear that this group was far from ordinary. These people likely have a significant background that must be uncovered. Zhao Jing's heart was filled with a chilling, killing intent surging unfalteringly. He was determined to break into the divine temple, seeking opportunities, and had not intended to engage in too many conflicts. Yet some people were unwilling to remain silent and sought to target him. Such behavior cannot be tolerated. If there is indeed someone backing you, then prepare for the aftermath. As chaotic thoughts flowed through his mind, Zhao Jing's muscles surged, advancing forward. His momentum was like a ferocious tiger, an invincible lion shaking the sea of fire and the earth. His speed was at its peak, moving like a ghost, nearly impossible for the human eye to follow, making it impossible to aim. The dozen or so people were momentarily stunned, but then their blood surged, preparing to counterattack. With 6 strong individuals possessing impressive legacies and superior martial arts divine techniques, they did not fear any foe, even facing the formidable brother Yi Dao. The burly man, in order to amplify his might, shouted angrily, "Let's battle! Battle! You think too highly of yourselves." The roar was like thunder and the sound of the wind surged. The dozen or so individuals, upon hearing the words, felt their inner fury erupt like a volcanic eruption, filling their entire beings. Among the crowd present, even the weakest had a medium-level cultivation technique, and once they chose to make their presence known, they could earn immense respect, vast wealth, and easily reach the pinnacle of life. Yet at this moment they were belittled by a single knife brother. How could they bear it in their hearts? "You are too arrogant!" Someone shouted in anger, their voice howling in all directions, their blood surging like a raging torrent, causing a great commotion. In an instant the airwaves surged. A dozen cultivators acted in unison, their might shaking the mountain peak, the air currents within a radius of several dozen meters erupting, chaotically changing rapidly. A magnificent virtual fist imprint surged forth, the fist wind fierce, blowing away the floating dust. Strange entities formed from the air, roared angrily, causing the surrounding old trees to crack, their branches shattering. Terrifyingly violent weapon phantoms floated, a murderous intent swirling, making one's heart race. Dozens of martial arts divine techniques simultaneously unleashed their unmatched power, crashing towards Zhao Jing. The wind and earth trembled, light and shadow intertwined. Facing this tremendous pressure, Zhao Jing's body sank and his footsteps suddenly changed, his speed dramatically increasing. Martial arts divine technique, instant shadow step. Originally his speed was 300 meters in 3 seconds, and now it almost doubled, his figure akin to a phantom soaring through the air. The terrifying fist imprints pierced past him, the strange entities fierce yet unable to harm his flesh, the weapons menacing yet only striking at his shadow. The overwhelming might of these martial arts divine techniques was grand, yet not a single one could touch his body. Upon witnessing this scene, the anger in everyone's hearts was instantly extinguished, replaced by a surging wave of shock. How could this be possible? With dozens of martial arts divine techniques launched simultaneously, how could anyone possibly evade them? What these individuals did not know was that Zhao Jing had undergone trials in numerous celestial temples, growing stronger along the way, and now he could effortlessly face over 100 martial arts divine techniques without a scratch. How could this mere dozen trouble him? While the crowd's minds were in turmoil, Zhao Jing suddenly charged forward, approaching without using his chi or blood, simply throwing a punch. Bang! The air surged and sound waves exploded. This punch unleashed was almost equivalent to executing a martial arts divine technique, creating a tempest that blew everyone's hair up and made their clothes rustle violently. One person didn't even have time to react before being struck by the fist. The solid and powerful fist force condensed into a stream, driving into his body without dispersing. It penetrated right through, creating a round hole through his chest and back, turning his bones, flesh, internal organs and tendons into powder. Only at this moment did the crowd awaken, rushing to their feet. These individuals were not weaklings, they would not be frightened by the death or injury of a companion. Their fighting spirit was incredibly strong, and they all unleashed their full strength, intent on killing their foe. Centered around Zhao Jing's body, people from the southeast, north and west simultaneously rushed in, fists and feet moving in unison, the air flowing wildly. The crowd struck together, forming a kind of prison, determined to trap him here. Just as the encirclement solidified, a large hand suddenly reached out. The large hand revealed bulging veins as if forged from steel, harboring unimaginable immense strength. It reached out and grasped one person's neck, snapping it like a chick's before abruptly flinging him aside. That 100-kilogram body was surprisingly hurled. Zhao Jing reached out with another hand, grasping the waist of that person, using him as a weapon, swinging him like a massive spear, wildly sweeping around, seemingly mad. Bang! One person was struck in the face by this human weapon, blood spraying the bones of his face, collapsing inward, collapsing to the ground. Clap! One person was swept across the arm by the human weapon, utterly unable to withstand this frenzied power, skin torn, bones shattered. Crack! One person attempted to raise a gun to shoot but was swept by the human weapon, causing the firearm to shatter, fragments flying. The prison-like encirclement was instantly dissolved as darkness met the blazing sun, winter snow met spring light, all disintegrated and melted away. His momentum was invincible and unstoppable. Seeing such might, some felt their minds tremble, their internal chi and blood flowing, preparing to unleash extraordinary power once more. They initially did not wish to use martial arts divine techniques at close range, fearing they might injure their companions. But at this moment they could not afford to hesitate. If they did not act, they simply could not withstand this knife brother. Chi and blood surged rapidly. The air began to shift. As numerous martial arts divine techniques were about to condense and unleash, a furious gale suddenly swept in, leaving everyone gasping for breath. The wind comes. Zhao Jing calmly uttered 2 words, causing the elements to shift. A torrent of white air surged suddenly like countless tiny rivers flowing into his hand, rapidly condensing into a blade of air radiating a sacred golden brilliance, transforming into misty clouds. Subsequently a single knife swung down. The scorching heat radiated outward and divine light cascaded down into the void. The yellowish-gray soil rapidly turned charred black, releasing wisps of green smoke, the wild grass and leaves on the ground melting and burning into flying ash. The corpses that had fallen to the ground were left with wrinkled skin and desiccated flesh. This knife strike created a frenzied torrent, burning the air and melting the earth. In an instant everyone's pupils contracted to the utmost. Was this a person wielding a knife? It was clearly a divine being punishing the mortal realm. Some retreated hurriedly, attempting to evade, while others unleashed martial arts divine techniques to block, but the might of this knife was too terrifying, like the invisible wrath of heaven pressuring all directions. Clothes exploded apart, bodies disintegrated and fell, and the verdant trees instantly turned into withered trunks, subsequently shattered by the wave of energy. Within a radius of several dozen meters, anything within the range of the knife's aura could not remain unscathed. Among the many attackers, only 3 reacted in time, barely escaping the heated knife aura, fleeing to the side. However, although they survived, they felt no sense of relief. Instead, they were drenched in sweat, their pupils chaotic, fear and horror intertwining, filling their minds completely. Only at this moment did they realize that Zhao Jing's words were not mere arrogance. In terms of strength, they truly were not qualified to battle him. Amidst the chaotic airwaves, Zhao Jing stepped forward. In this battle he had suffered no harm, remaining in perfect condition, his gaze sharp as he looked at the 3, coldly speaking. I am very interested in your identities, tell me, what background do you have? The 3 exchanged glances, and without a second thought they immediately fled. These individuals were very clever, they knew their speed was no match for Zhao Jing, so they scattered trying to escape. Zhao Jing, however, simply shook his head in silence and charged forward. He did not want anyone to escape, directly using instant shadow step to maximize his speed, instantly catching up to 2 of them, breaking their legs and leaving them behind, then moving towards the last one. At this moment that person had already reached the waterfall on the mountain peak, leaping into the flowing water in an attempt to escape, while Zhao Jing hurriedly pursued, arriving at the edge of the waterfall. This chase also allowed those passers-by to see him. Just now his battle with the attackers had taken place amidst dense forests, so the onlookers did not dare to venture deeper and had not seen. But now upon seeing him they immediately gasped in astonishment, while the broadcaster Lin Ruoyan quickly turned the camera towards Zhao Jing. Knife brother has emerged. Hey, what is he reaching towards the waterfall for? Wait, everyone look. The entire waterfall suddenly shifted. Amidst the astonished cries of the crowd, the grand waterfall roared with movement. It turned out that billions of droplets of water influenced by gravity were falling down, forming a waterfall. But at this moment countless droplets broke free from gravity, gathering towards the direction Zhao Jing's arm extended, the scorching heat spreading through the water, heating large volumes to boiling, creating white mist. Subsequently Zhao Jing's palm surged with power. It was as if an immortal deity was commanding the waterfall, vast droplets and mist coalescing into a sword. This sword was immensely powerful, cutting down from above, traversing the entire grand waterfall, striking the person who had fallen into the water pool. Instantly the large water pool surged with immense waves, creating layers of ripples beneath which a corpse surfaced. Seeing the corpse, Zhao Jing immediately turned around. He was preparing to interrogate the 2 survivors to obtain information about their backgrounds. The onlookers, however, were frozen in place, their expressions dazed as if they had been petrified. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Ruoyan's expression froze for a moment. She pressed her lips slightly and instinctively glanced at the livestream viewer count. The next second her heart tightened into a knot. In the brief span of the fierce confrontation, her popularity had surged once more. The number of live viewers had already reached millions, and the barrage of comments swept like a frenzied torrent, flooding the screen endlessly. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Ruoyan's first thought was, she had made it big. She had initially only intended to ride the wave and borrow some popularity, yet reality had unfolded in such an astonishing way. This single step had propelled her to soar, granting her the fervent adoration she had always dreamed of. Calm down. Calm down. Taking several deep breaths, Lin Ruoyan pressed her hand to her chest, steadying her thoughts as she silently calculated. This is just a sudden surge in popularity stemming from Brother Radiance, not my true audience. To stabilize it, I must leverage his influence and find a way to promote this video nationwide as quickly as possible. If I can retain even a fraction of these viewers, just 1/10, the trajectory of my life will be forever changed. With this thought, Lin Ruoyan's lips curled into a charming smile as her mind wandered, envisioning the future. Meanwhile, Zhao Jing traversed the land and approached the last two survivors. The two men, their legs broken, were in excruciating agony. Seeing Brother Radiance stride toward them, despair consumed their hearts. They closed their eyes, ready to end their own lives, but a single sentence carried by the wind made them halt. I advise you not to do that. Otherwise your relatives and friends will surely suffer undeserved calamity. At these words, the two men shuddered and opened their eyes. They saw Zhao Jing standing before them, hands clasped behind his back, his voice chilling like the demonic whisper of the abyss, shaking their souls. Don't think death can end everything. The answers I seek have yet to be given. As his voice faded, the two men's faces turned deathly pale. After a pause, they shouted, this was our own choice. It has nothing to do with our families. Nothing to do. At a time like this you still utter such foolishness. Zhao Jing's tone remained unchanged, as cold as a blade. I am no heinous criminal and I bear no grudge against any of you. Yet you have mobilized such a force, a dozen cultivators, anti-material sniper rifles, rocket launchers, even high-explosive bombs. Your families may be innocent, but was I born to be hunted down like this? His words struck the two men silent. Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow and continued, the ancients said, do not punish the family for the crimes of one. I can spare your families, but only if you honestly reveal your purpose and the forces behind you. Do not take me for a fool. I will give you one chance. If I detect any deceit in your words, I will leave immediately. In today's transparent society, finding your families will not be difficult. Do not harbor a shred of wishful thinking. Speak. This final command struck like thunder, crushing their will to resist, and they began to speak. I am Ma Zhenru and he is Lu Wen. We came for the fortune you possess. You are famous online, known for entering many divine temples, so we assumed you would gain substantial benefits. That is why we came. Where did the weapons come from? It was Zhang Yunhua, the young master of the Zhang Consortium, who procured them for us. Did he participate in today's ambush? The burly man named Ma Zhenru hesitated, his mind beginning to race. Before setting out, the Zhang Consortium's people had repeatedly urged him to keep their secret, to not utter a single word about them even in failure. He had agreed wholeheartedly then, but now his mindset had completely changed. That Zhang Consortium shares the blame for my fate today. That Zhang Yunhua kept provoking, saying Brother Radiance possessed a great fortune that could ease our cultivation. That's what stirred my greed. Now that Brother Radiance is so ruthless, if I lie and get caught, it's over. I have no choice, he'll drag them down with me. Harboring a subtle desire for revenge, he immediately replied he participated. We even said we'd give him a share if we succeeded. Hearing this, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow but did not readily believe him. Do you have a phone? Is it intact? Make a call. You know what to say. Ma Zhenru nodded with difficulty, took out his phone, dialed and said, hello, is this Zhang, the young master of the Zhang Consortium? His words were deliberately pointed, emphasizing the other party's identity. Without much thought, the recipient replied, yes brother Ma, is everything alright on your end? Alright. We're in deep trouble. That Brother Radiance is too formidable, our side is nearly wiped out. I'm calling you while fleeing. Your share is probably going up in smoke. Ah. Forget the share for now. I'll find a way to help you if I can. It's hopeless. I'm doomed today. Just take care of my family. But rest assured, even in death I won't reveal your name. Thank you, Brother Ma. I'll take care of your family. Good. Oh no. Brother Radiance is closing in. I have to hang up. With that, he ended the call, handed the phone to Zhao Jing and said weakly, now do you believe me? Zhao Jing took the phone, glanced at the name on the screen and furrowed his brow. After 2 seconds of silence, he casually unleashed 2 punches, extinguishing their lives, then stood still, unmoving for a long time. At that moment his gaze flickered like a lamp while his thoughts surged like a wild tide, churning without rest. The Zhang Consortium, a well-known giant in the country with assets worth hundreds of billions. They are a formidable force, deeply connected, said to have ties with certain powers. An undeniable behemoth, almost untouchable. But so what? I, Zhao Jing, have devoted myself to cultivation, seeking no trouble, but I am no feeble caterpillar to be so contemptuously tested. As his emotions churned within, gradually transforming into a raging, killing intent, Zhao Jing clenched his fist, crushing the air in his palm with a sharp crack. If I do not slay this young master of the great consortium, there will surely be countless more assassination attempts in the future. Other major powers might see this and think I Zhao Jing am weak and easily provoked. Very well, let this man be a warning to all. I will show the world that no matter your wealth, your connections, your high status, or your revered position, if you dare to move against me, your death is nigh. A transcendent powerhouse shall not be humiliated. The name of a strong warrior is not to be infringed upon. If he does not take action today to eliminate the principal offender, other forces will surely harbor ill intentions, believing him to be weak and easily deceived, leading them to send forth more powerful individuals to cause trouble. Although he is not afraid, his path of cultivation will undoubtedly suffer serious disruptions. Remaining silent will only encourage others to be increasingly audacious and arrogant. Only through intimidation can they learn to fear and learn to be silent. This principle was vividly demonstrated when he intimidated those bandits in Yingbao City. Furthermore, with the divine cultivation method at my disposal and having awakened extraordinary talents, I am more than capable of crushing everything disregarding firearms and a small portion of conventional weapons. As long as I do not use large-scale destructive weapons and avoid missiles and nuclear bombs, there is nothing that can instill fear in me. If you choose death, then I shall grant it to you. With this thought settled in his mind, Zhao Jing took a step forward, heading towards the divine hall. Those who must be killed will be killed, and the opportunities that must be seized will also be taken. With his current strength, passing the trials of the divine hall would be effortless. Moments later he emerged swiftly, leaving amidst the astonished gasps of passers-by. After Zhao Jing left, someone immediately hid in the distance and quietly made a phone call. Hello, is this Manager Zhang from the Zhang Group? Yes, what's the situation on your side? Manager Zhang, I saw that Brother One Blade has left and it seems those who attacked him are all dead. I recorded a video and will send it to you shortly. Did you see the entire fight? Or did you witness those people die? Manager Zhang, I didn't see everything. The fight took place in a dense forest and I couldn't see or dare to get closer, so I didn't capture it. Later Brother One Blade returned to the forest, but I could vaguely see that he seemed to have captured 2 people and was interrogating them. Alright, I'll send you 100,000 later. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Meanwhile, among the crowd several others were also making phone calls to inform others. On the top floor of the Zhang building in Longxi City, the handsome young man Zhang Yunhua sat on a black leather sofa, his expression calm, intently watching a computer screen. The screen displayed both Lin Ruoyan's livestream and video information from an unknown source. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yunhua watched for a while before shutting down the computer, lost in thought. He wondered if his identity had been exposed. When that person called him, had they been captured by Brother One Blade deliberately asking such questions? After a moment of quiet contemplation, Zhang Yunhua sneered coldly. What does it matter if they know? What if they don't? I am banking on your isolation and pressing you with great influence. Would you dare to act against my Zhang group? Would you dare to act against me, Zhang Yunhua? My family possesses vast wealth with a powerful background. I, Zhang Yunhua, am a renowned heir of noble status. Even in these changing times, my family's position remains unshaken. Naturally, Brother One Blade would not dare to act against me or oppose me. Indeed, Brother One Blade is formidable, capable of single-handedly slaying 5 or 6 peers, but my family has numerous strong individuals, over 20 of whom possess superior cultivation methods along with many lethal firearms. Can you kill 5 or 6 superior practitioners and contend with so many subordinates and weapons? Even if you realize I am behind this, you can only suffer in silence and pretend to be unaware. However, my plans can change. He stood up, his expression cold with a chilling glint in his eyes. Originally he intended to test Brother One Blade's strength before inviting him to join the corporation. Then he would pressure him with influence, bombard him with wealth, and tempt him with beauties, forcing him to yield some benefits from the divine hall. Day by day he would gradually exploit him, turning him into a cash cow. But now that the situation has changed, his plan may no longer work. I must find a way to kill him and eliminate this potential threat. This person's growth rate is too rapid. With one step he could shake mountains and make waterfalls tremble. Even high explosives cannot harm him. If I don't find an opportunity to kill him now, the subsequent problems will be even greater. After all, you wouldn't dare to kill me. I can do as I please to kill you, and what can you do about it? After a moment of contemplation he chuckled coldly, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes. On the other side, Zhao Jing was already rushing down the mountain, ready to pull out his phone to locate Zhang Yunhua. As he mentioned earlier, the transparency of information in today's network makes it not difficult to find someone's whereabouts, especially if the person is the renowned young master of the Zhang family, making it even easier. The only concern is whether the person's location is too remote, requiring a significant amount of time to track, which would delay his cultivation. Moments later this worry vanished. The phone screen displayed that Zhang Yunhua had not gone out recently, remaining in the Zhang building in Longxi City, just over 100 kilometers away from him, in a location quite close to a divine hall he intended to visit. If I kill him it won't delay my cultivation path. It seems even heaven is conspiring for your demise. Zhao Jing's gaze burned with intensity as he clenched his fist. At that moment his extraordinary perception sensed someone nearby. His expression suddenly turned cold and his steps halted as he shouted. Come out, there's no need to hide. I can see you already. His extraordinary perception was incredibly sharp, able to sense movements and sounds from all directions, immediately detecting that someone was watching him from not far away in the forest. Just 2 to 3 seconds after his words fell, laughter echoed through the vast forest, sounding like a lark singing, melodious and pleasant. No wonder you are Brother One Blade, your strength is indeed extraordinary, able to detect my presence. I am truly impressed. As she spoke, a stunning woman stepped forward. With ink-like hair and a charming face, she wore a splendid chain-style gown, her posture alluring with an hourglass figure, her slender waist seemingly fragile, exuding an enchanting and captivating aura. Taking a few steps forward, the woman smiled and said, I am Lu Yueme from the Lu Corporation, Brother One Blade. I come with good intentions, please don't harm me. So she is from the Lu Corporation. Zhao Jing's expression remained unchanged, but his heart stirred slightly. He had heard of the Lu Corporation, which held a high reputation domestically with significant power. In terms of influence, it could rival the Zhang family, being one of the few top-tier corporations in the country. It seems this person has guessed my course of action, which is why she came to find me. With some speculation, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you want from me? Lu Yueme smiled like a flower, her alluring charm radiating as she spoke, Brother One Blade, I come with good intentions. Don't you want to know who orchestrated today's encounter behind the scenes? Zhao Jing's expression remained indifferent as he replied, oh. Who is it? It's Zhang Yunhua from the Zhang Group. He specifically sent someone. Lu Yumai's beautiful eyes blinked slightly as if autumn waters were flowing in her pupils. He knows you have undergone many trials in the Divine Hall, gaining numerous benefits. He wants to take your gains, and feeling you are alone, he deliberately plotted against you. Oh dear, that person is too malicious. If you had any connections with a major force, you wouldn't have been so easily manipulated by him. Oh. What you say makes a lot of sense. So what is your suggestion? Zhao Jing asked, unperturbed. Lu Yueme chuckled softly and said, Brother One Blade, you know what I mean. If I need to say it outright, then I will be straightforward. I am here specifically to invite you to join our Lu family. Although you are strong, you are just one person and too easy to be schemed against. If you join a force and have a backing for protection, no one will dare to act against you. Zhao Jing was somewhat taken aback, replying, is that so? Of course. With the protection of a force there are countless benefits, and you wouldn't have to worry about anything. Others will defend you. There are even special preferences that the state cannot provide but we can offer. Lu Yueme paused here, giving a charming smile that was captivating. That sounds appealing, truly tempting, but does that come without any cost? Zhao Jing laughed lightly, throwing out a question. For example, regarding the benefits from the Divine Hall. Upon hearing this, Lu Yumai's smile slightly stiffened. She paused for a moment and then smiled again, saying, Brother One Blade, you're mistaken. What cost? Before she could finish, Zhao Jing interrupted, don't treat me like a 3-year-old. I don't believe that if I join a force to enjoy protection and benefits I wouldn't have to pay anything. Brother One Blade, you're speaking too harshly. Naturally it wouldn't be that simple. Lu Yueme waved her hand, smiling again. Our corporation has no ill intentions. We only ask you to provide some specific information, such as certain insights about the Divine Hall. For you it's just a trivial matter, hardly a cost, something you can easily do. Zhao Jing merely smiled and remained silent. A trivial matter. That seems like a demand to devour him. In an era of universal cultivation it is bound to be a turbulent age. What Lu Yueme said sounded pleasant, every word a compliment, but should he truly choose to join, the consequences would be unpredictable. He might even be forced to give up the benefits from the Divine Hall. After all, in a world where everyone can cultivate and pursue the path to divinity, why would they recruit and nurture an outsider, granting them abundant resources and benefits? The Zhang Group harbored ill intentions toward him, so could the Lu Group, which stood shoulder to shoulder with the Zhang Group, be genuinely altruistic. All crows in the world are equally black. Seeing Zhao Jing silent for a long time, Lu Yueme could not help but speak up, Brother One Blade, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Although you are powerful and extraordinary, the cultivation method you learned is only superior. You might fend off this time, but next time there will be even more people with ill intentions towards you. The major corporations in this world are neither too many nor too few. If you do not choose to join, who knows how many more people will plot against you in the future. Lu Yumai's words were not empty. A man without guilt bears the burden of possessing a jewel. Seeing him enter and exit the immortal god palace countless times, reaping untold fortunes, it was inevitable that someone would harbor malicious thoughts seeking to seize his benefits. No matter how low-key Zhao Jing acted or how much he concealed his tracks, he could not avoid this. Unless he gave up on cultivation and never entered the immortal god ancient palace again or followed Lu Yumai's advice and joined another faction. But everyone knew these two paths were dead ends almost akin to seeking one's own death. Besides that, he had only one path left to take. That is to kill. Kill until the nobles are terrified, kill until no one dares to act, kill until all the major powers tremble, making them understand that some thoughts should not be entertained and to dare to act is to pay the price. In the end it was still because these people thought I was not strong enough. Whether they are the powerful or the wealthy, everyone believes that the pinnacle of cultivation methods is the top-tier cultivation method. As a result, they must think that cultivators who possess top-tier methods are the strongest in the world, sweeping all before them, invincible. Even if there are disparities among equally strong cultivators, they will not be too far apart, which leads some nobles to develop greed, wanting to use their power to suppress me. But they do not know that what I possess is the divine cultivation method transcending all other methods. If it were when I had just acquired my cultivation method, I could endure and take a step back because I lacked the strength to resist. But now, after cultivating hard for 2 months, I am more than capable of crushing these people. There is no reason to bow to them any longer. Thinking of this, Zhao Jing's gaze slightly narrowed as he spoke. You are right, but so what? Whoever dares to come, I will kill them. Upon hearing this, Lu Yumei raised her delicate brows, a hint of disdain flashing in her heart. Whoever dares to come, you just kill them. Does this brother really think he is invincible? As a member of a large consortium, her information was very well informed. She knew what figures the Zhang family had brought to attack Brother Radiance and admitted that Brother Radiance was indeed impressive with considerable strength. However, if that were all there was to it, to be honest, it was not much. 5 or 6 people with top-tier cultivation methods would not be his match, but with a dozen attacking all at once, how could he resist? Everyone possesses top-tier cultivation methods and the gap is not large. As long as the number is sufficient, killing one person is as easy as pie. But such words were too arrogant to be spoken, so Lu Yumei merely smiled slightly and said, Brother Radiance, your ambition is grand, but to my knowledge the Zhang family has at least 20 people with top-tier cultivation methods. With so many, do you really think you can contend with them? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing smiled silently, his thoughts flowing unbidden. Just from the perspective of combat power, he had 3 states. The first state, without using martial divine techniques, purely relying on physical strength. The second state, activating golden blood essence and using martial divine techniques. The third state, unleashing extraordinary talents and erupting all divine powers. Each state activated would cause his strength to soar dramatically, and he only needed to activate the second state to easily pass through the 100-person battle in the immortal god ancient palace, sweeping away all enemies. How could a mere 20 people from the Zhang family possibly be his match? Seeing Zhao Jing fall silent again, Lu Yumei thought he might admit he could not contend with these 20-odd people. Her smile grew even wider and she urged, Brother Radiance, you might as well join our group. At the very least, I can guarantee you will live and live far happier than most people. This statement was akin to unveiling a veil, almost saying that as long as you choose to submit, at least you can live. Zhao Jing glanced at her and slowly shook his head. He moved his lips and said, You think that the consortium with its grasp of wealth and power holds all the advantages, yet you do not know how vast this world is and how strong I truly am. To this, Lu Yumei could not help but chuckle lightly. Ha! As a member of a trillion-yuan consortium, she had always been proud and imposing. Now being able to speak so humbly was already a significant concession, but Brother Radiance truly did not know what was good for him. At such a moment he actually spoke such arrogant words. Who did he think he was? Since it was like this, there was no need to waste more breath, the truth would soon reveal itself. Then the young lady will wait to see your grand display of power. With a hint of sarcasm in her tone, Lu Yumei uttered this phrase, her spirit growing impatient as she turned to make way. Zhao Jing let out a cold laugh, his body launching forward, racing down the mountain. He was too lazy to engage in a war of words with this person and preferred to let his fists speak for everything. The more mocking the other party's attitude today, the greater the contrast in their future reactions. After he swept through the Zhang family consortium and killed recklessly, he would see what expression Lu Yumei would wear to face him. In Longxi, within the Zhang family building, Zhang Yunhua was frantically making calls to assemble personnel. Hello Brother Tian, it's me, Zhang Yunhua. I have something to discuss with you. Come to the building. Hello Brother Fei, it's me, Zhang Yunhua. I have a big business I need your help with. Come to the building. Hello Brother Yu, it's me, Zhang Yunhua. The people he was calling were all members of the Zhang family, each possessing top-tier cultivation methods and extraordinary power, able to crush numerous experts. Why would a family consortium have so many people with remarkable cultivation legacies? The reason is simple. Wealth and power. They have extensive connections and cunning strategies, obtaining information far faster than ordinary people. When the divine light descended, they had already learned the mysteries of the Cultivation Palace through their channels, thus getting a step ahead and standing at the pinnacle of the entire human race. After a round of calls, Zhang Yunhua calculated the number of people in his mind and grew increasingly confident. Including myself, I have gathered a total of 14 owners of top-tier cultivation methods. I will also find a way to contact all the powerful outsiders. With so many people we can fearlessly deal with and suppress Brother Dao. Next we just need to wait for everyone. In an anxious wait time flew by. The sun set. Dusk fell. As the golden-hued clouds spread across the sky illuminating the earth, those summoned on the top floor of the building had all arrived. They either lounged casually, stood upright, lay on the sofa, or looked down at their phones waiting for Zhang Yunhua to explain the reason for gathering everyone. Brothers, upon seeing everyone had arrived, Zhang Yunhua cleared his throat and clapped his hands. I have a fantastic opportunity to acquire a large amount of fortune from the Immortal God Palace. I wonder if you all have the courage to take action. As soon as his voice echoed through the building, everyone raised their heads, their eyes blazing like flames, staring intently at Zhang Yunhua. Zhang Yunhua wasted no time on small talk and got straight to the point, saying, I believe everyone knows about Brother Dao. And my target is Brother Dao. He has experienced dozens of Immortal God Palaces and the fortune he possesses is beyond counting. If we can kill him, it will surely bring us great profit. Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. Was he really going to kill Brother Dao? This person might not be easy to deal with, right? Today the battle at 100 Mang Mountain was too sensational, shocking the world. On the internet the battle videos had spread everywhere. They had all seen it and were intimidated by the strength Brother Dao displayed, feeling a hint of apprehension. After a long silence, Zhang Yunhua snorted coldly and said, What? Are you afraid? You all possess top-tier cultivation methods and are the pillars of the consortium. Why is it that upon hearing Brother Dao's name you all have gone silent? This provoking tactic was quite useful. As soon as he finished speaking, someone opened their mouth and said, Of course we are not afraid. It's just that Brother Dao does indeed have some skills and he might be a tough nut to crack. If we go at him head-on, it feels a bit troublesome. As soon as this was said, everyone nodded in secret, expressing their agreement. In this world what good fortune comes easily. Zhang Yunhua said coldly, You all have been to the Immortal God Palace. You've toiled for half a day yet only passed one trial battle of 10 people needing several days to recuperate. At this rate, how can your cultivation speed possibly be fast? And that Brother Dao can enter the Immortal God Palace once a day, and the tests he passes are battles of 30 people. Counting it up, his gains are at least 10 times ours, even dozens of times. As long as we kill him, it would be enough for all of us to reap a great fortune. Not to hide it from all of you, Brother Dao was very likely already aware that the people from 100 Mang Mountain are sent by our Zhang family. We are now in a situation where we can't live or let live, and we must determine a winner. Knowing that it's our Zhang family taking action, Brother Dao will surely fear our power and not dare to act first, which gives us the opportunity. We should take the initiative while he is still weak, and together we can kill him. Not only will we eliminate future troubles, but we will also gain fortune, achieving 2 goals with 1 move. You must know we have more than a dozen powerful experts here. If I also hire a few idle experts with heavy gold, with so many of us here, we need not fear a mere Brother Dao. Such a lengthy argument left everyone present with no reason to refuse. They had already coveted Brother Dao's gains, and although they had some small concerns, upon hearing Zhang Yunhua explain the pros and cons, those small worries vanished instantly. Since we are already in a situation where we can't live or let live, why worry about anything? Just take action. It's indeed true, a mere Brother Dao, how could we not handle him? Killing him would be a great gain. Someone jumped up and shouted loudly. Once one person shouted, the rest followed suit. He is just one person. With so many of us, what are we afraid of? Kill him and seize his treasures, acquire fortune. As long as we eliminate him, our Zhang family will soar in one leap, taking the lead on the path of cultivation. The reason Brother Dao is so popular is that our Zhang family has not moved against him. Now that we are going to move against him, his death is imminent. The Zhang family was in a fervor. The atmosphere was boiling. These dozen or so people were already caught up in the feverish excitement before the kill, their spirits stirred and unable to extricate themselves. And just as they were encouraging each other on the roof of a high building opposite the Zhang family building, the target of their planned encirclement had already appeared. The sunset is glorious, yet it is near dusk. Standing on the rooftop, Zhao Jing, wearing a mask, gazes at the magnificent sunset in the distance, softly muttering to himself. The sunset is glorious, yet it is near dusk. Standing on the rooftop, Zhao Jing, wearing a mask, gazes at the magnificent sunset in the distance, softly exhaling a breath. His gaze shifted to the Zhang Corporation building across from him. The building was entirely made of transparent glass. Under the setting sun, the surface of the building shimmered and sparkled brilliantly. Ignoring the refracted rays that obscured his view, he directly sensed the number of people inside the building with his extraordinary spiritual sense. What good luck! Just as I arrived here, I see there are 14 possessors of high-level cultivation methods. Do you think one sacrifice is not enough, so you send a big gift package to allow me to kill at ease? While I feel that killing just one person is not enough to instill fear. If these more than 10 people can die here, it should suffice to create enough intimidation. Zhao Jing cracked his knuckles, his mind invigorated, beginning to strategize his next move. Since this is a surprise attack, he must strike when they are unprepared and catch them off guard. However, storming through the ground level of the Zhang Corporation building is clearly not ideal, as it would not only allow them to react but also create chaos. The best strategy would be to fly directly over from this tall building and descend from the sky. From my perspective, the two buildings are of similar height, almost parallel, separated by a street approximately 20 to 30 meters wide. If I launch from this angle, it is sufficient for me to soar over and give them a surprise. With his resolve set, Zhao Jing moved his feet back. Taking a careful glance at the towering transparent structure, his muscles tensed and he forcefully stomped on the rooftop, unleashing a powerful thrust. Bang! A cloud of dust swirled up like a hazy gray sea, sweeping around him as Zhao Jing accelerated, leaping forward like a great rock soaring through the vast sky. At that moment, within the building, the emotions of the crowd calmed, their thoughts settled, and they began to contemplate how to subdue the One-Blade Brother. It is well known that the identity of the One-Blade Brother has not yet been exposed. No one knows his true appearance, and his movements are quite mysterious, making it difficult to ascertain his whereabouts. Furthermore, it is uncertain how many benefits from the Celestial Temple he still possesses, or if they are still with him. Whether it is to kill him or to seize his fortune, there is a prerequisite. Zhang Yunhu lightly tapped the table and said, after today's battle, the One-Blade Brother's whereabouts will undoubtedly become even more secretive. We must find a way to determine where he is. This remark prompted everyone to nod slightly. Faced with such a secretive movement, even satellite surveillance would be of little use. Finding the opponent is indeed quite challenging. Where exactly is the One-Blade Brother? One person muttered to himself, voicing the doubt in his heart. Just as his words fell, the side of the building suddenly erupted. A fierce gust of wind howled and sweeping across the area. The exquisite and rigid glass walls shattered and crumbled, breaking into countless transparent shards. As the fierce wind swirled, several rays of sunset light illuminated the fragments, casting a glorious glow across the entire space. What is happening? Someone shouted loudly, immediately on guard. In the eyes of the crowd, a mighty figure descended from the sky, crashing into the building and causing it to tremble slightly as if an earthquake had struck. Where the figure landed, the solid floor collapsed, directly creating a deep pit. Surrounding objects toppled and floated, all shattered by the shock. The rich dust glow poured down, illuminating the newcomer in a golden light as if a deity had descended to the world, divine and majestic. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then saw that the newcomer wore a familiar mask, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the One-Blade Brother is here. I can't believe he actually came here." Amidst the waves of shock, there was also a hint of surprise. Heaven has a path, yet you do not walk it. Hell has no door, yet you come rushing in. They were just thinking of how to kill the One-Blade Brother, but unexpectedly he came to them. But will the One-Blade Brother really come here? I suspect the One-Blade Brother wants to come and ambush me. Thoughts surged in his heart. Zhang Yunhu felt exhilarated and ecstatic. He thinks I am the only one here, so he rushed over to kill me, but he didn't expect that so many people would be here. Ha ha. I thought the One-Blade Brother knew it was me behind the scenes and dared not act, but he is quite temperamental, daring to come over. But what use is that? He has merely come to deliver himself to death. How foolish. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunhu believed he had seen through everything, then shouted, "Everyone prepare to strike and see if we can capture this person alive." After so many experiences in the Celestial Temple, he must have some secrets of cultivation. Find a way to seize him. Under the roaring sound wave, the dozen or so people present were greatly shaken. The power of their blood surged rapidly, creating an invisible wave in the outside world. Everyone was running their martial arts techniques, ready to suppress their opponent. Just as everyone was about to act, Zhao Jing shook his head and chuckled, igniting his blood energy. His physique was already robust and powerful, exuding an imposing aura, but at that moment all his muscles swelled slightly, their lines appearing like forged steel, hard and unbreakable. At the same time, torrents of energy flowed outward from the surface of his skin, blazing hot like fire, scorching as the sun. This is the manifestation of his extraordinary talent. Facing these more than 10 people, he did not even attempt to probe. Instead, he directly unleashed all his potential and utilized his strongest power. Strategically, one can underestimate the enemy, but tactically one must take them seriously. After all, there are more than 10 strong individuals here with considerable strength. If I do not use my extraordinary talent and rely solely on martial arts techniques, there is indeed a possibility of unexpected outcomes. To ensure the kill is successful, I must slay all of them at the fastest speed. Moreover, I have not used my extraordinary talent in actual combat yet. After practicing for so long, I should properly showcase it and see just how powerful it is. Zhao Jing's gaze turned cold, his blood energy boiling, divine power surging wildly, with his essence, energy and spirit all elevated to an unparalleled peak, reaching an unimaginable extreme for ordinary people. The temperature in the room surged violently. The ground beneath him began to soften, gradually emitting a faint charred odor as if fierce flames were burning and refining materials. The paper in the room quickly turned yellow and then ignited, turning into sparks that danced amidst the swirling energy waves. A wave of fervent energy emanated from Zhao Jing, coalescing into rolling heat waves howling in all directions. The hot wind blew against the faces of everyone around, causing them to change color entirely. At that moment they felt as if they were not atop a high building but in the midst of a volcano being scorched by invisible hot winds and enveloped in intense heat. What kind of power is the One Blade Brother unleashing? They had never witnessed such a terrifying scene, such violent divine power. Everyone, you are very fortunate. Under the glow of the sunset, Zhao Jing's gaze was cold as he spoke softly. You will become the first batch of strong individuals to die under my most powerful state. With every word he uttered, torrents of fiery air surged forth from his mouth, elevating the temperature within the building, a tumult of heat. Once his extraordinary talent was ignited, the effects were indeed this exaggerated. Even without deliberate use, every move, every breath would automatically carry extraordinary power. Employing martial divine techniques in this state would amplify their might tremendously, unstoppable, suppressing all foes. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so people present were engulfed in fury, their blood surging violently, and they charged forth with a thunderous roar. Initially they intended to hold back, hoping to spare a life to glean some secrets about the immortal temple, but Zhao Jing's state was too terrifying, seemingly possessing the essence of an immortal deity, leaving them no choice but to go all out, striking fiercely. Bang! 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 15 martial divine techniques erupted simultaneously. Waves of air surged violently, sound waves roared as more than 10 people erupted together, seemingly aiming to shake the very heavens and earth. Their overwhelming might compressed the air into torrents of white waves surging forward. It was clearly visible to the naked eye as the air waves transformed into fierce dragon shapes, terrifying serpent forms, elongated snake shapes, and domineering tiger shapes, shifting unpredictably, exuding immense pressure, with illusory blades and swords floating about, nearly solidifying, creating a thunderous roar. This was the phenomenon produced by the simultaneous activation of multiple martial divine techniques merging into one. Under this chaotic wave of energy, it seemed as if the void itself was about to collapse, all things destined to shatter. The ceiling and the floor cracked simultaneously, giving rise to countless winding fissures. Everything within the floor shattered, swept away by this storm. Witnessing this terrifying strike, Zhao Jing also made his move. Martial divine technique, condensing weapon, shaping wind into blades. His arms bulged with veins, immense strength surging forth as he suddenly grasped at the void, the frenzied air rapidly coalescing, giving the impression that even the twilight light was being captured in his grasp. In the blink of an eye, golden divine light coalesced into a blade, slashing forward. Boom! The momentum was grand, the wind and clouds changed color. From the place where the blade struck, the thick condensed rooftop was cleaved apart like paper, debris exploding and dancing wildly, the light of the outside world pouring in beams of light, twisting as if forcibly distorted by the might of this blow. This strike was no longer a mere swing of a blade but an extraordinary being unleashing divine power. Though Zhao Jing was still in the realm of mortals and had not reached the extraordinary realm, in truth his physical foundation was as solid as a mountain, already awakening extraordinary talent, possessing the power of the sun and the strength of the celestial dragon, nearly equivalent to an actual extraordinary being. With this blade he drew the air from all directions, rendering breath itself nearly impossible. The air blade he conjured was not long in itself, yet the air surged and coalesced with it, extending continuously. When he swung it, it barely measured over a meter, but by the time the blade passed over his head, it transformed into a chilling blade of 7 to 8 meters, shattering all, turning glass to shards. As if it were a blade of light, a sun's edge, wherever the blade passed the rooftop cracked and disintegrated into nothingness. The brilliant light of the evening sky fell along with it. The overwhelming might of the 15 martial divine techniques crumbled upon contact, instantly dissipating. Ultimately these people were still at the level of mortals. Even if they possessed considerable strength, even if they combined their powers, even if they unleashed their proud martial divine techniques, all these efforts were futile, unable to withstand this annihilating blow. For the disparity was simply too great. Physical body, blood power, combat experience, and even extraordinary talent, these differences accumulated, equating Zhao Jing to a realm beyond theirs. The difference in realms was as vast as the heavens and the earth. How could a dozen people easily breach this gap? Unless each of them had achieved a transformation, awakening extraordinary talents, alas! They did not. The might of this blade was akin to a hellish demon striking forth, flipping the entire rooftop of the building, reaping the souls of the world. Anyone within the floors, not a single being could survive. The bodies of the dozen cultivators charred, vitality extinguished, dying in a most tragic manner. Yet there were those with clever minds who did not perish alongside the others. As Zhao Jing swung his blade, Zhang Yunhu had already sensed something amiss, bolting towards the edge of the rooftop and leaping down. This was the top floor of the entire Zhang family building, over 100 meters above the ground. For an ordinary person to jump from here would be tantamount to seeking death, yet he was a cultivator, naturally different from ordinary people, his body exuding extraordinary strength. Even falling from such a height would not lead to his demise. As he fell, he also moved his blood, generating a rebounding force, slowing his descent, ensuring he would not suffer any grave injuries. Nevertheless, even so, Zhang Yunhu's heart remained tense, still incredibly anxious. His eyes were fixed on the rooftop, recalling the moment Zhao Jing unleashed his blade, his liver and gall trembling, hair standing on end. Something's not right.
By all accounts everyone should possess superior cultivation methods even if there were significant differences in strength there should be a certain limit. Why could this brother with the blade wield such terrifying power effortlessly slaying them all? Could it be that the immortal temple harbors some hidden treasure? Yes, that must be it. Since the immortal temple is formed from divine light it must harbor extremely astonishing treasures and mysteries nobody knows what exactly is hidden within. The fact that this brother with the blade can enter and exit the immortal temple so frequently must mean he has obtained some heaven-defying treasure, otherwise it would be impossible for him to become this strong. As these thoughts surged, a twinge of regret flashed through Zhang Yunhu's heart. He originally did not want to confront the brother with the blade hidden, he had even intended to send outsiders to probe, yet he did not expect that Ma would be so incompetent. Not only did he die but he also sold him out, otherwise he would not have had to resort to such actions. Now it was good he had gauged the strength of the brother with the blade, but the price paid was simply too heavy. In his dark frustration he suddenly spotted that familiar mask appearing atop the rooftop, instantly scaring him half to death. Before he could react, Zhao Jing stood on the rooftop and hurled down a fist. Martial divine technique hammer fist. This punch's force was akin to the heavens striking down, hammering the world. The roaring fist wind surged downward, causing the glass outside the building to warp, rolling and fluctuating and then being melted and scorched by the intense heat. Wherever the wind reached, the glass liquefied. What kind of fist wind was this? Clearly it was the scorching magma of gas. Zhang Yunhu hadn't fallen very far when he was struck hidden by this fist wind. His bones shattered into dust and his skin turned to charred ash. As his body plummeted, his breath ceased upon hitting the ground and his pupils lost focus. Standing high above, Zhao Jing cast a glance at the corpse, then surveyed the surroundings to confirm there were no enemies before withdrawing, his extraordinary talent returning to his original form. With this recovery he immediately sensed that he had consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. All told, this battle lasted barely a few seconds, yet his internal energy had depleted nearly 1/6, most of which was due to sustaining his extraordinary talent. Though extraordinary talent is powerful, the consumption is indeed severe. If I were to unleash it with full force it would likely only be enough for me to burst forth for 7 or 8 minutes. I still need to wait until later to deepen my accumulation before I can wield it more adeptly. Alright, I've killed the people and accomplished the task. It's not wise to linger here. The main matters are pressing, time to leave. Stretching his body, Zhao Jing soared up, leaping to another building, then bounding away, his figure vanishing. If you are to do something, do it decisively. The financial conglomerate is vast and deeply rooted. If we do not eradicate it today, countless troubles will arise in the future. It is better to seize this opportunity and completely obliterate its foundation, instilling fear in the great powers of the world. As far as I know, Longxi is the ancestral home of the Zheng family with numerous properties and business interests. I must act swiftly to locate these high-ranking individuals and eliminate them without leaving a trace. Zhao Jing's murderous intent surged within him, his thoughts racing. On his way here he had already identified the locations of the financial group's assets and main members through the internet, and with his extraordinary perception he could sense the strength of his enemies. He aimed to sweep through them with the speed of lightning. 10 minutes later at the Zhang family's dock, Zhao Jing unleashed 2 punches, killing a high-ranking practitioner. Minutes later, within a luxurious villa in the city, Zhao Jing charged like a raging storm, taking down 2 directors. Half an hour later, Zhao Jing launched an all-out assault at a company branch, swiftly eliminating several individuals on the spot. Kill. 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 His speed was astonishing, a mere 3 seconds for 100 meters, even swifter than a racing car. Ordinary people could not keep up with his shadow. It was as if he had transformed into a ghost, rampaging through the city, leaving high-ranking officials dead in his wake. Yet despite the wanton killing, Zhao Jing maintained his principles, ensuring no ordinary person was harmed. For him, grievances belong to grievances and killing belongs to killing. Harming innocent civilians did not align with his sense of morality. As he continued his path of destruction, eliminating threats along the way, he arrived at the final location. Zhao Jing briefly surveyed the area before soaring away like a wild dragon. Longxi Biju Garden. This is a luxurious villa district in the city where the architectural style is extravagant and opulent. Even the most ordinary villa here is worth tens of millions. Only the wealthy could afford a property here, and Zhang Yuedan, the head of the Zhang family, was also one of the villa's owners. Zhang Yuedan is in his 50s. According to the natural cycle of life, he should be at the peak of his final stage, gradually declining with lost teeth and graying hair. However, the emergence of cultivation methods had revitalized his life. With his power and wealth, this head of the family gained access to high-level cultivation methods ahead of others, finally experiencing what youth and strength truly meant. His gray hair faded, his body rejuvenated, and his physique grew increasingly robust. The vitality he felt filled Zhang Yuedan with ecstatic joy, lifting his spirits. Yet at this moment, sitting in his luxurious villa, there was no trace of joy on his face. Instead, he appeared heavy and pained, as if shrouded in dark clouds. Just moments ago he had received numerous calls informing him that all the high-ranking members of the consortium had been assassinated, almost completely wiped out, and the assailant seemed to be the infamous Knife Brother. My son Yunho is dead, that Knife Brother. Zhang Yuedan murmured to himself, his eyes filled with pain, sorrow, discomfort, and fear.
He knew the reason for the attack as the order to send strong individuals to probe had come from him as the head of the family, yet he had not anticipated such a swift turn of events with the enemy daring to storm in. My Zhang family has 20 to 30 individuals with high-level cultivation methods holding a unique position in the domestic business world. What gives this knife brother the audacity to strike against my Zhang family? What gives him the ability to act against me? Zhang Yuden's expression was one of panic, his fingers trembling. Having navigated the business world for decades and experienced countless storms, he rarely felt such emotional turmoil at his age. However, at this moment he was more unsettled than ever, to the point he could barely hold his cup steady. Despite sitting in a magnificent building, he felt no sense of security. Fear gripped him like an invisible hand, tightening around his heart and making him feel increasingly uneasy and unable to control himself. Just as he was about to rise and flee the city, the villa's front door exploded with a thunderous crash. Amidst the flying dust, a young man walked in. Upon seeing the mask on the young man's face, Zhang Yuden's pupils constricted and he whispered, "Knife brother, you actually found this place? Are you here to kill me?" Zhao Jing said nothing, simply advancing in silence. Faced with such a dire situation, Zhang Yudan instead calmed down. As a big shot, he naturally possessed the poise and dignity of one. His facial muscles relaxed as he spoke in a low voice, "Before you kill me, can you at least let me say a few words?" Zhao Jing remained silent, continuing to approach. "Listen to me, if you kill me you will gain nothing." Zhang Yuden's eyes flickered with light as he struggled to muster the imposing presence of a big shot. He replied, "I am the ruler of the contemporary Zhang consortium, capable of mobilizing billions in wealth and vast resources. I have met with national leaders and have connections with some high-ranking individuals. If you kill me you will undoubtedly face the enmity and backlash of many. Moreover, there is no great enmity between us. Indeed, it was my side that made a mistake by sending someone to probe you, but you are standing here perfectly unharmed. This probing has not caused you any loss, and my Zhang family has already lost many lives, including my son. Is that not enough to compensate for your loss? Furthermore, my Zhang family is willing to submit and assist you. With the wealth and manpower of my Zhang family combined with your strength, we can surely achieve great accomplishments and successes. There is no need for you to kill me." At this point, courage surged within Zhang Yudan and he straightened his posture to face Zhao Jing directly. His words seemed to resonate with logic, giving the impression that perhaps he should be spared. However, as soon as he finished his last word, Zhao Jing was already standing before him. His presence was like an endless night, engulfing this big shot and easily extinguishing the courage that Zhang Yudan had barely mustered. "What you said is quite interesting, but unfortunately your logic is flawed." Zhao Jing spoke softly, each word piercing into Zhang Yudan's heart like a sharp blade. "The fact that I stand here proves that your so-called wealth is meaningless and your so-called power is useless. Today I can destroy your Zhang family, and in the future I can just as easily eliminate other conglomerates. In the face of overwhelming strength, great powers can only cower in fear. No one would dare to oppose a strong individual for the sake of a pile of corpses. Before you die, allow me to impart 8 words to you." He extended his hand while speaking, snapping Zhang Yudan's neck. "You wield wealth, I hold life and death. No matter how vast your fortune is, no matter how high your power stands, before an invincible transcendent all must bow and submit." At this moment the world was still abuzz with excitement over the battle at the 100 Mang Mountain. More than 2 months had passed since the ancient palace descended, and many cultivators had made some progress, gaining a bit of extraordinary power. Unrest repeatedly stirred across the globe, with videos of powerful beings dueling circulating online. However, these contests seemed trivial compared to this battle, merely a small spectacle on a different level. Who has ever seen a human tilt their head just so to evade the devastating fire of an anti-material sniper rifle? Who has witnessed a human strike with such force that it can part the sea of fire created by a high-explosive bomb? Has anyone seen a human grasp a waterfall with their palm, wielding it as a sword? Such scenes left the world utterly astonished, their minds shaken. Amidst the frenzy of online discourse, another piece of news emerged. The Zhang consortium, a commercial giant claimed to possess hundreds of billions in assets, collapsed overnight. All its high-ranking officials slaughtered, its entire force annihilated. And the perpetrator was none other than that one Blade brother. This news immediately captured the attention of billions, igniting a tidal wave of public opinion. No doubt about it, the Zhang consortium must have provoked one Blade brother, otherwise he wouldn't have taken action. Exactly, I think so too. One Blade brother was still at 100 Mang Mountain at noon, and by the afternoon he had rushed to Longxi to confront the Zhang consortium. What does that signify? It indicates that the one who ambushed one Blade brother was very likely sent by the Zhang consortium. Isn't there footage online? It vaguely shows one Blade brother interrogating certain individuals. He must have extracted this information. The Zhang consortium was undoubtedly digging their own grave. Well done. Those from the Zhang consortium should be eliminated. As a local, I'm unafraid to tell you all that the Zhang consortium has committed numerous heinous acts. They have done countless wrongs, and yet no one dared to move against them, nearly becoming tyrants in their territory. One Blade Brothers' actions against the Zhang family have brought us immense joy. This wave of public opinion surprisingly swung entirely in favor of One Blade Brother. The eyes of the people are indeed sharp. Since One Blade Brother's emergence, he has consistently presented himself as a heroic figure eradicating evil and suppressing darkness without harming a single innocent. As a result, most people hold him in high regard, and amidst the myriad of opinions not a single one condemns him. In fact, many netizens even worried that One Blade Brother might kill too many and attract the government's attention, spontaneously leaving messages on the government's official website hoping they would treat One Blade Brother kindly and refrain from taking action. This situation can only be described with 8 words: you reap what you sow. Zhao Jing faced the public with goodwill, and the public reciprocated with goodwill towards Zhao Jing. In stark contrast to the public's cheers and applause, numerous powerful factions felt a sense of dread and underlying fear. Due to their influence and wealth, their information travels faster than ordinary people, understanding that the Zhang Consortium was immensely powerful with a solid foundation capable of commanding respect in its territory, yet their outcome was so dismal, with all their strong men perishing. Previously they had thought that although One Blade Brother was powerful, he couldn't be too strong and could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers or suppressed by authority. However, this bloody reality turned everyone's perceptions upside down. What if there are powerful cultivators in the family? The Zhang Consortium also had cultivators, at least 20 to 30 of them, yet they were all exterminated, not a single one left alive. What if possessing astonishing wealth that can buy powerful firearms? What good is that? In the face of such strong beings, firearms are practically useless, difficult to employ unless they resort to weapons of mass destruction like missiles or nuclear arms, which are hardly within their grasp. Even if they could acquire such weapons, when One Blade Brother quietly approaches their door, they would have no time to deploy them and would simply await death. Such strong beings cannot be resisted, nor can they be resisted. Realizing this, the dark thoughts of nearly all powerful factions vanished quietly, and their attitudes underwent a significant shift. In Longxi, within a room of a 5-star hotel, Lu Yueme sat on the bed, her mind scattered. Clearly she had just finished washing up, draped in only a bathrobe, her hair loosely cascading down to her delicate waist, her bare skin as white as snow, exuding an astonishing allure. Yet at this moment her expression was one of daze, her palms slightly sweating. The shocking news from the outside world left her in a state of bewilderment, her thoughts tangled in chaos, her mind blank. She had once thought that One Blade Brother was merely an individual somewhat weak against the financial giants, incapable of putting up any resistance. However, the reality was that the financial giants were utterly vanquished by One Blade Brother without leaving any chance for retaliation. To subdue an entire financial consortium with just one person's strength is an unfathomable display of power far beyond her imagination. After a long time her phone suddenly rang, and when Lu Yueme answered, her expression instantly composed. "Master, do you have any new instructions?" "Nothing much, just that the plan needs to be altered." The voice on the phone was hoarse but conveyed a sense of unwavering determination. "You should already be aware of the changes in the external situation. Continue to engage with One Blade Brother in the most friendly manner possible. Establish a good relationship. Even if it doesn't succeed, do not leave him with any negative impression. Remember, not a single negative impression should remain." Sure, Lu Yueme immediately agreed, then pondered for a moment before asking, "So can no one suppress One Blade Brother?" "What about the government's stance?" "As it stands, he is the king of freedom, traversing without restraint. No one dares to intervene." "As for the government, let me give you a little inside information. The government is definitely adopting a friendly stance." That hoarse voice paused for a moment, somewhat wistful. In this chaotic time, with over 1 billion people simultaneously possessing cultivation methods, there are just too many people, and the government is already overwhelmed. Moreover, there are vast ancient palaces existing in the seas belonging to no one, and the government is currently entangled in negotiations with other countries trying to secure as many as possible. In the future they may even need to rely on One Blade Brother's might to compete with foreign strongmen, so the government can only adopt a friendly attitude and cannot harbor any other thoughts. Hearing this, Lu Yueme pursed her red lips, somewhat unwilling, and asked, "What about the Zhang family's matter?" "He killed people in a big city, and those were the main leaders of 100 billion consortium." "A consortium? In such chaotic times, what is 100 billion consortium worth?" The hoarse voice dismissed this, sighing lightly. In these days domestic turmoil has been rampant, with deaths occurring daily. The loss of a few board members from a consortium is not surprising at all. Moreover, it was the Zhang family that struck first. They went too far, even smuggling rocket launchers and high explosive bombs into the country, which greatly offended the government. No one would speak on their behalf, and One Blade Brother's actions were measured, only targeting key figures and sparing the innocent. The government's attitude is very lenient and will not pursue the matter. In the face of strong beings, all laws and rules must yield. Even the most heinous criminals possessing such abilities will prompt the government to consider subduing them. Not to mention, he is an admired hero by the people. In today's era, power outweighs everything. Even a glorious family like the Zhangs can crumble in a day, their splendor dissipating. The name of 100 billion consortium has already lost its significance. The hoarse voice expressed some regret as it spoke. Pausing for a moment, it then asked, "By the way, what are your thoughts on One Blade Brother?" Suddenly asked such a question, Lu Yumai's expression became somewhat awkward. With a woman's sensitive mind, how could she not understand the underlying meaning? After a few seconds of silence, she replied softly, Master, he always wears a mask. How could I form any impression? Wearing a mask is not a problem. This cultivation method is incredibly miraculous, capable of improving human qualities and enhancing appearances. Undoubtedly, one Blade brother must be exceptionally handsome. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a veil between them. Sometimes one must take the initiative. Though the words were indirect, the meaning was quite clear. Lu Yumei felt a flush of embarrassment in her heart and hurriedly said, I understand, Master. If there are no further instructions, I'll hang up now. Hastily hanging up the phone, this alluring woman then realized that her face was flushed, resembling two blooming red clouds, vibrant and enchanting. One Blade brother. She whispered these three words, her heart fluttering, her thoughts in a jumble. That night Lu Yumei could not find peace. When she finally calmed her emotions, suppressing all distracting thoughts to seek out one Blade brother, she unexpectedly discovered something strange. One Blade brother's whereabouts had completely vanished. Originally, although no one knew the whereabouts of Brother Yi Dao, there were still traces to follow. One could speculate the regions he had passed through by the celestial temples he visited, but now his trail had completely vanished. It was as if he had never appeared in this area. His traces had entirely disappeared, making him impossible to track. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. After several days of finding no traces, Lu Yumei frowned lightly, her heart secretly guessing where that man who had stirred up countless storms had gone. Besides her, there were countless others for various reasons searching for Brother Yi Dao, yet everyone was left with nothing. The reason was that the number of people here was dwindling. This eastern world is vast and populous, yet there are always places unsuitable for habitation, and some areas are sparsely populated. This particular place is like that, with only a few thousand residents scattered across several villages and towns within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Moreover, as Zhao Jing slightly adjusted the route map, his whereabouts became even more elusive, leaving no one aware of his location. Some people were unwilling to accept this and even offered large sums of money to seek his traces, but still received no news. Having detached from the worldly matters, Zhao Jing let out a sigh of relief. Like a diligent plowing ox, he crazily cleared fields and pioneered various celestial temples. 50 celestial temples. 60 celestial temples. 70 celestial temples. One celestial temple after another was demolished, and with each creation grasped in hand, Zhao Jing's foundation and depth continually increased, while the items in his storage ring also grew in number to the point where he could hardly count how many he had acquired. After reaching the 87th celestial temple, he decided to pause for a moment and sort through what he had obtained. Finding a secluded, desolate wilderness, he took out his storage ring and emptied its contents onto the ground. 40 bottles of essence pills. This needs no further explanation, it's of utmost importance. 6 bottles of dust-removing pills, each capable of unlocking one's potential and granting extraordinary talent ahead of time. Only 2 bottles are useful for my parents, the rest can be stored for now. 8 bottles of healing pills, 3 for nourishing internal injuries, 2 for external wounds, 2 for treating bone injuries, and 1 for dispelling various diseases. Although they may not be useful at the moment, keeping them won't cause any harm. In addition, there's a large pile of miscellaneous pills, including cleansing and purifying types, and unexpectedly one that even enhances the length of certain things. Zhao Jing's eyes widened and his mouth twitched slightly. Some celestial beings really had a peculiar sense of humor. How could such a thing be included? After all, they are supreme celestial beings, whimsical and capricious, placing whatever they wish. For now, he would just leave it be. Once he sorted through the numerous pills, Zhao Jing closed his eyes and recalled his memories. Aside from various special pills, he had also obtained several martial arts divine techniques from the celestial temples. Their power was extraordinarily terrifying, belonging to the pinnacle of upper-tier martial arts, incredibly formidable and unrivaled. The only regret was, these martial arts divine techniques could not all be practiced. For some reason, after careful consideration, Zhao Jing discarded a few techniques that felt unsuitable for him and selected 2 martial arts divine techniques to diligently practice, which had already shown some results. After pondering for a few seconds, the chi and blood within him surged, flowing into his chest like a turbulent river rushing upwards from his throat. Zhao Jing opened his mouth and a golden cloud-like rainbow burst forth, condensing into a vast sword energy that sliced through the void like lightning, piercing the darkness and stirring up layers of waves. Martial arts divine technique chi exploding cloud rainbow sword. In myths and legends, there are practitioners who practice the sword pill technique, hiding the sword pill within their bodies. When they wish to strike, they merely need to spit it out and the sword pill transforms into a flying sword to kill, spanning 100 feet. Though the chi exploding cloud rainbow sword is not a sword pill, it shares a similar essence, condensing chi and blood into a sharp sword energy that can strike suddenly, killing invisibly. After expelling a stream of sword energy, Zhao Jing collected his thoughts and practiced the second martial arts divine technique. He clenched his fists tightly, merging his body with the surrounding energy. As his body sank slightly, the air around him erupted with a resounding boom, forming a chaotic white energy tide.
That airflow piled up layer upon layer, surging incessantly and surprisingly transformed into a massive white elephant energy illusion that stood 5 to 6 meters tall, almost tangible, exhibiting an overwhelming and boundless presence.
Martial Arts Divine Technique Divine Elephant Chi Image Fist.
With the force of chi and blood, it condenses the mighty image of the divine elephant. Each strike carries the power of a colossal elephant's blow, generating chi shockwaves that explode through the skies. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jing swung his hand forward to punch. With each punch, the roar of a giant elephant echoed and the intangible chi surged. After practicing a few times, he did not cease operation. The golden chi and blood within him rumbled and began to operate once again. This time the trajectory of the chi and blood's operation was actually the method of the martial arts divine technique Hammer Fist. This strike surprisingly held a hint of the essence of the martial arts divine technique Hammer Fist.
This is the characteristic of martial arts divine techniques.
Zhao Jing thought to himself. This strike surprisingly held a hint of the essence of the martial arts divine technique Hammer Fist.
This is the characteristic of martial arts divine techniques.
This strike surprisingly held a hint of the essence of the martial arts divine technique Hammer Fist.
This is the characteristic of martial arts divine techniques.
Zhao Jing thought to himself, his eyes gleaming. As far as I know, martial arts divine techniques are not immutable and irreversible. They can evolve and grow. When the methods of chi and blood operation do not conflict, they can be fused together. The martial arts divine technique after merging will greatly increase its lethality, combining the strengths of both. Hammer Fist and Divine Elephant Chi Image Fist are evidently very compatible. If they could be fused, they would complement each other, producing an effect greater than the sum of their parts. Upon thinking this, a smile involuntarily crept onto Zhao Jing's face. This was also the reason why he had chosen martial arts divine techniques. No matter how many individual techniques one learns, what use is it? Take Hammer Fist and Divine Elephant Chi Image Fist for example. If they could be merged into one, their lethality would reign supreme, overshadowing all martial arts techniques. No matter how many techniques you learn or how diverse they are, even if you possess more than a dozen martial arts divine techniques, they cannot withstand a single punch after fusion. This secret of cultivation is profoundly hidden, difficult for ordinary people to comprehend, yet now knowing the answer in advance allows him to save countless hours and head straight down the right path. The path of cultivation requires not only learning but also thinking and innovating so that one can surpass oneself and those before them. In this world, even if there are others with divine cultivation methods, if they are unaware of this critical point, they are likely to go astray, leaving me far behind. Zhao Jing settled his mind, swinging his fists, and began to operate the two martial arts divine techniques, attempting to merge them together. With the transformation of his cultivation method, his innate talent was already extraordinary and his speed of comprehension and learning was exceptionally fast. In just a moment this path of fusion became smoother, making the two techniques more natural, as if they could penetrate all directions. He was so immersed in his practice that he lost track of time and didn't notice that the human Dao divine domain had descended upon the world, which had already approached 3 months. Some great changes had already begun. In the heavens above, the crescent moon hung in the sky and the stars were vast. In the horizon, endless seas of clouds were faintly spreading, obscuring the starlight. However, between heaven and earth it was still bright. However, the color of that light was somewhat peculiar. When Zhao Jing saw the radiance, his heart shook violently and he looked up at the sky, his pupils immediately contracting. The endless sea of clouds above him was actually golden. In the endless sky, the rolling clouds surged like waves, presenting a thick golden hue as if the sun itself were casting down its brilliant divine light. To the naked eye, the vast golden light intertwined like threads, cascading down to the ground, transforming into countless tiny radiant particles that merged with all things. Zizzizizi. Suddenly a peculiar sound emanated from the ground, continuous and enchanting, as if a melodious symphony was playing, strong yet captivating. This sound did not originate from beneath the earth but rather from the surrounding plants. The wild grasses on the ground grew wildly, deforming and changing their leaves, shimmering with a brilliant luster, possessing extraordinary spiritual essence, while the flowers bloomed vividly, exuding a rich sweet fragrance, and the dead wood that had withered for years began to revive, sprouting tender green branches. In that moment they seemed to have come to life, whispering softly, praising the greatness. Countless patches of soil trembled gently, emitting a mysterious radiance barely discernible, flickering in and out of view. In the void some mysterious energy was dispersing, forming the formless essence of heaven and earth, transforming into the vast spiritual energy that surged up and down, sweeping across the world. After enduring the passage of time and deep slumber, the world finally awakened at this moment, radiating in unprecedented splendor. After a moment of astonishment, Zhao Jing's thoughts sank and he immediately understood. This is. The planet has awakened. Half a year after the ancient palace descends to the world, the mortal stars will awaken, transforming into the extraordinary and divine, possessing unfathomable power. However, the specific timing of the changes is uncertain. It could be 5 or 6 months, or perhaps 3 or 4 months. I thought it would come a bit slower, but I didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. He gazed intently, recalling memories. In the realm of humanity and gods, it is recorded that once the planet awakens, everything will undergo drastic changes.
Ordinary medicinal herbs such as ginseng and huangjing will possess unexpectedly profound effects, nurturing essence and replenishing vitality, while grains and fruits like rice and wheat will transform into spiritual items, enhancing physical constitution and altering the flesh. Normal metallic substances will metamorphose into various extraordinary minerals possessing unyielding power, while mountains, rivers and streams will also undergo transformations, acquiring unimaginable capabilities. All mundane things will fade away. The era of myths is about to arrive. Moreover, according to Zhao Jing's knowledge, the more miraculous the great stars, the earlier they awaken, and the more terrifying the fortunes they yield. With just 3 months of time, the planet has begun to awaken, which will undoubtedly produce astonishing fortunes. Will it be mythological beings that can devour the earth and slay the living, or supreme weapons that can devastate the land and refine all things? Will it be a heavenly elixir that can transform cultivation methods and grant eternal life, or a supreme pathway that enables transcendence, allowing one to achieve the status of emperor and sovereign? Or perhaps other ineffable miraculous fortunes? No one knows. What troubles me most is that I cannot determine where these fortunes will arise. Thinking of this, Zhao Jing rubbed his temples, his mind in turmoil. The changes in the planet are unpredictable, shifting beyond human will. Until the fortunes manifest, you will never know where they will appear. And these miraculous fortunes of the great stars are so enigmatic that even supreme deities covet them, wanting to claim them for themselves. How could he not feel anxious? Calm down, calm down. Though I do not know where the fortunes will emerge, generally speaking the early changes in heaven and earth do not yield overly miraculous benefits. I must wait a few days for them to gradually manifest. During this time I must quickly enhance my own strength. With this thought, Zhao Jing felt much calmer. The locations of those fortunes are unknown, and if he does not possess sufficient strength, it would be impossible to traverse the world and claim those fortunes. Furthermore, understanding these fortunes better than others gives him a slight advantage. There is no need to be overly anxious. He instinctively clenched his fist and took a deep breath. After this period of cultivation, I can already lift 4.5 tons, and my speed has reached over 2 seconds for 100 meters. I must quickly reach the pinnacle of ordinary beings, achieving the extraordinary. By then even nuclear weapons will not intimidate me. Onward, onward, continue to cultivate. Meanwhile, across the world strange occurrences unfolded. At the edge of the ocean, the sound of the tides transformed into the majestic roar of sea beasts reverberating through the void and stirring the beaches. At the summit of the volcano, brilliant red light surged and danced in the sky, continuously burning and swirling, forming an extraordinary phenomenon. In the city, certain areas were shrouded in layers of mist, coalescing into illusory forms of dragons and phoenixes, strange apparitions lingering and not dissipating. Underneath these various anomalies, some ancient beings gradually revived, while unknown evolutions began to awaken. That night the world was horrified. That night the world was in turmoil. When day broke, the changes in reality manifested and more extraordinary phenomena were reported, instantly sparking another wave of fervor. Help! We've been enveloped in a thick fog, and within it monstrous beasts and apparitions often materialize, suddenly appearing to scare us. It's truly terrifying. Stay calm, no one has died, there is no need to panic. Do you know what happened in the southern melon fields? Some watermelons underwent incredible transformations, some even grew to the size of calves. Such large watermelons, my goodness, can they even be eaten? Hey, I heard that in some mines certain iron ores have also deformed so hard that a cutting machine can't even slice through them. This is still relatively normal. I heard that over in Dongguan some seafood has also changed shape, looking just like aliens. Isn't this what the people of Dongguan wished for? Years ago I heard they wanted to cook an alien for a taste, now they finally have the chance. Stop blackening the reputation of us Dongguan people. To be honest, some bold folks here have already tried it and the taste is quite good, fresh and tender. Amidst the discussions and debates there was a deep sense of confusion among the people. What exactly has happened? Why has the world become so strange? In response, everyone appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of what peculiar changes would arise from such dramatic shifts in the world, while the government quickly dispatched personnel to investigate, attempting to uncover the source of the anomalies. Amidst the chaos outside, Zhao Jing remained steadfast in his resolve. Crossing mountains, rivers and lakes, he pressed on, tirelessly collecting the benefits of various celestial temples while strengthening himself. At the same time he was honing his martial arts divine techniques, attempting to merge the hammering fist with the divine she-storm, combining them into one. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. After continuously training for 5 or 6 days, pouring immense effort into it, he finally synthesized the 2 martial arts divine techniques, forming an entirely new martial arts divine technique. In a desolate wilderness. This place is 200 to 300 kilometers from the Qingdi Plateau and 5,800 kilometers from Yingbao City. Standing by the riverbank, Zhao Jing stood alone, his eyes tightly closed, deep in thought. After several days of cultivation he had already mastered the martial arts divine techniques, able to control them with ease. In this moment the myriad subtle transformations of the 2 martial arts divine techniques continued to evolve, ultimately coalescing into one. Moments later Zhao Jing opened his eyes and exhaled softly. After days of rigorous practice and contemplation, this new type of martial arts divine technique had finally succeeded. However, since he had achieved something, it was time to give it a try. Noticing a large river nearby about 40 meters wide with turbulent waters, he pondered for a few seconds and decided to successively unleash several martial arts divine techniques to see how much their power had increased. Noticing a large river nearby about 40 meters wide with turbulent waters, he pondered for a few seconds and decided to successively unleash several martial arts divine techniques. The surface of the river exploded with a roar, waves surging in torrents, crashing, countless droplets rising like 1,000 shards of silver sweeping through the tumultuous waters. Within a 20-meter radius, the flowing water was actually shattered by a single punch. Immediately his chi and blood transformed, creating a swirling wave of energy around him that coalesced into the phantom of a massive white elephant, its roar fierce and imposing as if a true elephant had emerged. Martial arts divine technique, divine elephant fist. The massive elephant phantom surged forward, striking down with a powerful fist wind that created monstrous waves, the range nearing 30 meters. Undoubtedly the martial arts divine techniques from the Immortal Temple were indeed stronger than those from the trial hall. The disparity in lethality was evident. Next comes the crucial part, the fusion of the two. Golden chi and blood surged like a torrent, instantly circulating throughout his body. The massive elephant phantom trembled violently, sending out ripples of white energy adding to its overwhelming might. Zhao Jing charged forward and struck down with a fist. With a loud bang, the 40-meter wide river was instantly severed, pierced by a single punch. The fist wind coalesced into a solid mass, slicing across the river, halting the flow of water as the mighty current was completely obstructed. Only when Zhao Jing withdrew his fist did the river resume its flow. Combining the two great martial arts divine techniques had increased their power to such an extent. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jing heart soared with joy. With a brand new martial arts divine technique, my combat power has surged once more. Now to pass the trial of the Immortal Temple, I just need to mindlessly throw a few punches to easily succeed. However, since this is a newly fused martial arts divine technique, it needs a new name. Naming it after Hammer Fist or Divine Elephant Fist feels somewhat inappropriate. Zhao Jing contemplated for a moment, then thought to himself, how about calling it Divine Hammer Elephant Fist? It incorporates the characteristics of both martial arts divine techniques and is easy to remember. Feeling quite lazy in naming it, he gazed at the rushing river, his spirit stirred, sensing that he had not fully unleashed his potential. Just in its ordinary state, the power of this martial arts divine technique could pierce through a river, exploding the flow. If he activated his extraordinary talent and used this punch, what level of power would it reach? As he pondered, he felt a stirring desire. But at that moment a roaring sound from vehicles suddenly reached his ears, approaching from the distance. Zhao Jing furrowed his brows and immediately suppressed his thoughts. Not long after, a convoy sped into view. It was a fleet of trucks, about a dozen heavy-duty trucks moving at an incredibly fast pace, seemingly flying as they raced towards the distance. As the convoy passed by, Zhao Jing was just about to give it a try when another group appeared, and this group had even more trucks than the previous one. Something's not right. Why are there so many vehicles? Looking on, Zhao Jing couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity. The route I travel is quite remote, belonging to wilderness areas. Over the past few days I haven't seen a single vehicle, let alone a person. How could there be so many trucks? Calming his mind, he scrutinized the license plates of those vehicles, most originating from various places, yet all heading in a single direction. That direction was the Qingdi Plateau. The Qingdi Plateau, known as the roof of the world, is magnificent and beautiful, rich in mineral resources and home to various exotic creatures and medicinal plants such as saffron, snow lotus and rhodiola, making it a treasure land. Now so many vehicles are rushing there. Has something extraordinary occurred after the changes in the world? Zhao Jing immediately took out his phone and searched online. As a result, his heart stirred violently upon reading the news. The world has changed, and many areas in the Qingdi Plateau have seen the mutation of medicinal herbs radiating brilliance and producing unique fragrances. According to research, substances such as saffron and snow lotus have mutated in form, and when consumed by humans they significantly strengthen bones and muscles, enhancing vitality to effects close to the elixirs in the trial hall. The prices of saffron, snow lotus and many other medicinal materials have skyrocketed, with merchants nationwide frantically rushing to the Qingdi Plateau. With the changes in the world, the enhanced effects of medicinal herbs are entirely normal amid the countless anomalies. Zhao Jing had seen numerous similar reports without much reaction, but what truly stirred his heart was a latest photo in the news. In the photo, snow-capped mountains stretch across the landscape, glistening white with a certain peak emanating radiant glows surrounded by clouds. To an untrained eye it might appear as if the sunlight was being refracted. However, Zhao Jing was certain that the radiance was not due to light but a sign of the emergence of a rare treasure. Records in the human Tao divine realm state that when a great star awakens, radiant clouds appear on the ground, indicating the likelihood of a rare treasure's birth. Under normal circumstances following such drastic changes in the world, there shouldn't be any heaven-defying creations appearing immediately. Mutations typically unfold gradually, however certain exceptional places might birth essences ahead of time. Though these essences may not rival those heaven-defying creations, they possess remarkable qualities that can greatly benefit cultivation. With these thoughts, Zhao Jing's heart raced. Collect. I must collect. Since I have encountered this, there is no reason to miss it. This creation must be seized. Since I need to collect it, I must hurry. I am still at least 200 to 300 kilometers away from the Qingdi Plateau. The snow-capped mountains are high above the plateau, making them hard to find. Although this creation appeared on the other side of the mountains, few have ventured there. To be safe, I cannot afford to take my time. I must launch into a rapid dash, or else it might be snatched away by someone else, and that would be a huge problem. With his mind flowing to this point, Zhao Jing couldn't afford to hide anything further. He donned a mask and exerted his legs. In a burst of speed, he dashed 100 meters in just 2 seconds. He streaked across the ground like a shooting star, tearing through the air, kicking up massive clouds of dust. His speed was terrifyingly fast, soon catching up to the convoy that had passed by earlier, and he overtook them. A truck driver witnessed this scene, his eyes widening as he called out to his companion beside him. Old Zhao, look out the window. Outside the window. What's happening outside? Look quickly. Someone is running outside faster than our truck. Faster than a vehicle. Is that real? The driver's companion, half convinced, hurriedly looked up at the window. In the next moment he gasped in astonishment. My God, it's actually true. How could human speed possibly surpass that of steel vehicles? Could it be that they are driving too slowly? The drivers present instinctively glanced at their speedometers, then looked up to see the figure swiftly disappearing into the distance, their throats unconsciously swallowing hard, hearts surging like raging flames. It is not that they were driving too slowly, but rather that the figure was moving too fast, far beyond what any vehicle could reach. Some people widened their eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of the person, faintly seeing the familiar mask of the one-knife brother. Instantly their spirits were stirred, pulling out their phones to take pictures and upload them online. On the Qingdi Plateau, the environment is harsh with significant temperature fluctuations. It was originally sparsely populated, but due to various medicinal herbs undergoing mutations, it has now attracted numerous people seeking to procure these herbs. Among them is Lu Yuemei. As a member of the Lu family consortium, she was expected to contribute to the family, which is why she came here. However, at this moment her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the one-knife brother. The world has turned upside down, no longer as it was before. Many things have changed, completely strange and inexplicable. This unfamiliar transformation has plunged the entire consortium into chaos, evoking a sense of helpless panic. In such great upheaval, what value does wealth hold? What significance does social connection have? Only power can control the overall situation, and only power can maintain everything. In today's world, the one-knife brother stands at the forefront, exhibiting unparalleled strength. Thus the consortium has set its sights directly on him, their desire to approach him burning hotter than ever before. The only problem is, where exactly is the one-knife brother? Over the past month and a half, Lu Yuemei has expended vast resources and countless efforts in an attempt to locate him, yet found no trace, leaving her anxious and without any means. After standing still and contemplating for a while, still unable to find any clues, she once again took out her phone, hoping to discover some lead. Upon checking, her heart suddenly jolted. Recently someone had posted online claiming that the one-knife brother was speeding towards the Qingdi Plateau faster than any vehicle. Lu Yuemei's fingers immediately tightened. Her emotions surged like a wild tide, overwhelming her as she muttered to herself. Ah, after such a long time I've finally found you. This time she must seize the opportunity. On the Qingdi Plateau, aside from Lu Yuemei, there were many others from various consortiums procuring herbs, many of whom were also in search of the one-knife brother. Some had seen the news online, while others had received phone calls urging them to act, all frantically busy. For them this opportunity was equally precious and could not be missed. In the wilderness, Zhao Jing raced onward, moving at high speed. His energy was inexhaustible and incredibly robust. After running for over 100 kilometers, his speed showed no signs of decreasing, maintaining his usual maximum velocity. Despite the constant high-speed running, his shoes could not withstand the strain and had completely disintegrated, now reduced to rags. He was almost barefoot traversing the land. Yet even so, Zhao Jing felt no discomfort. With the passage of time and his cultivation, his body had grown increasingly resilient. Each inch of skin was incredibly tough and impervious to damage. No matter how muddy or rugged the path was, he simply stepped over it without concern. At times Zhao Jing spotted some scattered celestial temples standing tall, but whether near or far he paid them no mind, only running wildly. The celestial temples could wait, the chance of heaven and earth was but once. This point was crystal clear to Zhao Jing, so he did not allow himself to be distracted. However, as he ran, a doubt suddenly arose, surfacing in his mind. Which snow-capped mountain was the one that birthed the hidden treasures of heaven and earth? In the Qingdi Plateau, the terrain is complex with countless snow peaks. While the number may not reach the thousands, there are certainly several hundred. He knew nothing about these peaks, not even their names. In such a situation, how could he search? It seems it's time to find an opportunity to ask someone for directions. Zhao Jing's mind stirred as he continued to sprint at high speed. Soon after, he stepped into the Qingdi Plateau.
The number of vehicles increased and pedestrians gradually multiplied. More and more people noticed his presence, but Zhao Jing did not stop to ask for directions, continuing forward until he entered the heart of the plateau, passing a small village before finally stopping to inquire. However, just as he halted, sudden exclamations reached his ears like a thunderclap echoing in all directions. "Look, that person is wearing the mask of the One-Knife Brother. It must be true. Someone mentioned on the road that the One-Knife Brother has come this way. It seems real. Everyone come and see. The One-Knife Brother is here." Amidst the crowd's astonished voices, Zhao Jing frowned slightly, feeling indifferent. He still wanted to keep moving forward, but just as he took a step he sensed someone approaching rapidly from afar. That aura seemed somewhat familiar. He turned his head and looked down just in time to see a luxurious car soaring past and stopping nearby as a stunning beauty gracefully stepped out. She noticed Zhao Jing, her eyes flickering with emotion as she hurriedly approached, her red lips slightly parting. "Wait, don't go. One-Knife Brother, I've been looking for you for so long." Her voice was enchanting and soft, carrying an innate allure that drew the attention of countless men at the sound of her words. At this sight, many men were left dumbstruck. The newcomer wore a simple red long dress that could not conceal her extremely captivating figure. A pair of jeans hugged her legs, accentuating their roundness and length, while her face bore no makeup yet appeared stunningly beautiful, captivating all. What a beautiful woman. How could she come here? The crowd immediately buzzed with discussion, clearly taken aback by her breathtaking beauty. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Jing maintained a calm expression, his heart untouched. At the first glance he recognized this woman as Lu Yume, whom he had met before. Hearing her call, he initially did not want to respond, but suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit here. That's right. Regarding the snow mountain, he didn't need to ask anyone else. Wasn't there a direct way to inquire? He didn't know the location of the snow mountain, and outsiders might not know either. If he were to ask on his own, it would take an indeterminate amount of time and energy to find out. However, leveraging the consortium's influence would surely yield results effortlessly. With this in mind, Zhao Jing decided to stay where he was, not leaving. Seeing that he had not moved away, Lu Yumei's tension eased slightly, a hint of a smile appearing on her lips as she quickly approached and softly said, "I apologize for my previous attitude and manner of speaking. I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive my rudeness." Her voice was soft and sweet, her beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, making her appear irresistibly charming. Bystanders couldn't help but feel sympathy, wishing to comfort her. However, Zhao Jing's response was a rather indifferent few words. Got it." As soon as he said this, many people widened their eyes. Is this for real? A beautiful woman actively apologizing, and the One-Knife Brother responds with such indifference. If it were them, they would have already smiled and said it was fine. Despite receiving such a cold response, Lu Yume remained unfazed, her face blooming with a radiant smile as she said, "I know my previous actions were too excessive and left you with a bad impression. I want to smooth over this negative impression, and I hope you can give me this chance." "Oh. What do you plan to do?" Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yumei's face flushed slightly. It was unclear if it was due to the altitude or her own emotions. She softly replied, One-Knife Brother, can we find a place to talk properly?" Just as her words fell, someone nearby interjected, "Wait, One-Knife Brother, please don't rush to agree to her. What a beautiful woman. How could she come here?" She was quite young, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old, with an exquisite face and fair skin. Although she wore plain leather pants and a jacket, it did not detract from her unique charm. Her large eyes were clear and lively, radiating a hint of cunning. The moment she appeared, she lit up the eyes of the onlookers. This beauty radiated a different aura than Lu Yumei's seductiveness. It was dazzling, akin to a deer in the mountains, embodying the ethereal elegance of nature, both spirited and lively. She bounced over with a cheerful demeanor and smiled, saying, "Hello, Brother Dao, my name is Lu Feiyu. It's a pleasure to meet you, please take care of me." Upon seeing her face, Zhao Jing's gaze shifted slightly and he asked, "Are you from the Lu family consortium?" I didn't expect Brother Dao to know about my company. It's just a small unremarkable firm, not comparable to Sister Liu's Lu family consortium in wealth." Lu Feiyu chuckled lightly, her eyes glancing at Lu Yume intentionally and unintentionally. This revelation left the crowd momentarily stunned. She was actually from the Lu family consortium. In this vast expanse, the Lu family consortium's reputation was exceedingly illustrious, being one of the top-tier conglomerates in the country, and this woman had come from that very family. A young lady from a billion-dollar conglomerate was expected to be aloof and revered by many, yet at this moment she took the initiative to approach Brother Dao. This scene left people bewildered, unsure of how to express their feelings. After a moment of shock as the crowd's minds raced, they suddenly recalled something and directed their gaze towards Lu Yume. Wait a minute. Earlier this Lu family girl referred to Lu as Sister Lu from the Lu family consortium. Could it be that this enchanting and alluring woman is the esteemed lady of the Lu family consortium? So are there two illustrious ladies visiting at the same time? Realizing this, some people twitched their lips, suddenly unsure how to face this situation. Amidst the crowd's complex and unspoken gazes, Lu Yueme managed a strained smile and said, Feiyu, what brings you here? Of course I came to accompany Sister Lu to make amends. Lu Feiyu's beautiful eyes blinked as she smiled. Sister Lu and I have been friends for many years, so I naturally want to assist her. Besides, I have admired Brother Yi Dao for a long time and wanted to get closer. Sister, this is something your sister has done wrong. If I bring you along, Brother Yi Dao might not appreciate it. Sister Lu, don't worry. What kind of person is Brother Yi Dao? How could he possibly see this as disrespectful? Sister, just accept your younger sister's good intentions. The two spoke sweetly to each other, seemingly friendly and amicable, yet beneath the surface lay a sharp rivalry. Although Brother Yi Dao was strong, he was still just one person. Lu Yueme was clearly unwilling to share this relationship with anyone else and wanted to monopolize it. Lu Feiyu also understood the significance of Brother Yi Dao and came specially to stake her claim. With their differing desires and intentions, a verbal clash was inevitable. Of course, this clash was subtle and went unnoticed by the crowd. Almost no one realized the underlying tension between the two women except for Zhao Jing, who picked up on a hint. However, he was too indifferent to involve himself in such feminine disputes, merely watching with a cold gaze. Just then the sound of honking vehicles erupted continuously. Following the noise, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance, revealing a convoy of over a dozen luxury cars from various brands. As they arrived, they came to a halt and one by one gorgeous women elegantly stepped out. Upon seeing the license plates and the arrival, some onlookers exclaimed, "Oh my, the one in the red dress is a distinguished lady from Lizzie Group. Lizzie Group is $100 billion corporation. I can't believe they also came. This car seems to be from Baijia Group. I saw it in the news recently. That beautiful girl, I think I've seen her before. She seems to be the second generation from some major consortium. Wow, why are so many wealthy heirs suddenly showing up? It feels like they all came for Brother Yi Dao." The onlookers were left in a daze, rendered speechless. If only the offspring of the elite were present, it would be one thing, but the key point was that all the arrivals were beautiful women with not a single man in sight. A glance revealed that each of these women was stunning and extraordinary, like a dozen blooming flowers all flocking for one person, each possessing remarkable wealth and assets. How could such a scene not evoke jealousy? How could it not inspire envy? Watching the women striding forward, Zhao Jing's lips curled slightly, forming a faint smile. This is just a small convenience that comes with power. Those who wield power will ultimately attract countless individuals who seek to be close to This is just a small convenience that comes with power. Those who wield power will ultimately attract countless individuals who seek to be close to follow and to gain benefits from them. This has been true throughout history. He sighed inwardly, gradually settling his thoughts and returning to a state of calm like a tranquil well. While he found inner peace, Lu Yueme and Lu Feiyu felt a surge of anxiety. Without a doubt, the fewer people close to Brother Yi Dao, the greater the chances of reaping benefits. With so many people suddenly arriving, if they let them join, their own interests would undoubtedly be compromised. After a moment of hesitation, the two made a decisive agreement. Lu Yueme spoke up, saying, "In that case, let's have Feiyu join us." "Thank you for your understanding, sister." Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu's lips curled slightly as she turned to Zhao Jing, saying, "So Brother Yi Dao, may I have the honor of inviting you to take a little trip with us?" "You may go." Zhao Jing's first response brought joy to both women, but his next words caused their spirits to plummet. "But those accompanying you won't just be you two. Do you mean there will be others as well?" Lu Feiyu's expression faltered slightly and she smiled, suggesting, "Brother Yi Dao, I think that's not necessary, right? With me and Sister Lu here, this sincerity should be enough, right?" The woman nearby, hearing their conversation, quickly stepped forward and said, "Not enough, not enough. We also want to get to know Brother Yi Dao Hope." She had not even finished her sentence when she was cut off by a cold glance from Lu Yueme, silencing her immediately. Indeed, the woman speaking had considerable wealth and status, possibly worth hundreds of millions or even billions. In the public eye, she might receive countless attention and glory, but before the colossal Lu family consortium, she did not even have the right to speak. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jing chuckled lightly and said, "Know each other? Sure. Since everyone has come here, it must be fate. Let's meet together." After saying this, he walked forward, casually selecting a luxury car and stepping inside. Once settled, he gradually rolled down the window, casting a deep glance at the two women, and spoke softly. "Ladies, please lead the way." This statement immediately made Lu Yueme and Lu Feiyu tremble. The two hurriedly contacted the other women, informing them of the meeting point, and soon each got into their vehicles, their hearts churning like a tempest. They understood that although Brother Yi Dao had not made his stance clear, the glance he cast while rolling down the window was clearly indicative. That glance was a reminder of who the real ruler was, who was the decision-maker of all matters, and not to attempt to play subtle games before him or make decisions on his behalf. Sitting in the car, Lu Feiyu's eyes flickered as she bitterly smiled. All thoughts are in vain. At this moment, she felt an indescribable sense of helplessness. From the very start of their meeting, she and Lu Yueme had been plotting and strategizing, trying to seize the greatest benefits.
However, at this moment their actions seemed utterly meaningless. Brother Yi Dao's 2 sentences had determined everything. All outcomes are dictated by him. Perhaps this is the power of the strong. The wheels rolled on, speeding ahead. After just a short while they arrived at a hotel, entering a conference room where the staff served tea. The fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air, soothing the mind and easing the atmosphere slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yueme smiled and spoke first, saying, Brother Yi Dao, in light of our previous unpleasant meeting, my Lu family is willing to make an effort to erase those negative impressions. If you have any requests, as long as it is within our capability, I will surely fulfill them for you. Under normal circumstances she would never speak so bluntly and directly, but with so many people present she had no time for pleasantries and went straight to the point. Lu Yueme did not want to drag things out, giving others a chance, and Zhao Jing surely hoped for the same. As soon as she finished speaking, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. He immediately replied, since Miss Lu has said this, I won't beat around the bush. Indeed, I have a small problem that requires everyone's assistance. With that, the atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly turned heavy. First request, Zhao Jing raised a finger, I need to know the exact locations of all the medicinal herb-producing areas in the Qingdi Plateau. Second request, he raised a second finger, I need to know the detailed effects and specific uses of all the medicinal herbs from the Qingdi Plateau. As these 2 requests were made, the people present let out a sigh of relief. It turned out to be such trivial matters. Lu Yueme, Lu Feiyu and others exchanged glances, understanding the situation. Everyone knew Brother Yi Dao's style. He was usually low-key, avoiding crowds and not fond of communication. Now appearing a bit more prominently here, they had been puzzled before, but now it all made sense. So that's the reason. After a brief pause, everyone smiled brightly and readily agreed. Perhaps for others these 2 requests were quite challenging and hard to fulfill, but everyone present was from influential backgrounds with abundant resources and access to information. Such minor issues posed no real difficulty and could be resolved with a wave of their hands. Thank you all very much. Seeing the expressions of those present, Zhao Jing maintained his composure and suddenly said, by the way, I just remembered something. I happened to see a photo in the news. It seems there is a snow mountain in the Qingdi Plateau that has a beautiful view. I would like to visit it. Could you all help me find out where it is? As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately focused and asked, could you please specify which snow mountain, Brother Yi Dao? Oh, I can't recall too clearly. I believe it was mentioned in a news report about medicinal herbs. It should be easy to find with a simple search. Zhao Jing tried to keep his tone casual and indifferent, as if he did not care it's in today's news. If you can't find it, then forget it. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits were immediately stirred. Forget it. How could that be? Everyone knew that Brother Yi Dao's 2 requests were something that all present could fulfill. When everyone could meet the request, it ceased to be just a favor. If one wanted to build relationships, this last small request was crucial. Almost simultaneously, everyone pulled out their phones, searching for the photo, trying to locate that snow mountain. Among them, not everyone felt that this last request was overly strange, but at this moment they could not afford to think too much, as everyone was searching and the pace was too tight to spare time for contemplation. After a little while, someone found the photo of the snow mountain and began to consult their subordinates. A mere 10 minutes later, the answer was revealed. The snow mountain was called Miluox Mountain, situated among numerous snowy peaks, steep and majestic with few visitors. At that moment, Zhao Jing slightly relaxed his fingers, having finally obtained the exact location. If it weren't for leveraging the presence of everyone here today, he did not know how much precious time he would have wasted on his own. This meeting was worth it. However, this alone seemed insufficient. After all, the terrain of that snow mountain was complex. If he went alone, even if he stumbled upon the hidden treasures of that land, it would likely take him a considerable amount of time. While he was deep in thought, the people present were quicker than he imagined and actively began contacting guides. However, after this round of communication, many faces turned quite grim. What's wrong? Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off. A woman forced a smile and said, it's nothing, but it seems that no guides are willing to go. No one is willing to go. Why is that? I've heard that there are reports of strange occurrences over there. There are often eerie roars like those of dragons and lions and frequent avalanches occurring. The situation is very dangerous and no one dares to approach even for more money. A woman explained, her pretty face slightly pale. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's expression remained unchanged, but inside a storm was raging like a surging torrent. Eerie roars. Like those of dragons and lions. That must mean extraordinary beings are being born. A great planetary shift can induce material mutations, transform vegetation, and even lead to the evolution of beings awakening their intelligence. The anomalies in the Snow Mountain area are likely due to unusual beings being catalyzed and beginning to emerge. If it's those kinds of beings, I need to hurry up. Once beings awaken, they will possess remarkable intelligence and will also reap the hidden treasures of the world for their own use. I must get there quickly and seize those benefits. Thinking of this, Zhao Jing's mind settled and he said, roars. Interesting.
I want to go see what kind of abnormalities they are. Everyone, the first person who can help me find a guide, I will reward them handsomely. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Everyone knows that Brother Yi Dao has traversed the immortal god temple countless times, reaping rewards far beyond the ordinary, and any reward he casually offers is worth more than gold, extremely rare and priceless. If one could obtain even one. After a brief moment of shock, everyone once again frantically dialed their phones, urging their subordinates into action. 18 minutes later, Lu Feiyu received a phone call and smiled, saying, Brother Yi Dao, we found someone. If you want to go, I can arrange it for you at any time. Great, I don't like to take advantage of others. This is yours. Zhao Jing pretended to reach into his pocket and pulled out a bottle of pills from his ring, tossing it over. Lu Feiyu caught it and was about to express gratitude, thinking this was something she should do without needing any reward, but when she glanced at the description on the jade bottle, her heart raced like a drum and she forgot what she wanted to say. This is a God Yuan condensing chi pill. Just one pill could achieve an effect 5 times that of ordinary pills. Although Lu Feiyu came from a well-off family and had many cultivators with superior training methods, those individuals mostly experienced only the 10-person battle in the immortal god temple, yielding very limited returns. Even the best pill they obtained could not compare to this astonishing pill with such incredible effects. Upon hearing Luffy Yes' words, the girl beside him couldn't help but be slightly stirred. With their intellect, they knew when to speak and when to remain silent. It was clearly an opportunity to barter favors, so how could Luffy be foolish enough to just accept it? Could it be because of that bottle of pills? As this thought crossed their minds, the others immediately turned their heads, glancing at the inscriptions on the jade bottle. Upon closer inspection, everyone's expressions subtly froze and all their thoughts were shattered, leaving only one idea to rise. No wonder she chose to accept. It must be noted that although the immortal palace is widespread, scattered across the wilderness, the difficulty of the trials is exceedingly high and dangers abound, making many hesitate. Some might have decent legacies but lack sufficient pills to quickly enhance their strength, while that bottle of divine yuan condensation pills precisely struck at their weaknesses. It was 5 times the effect of ordinary spirit pills. This was the kind of pill that all disciples of major powers yearned for. When they had arrived, most of these girls came because of their families' arrangements, hoping to build connections and witness the legendary One Blade Brothers Foundation. Now this casually thrown bottle of pills caused everyone to feel shaken, their eyelids twitching. For a moment everyone fell silent. However, Zhao Jing himself felt little about this bottle of pills. Ever since he chose to fight with all his might, directly confronting 100 warriors from the immortal palace, the quality of the pills he obtained had sharply increased, reaching 10 times that of ordinary pills. This mere bottle was nothing much if given away, it was merely clearing out inventory. What he cared more about was the extraordinary creation born from the great star's essence. Not wanting to delay a second, he directly asked Luffy to notify the guy to prepare for departure. After a while, the women around gradually regained their senses, their beautiful eyes sparkling, requesting to maintain more contact with Zhao Jing. In response, Zhao Jing pondered for a few seconds and collected the contact information of everyone present, thinking it might be useful in the future. Once he settled the various trivial matters and accepted the medicinal material information sent over by Luffy, the guide finally arrived. However, upon seeing the guide for the first time, Zhao Jing fell silent. The guide turned out to be a girl. She appeared quite young, looking around 17 or 18, with a delicate appearance and a slender figure that gave her a frail impression. One couldn't help but doubt whether her body could withstand the extreme cold of the snowy mountains and the cruel chill of the winds. After 3 seconds of silence, he turned his head to look at Luffy, frowning as he said, "Are you mocking me? You actually sent over a delicate girl." Luffy immediately protested, "One Blade brother, I wouldn't dare to tease you in this regard. This guide is named Su Running. She grew up on the edge of that frosty land and is very familiar with it. Moreover, her father was also a guide, so she can be considered a seasoned guide, inheriting her father's profession. Isn't there no one else, like a burly man for instance? Don't you already know? Over there are strange howls and avalanches happening. Apart from her, no one dares to go there." As she said this, Luffy deliberately lowered her voice. "You see, her father had an accident a few months ago and has become a vegetative state. She is desperately trying to save him, maintaining his life in the hospital for several months, having exhausted their family fortune. Since you were planning to go there to take a look, I promised her that if she undertakes this task, regardless of whether she lives or dies, I will help her maintain her father's life until the end of his days." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing couldn't help but tremble slightly. He turned his head to glance at the delicate girl. She did not speak but stood there quietly, exuding a calm and serene demeanor, like a resilient wildflower in an endless desert, unbent by the winds and unyielding in drought. Unaccountably, a sense of respect surged within him. All right, let it be her. Half a day later. Southern part of the Azure Land Plateau. Majestic mountains stretch endlessly, blanketed in white snow. There are countless peaks here, rugged and uneven, with the tallest reaching 6,000 to 7,000 meters towering into the sky, while the shorter ones are also 1,000 to 2,000 meters, crisscrossing and winding, each peak cloaked in silver and each valley blanketed in snow, exuding an unparalleled beauty of tranquility. Between heaven and earth there is a vast expanse.
And in this snowy land two figures are trudging forward. These two are Zhao Jing and Su Running. Due to the extremely low temperatures of the snowy mountains which can easily freeze human bodies, Su Running had already changed into a special outfit, wrapping herself tightly to fend off the biting cold, while Zhao Jing appeared quite relaxed, merely wearing a regular thin garment, able to move freely here. The path of cultivation is after all one of transcending the mundane, free and unbound. Upon reaching a certain realm one is immune to the cold and heat, unafraid of low temperatures, which is no mere jest. Even while walking in the snowy mountains, Zhao Jing felt no discomfort, and he even had the leisure to admire the surrounding scenery. As he gazed around, he couldn't help but marvel. The world has truly changed. In the sky one could distinctly see clusters of frozen ice clouds slowly drifting, translucent and shimmering, resembling frozen rain falling like icebergs, while on the distant mountain peaks swirling cold winds condensed into substance, forming invisible cold blades that howled toward the distance, swirling erratically. This was a celestial phenomenon never seen before. Evidently, under the awakening of the planet, the environment of these snowy mountains had become increasingly harsh. As time passed, this change intensified, eventually turning this land into an extreme cold domain inaccessible to mortals. The so-called awakening of the planet is a monumental change. Everything will be renewed, everything will be transformed. Meanwhile, Zhao Jing was also observing closely to see if any mutated beings would appear. However, there was no movement around. It seemed that apart from them there were no other beings in this soil, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. Despite this, Zhao Jing did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. By common sense, during such great changes the mutations of living beings would be relatively slow, requiring time to grow and emerge. However, some beings could undergo unexpected rapid growth akin to the hidden treasures of heaven and earth, bringing unknown surprises, so one must not be careless. After observing for a while and failing to detect any presence of living beings, Zhao Jing furrowed his brows and asked, "Guide, where do the strange howls and avalanches usually occur? When did they start?" As soon as he spoke, Su Running immediately raised her jade-like hand, pointing southeast, saying, "It's roughly in that direction, about 170 kilometers away from us, and it started about 3 days ago." This girl was very composed, elegant as an orchid, rarely speaking, but once she did she would immediately provide an answer, appearing very experienced. Looking at the direction Su Running indicated, Zhao Jing frowned slightly and asked again, "And where is the Miloaksu mountain we are heading to?" She slightly adjusted her finger, changing the direction to directly south. "It's roughly in that direction, about 220 kilometers away from us." After calculating the distance with his gaze, Zhao Jing couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation. The strange howls of the beings and the Miloaksu mountain, which contained treasures, were merely separated by a few dozen kilometers. The distance was over several dozen kilometers. This distance can neither be considered long nor short. If those beings gained intelligence, they would seek out the secret treasures of heaven and earth. Zhao Jing pondered quietly, furrowing his brows as he continued onward. After trekking for several more hours near the Miloaksu mountain, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Roar! A beastly roar erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sound was a deep rumble, vast like a sudden thunderclap, piercing the sky, as if an ancient being had awakened and was roaring, the momentum exceedingly grand. The mighty sound waves spread out, shaking mountains and rivers, triggering avalanches in the distant snow-capped mountains. Countless snowmasses transformed into colossal torrents of white, cascading down, creating a spectacular scene. This was the roar of an extraordinary being. Zhao Jing's mind stirred and his eyes involuntarily narrowed. The roar is like thunder sweeping across mountains and earth. Such might can only be reached by extraordinary creatures. Extraordinary creatures refer to beings that transcend the mundane world. Such beings are born with unusual abilities, their talents terrifying and their divine powers remarkable. If they grow up, they could almost rival the extraordinary level of human powerhouses. Logically, after the awakening of the planet, some beings would indeed evolve and transform into extraordinary creatures, but he never expected such occurrences to happen so swiftly, catching people somewhat off guard. It seems this expedition to the snow mountain will require substantial effort. Zhao Jing secretly raised an eyebrow, clenching his fists. At that moment Su Running stepped forward and whispered, Brother Rita, do you still need to proceed? Let's continue forward. Zhao Jing replied, glancing at the face of the delicate girl, but noticed that she appeared calm and unperturbed, not showing the slightest sign of distress. She was actually unafraid. The roar of that extraordinary being shook mountains and rivers, even triggering avalanches. If an ordinary person were here, they would likely be so frightened that their legs would go weak and they would be unable to move. Yet Su Running remained quite composed, showing no trace of fear. After a pause, Zhao Jing couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid? Su Ruanning's gaze was calm, her delicate face slightly tinged with purple from the cold, and she smiled gently. Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of. Before coming to the snow mountain I had already mentally prepared myself. Her tone seemed light, yet it subtly contained a determination akin to facing death. As a guide for the snow mountain, she understood just how dangerous it was to enter the mountain at this time and how slim her chances of survival were. However, for the sake of her father, who lay unconscious in the hospital, she chose to disregard life and death and resolutely came. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing gazed at her intently.
It was evident that Su Running had not cultivated any superior cultivation methods, her strength exceedingly ordinary, almost negligible. Yet this seemingly frail girl dared to risk her life for her father. Such qualities were rare in modern society. Feeling moved, he raised his eyebrows and said gently, "As long as I am here you will never die." Upon hearing this, Su Running's gaze flickered with a hint of emotion, yet she said nothing more, continuing to lead the way. Just then another roar echoed from afar. Unlike the previous majestic roars, this time the sound was extremely sharp and piercing, as if it could pierce through the clouds, its volume capable of breaking gold and splitting stone. Clearly this was another being's earth-shattering roar. Beneath this sound the avalanche thundered a formidable force, as if the earth was fracturing. Before the noise faded, another being's roar followed, howling through the snow mountains and valleys, creating a massive sound wave. By the looks of it, there seemed to be 7 or 8 extraordinary creatures over there. Realizing this, Zhao Jing immediately calmed down. In an instant his previously restless emotions settled and his thoughts flowed quietly. He could vaguely sense that the beings over there were likely not harmonious. They seemed to be in conflict, as within their roars there were hints of warnings and caution. It seems those extraordinary creatures have started to quarrel. That makes sense. The secret treasures of heaven and earth are incredibly precious and beneficial for the evolution of beings. Since beings have a selfish nature, how could they willingly share with other creatures? In that case there's no need for me to rush. Observing the situation, the secret treasures of heaven and earth will surely remain. I should focus on traversing the path and gathering intelligence. Being cautious is key. With this thought his pace became less hurried and more unhurried as he continued to advance. 1 kilometer. 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers. Under Su Ruoning's guidance, Zhao Jing avoided various hidden natural traps, advancing swiftly amidst the continuous beastly roars, almost as if walking on flat ground. As they drew closer, the Miloaksu mountain finally emerged from the mountains, coming into view. It stood approximately 3,000 meters high, nestled among the peaks, grand and towering. At its midsection a vast cloud of mist rose, coalescing into a massive cloud spanning hundreds of meters, appearing like fog that refused to dissipate. Simultaneously a peculiar fragrance wafted from the snowy peaks of the clouds, dispersing for miles. The aroma was extraordinarily wondrous, seemingly taking on a tangible form, faint yet present, entering Zhao Jing's nostrils, causing the blood and energy within him to stir, subtly accelerating their flow, and his muscles felt eased. After a brief moment of perception his pupils suddenly brightened. This secret treasure of heaven and earth must be related to enhancing one's cultivation and strength. Very good. I was just feeling that my cultivation speed was a bit slow, and I didn't expect such a secret treasure to appear, which is precisely what I urgently need. Moreover, if I'm lucky, those extraordinary creatures could be a great fortune for me. Zhao Jing's mind stirred, his eyes shining brightly. Just as he was about to signal the guide to move forward, he turned to see that Su Running was not in a good state. Her face was deathly pale, her clothes coated with a layer of frost, and her hands and feet trembled continuously. Her physical strength was clearly exhausted, having reached the limits of the human body. At first Zhao Jing was puzzled as to why Su Running had fallen into this state, but after a moment of thought he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had been too careless. He had been rushing along, but Su Running was frail and could not compare to him. Additionally, she had been sprinting in the extreme cold. How could she endure it? Yet even so, Su Running remained silent, stubbornly persevering without uttering a single complaint, merely following quietly. When she saw Zhao Jing looking over, she thought she was a burden to him and weakly apologized him. "I'm sorry for being a burden to you." "No, you have nothing to apologize for. This is my fault." Zhao Jing raised his eyebrows and said, "I was inconsiderate. Get on my back, I'll carry you." Upon hearing this, Su Running's expression momentarily froze, a faint blush appearing on her pale cheeks. Letting a man carry her. She had grown up this much, and besides her father no other man had ever carried her. This. Seeing her hesitate, Zhao Jing had already bent down, saying, "Hurry up, we don't have much time to waste. Besides, in your current state you can't walk any further. If you continue, your body won't hold up and you'll become weak and die. You need me to carry you, get on." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Running bit her lip and climbed onto his back. At that moment, boom! The Melua Snow Mountain experienced a tremendous upheaval, shaking violently as if the peaks were about to topple and collapse. The accumulated snow gathered over many years soared into the air, transforming into a vast cloud of dust seemingly capable of obscuring the sun and moon. The mountains trembled, snow surged like a torrent, as if the gods themselves were enraged, ready to overturn the world. At the same time, the terrifying roars of monstrous beasts echoed ceaselessly, pounding against the eardrums. One could vaguely sense a sudden tempest approaching, forming an invisible wave of energy that swept across the land, causing the body to tremble. The scene was too shocking, causing Su Ruoning's delicate body to shiver, her pupils constricting. Although she had come here with a heart resigned to death, encountering such a sight still stirred her emotions, and she subconsciously tightened her grip around Zhao Jing. Realizing that someone behind her had already collapsed onto his back, Zhao Jing focused his mind, glanced at the commotion on the snow mountain, his gaze solemn as he softly commanded, "Prepare to guide the way." Once the command was given, he leaped forward, soaring down swiftly.
It was presumed that these extraordinary creatures had been in a standoff for too long and could no longer endure, which triggered this chaos. He needed to reach that place quickly to catch up with this feast of slaughter. Accelerate! Accelerate! Accelerate again! He darted like a streak of light across the snowy ground, the white snow dust swirling wildly beneath his feet, nearly forming clouds of smoke surging and enveloping everything. Clinging to Zhao Jing's back, Su Running could no longer afford to be shy. Braving the howling cold wind, she desperately widened her eyes, pointing out the winding path of the snow mountain ahead. The snow ahead 30 meters is very thin, it should be hollow. The left path appears to be a dead end, possibly a cliff, we cannot go that way. The ice on the right is very thin, we cannot walk on it. With each whispered warning, Zhao Jing rushed forward, and within just a few minutes he had advanced infinitely closer to his destination. However, just as he was about to approach, he suddenly stopped, finding a place to set Su Running down. A quick glance revealed her pale and weak expression, clearly unwell. He handed her a bottle of vitality-restoring elixir, instructing her. Stay here, do not come close. I will go take a look. Without Su Ruoning's guidance he could never have arrived so swiftly. Out of concern for her well-being, he gave her the elixir to ensure her safety. Moreover, he still had some uncertainty about the snow mountain's path. If anything were to happen to her here, where would he find her on the way back? After settling the guide, Zhao Jing restrained his aura and cautiously ventured forward. In just a moment he spotted the source of the roaring. Before him stood several terrifying creatures he had never seen before. On the left side of the mountain peak stood a robust giant beast towering 5 to 6 meters high, with a leopard's head and tiger's body, its fur as white as frost, surrounded by a faint mist flowing like a torrent, exuding a fierce aura. To the right, a ferocious dragon dog growled softly. Its body was covered in scales patterned in white, and as it breathed, waves of mist rose and fell, melting everything in its path into silence. In the southern position, a massive snow ape watched with a sidelong glance, standing 3 meters tall, imposing and powerful, its eyes crimson as if stained with blood, releasing wisps of strange aura that stirred the snow dust into a frenzy. Judging solely from their aura, these 3 beings were all extraordinary creatures. They had only recently awakened, not yet matured, still in their juvenile stage, and were not particularly strong. Yet even so, their innate powers were exceedingly terrifying enough to sweep away entire legions of beings. In modern society, only large-scale destructive weapons could hope to annihilate them. In the snow-covered ground between the 3 extraordinary beings stood a peculiar crimson flower, only the size of a palm, with 3 flower buds radiating a gentle hue and exuding wisps of fragrant aroma, forming a vast divine cloud that gathered in the heavens. Without a doubt, this was the earthly treasure nurtured by the great star. Zhao Jing took a glance, his brows involuntarily furrowing. Something was amiss. Logically, they should have been fighting for a while now. Once such creatures engage in battle, blood would surely flow over the ground and flesh would be scattered. Yet why was there not a single trace of blood on the ground? Upon further inspection he discovered several massive beast skeletons nearby, their surfaces pure white and gleaming, seemingly extraordinary. Upon closer examination he noticed that the skeletons of the giant beasts actually had strands of red essence flowing from them, like fine streams coalescing and dispersing into the buds of the strange plant, causing one of them to tremble gently, ready to bloom. From the looks of it, several extraordinary creatures must have fallen here shedding their blood, yet their essence had been actively absorbed by this herb. What kind of spiritual herb is this? To be able to absorb the life essence of extraordinary beings. Zhao Jing's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with memories, and his heart shook violently. This is the swallowing yuan red spirit grass. Such divine grass is exceptionally mysterious, capable of devouring the life essence of beings from all directions, forming extraordinary flowers and fruits possessing remarkable effects. Consuming one of its fruits can significantly enhance one's physical foundation and accelerate realm advancement. This type of spiritual herb is quite popular in the human Dao divine realm due to its suitability for foundation establishment with no side effects. Many prodigies use it, which is why he recognized it easily. However, most swallowing yuan red spirit grasses only produce 1 bud, yet this one has a full 3. As far as I know, to make this swallowing yuan red spirit grass bear fruit, it requires the blood essence of several beings. If one were to consume 1 bud, their physical strength could increase by around half a ton. Yet this extraordinary herb has 3 buds and has absorbed the life essence of several extraordinary beings without yielding any fruit, which means its efficacy far exceeds that of ordinary spiritual herbs. If I can consume it, my strength will undoubtedly skyrocket. With this thought, Zhao Jing took a deep breath and stepped forward. Considering his strength, while these extraordinary beings had some power, they were no match for him. There was no need for concern, he could unleash his extraordinary talents and eliminate them all. Just a few steps and the expressions of the 3 creatures suddenly changed. Extraordinary beings possess remarkable instincts. Just a few steps and they sensed his arrival, turning their gazes towards him, roaring as if to warn him, yet also seeming to reject him. Seeing their reaction, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow and smiled, replying, "Dear non-human friends, I come in peace, hoping to make friends with you. I wonder how you feel about that." As he spoke, his spirit surged. The golden blood in his body roared violently, erupting like a tide.
The mysterious energy derived from his blood rapidly extended through his muscles, expanding his physique at an alarming rate. The sun god pattern on his forehead gradually emerged while torrents of scorching gas swirled on the surface of his skin, stirring the air around him. The extreme cold temperature suddenly rose. The snow beneath his feet melted rapidly. With each step he took, his momentum surged, and with every stride the boiling heat intensified, the violent air currents roaring through the heavens, dissipating the cold currents that had lingered in the snow mountain for millennia, turning them to nothingness. In response, the three extraordinary beings reacted swiftly, choosing to erupt at the same time and charge towards him. These creatures possessed human-like intelligence. Sensing the stranger's hostility, they unhesitatingly chose to join forces, attempting to crush him. The swirling snow dust trembled. An overwhelming mist surged forth. Its ferocity was unparalleled, capable of exploding a vast land and vanquishing all beings. Watching the furious onslaught approaching, Zhao Jing's gaze hardened as he shook his head slightly. I come with good intentions, yet I did not expect my friends to be so unfriendly, treating me with such hostility. Since that's the case, I can only kill you all. As the words fell, he took a step forward. With this step it felt as if a colossal divine power descended, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble, and a boundless wave of heat surged forth, swirling the snow and mist. The wind. A great wind. A torrent of intense heat carried a terrifying temperature, sweeping up a frenzied and mournful storm, the sound so loud it was alarming, melting the snow on the ground into misty droplets that scattered outward. Zhao Jing reached out, grasping countless misty vapors. Martial Dao divine technique condensed the weapon formation. Water vapor and air merged and coalesced into golden sword chi, striking forward with a thunderous slash, causing the air within 100 meters to surge tumultuously, raising heavy waves. Almost simultaneously, the three extraordinary creatures unleashed their own abilities. The leopard-headed being roared furiously, the white mist around its body fluctuating, suddenly transforming into a massive wave of dust crashing forward. This dust was incredibly strange, imbued with an extreme chill, leaving frost in its wake. The dragon mastiff opened its mouth and suddenly inhaled layers of grey mist, coalescing, forming a vast ethereal torrent that shot out like lightning. This torrent possessed a high level of corrosiveness, causing even the air to sizzle. If it struck the ground, it would almost melt it. The brutal snow ape's eyes widened, the crimson hue in its pupils suddenly shifting, coalescing into two dazzling divine lights that slashed through the void like two blood-colored swords. Dust torrents, divine lights. These techniques were innate extraordinary powers of the three beings, their might terrifying and destructive, unleashing a tempest of energy and a flurry of snow, the spectacle boundless and overwhelming. In the next moment, the numerous divine powers collided. Boom! The sound waves rippled through the void like low muffled thunder. Snow disappeared at a visible speed, dissolved into dust by the turbulent winds, the mist scattered and the solid ice hidden beneath the snow shattered into pieces, turning to dust, with the residual waves continuously tilting, melting into the black soil, still rapidly dissolving into nothingness. Within a radius of 100 meters, countless things collapsed directly. Around the peaks, some massive snowdrifts were shaken by the force of the collision and began to flow. It was as if the heavens were pouring down a waterfall, endless white snow cascading from the mountaintop, rolling like thousands of snow dragons, roaring in fury, displaying their divine might, their force so violent it seemed to make all living beings in the world learn to fear and bow down. However, Zhao Jing paid no heed. The three extraordinary creatures also did not care. The torrent of snow surged downward, yet it posed no threat at all. As the snow flow approached, it was shredded into dust by an invisible wave, unable to touch anyone, let alone that swallowing yuan red spirit grass, which was completely transformed into mist, swirling wildly in the furious and tumultuous waves. Within this mist, Zhao Jing's battle intent surged, his momentum grand as the sea, striking once more. Channeling his internal blood and chi, he wielded the chi blade of the heavenly dragon with force, summoning waves of heat. With each slash, a thunderous might surged forth, generating brilliant golden light that illuminated the earth. The three extraordinary creatures did not show weakness either, unleashing their innate powers, summoning dust torrents and divine lights to resist the might of the martial Dao divine techniques. In an instant, dust surged, divine lights descended. The spectacle was utterly terrifying. Even the heavy ice clouds above seemed unable to resist the temptation, slowly drifting over to witness this fierce battle. With the second slash, Zhao Jing lured these beings to use their innate abilities to counterattack. Seizing the moment, he opened his mouth wide. Martial Dao divine technique, Chi explosion, cloud rainbow sword. A golden sword chi held forth its brilliance, exceptionally resplendent, launching with such speed that it was almost like a shooting star flashing past. Even though these beings had remarkable innate abilities and extraordinary power, innate talent was still just talent without cultivation heritage or special methods to operate their abilities. How could they withstand the sudden onslaught of the martial Dao divine technique? With a loud bang, the dragon mastiff could not evade in time and was pierced through by the sword chi. Its tough scales were as fragile as paper, easily cleaved apart, blood gushing like a spring. Seeing this, it panicked, its body leaping as it attempted to flee. But at this point, how could Zhao Jing give it that opportunity? He opened his mouth again, the chilling golden sword chi once more expelled, piercing through the sky, a torrent of heat merely burning, severing its dog head. The first extraordinary creature was annihilated on the spot. With one strike, Zhao Jing did not relent, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, preparing to eradicate the remaining two beings.
Yet with that sweep he discovered the two beings were already turning to flee without a second thought. In that moment of escape the two mighty creatures simultaneously erupted, striking the mountains with their divine powers, infusing them with tremendous strength. Crack, crack, crack. This snow peak had endured much fighting, already battered and weak. Now under such targeted assault the surface of the mountain directly fractured, a deep horizontal crevice bursting forth. Half a second later, the mountain rocks tumbled, floating dust danced, and a portion of the peak swayed on the verge of collapsing. These two extraordinary beings were indeed clever. Knowing that merely fleeing might lead to pursuit, they unleashed their gravity, causing the mountain to collapse halfway, threatening the swallowing Yuan red spirit grass, forcing Zhao Jing to abandon the chase to protect the spiritual grass. It must be said this was quite a clever idea. But unfortunately you are not as fast as I am. Seeing countless things tumbling down, Zhao Jing was resolute in his killing intent, his gaze shifting, igniting the blood and chi within him. Martial Dao divine technique, instant shadow step. In an instant his speed reached its peak. As if he leaped hundreds of meters in a few steps, his figure catching up to the two beings, spewing forth the chi explosion cloud, rainbow sword controlling the weapon formation with his hands, summoning the tumultuous torrent, and in a breath he decimated the two creatures. Afterward he moved again, standing in front of the spiritual grass, his expression solemn, facing the collapsing rocks hidden. At that moment countless objects from the peak approached, grayish dust, wildly swirling snow, massive stones like grinding wheels, and fine scattered debris, their force incredibly terrifying, seemingly capable of burying the earth, shattering mountains and rivers. If he wanted to dodge it posed no problem, he was fast enough, his reflexes sharp, and even with countless things falling they could not injure him in the slightest. But why should he evade? I have long wanted to test what effect using that fist technique would have while triggering extraordinary talents, but unfortunately I never found a suitable opportunity. Now the opportunity has finally arrived. Let me see how powerful this fused martial Dao divine technique truly is. Various thoughts surged through Zhao Jing's mind as he raised his head, his spirit stirring. In the next moment the surrounding air erupted violently. Invisible air was forcibly condensed, transforming into visible waves, with thousands of them merging into a terrifying phantom of a divine elephant, as if it were substantial golden blood and chi surging, causing the divine elephant phantom to mutate, radiating brilliant divine glimmers. Invisible air was forcibly condensed, transforming into visible waves, with thousands of them merging into a terrifying phantom of a divine elephant, as if it were substantial golden blood and chi surging, causing the divine... At this moment the colossal mountain body rolled with a thunderous roar, crashing down toward the ground. Rocks, frost, snow, dust, soil, countless objects collapsed from the sky, falling down, forming an endless shadow that covered Zhao Jing's body and obscured the spiritual grass. Looking at the overlapping shadows, Zhao Jing laughed heartily towards the heavens and struck out. Martial Dao divine technique, divine might, hammer, elephant fist. This punch unleashed was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, shaking the ground and mountains. In the snow, Su Running gently exhaled, her pale complexion gradually reddening, regaining some color. Earlier she had consumed a vitality pill, and the potent medicinal energy spread within her body, transforming into a warm flow that restored some of her strength. She lowered her bright eyes, glancing at the small jade bottle in her hand, yet showed no intention of greedily taking it. She simply held it and quickly raised her head to nervously look towards the Meluo snow mountain. At this moment a portion of the mountain had already collapsed, landslides and earthquakes occurring, with rolling clouds of dust rising, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, exceptionally terrifying. Watching this, Su Running pursed her red lips, a trace of worry surging within her. Brother Yi Dao. He won't be in trouble, will he? Although it was her first meeting with Brother Yi Dao, she had heard of this man's glorious deeds from the news, leaving her with a good impression. She didn't wish for him to encounter any mishaps here. Just as her brows furrowed, a golden divine radiance suddenly erupted, transforming into a torrent that shot into the sky, its brilliance intensely fierce and dazzling. That was a golden fist imprint. The fist imprint spanned the void, unparalleled in its might, seemingly unstoppable and indestructible. Where the fist imprint passed, the sky filled with dust and endless debris, everything that could be seen with the naked eye dissolving into nothingness. Su Ruoning's beautiful eyes widened in shock, like a silent sculpture frozen on the spot. She stared blankly as the fist imprint soared, penetrating a distance of 100 or 200 meters before gradually dissipating. Her heart surged like turbulent waves, unable to calm. Is this the technique Brother Yi Dao wielded? How terrifying could it be? After being dazed for several seconds, she suddenly felt a strain in her neck as she was about to retract her gaze, but at that moment, Su Running caught sight of the ice clouds quietly hovering in the sky. Her pupils abruptly constricted, her delicate body slightly trembling as if she had witnessed something horrifying, her thoughts racing, her mind blank, unable to control her emotions. That was. At the peak of the Meluo snow mountain, Zhao Jing slowly retracted his fist, gently exhaling. He was quite satisfied with the effect of this punch. Its power was astonishing, with an explosive force that nearly doubled, proving to be a fusion of two great martial arts techniques. Once this expedition is over, I can also try the fusion of the Chi explosive cloud rainbow sword and the condensing weapon technique. If I can merge them, I will gain another means of killing. He smirked, turned his head and looked at the herbs behind him, preparing to collect them. On the snow, the Yuan Chi red spirit grass remained intact, its branches and leaves red as fire, the three flower buds vibrant and dripping with color, and one of them even showed signs of blooming. Upon closer inspection, the flesh of the three recently deceased extraordinary creatures was rapidly dissolving, transforming into tiny drops of red essence absorbed by the spirit grass. Zhao Jing immediately halted, needing to pause for a moment. The spirit grass flowering and bearing fruit was akin to a woman giving birth. It required stillness best to wait quietly nearby. However, using the essence of extraordinary creatures' blood and flesh can only stimulate one flower bud to bloom. I am somewhat looking forward to what effect this blooming flower will produce. Zhao Jing's mind stirred quietly, observing. Under the nourishment of the essence of the three creatures, the flower bud gently trembled and began to bloom. Ding! At the moment the flower bloomed, a sound reminiscent of a guzheng being played emerged, melodious and clear, penetrating the heart. This was an anomaly that could only occur with extraordinary spiritual items. The flower bloomed with sound. At the same time the clouds in the sky converged and descended, forming strands of light that fell among the petals, making them even more crystal clear, flowing with an enchanting luster. After several seconds the flower bud finally unfurled into 36 petals roughly the size of a palm, and at the center of the flower's pistil was a red fruit, fiery red, emanating a faint glow. Undoubtedly this fruit was the essence of the extraordinary herb. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jing's heart stirred and he was just about to reach out to pluck it. But at that moment he suddenly felt a powerful being observing him, his spirit instantly invigorating. Raising his head to look in the direction of that being's presence. That was the sky. To be precise, it was the icy cloud sea in the sky. Due to the planet's mutation, the floating rolling clouds had frozen into ice clouds resembling a frozen ocean, vast and magnificent, blocking out the sun, tranquil and beautiful. Yet in the midst of this majestic ice cloud a large eye appeared. It was a large eye, icy blue and profound. It resembled a cold moon positioned at the center of the ice clouds, grand and mysterious, flowing with azure divine radiance like an immortal deity overlooking the vast world. What creature's eye is this? How could it appear in the midst of the endless cloud sea? Zhao Jing's mind was tense as he shifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings of the large eye. The dense ice clouds were continuous, obscuring the nearby body of the eye, making it flicker in and out of view. In the vast cloud sea he could only vaguely see some ice blue wings, crystalline and flawless. If he observed more closely he could see that layers of ice clouds were continually forming around the wings, as if these extremely cold clouds were born from it and this vast cloud sea existed because of it. It did not descend to the ground untouched by mundane affairs, moving through the void, condensing all clouds to descend from the sky, towering above all things. Meeting the gaze of this being across the void, Zhao Jing's eyes solidified, his spirit greatly shaken. This was a youngling of a mythical creature. Only the young of mythical beings could possibly create such a grand spectacle. The so-called mythical creature refers to a terrifying being possessing supreme divine abilities, capable of transcending heaven and earth, obliterating all in an instant and dominating the land. Before such beings, extraordinary creatures are as weak as ants, utterly insignificant. But why would such a being appear here? According to the records in the human Tao divine domain, countless great stars awaken and the evolution of beings into mythical creatures takes a long time. Why has one appeared now? Zhao Jing's thoughts surged, trying to find a reasonable explanation. For a moment his mind wavered and he suddenly thought of something. Not right, I was being presumptuous. I thought that after observing the human Tao divine domain for over a decade and witnessing the mutation processes of some great stars, I assumed all planets underwent similarly, yet I completely forgot a principle, that is, the mutation of planets is unpredictable. Earth is not like those celestial stars, the results of mutations are not the same. Even immortal deities cannot determine what will appear, anything could happen, so I need not be overly anxious. Having clarified everything, his spirit suddenly settled. Quietly gazing at the mythical creature in the sky, he vaguely sensed its vast aura. Zhao Jing took a deep breath, let out a long roar and echoed through the skies. Do you wish to perish here before coming into the world, or are you merely passing by to take a look? Tell me your choice. The sound of a long howl swept through the heavens and the earth, startling all directions and soaring into the clouds, causing the layers of icy clouds to tremble, faintly dropping a few shards of ice. The intimidation within that roar made the eerie blue divine eye suddenly change its massive pupil, exhibiting slight fluctuations, igniting divine light that seemed to be contemplating. Meanwhile Zhao Jing stood still, his blood and chi boiling within his body, motionless, merely gazing at the sky. Beside him the Tangyuan red spirit fruit had already borne fruit, exuding a rich and sweet fragrance that captivated Zhao Jing's attention, yet he could not dare to pick it, for the mythical creature had not yet departed. If he dared to turn his back and pluck the spiritual herb, it was highly likely that this mythical creature would launch a surprise attack. He could only stand there until he forced it back. The situation had momentarily become a stalemate. As they locked eyes, the temperature around them began to drop, the cold north wind howling, making the region increasingly frigid, as if they had arrived in the frozen lands of the Arctic. This was the unique divine ability of the mythical creature. Merely by being present, its immense power could influence the surroundings, causing the heavens and earth to change and the winds and clouds to shift. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Time passed for a full minute before the mysterious large eye slowly closed, its brilliance fading, and the endless sea of clouds began to flow away into the distance. At the moment it departed, Zhao Jing immediately turned around, carefully plucking the entire spiritual herb and placing it into his storage ring, then swiftly ran towards Su Ruoning's direction. Upon finding the guide, he directly carried her on his back, briefly instructed her to lead the way, and then began to dash rapidly across the snowy mountains, hastily fleeing. Zhao Jing was not afraid of the mythical creature. Even though such beings possessed terrifying power and unfathomable divine strength, reigning as kings among myriad creatures, they were still merely immature entities not yet matured, and he possessed divine cultivation methods along with various means. If it came to a fight, he was confident he could gain the upper hand. However, having confidence was one thing, actually engaging in battle was another. For the sake of caution, it was better to leave quickly. Heavy-hearted, he sprinted forward, crossing several snow-capped peaks in succession, while Su Running, who was guiding him, could no longer hold back and finally asked a question. Brother Radiance, what exactly was that giant eye? She was relatively shy, having rarely initiated conversation throughout their journey, but at this moment she couldn't suppress the tremor within her heart. That creature was too terrifying. Just one eye exuded an incomprehensible pressure that left her feeling suffocated with fear. If its full power were unleashed, how horrific and violent would it be? Upon hearing the question, Zhao Jing shook his head and replied, I don't know. The mythical creature's race was inscrutable. With countless beings, it was difficult to specify what category it belonged to. However, from the few feathers that were faintly visible, it was likely a mythical giant bird still in its growth phase, but that was not certain, as possessing feathers did not necessarily mean it was a bird. Receiving this response, Su Running fell silent for a few seconds before asking, does it seem to hold hostility towards us? Zhao Jing nodded in response. There was definitely hostility. Humans had ruled the earth for millennia, standing atop the pinnacle and suppressing all species in the world. Be they mythical creatures or extraordinary beings, most had transformed from these species, having been suppressed for a full 10,000 years. How could they not harbor resentment? Then, will humanity be annihilated? This question immediately plunged Zhao Jing into silence. That single mythical creature would certainly not lead to the extinction of humanity, but he could not be sure if there were other beings of equal caliber in this place, for the ice-cold sea of clouds that hung above the heavens was not limited to just that one section. Moreover, although the planet was undergoing significant changes which were unpredictable, some rules and patterns remained fixed. For instance, if this planet was giving birth to mythical beings, then at the same moment other places could also be nurturing such entities. At the bottom of the vast ocean, within volcanoes, in the unfathomable abyss beneath the surface, in countless unknown territories of humanity, and even around urban areas, how many mythical creatures were waiting to grow and undergo metamorphosis? He did not know. One mythical creature was enough to make him wary. The potential emergence of dozens or even hundreds of them was a daunting prospect. In such a situation, how could he boast that humanity would persist and pass down through generations? This is really giving me a headache. I was initially worried about hostile forces descending upon the world to annihilate humanity, and now it seems they haven't even made a move yet. This has surfaced. Zhao Jing frowned inwardly, feeling troubled. The awakening of the planet and the transformation of heaven and earth were fundamentally good things, allowing spiritual energy to flourish and spiritual herbs to thrive, providing a fertile ground for others to cultivate. However, this goodness had now escalated to an alarming degree, potentially evolving into a great disaster that could obliterate humanity. Noticing his prolonged silence, Su Running refrained from speaking further and simply handed him a vial of pills, saying, "This is your medicinal pill, Brother Radiance." Zhao Jing raised his eyebrows and casually replied, "You should keep it. You saw that creature too. The world will likely change significantly again, so keeping it will surely have its benefits." Su Running shook her head, emotions swirling across her beautiful face as a hint of stubbornness appeared. "I really appreciate your help, but this item is extremely precious. I have already received benefits from the Luo family since coming here, and I cannot accept your kindness a second time. This is my principle, please accept it. If I truly want something, I will strive to earn it myself. As for the changes in the world." Su Running paused and continued, "As long as the apocalypse hasn't arrived, I will continue to live and strive forward." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing suddenly realized. Indeed, the apocalypse had not yet come. What was there to fear? Moreover, in terms of danger, these mythical creatures were far inferior to the immortal experts from the opposing forces. Those hostile forces stood tall in the starry sky, shaking the ancient in the future. Such existences could not make his spirit collapse or his will shatter. What could these mythical creatures possibly amount to? Thinking this way, Zhao Jing's mood lightened somewhat. He casually accepted the jade vial handed to him, then began to calmly ponder, attempting to identify the shortcomings of those mythical creatures. After quietly contemplating for a while, he identified 3 shortcomings. First, they lack cultivation methods. The beings born after the planet's transformation are wild creatures. They have no cultivation heritage, no cultivation methods, and no techniques similar to martial arts or divine skills. The absence of these means that their combat power is limited. Second, they need to grow. As per the principles of growth, not a single mythical creature can be born mature, sweeping the world and standing alone. Just like the one encountered today, it is merely in its infant state and requires a significant amount of time to grow, which gives me the opportunity to grow. Third, racial differences. In equal races such as humans, conflicts and disputes are endless. I refuse to believe that all these mythical creatures belong to the same race, share the same temperament, and will fight to the death with humanity. Upon identifying these three shortcomings, Zhao Jing felt considerably relieved, his mind settling. Regardless of the circumstances, strength is fundamental. From the current perspective, I still hold a slight advantage. As long as my cultivation speed is fast enough to maintain this advantage, whoever dares to show their face, I will eliminate them first. Even though he analyzed that he had some advantages at the moment, he could not afford to be complacent. It is well known that mythical creatures are inherently extraordinary with innate talents almost equivalent to divine cultivation methods. If he did not quickly master suppressive power, it would lead to dire consequences. Under the guide's direction, he flew over the snow-capped mountains at the fastest speed, covering hundreds of kilometers without looking back. Upon reaching the edge of the snow mountain and seeing something in the distance, Zhao Jing's heart stirred. The road-flying fish was actually waiting below the mountain. She was dressed in a thick warm down coat. The layers of clothing on her body made her figure appear tall and graceful. Upon noticing his arrival, she immediately smiled and spoke. "Brother E, you came down so quickly. I thought I would have to wait for a long time." Her elegant smile and gentle tone akin to a spring breeze combined with her flawless beauty made any man who saw her unable to help but soften his demeanor and smile back. However, Zhao Jing's response was, "Just took a stroll and came back." He replied in an extremely bland manner, setting the guide down and raising an eyebrow, asking, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing much, just wondering if you have any other needs. I will do my utmost to satisfy you." The road-flying fish smiled brightly as she spoke. "Oh, nothing for now. Contact me when you have time." Zhao Jing casually replied and stopped speaking, his body moving like a swift leopard soaring towards the distance. The road-flying fish was momentarily stunned, and by the time she came back to her senses, Zhao Jing had already vanished from sight. The air suddenly fell silent. It became somewhat awkward. Standing there in a daze, the road-flying fish slightly pursed her lips, her heart in turmoil, making it difficult to express. Did he just leave like that? Waving his sleeve, taking away not a single cloud. Staying rooted in place, she suddenly sighed, unsure of what she was sighing about. She stiffly turned her neck to look at Su Running, her deep eyes flickering with a mysterious hue. "So Miss Su, can you tell me what you experienced on the mountain? Why was Brother E carrying you down?" About that." Under the clear sky, Zhao Jing rushed out for countless kilometers, finally coming to a stop in an uninhabited area. After surveying the surroundings and confirming there were no living beings present, he took out the spirit grass from the storage ring and examined it closely. Due to being plucked, the Tongyuan red spirit grass no longer emitted a heavy radiance that formed clouds and mist, yet its fragrance remained unchanged. The two buds remained tightly closed, seemingly needing vital essence to bloom, while the one that was open had blossomed into a red fruit. After staring closely at it, Zhao Jing contemplated but did not immediately swallow it. Although the Tongyuan red spirit grass was miraculous and had extraordinary effects, it required a strong physical foundation to absorb its essence. If one forced it without sufficient foundation, it would only waste its effects. Moreover, this spirit grass is an exotic species born from a great change in the world. Its effects must have undergone drastic transformations. If the medicinal power is too strong and harms the body, it is not worth it. I should be cautious and not rush to use it. I will first clear out all the celestial temples on this plateau before considering it. With his mind made up, Zhao Jing's thoughts surged as he set off, beginning a frenzied sweep. This time he had no reservations whatsoever. The Qingdi Plateau was the final destination of his journey, so he did not need to consider future routes. Therefore he swept through with reckless abandon, harvesting madly. After finishing the last celestial temple, he finally took out his phone and dialed home. "Hello. Dad, I'm coming back." Got it. Be careful on the road, but before you return I need to ask you something." "What is it?" "Well, I heard you stirred up quite a commotion over at the Qingdi Plateau." "What's going on?" "Commotion." "What commotion?" "You think I don't know? It's been all over the internet saying you're quite the flirt. A few days ago you went into a restaurant with dozens of girls from big corporations and didn't come out for a long time. Could it be?" At this point Zhao's father's voice paused while Zhao Jing's mouth twitched violently. The rumors are too outrageous, aren't they? Last time it was just because he had some demands that he chose to enter the hotel with those girls. He never expected the comments online to be this absurd, leaving him speechless. Dad, let me explain." "Explain what?" "Don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to believe this. Just be aware of your reputation, you're not the same as before. Be careful of people trying to smear your name." Understood, Dad. That's good to hear. By the way, if you have someone you like, you can try to get to know her. After all, you're grown up now and it's time to interact with girls. A few encounters are fine, but remember, if you get involved with someone you need to take responsibility or else. Dad, I'm not in the mood for that right now. Zhao Jing forced a smile, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, before the arrival of the human Dao divine domain, he had yearned for love, fantasized about meeting beautiful women, and practiced the 5 dragons embrace pillar divine art without interruption for 2 or 3 years. However, as time passed and hearts changed, he was no longer who he used to be.
Well, since you're not willing, I won't say more. I'll wait for your return.
Okay, Dad. After responding, Zhao Jing suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, with the recent changes in the world, has there been any significant change back home?
There have been some strange changes.
What kind of strange changes? Recently, the wild grass in the city has been growing rapidly in patches that can't be cut down. Many trees have shot up, becoming hard to chop down even with a knife. Vines have grown on buildings and a lot of concrete has cracked open, spewing forth clear spring water that seems drinkable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's expression immediately turned serious as he hurriedly asked, are there any other changes? The cats and dogs on the street seem to have become, how should I say, much more sentient. In short, there are significant changes in the city, but it's hard to describe.
Well, talk more when you get home. Alright, Dad, I'm hanging up now.
After ending the call, Zhao Jing's gaze fell, remaining silent for a long time.
According to his father's description, could it be? His city had transformed into a legendary land of spirituality.
The Spirit Earth Blessed Land, as the name suggests, is a place of spiritual soil and blessings.
With changes in the world, spiritual beings will emerge and everything mundane will become extraordinary.
However, within this extraordinary world there are certain special regions that are even more marvelous, where the spiritual energy is more abundant than in other areas, giving rise to spiritual herbs, rare flowers, springs and waterfalls, leading to unimaginable wonders. According to the description of Father Zhao, it is very likely that Yingbao City has transformed into such a spiritual land.
It's still too early to say.
Zhao Jing lowered his head, slightly lost in thought.
Although what my father described is somewhat similar, it cannot be confirmed.
After all, some anomalies are merely phenomena and do not represent the substance. One must see it to believe it.
Let's hurry back.
With his mind set, Zhao Jing immediately put away his phone, looked up in the direction and embarked on the journey back.
Days later. Yingbao City.
Standing before this city he had lived in for over a decade, Zhao Jing's expression froze as he felt a sense of unfamiliarity for the first time. The once narrow streets were now filled with various blooming flowers and rare grasses, vibrant and fragrant. The tall buildings along the roadside were entwined with thick giant vines, casting shadows under the blazing sun. In the distance, the concrete ground seemed to have collapsed for some reason, with springs gushing forth, the water shimmering and crystal clear, while some trees had turned an unusually lush green as if they had been revitalized, strong and unyielding. What further astonished him was the spiritual energy flowing through the air. Although the world had undergone drastic changes and spiritual energy was emerging, most regions he had passed through still had quite thin spiritual energy. If one did not focus, it would go unnoticed. However, in this place the essence of heaven and earth was unexpectedly thick, almost transforming into a faint mist dispersing in the void. Zhao Jing took a gentle sniff and the spiritual energy flowed into his chest, revitalizing him as his blood surged. Indeed, this is truly a Spirit Earth Blessed Land. This Spirit Earth Blessed Land is truly extraordinary, greatly benefiting cultivators by accelerating their cultivation speed without any side effects. Even ordinary people living here experience significant advantages. Even without cultivating, they can become strong and healthy, living for 100 years. From a temporal perspective, this Spirit Earth Blessed Land has not existed for long, so its effects are not yet potent.
After some time, these changes will become even more miraculous.
Even without sowing seeds, it will automatically give birth to extraordinary spiritual fruits and rare herbs.
Ah, what good luck! This type of spirit earth appears randomly and is not fixed.
I was planning to trouble myself to look for it, but now I've saved some effort. With this thought, Zhao Jing couldn't help but feel a bit cheerful, quickening his pace while listening to the discussions of passers-by, curious about their opinions. However, upon listening, his expression became strange. Most of the pedestrians seemed completely unaware of anything unusual. They laughed, naturally speaking, lightly, maintaining a calm demeanor as if they were already familiar with the scene, not showing the slightest hint of surprise.
This is understandable.
After all, the entire world is undergoing transformation, with anomalies appearing frequently.
In this context, even if Yingbao City has undergone some bizarre changes, it seems insignificant. After spending a few days here, one would soon become desensitized.
Listening to the conversations of passers-by while recalling the many changes around him, Zhao Jing hurried along, rushing back to his hometown. Knocking on the door of his home, Zhao Jing's mother beamed with joy upon seeing him return, her gentle face breaking into a smile.
Jinger is back. I'm back.
Beneath the plain words lay a series of warm and eager greetings.
Ah, it must have been tough outside for over a month. You look much thinner. Not at all. I had a great time on my journey, enjoying the scenery almost like a vacation, and it was very happy. How was the food? I imagine you couldn't get used to the outside cuisine. I adapted well.
I tried everything on my journey, tasting delicious foods from various places, almost sampling them all.
Zhao Jing laughed heartily, carefree and natural. However, the reality was quite different.
This long journey in search of strength and fortunes had left him with hardly any rest. Battling through dust and fatigue, he had never relaxed his spirit. To make the most of his time and keep his whereabouts hidden, Zhao Jing had almost avoided crowds, living like a wild man, let alone enjoying fine foods. He had barely eaten anything warm. Yet before his family he did not wish to reveal any signs of weakness or cause them to worry. In his seemingly relaxed responses, Zhao's father, who had been silent, suddenly coughed lightly and uttered 4 words. "You are too young." Zhao Jing's expression froze. Sitting at the dining table with a newspaper in hand, Zhao's father casually glanced over, his gaze sharp like a cold blade, seemingly seeing through everything. "It's not like I haven't been out and busy. How could I not know how troublesome it is to be away? Maturity is a good thing, but learning to lie to your parents is not." Zhao Jing cleared his throat and replied. What I said is true." "Oh. Really?" Zhao's father questioned lightly, making him feel a bit awkward. Damn it, I was still caught. Even though he was dominant and fierce outside, suppressing any enemies before his family, he could only retract his imposing aura, trembling silently. After a moment of silence, Zhao's father waved his hand, signaling to let it go. "All right, no more talk, let's sit down and eat." "Okay." Zhao Jing responded and hurried forward, diving into the feast with great fervor. Each bite of the warm, familiar dishes felt like sunlight after rain, shining down into his heart, dissipating all fatigue, making him feel what it means to have a taste of home. After finishing the long-awaited family feast and giving his parents a few useful pills, Zhao Jing quickly returned to his room, taking a deep breath. It was time to contemplate the combination of the condensing weapon technique and the chi explosion cloud rainbow sword. Even on the way, Zhao Jing had been pondering the intricacies of these 2 martial arts techniques, and by today he finally achieved some results. Standing in silence for a long time, he suddenly stretched out his hand. Martial arts technique, condensing weapon technique. In an instant the air surged. The surrounding airflow dramatically shifted, forming an illusory energy blade pulsating with divine light, the blade's aura surging like a tide. Logically speaking, this should be the perfected state of the condensing weapon technique without further significant changes. But the next second, the energy blade underwent another transformation. The rolling heat waves surged, the golden light energy waves twisted and rolled, and the blade edge transformed into an illusory sword shadow, the sword energy surging extremely sharp. The next moment, that sword shadow unexpectedly changed again. Halberd Tower Bell Hammer. As the airflow continued to churn, various strange forms emerged. This condensing weapon technique had transformed into multiple shapes. Long before Zhao Jing acquired this martial art, he had the idea of such transformations, but at that time his understanding of martial arts was superficial and his mastery limited, making it impossible for him to recklessly innovate. Long before Zhao Jing acquired this martial art, he had the idea of such transformations, but at that time his understanding of martial arts was superficial and his mastery limited, making it impossible for him to recklessly innovate. Only after obtaining the chi-exploding cloud rainbow sword did he grasp the crucial essence, thus achieving this feat. Zizzizizi. The airflow surged and flowed as if it were burning. The sound crackled loudly, yet Zhao Jing remained unfazed. He continued circulating his blood and chi through his arm muscles in meridians reaching his palm, allowing the weapon condensation technique to transform continuously until it could transform no more, finally reforming into the chi knife with layers of blade light rippling. Despite such changes, he felt little excitement and instead shook his head. The power seems to pale in comparison to the divine hammer fist. After all, martial arts techniques rely on the operation of blood and chi to unleash power, while the hammer fist and divine aura fist techniques naturally resonate with each other, being of a similar type of secret art, allowing their destructive force to easily merge and amplify. However, the weapon condensation technique and the chi exploding cloud rainbow sword are different. One releases power from the palm while the other projects a sword from the mouth. Although there are some commonalities, the trajectories of chi and blood operation differ, preventing their powers from completely combining. Nonetheless, this is still quite good. Just imagine a knife slicing into a living being's body, then suddenly transforming into a giant hammer. That scene is somewhat exciting to think about. With that scene flashing through his mind, Zhao Jing felt a surge of energy as if injected with adrenaline and began practicing fervently. This brand new weapon condensation technique was just created and still had many flaws to address. He hoped to master it as quickly as possible to enhance himself. Weapon condensation technique, catching wind to form a knife. ZZ. Weapon condensation technique, catching wind to form a hammer. ZZ. Weapon condensation technique, catching wind to form a brick. ZZ. After practicing the weapon condensation technique for a while in his residence, Zhao Jing finally focused his mind when his mother called him for dinner and stepped out of the house. Looking at the steaming dishes at home, he remained silent for a long time, and a sigh of realization escaped his heart. Indeed, dining outside in the wind and rain with meals being a hit or miss can't compare to the comfort of home. He greeted his parents with a smile, promptly sat down and picked up his chopsticks to feast. In the midst of his focused eating, the television blared, incessantly broadcasting recent news. According to the latest news from the front, many cities have recently seen strange phenomena suddenly dissipate, returning to their original state. The fog that had shrouded them for days has abruptly vanished without a trace, and experts are currently investigating this. Investigation. They probably wouldn't find the reason. In this world, the great changes and strange phenomena do not always carry substantial meaning. Some are mere illusions. While some last for days and then disperse, others linger, transforming into scenic sights. Yet among these special landscapes, which are illusions and which harbor something deeper, remains unclear to anyone. With thoughts flashing through his mind, Zhao Jing's expression showed no fluctuation as he picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs and stuffed it into his mouth. According to the latest reports just last night by Fei Chen, who had just attended a banquet, encountered an opponent. He was challenged by an unknown figure and severely injured by 2 punches requiring hospitalization. According to hospital examinations, he suffered extensive contusions and had 8 broken ribs. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Jing paused for a moment, finally recalling who this person was. Ah, it's him. The one with superior cultivation methods, the first to leap ahead. Recently he had gained considerable fame in society, enjoying wealth and admiration from thousands. Yet now he had his 8 ribs broken by an unknown figure's 2 punches. This scene can only be described with 4 words. Well deserved. In this world, Fei Chen is not the only one with superior cultivation methods, yet he is the most flamboyant one, indulging in excesses day and night, garnering attention. Others must surely feel some resentment. Oh, everyone possesses excellent cultivation methods while I labor in obscurity, struggling hard. You on the other hand indulge in fine wines and beautiful women daily, yet your strength is inferior to mine. You flaunt yourself and feel good about it. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think I'm easy to bully? You reap what you sow, one must bear the consequences of their own choices. Zhao Jing took a sip of tomato egg soup and cast those thoughts aside. Shocking news. A terrifying shadow has appeared in the deep sea, measuring approximately 300 meters in length. According to detection, it is likely an unknown lifeform. However, astonishingly, this lifeform vanished suddenly after just a moment of appearance, leaving no trace behind. Experts are currently studying this. Hearing this, Zhao Jing's fingers trembled imperceptibly before he regained his composure. His concerns seemed to have come true. In this world, there is not only the mythical creature in the icy clouds, besides that other powerful beings are quietly lurking yet to reveal themselves. They wait for their strength to grow or observe the powerful, and when the time is ripe they will unleash their formidable presence upon the world. His worries surged like tides, and as Zhao Jing furrowed his brows, he took a few quick bites, just about to finish and return to his room to cultivate, when in that moment, his brow slightly furrowed. Zhao Jing's gaze suddenly shifted, looking out the window. Through the transparent glass he saw dozens of birds perched on the railing of the opposite building, chirping incessantly. The appearance of those birds was quite peculiar. Some were pure white, untouched by dust, while others had bright red feathers like fire, and some displayed colors that shimmered like a rainbow, all varied and exquisitely beautiful. As time passed, more birds continued to fly and landing on the railing. Zhao Jing couldn't help but feel perplexed. When did so many birds appear in Yingbao City? He walked to the window, opened it, and looked outside. Instantly his dark and deep pupils constricted. The sky had turned black. In the distant clear sky, countless birds soared, flying in from afar. Egret sparrows, red-crowned cranes. Various known and unknown bird species swept across the sky, nearly blocking out the sunlight, descending upon the world in overwhelming numbers, landing on branches, buildings, and the grass as if something here was drawing them in. Once they found their resting places, all the birds began to chirp joyfully, their voices enveloping the earth. A symphony of 100 birds. Even though he had seen many strange sights, Zhao Jing felt an undeniable sense of bewilderment at this moment. What on earth is happening? The orioles sang sweetly and the small birds chirped softly. They seemed quite delighted, their joyful songs intertwining with the wind sweeping across the land and engulfing the entire city. Zhao Jing paused for a moment, furrowing his brow as he looked closely. The countless birds flying in appeared numerous and chaotic, yet their landing spots were quite distinctive, mostly concentrated in areas rich in spiritual energy. The more abundant the chi, the greater the number of birds, like a vast cloud that could not be dispelled. Oh, I see. Is it because they are attracted by the blessed land of spiritual soil that they have come here? Zhao Jing's gaze fell, his thoughts swirling. In the blessed land of spiritual soil, living beings could more easily undergo transformation and awaken their intelligence. These myriad birds must have sensed the extraordinary nature of this place, prompting them to traverse the skies and arrive here. At that moment, Zhao's mother looked up and also noticed the birds outside, commenting, "Ah, it's the flying birds. I wonder what's going on. Recently more and more animals have appeared in the city, and they all seem a bit smarter, like children." Hearing this, Zhao Jing's mind stirred, recalling his earlier conversation with Zhao's father, which had touched upon this topic. Could this be a bad thing? Not necessarily. The world is filled with spirits, giving rise to spiritual energy. The gathering of beings is a blessing. To some extent, the more spiritual entities there are in the city, the greater the benefits for the blessed lands. However, if only ordinary spiritual beings are involved, it would be fine, but if some extraordinary or even mythical beings are drawn here, Zhao Jing's thoughts flowed rapidly as his gaze fell. He immediately turned around, returned to his room, accessed the internet and began to search for how many places had transformed into blessed lands of spiritual soil. After a moment a soft sigh emerged from the room. Within the country alone there are approximately 12 blessed lands of spiritual soil. Excluding Yingbao City there are still 11, 5 of which are within human urban areas while 6 are in desolate wilds uninhabited. If those extraordinary beings wish to settle in the spiritual soil they would likely head to those uninhabited places, yet it still feels like there aren't enough. Even though Earth is currently ruled by humanity, those beings are by no means ordinary. There is a high possibility they would clash with humans over the blessed lands, potentially leading to bloodshed or even war. The tranquility won't last for long. His fist clenched, suddenly causing the air to roar, erupting with thunderous sounds. I must quickly strengthen my power. I will stay at home for a few days, enhance my physical foundation, swallow that fruit, strengthen myself, and then prepare to embark on the second path to seek the divine temple. Compared to the first route I took, this second route is of utmost importance. Perhaps I will be fortunate enough to obtain the truly supreme secret method. For several consecutive days Zhao Jing devoted himself to the path of cultivation, completely immersed and unable to extricate himself. With enough elixirs to provide spiritual energy and ample time to hone his body, his strength grew at a pace akin to a raging flood, advancing rapidly. While madly enhancing his own foundation, he also observed the changes in the world through the internet. The number of abnormal beings in this world was increasing. Through news reports it was clear that strange creatures, exotic beasts and various races had emerged worldwide, each exuding a kind of terrifying, inexplicable power that left people breathless and fearful. In the country near those 6 wild blessed lands, countless extraordinary beings surged forth, with fierce beasts howling day and night, resounding through the skies. The overwhelming ferocity was so terrifying that it could silence a child's cries from dozens of kilometers away. While this left people in shock, it also piqued the curiosity of the national government, which dispatched personnel to study the phenomenon. In just a few days they had a rough conclusion. In the capital, within a beautifully decorated elegant courtyard, an elder sat in a rocking chair silently reading a paper report. His hair was silvery white, resembling the bleak white snow of winter, highlighting that he was no longer in his prime. Yet his face bore no signs of aging, without a trace of wrinkles or scars, appearing like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, full of vigor and vitality. Clearly he had mastered the art of cultivation and possessed a very high level of inheritance, otherwise it would not be possible for him to restore his youth and revert to middle age. Beside him stood several strong men, their expressions serious, exuding an iron-blooded aura, evidently skilled military personnel with a formidable presence. After reading for a while, the elder spoke softly. Are you certain that this kind of soil is better suited for human cultivation or habitation? Yes, leader, the research report is very clear. That kind of place has a very rich life force, more suitable for people to live and cultivate than ordinary places. Oh. Is that so? The elder slowly articulated, picking up a pair of black-framed glasses and putting them on gently. As if recalling something he asked, I remember that the city where Brother Yi Dao is located seems to have a place like that. Yes. The nearby man nodded slightly and said softly, we have investigated. This city is very likely to be Yingbao City, where Brother Yi Dao first rose to fame and where he stayed the longest. We are currently conducting a population survey, but due to social unrest many records are missing and it will take some time. The elder responded, slowly standing up, seemingly unconcerned as he asked, what level has Brother Yi Dao's strength reached? Do you have a specific number? Leader, this is hard to calculate. A hint of bitterness appeared on the man's face as he replied, the strength of Brother Yi Dao is unknown. No one knows his power nor where his lethal potential lies. However, based on our simulations, to stop such a powerful being, the greatest chance of success would likely require nuclear weapons. Even with nuclear weapons, can we guarantee 100% that he would be killed? The elder's question immediately rendered the man silent, leaving him speechless. The power of nuclear weapons is well known, but we are no longer in a technological era in this world of cultivation and fantasy. Who can guarantee that a nuclear bomb will definitely kill a person? Such doubts can only be proven by facts. Moreover, if we truly go down that road and that person does not die, the consequences would be unimaginable. There's no need to be so tense. Our relationship doesn't have to be so hostile. In the silence, the elder smiled gently. He adjusted his black-framed glasses, a faint light reflecting in the lenses. After all, we all live on the same soil. There's no need to turn our kin into enemies. Hearing this, the man fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded gently and replied, you are right. He understood in his heart that the elder before him spoke so much not to confront Yi Daogu, but rather to convey that he must have no hostility towards Yi Daogu whatsoever. Among the people he left an excellent impression and had made considerable contributions to maintaining stability. If he dared to act recklessly, public sentiment would likely turn against him. The most critical point is that that person was indeed overwhelmingly strong. When it comes to true cultivators, the government is not lacking. After all, those who first accessed the ancient palace were iron-blooded soldiers, the kings of warriors. In terms of willpower and personal strength, they are considered top-tier combatants among their peers, nearly unmatched. However, despite their excellence, they are far inferior when compared to Yi Daogu, unable to even hope to catch up. Blowing up the Zhang family's skyscraper and penetrating the peaks of the snow-capped mountains, this kind of terrifying lethality is unheard of and unseen enough to look down upon the world and suppress many who refuse to yield. Such powerful individuals are too dangerous. They can be appeased best to caress them and absolutely never act rashly. It is better to use soft methods to unite them. Fortunately, Yi Daogu has a good reputation and knows how to act with discretion. If we can find a way to bring him into the government camp, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for the government. The only question is, how should we approach him? He murmured in his heart, furrowing his brows. Considering the government's image is too rigid, which could easily provoke incidents, even though he previously knew about Yi Daogu's whereabouts, he did not take the initiative to contact him but instead secretly signaled various consortiums to make contact. However, the results were not satisfactory. Yi Daogu was exceedingly cautious, giving no opportunity for contact. Even though the women sent were charming and youthful, there was no substantial progress in their relationship, which was quite frustrating. What to do? What methods can be employed to establish contact between the two parties without triggering future troubles? While the man was contemplating, the elder coughed lightly and said, the descendants of those consortiums were arranged by you to find that person, right? The man nodded in response and said yes, but Yi Daogu is very guarded and seems unwilling to engage with them, having no deep connections with them. You are still too young. The elder sighed softly and said, everyone knows that in the Eastern world the government is at the pinnacle of the pyramid, controlling everything, while the consortiums are merely puppets of the government. What qualifications do these mere puppets have to gain enough trust and respect from that person? Moreover, consortiums are too self-serving and do not understand the right balance. This move was poorly executed. You are right. In your presence I am still too inexperienced. Once the investigation results come out, let the government directly find someone to make contact without any formality or deception, using genuine things. Genuine things? Do you mean send someone who has a real affinity with Yi Daogu to make contact? As he spoke, the elder lay back in his chair, softly murmuring, in this changing era the power of money and authority is far less significant than before. Attempting to control through material possessions is far inferior to pulling someone in with sincerity. Do not attempt to deceive with falsehoods, but rather use genuine emotions to gain the most authentic trust. Hearing this, the man's body trembled slightly. Truly, how wise is the elder. This way of thinking is leagues beyond my own. He secretly praised, wanting to respond with a few more words when the elder spoke again regarding those regions suitable for human cultivation. Do not disturb anything except Yingbao City. Let the fastest cultivating soldiers move into other regions. Recently various strange beasts have appeared and I have a feeling that a great turmoil is likely to arise in the future. Yes. The man replied, suddenly recalling something. He asked, by the way, leader, how should we arrange the Zhang family? Which Zhang family? The Zhang family consortium that had a conflict with Yi Daogu some time ago. They currently have a bad reputation in the market and some high officials have had contact with them, so they want to restore their name. Oh. Is that so? The elder smiled slightly, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses and speaking lightly. Has there ever been a Zhang family in this world? How come I've never heard of it? His tone was calm and gentle, as refreshing as a breeze, but it made the man's heart sink and he dared not say more, slightly bowing as he replied. I understand. I will arrange for someone else to handle it. In Yingbao City, a soft murmur echoed from a secluded little apartment. That should be enough. Standing in the center of the room, Zhao Jing stretched out his arms and gently exhaled. After days of diligent practice, his strength had risen once again, reaching a new peak. He could easily lift weights of 6.5 tons and his speed had increased yet again, reaching a non-human speed of 100 meters per second. Twisting his muscles and moving his body caused the air to howl like a raging tide. Zhao Jing carefully felt it and nodded in secret. This level of physique should be sufficient to withstand the effects of that altered spirit fruit. He focused his mind and immediately took out the fruit of the Tun Yuan Shi Ling grass. After examining it closely for a while, Zhao Jing calmed his mind and placed it in his mouth, swallowing it whole. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. More than 10 seconds passed without any change in his body, without a hint of response, which made Zhao Jing frown. Could it be that due to the mutation it has no effect on my body? Could I be so unfortunate? At that moment, just as he harbored such doubts, a surge of divine energy erupted. This divine energy resembled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it was far thicker and denser than ordinary spiritual energy, akin to vast essence, yet more mysterious than essence, transforming into brilliant rays of light that penetrated his flesh and bones. In the next moment his chi and blood surged. Under the infusion of that radiant light, his rich golden chi and blood soared, explosively coalescing into a torrent that surged forth, transforming into a mysterious pattern that pulsed with divine energy. In the next instant his muscles trembled. The surface of his body shifted constantly, as if countless dragons were swimming under his skin, each inch of muscle undergoing some form of transformation, twisting and writhing restlessly. At the same time his internal organs subtly changed, becoming bursting with vitality, fully energized, while his blood flowed ceaselessly, continuously gathering and harboring essence surging within. Feeling the changes closely, Zhao Jing's heart trembled greatly. What astonishing divine energy is this? As he expected, the effect of the Tun Yuan Xiling grass had mutated. If it were an ordinary Tun Yuan Xiling grass, its effects would be remarkable yet still limited. It could never cause such an extraordinary mutation. He can distinctly feel that under the radiant glow of the dawn his combat power is rapidly expanding, resonating through his organs and bones with his vital energy and muscles vibrating in harmony. Stimulated by the glow, the muscles on his body are rippling continuously, the surface of his skin slightly shifting, every sinew and bone transforming and strengthening. Even with his current robust physique, he can faintly feel it straining, accompanied by a tearing pain. Thankfully I was prepared and waited a few days before using it. Otherwise it would have been a big problem. If I had injured my body by taking the medicine, it would truly have been a joke. A thought flashed through his mind and Zhao Jing calmed his spirit, bringing his emotions to stillness. In an instant his state of mind sank into tranquility, transforming into a serene lake undisturbed by ripples, allowing the peculiar glow to surge wildly within him, metamorphosing his sinews, blood, organs and flesh. After a long while the glow subsided. Zhao Jing opened his eyes. In his pupils golden divine light erupted like a shimmering rainbow, while the vital energy within him surged like roaring waves, flowing with mysterious power. Each muscle in his body was as resilient as forged steel, strong and solid as if a true dragon or giant elephant was lurking within. This kind of power. As he perceived the changes within himself, Zhao Jing furrowed his brow and tentatively clenched his fist. Bang! The air erupted with a thunderous roar. This seemingly simple and effortless action seemed to grasp all the air within the room, creating a tumultuous wave that surged and crashed, a resounding ripple of sound. The raw strength of my physical body has probably increased by about a ton. With my current abilities I should be able to easily lift 7.5 tons. Zhao Jing's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. He shifted his legs slightly, feeling the speed of his legs surging again, now reaching 100 meters per second, like walking on a swift wind, too fast for anyone to catch up. This enhancement is even better than I imagined. With this speed, even if a nuclear bomb were to fall from the sky, I could dodge the explosion center at the fastest pace, minimizing the damage to the lowest. Zhao Jing's mind raced as he exhaled slowly. He thought about the 2 flower buds yet to bloom on the Tongyuan Chilean grass, and his heart couldn't help but sway like raging fire, fiercely burning. If he could find another opportunity to allow those 2 flower buds to bear spirit fruits, his strength would surely increase dramatically again. However, let's not rush this for now. I should first control this surging power. With such a sudden increase in strength, he needed to familiarize himself with this body quickly to avoid any potential hazards. Thinking of this, Zhao Jing greeted his parents and stepped outside. The sky in September was blazing bright. The scorching rays poured through the clouds like a torrential flow, the temperature boiling hot, seemingly capable of turning everything into mist and nothingness. Yet Zhao Jing felt no discomfort, instead it invigorated him, giving a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. This is part of the effect of the divine cultivation method. The Great Sun Dragon technique is inherently a vigorous and pure yang method, capable of wielding the supreme divine power of the sun. For him the scorching heat was not an obstacle but rather a boon. Though his realm is still shallow, ordinary flames and extreme heat pose no threat to him. Once his strength reaches its peak, not only flames but even being exposed to the blazing sun will cause him no harm. Enjoying the bath of sunlight, he cast a sidelong glance around. Having not been outside for a few days, the changes in this spirit soil paradise have become even more significant. The surrounding spiritual energy has grown more abundant, condensing into milky white clouds that diffuse between heaven and earth. The ground is lush with fragrant grass and flowers bloom profusely, teeming with life and infused with ethereal aura. Moreover, what caught his attention even more was the leisurely creatures by the roadside. On the left side at the street toilet there were actually more than a dozen cats and dogs standing in line, entering different toilets in an orderly fashion. Have they become sentient? Zhao Jing's mouth twitched slightly as he shifted his gaze to the east. On the top floor of that building, countless vines intertwined with steel, where 2 to 3 dozen birds were arranged in order, singing their melodies according to their species, their voices rising and falling, creating a melodious harmony. His gaze swept to the west, where a cute yellow dog was stealthily approaching a fashionable beauty, tilting its head to sneak a peek under her skirt. Zhao Jing's eyes suddenly twitched. This lecherous dog. Truly outrageous. Just as he silently criticized, the girl also became aware of something. Seeing the yellow dog, instead of pushing it away, she let her affection blossom, reaching out her delicate hand to pet its head, and then she embraced it. Being held close by such a beautiful woman in this intimate manner, the yellow dog grinned, its eyes squinting as it instinctively leaned against her ample bosom, one paw casually resting on top, its posture utterly natural. Zhao Jing's expression darkened as if countless dark clouds had gathered. Who knows how many times this yellow dog has been picked up? Its handling is remarkably skilled, and the girl who held the yellow dog is probably unaware that she has been taken advantage of, likely enjoying it instead. Those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. I wish this lecherous dog soon encounters a dog-loving person who skins it alive and turns it into dog meat hot pot. With a small curse in his heart, Zhao Jing continued on surveying his surroundings. Under this observation he could clearly see that the beings here possess extraordinary intelligence, becoming clever and agile, astoundingly smart, yet they did not engage in conflicts with humans, instead existing in a delicate state of balance. Humans and beasts coexisting harmoniously, this is undoubtedly the scene I wish to see. However, I wonder how long this peace can last. With this thought, Zhao Jing's gaze lowered and a shadow of gloom flickered in his heart. In the news reports, those wild spirit soil paradises have already been occupied by ferocious beings, often erupting with earth-shattering roars, shaking mountains and rivers, with danger looming ever closer. Spirit soil paradises are ultimately limited. The number of beings they can accommodate is finite. Those few spirit lands surely cannot satisfy all beings. Perhaps some extraordinary creatures are already eyeing this place. Spirit soil paradises are ultimately limited. The number of beings they can accommodate is finite. Those few spirit lands surely can. This is humanity's city. It is also my city, my territory, and I am the master here. You shall not act recklessly. Just as his murderous intent surged, a voice suddenly called out from beside him. Hey Zhao Jing, long time no see. How sharp is Zhao Jing's sense of hearing. Almost the instant he heard the call, he turned his head and through the direction of the sound spotted the speaker. 50 meters to his left, under the shade of several lush old trees, Sun Zhengbai stood there laughing heartily and waving at him. Beside him stood two beautiful women. One wore a red dress, her figure alluring, resembling a captivating fairy, while the other, clad in flowing white, exuded a graceful aura like a pristine white lotus untouched by mud. They were none other than his former high school classmates Shuya and Zhou Ruozhen. Well, where in life do we not meet again? I didn't expect to run into old classmates by chance. With a slight stir of thoughts, Zhao Jing's expression remained calm and composed, a polite smile gracing his lips as he waved. Long time no see, everyone. Sun Zhengbai laughed heartily and walked up, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Jing. Momentarily stunned, he clicked his tongue and said, Tsk tisk Taoist Ri Tian, after more than a month, why do I feel you've become even more handsome? A ham Taoist son overpraises me. I am but an ordinary-looking person, no need for you to extol me too much. Honestly speaking, Taoist son is truly charming and stands out, someone we mere mortals cannot aspire to be. Zhao Jing covered his chest lightly, sighing, seemingly feeling a bit ashamed. In front of friends with whom he had a good relationship, he didn't want to act coldly and push them away, but rather used a friendly tone to tease and joke, closing the distance. There's no need for Taoist Ri Tian to be so humble. In my humble view, among the talented individuals in the world, Taoist Ri Tian shines the brightest with boundless magical power. Taoist son is too polite. I am but a mere flickering candle, how can I compare to your bright moonlight? As they bantered back and forth, exchanging witty remarks, after several exchanges, Sun Zhengbai eventually found himself at a loss for words, lightly clearing his throat to shift the topic. Ahem, enough of the pleasantries. Let's get to the point, Taoist Ri Tian. Since the high school graduation reunion, where have you been all this time? Why haven't I heard from you? Oh, I've just been cooped up at home, bored, and went out for a casual stroll recently. Zhao Jing smiled and casually fabricated an excuse. So you just returned recently as well? It seems Taoist Ri Tian isn't well acquainted with the changes back home. How about we take a walk together? This Ingba city has changed so much. If you don't walk around and see for yourself, you might easily get lost. Hearing the invitation from his classmate, Zhao Jing pondered for a moment in silence and nodded in agreement. His intention to take a stroll was originally to familiarize himself with his powers. Having a friend to chat with would make the experience far less dull. As they walked forward chatting and laughing, Zhao Jing's body began to subtly shift, his muscles moving almost imperceptibly. As he gradually mastered his strength and reunited with his friend, Zhao Jing felt a surge of joy and excitement, prompting him to engage in even more lively conversation with Sun Zhengbai. As he gradually mastered his strength and reunited with his friend, Zhao Jing felt a surge of joy and excitement, prompting him to engage in even more lively conversation with Sun Zhengbai. Amidst their laughter, he seemed to forget something. Have I been forgotten? And Shuya and Zhou Ruozhen exchanged glances, looking at each other in confusion. As exceptionally beautiful women with outstanding qualities, they had never experienced such treatment, being sidelined by two men. According to their memories in their past lives, whenever they entered the public eye, they would attract the attention and flattery of many men. If a man had the fortune to accompany them, he would be attentive, providing warmth and care. But what was happening now? They had followed them for most of the day, yet those two had not asked a single question, each engrossed in their own conversation. Thinking back to the last graduation reunion, they had endured their embarrassment to initiate contact, but Zhao Jing had been as hard as iron, directly rejecting them. Their past experiences had instilled in them confidence and pride in their appearances, but when faced with Zhao Jing, that ice-hard confidence crumbled instantly, leaving them with a subtle sense of defeat. This man simply did not understand the meaning of cherishing beauty. With a light sigh, the two women felt their spirits stir. Forget it, even if we don't interact, it's no big deal. There are beauties everywhere in the world, why should we care too much about this one tree? Let it go. For such noble women there was always a hint of pride within. Being treated so coldly, how could they not feel even a slight ripple in their hearts? Prior to this, although they had a bit of affection for Zhao Jing and held some hopes for further interaction, that affection was merely a passing fancy, and as it had not deepened, seeing his indifferent attitude now caused those thoughts to vanish instantly. Now that I think about it, there are indeed people at the new university who are no less outstanding than Zhao Jing. There are plenty of handsome guys around, there's no need to be overly concerned. And Shuya's thoughts flowed, her bright star-like eyes blinking slightly, stirring up a ripple of feelings. If he's cold, then so be it. It doesn't matter. There are plenty of handsome seniors in university. Letting it go like this is also a choice. Zhou Ruozhen lightly brushed her hand over her red lips, wiping away the lingering thoughts in her heart. Meanwhile, amidst their chaotic thoughts, the group had already walked into the pet market. This pet market spans several thousand square meters, a region dedicated to selling pets with various adorable creatures for sale, including cats, dogs, rabbits, guinea pigs, and so on in abundance. With the changes in the world, many of these creatures had awakened, becoming even cuter, thus attracting many people to come and purchase. Initially, these creatures were quite calm, mostly remaining still, but at that moment, as Zhao Jing approached, all of them suddenly panicked, erupting into chaos. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The guinea pig in its cage let out a terrified scream, curling up into a ball and rolling around like a fur ball. Meow. Various breeds of cats unsheathed their claws, their fur standing on end, producing low, sharp cries. Woof, woof, woof. Numerous dogs bared their teeth, their eyes bloodshot, seemingly terrified to the extreme, barking incessantly at Zhao Jing. In an instant, the pet market was filled with howls and chaos. They had detected the arrival of a natural enemy. Cats and dogs are inherently very perceptive, with finely tuned senses that can detect unknown dangers. Coupled with Zhao Jing's surge in battle prowess, he had not yet fully mastered his own aura, leaking a trace of fearful energy which caused this sudden phenomenon. The cacophony of creatures rose like a raging tide, drowning out many echoes, rolling back and forth, causing everyone in the pet market to freeze in shock, abruptly halting the conversation between him and Sun Jingbai, who shouted in surprise. What's going on? What's happening? Why did it suddenly turn chaotic? And Shuya exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening as she scanned the surroundings. Hey! Why are all the pets making noise? And they seem to be frightened. Zhou Ruozhen clenched her fists tightly, hurriedly looking around, clearly a bit dazed by the commotion. In the midst of the chaos, Zhao Jing frowned. The peaceful moment had been disrupted. By nature he was assertive and disliked being provoked by any creature. Instinctively taking a deep breath, a surge of murderous intent accumulated from countless slaughters surged forth, manifesting as a gentle yet powerful voice that swept through the surroundings. Who is making noise? At the sound of his voice, the world fell silent. The earth across all directions fell into a hush. No pet dared to make a sound, all mouths closed, cowering on the ground, trembling in fear. His soft command was akin to that of a supreme deity issuing edicts, causing myriad creatures to bow down in submission. The cold wind howled sharp as a blade. That formless, intangible aura was indistinct, and yet it exuded an unfathomable, chilling terror that not only suppressed the caged pets but also caused the bystanders' hearts to constrict violently, leaving them as cold as ice and their throats parched. This was an aura unique to extraordinary powers, capable of suppressing many small evildoers and intimidating all living beings. However, this aura did not last long. It existed for merely a fleeting moment before dissipating, quietly melting into the invisible wind. The onlookers immediately returned to their original state, exchanging puzzled glances. Sigh, what just happened? I suddenly felt unable to move. What is going on? Could it be an illusion? It seems like an illusion, yet it also feels like something happened. The crowd murmured incessantly, filled with confusion. Due to the vast disparity in strength, the bystanders could not detect the source of the wind, nor could they comprehend who had released such killing intent, leaving them in a state of bewilderment, trying to seek answers from each other. Amidst the clamor, Zhao Jing extended his palm, retracting the aura entirely. Having practiced tirelessly until now, he had fought countless battles, dominating all opponents, and had developed a tyrannical demeanor. When facing the hostility of living beings, his first instinct was to suppress with force. Now that this hostility had dissipated, it was only natural to retract his pressure. After a slight shift of his body, Zhao Jing turned and smiled at his friend beside him. Let's go, let's find another place to walk. Oh, coming right over. Sun Zhangbai and the others were taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded and hurried to catch up. They continued walking, yet their state of mind was no longer what it had been moments ago. The roar of 100 beasts sounded like thunder. Such a spectacle was too extraordinary, shaking the hearts of the people. Even though they had left the pet market, the thrill in the hearts of the three lingered, overshadowing their minds. What had caused those pets to cry out in panic? What had made those creatures fall silent, trembling and speechless? A heavy cloud of doubt like an endless mire ensnared the three. As they walked, they could not help but engage in conversation, trying to derive an answer, while Zhao Jing merely listened quietly, focusing on familiarizing himself with his muscles and controlling his blood flow. After quite a while of talking, Zhou Ruozhen inevitably felt a bit thirsty. She lifted her gaze, wanting to find a shop along the way. Upon looking, her expression momentarily froze. She suddenly realized something. Centered around the three of them within a radius of 100 meters, only the pedestrians were wandering aimlessly and there was not a single non-human creature in sight. Even the birds did not fly by. This is impossible. Recently in Ingbao City animals were everywhere. How could this be? Her mind trembled with intense emotional fluctuations as her bright eyes gazed into the distance. Upon closer inspection her heart surged like a tidal wave. The creatures in the distance were actively retreating. Whether flying birds in the sky or walking beasts on the ground, as soon as they came closer they would quickly rise and hastily flee into the distance as if they had encountered some formidable enemy, not daring to make a sound. I thought something felt off on the road earlier. It seemed like something was missing. It must be that someone among us instills fear in all living beings, which caused the earlier phenomenon, and the pet's panic was due to being caged with no escape. Zhao Ruojin muttered to herself, gaining sudden clarity. So who was the source of all these phenomena, the initiator of the changes? Her eyes as radiant as starlight shimmered with waves of emotion swirling with countless chaotic thoughts. Her clear and flawless gaze shifted to the three beside her. And Xia. She suddenly shook her head, feeling it was unlikely. Sun Zhangbai. She pursed her lips slightly and dismissed the thought again. Her gaze swept through the crowd and landed on Zhao Jing. In her beautiful eyes ripples stirred as her snow-white fingers intertwined. It must be him, right? I am very familiar with Xia. She wouldn't undergo such a change. Sun Zhangbai seems quite normal without much change, only he is most likely the one who triggered the anomalies. But how could that be? Zhao Ruojin murmured to herself, her emotional fluctuations surging like a tidal wave, her breathing momentarily slowed. She admitted that in recent times Zhao Jing had indeed changed significantly, whether in demeanor or appearance, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. However, to say he had become so powerful that all beings bowed before him in fear was too fantastical. Thoughts surged through her mind, recalling countless past images. The Zhao Jing she remembered was ordinary and unremarkable, like a speck among countless beings, showing no sign of anything special. How could he have become what he was now? Quietly her impression of Zhao Jing shifted once more. Meanwhile Xia and Sun Zhangbai too were lost in thought, casting glances at Zhao Jing, their eyes filled with astonishment. Clearly they had also sensed something. Feeling the gazes upon him, Zhao Jing simply continued walking forward without responding. Still stretching his muscles, adapting to the drastic changes in his body, he walked for a while before feeling it was enough, smiling and saying, "Everyone, I have something to attend to, so I'll be heading back first." The three stared in surprise for a moment before quickly replying, "Okay, let's gather again when we have time. We'll talk more later. Goodbye, fellow Taoists." With a teasing remark, Zhao Jing stepped forward, moving like a swimming fish, swiftly blending into the bustling crowd and disappearing from sight. Once his figure had completely vanished, Sun Zhangbai rubbed his chin and sighed softly. It seems the Taoist Ritian has some secrets. There must be. And Xia replied, unable to resist, saying, "Hey Sun Zhangbai, you're so familiar with Zhao Jing, can you ask him for specifics?" She wanted to actively inquire about something, but their relationship as classmates was quite ordinary, and since he was unyielding she hadn't dared to ask earlier. Ask? Ask what? Sun Zhangbai chuckled lightly and waved his hand, exuding a carefree demeanor. Everyone has their own secrets. Digging too deeply into it will only ruin the relationship. It's better to pretend not to know and maintain it. Life is too short to take everything seriously. What you said makes it sound like you've really attained enlightenment and ascended. Zhao Ruojin blinked her beautiful eyes, giving him a sidelong glance. But no matter what, Zhao Jing's cultivation method must be remarkable. At the very least it's a medium-grade method, otherwise such phenomena wouldn't occur. I agree with that. And Xia nodded lightly, expressing her agreement. Yet in the next second she recalled Zhao Jing's earlier aloof demeanor, her brows slightly furrowing as she stubbornly said, "But I feel he shouldn't compare to Brother Yi Dao." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruohan's gaze flickered and she couldn't help but chuckle. "Shuya, what you just said is rather obvious, isn't it? Brother Yi Dao is an existence that shines too brightly in the entire Eastern world. No, even globally there are hardly any who can compare to him. This is not even a contest." Hearing this, Sun Zhangbai merely smiled and did not refute. The two women spoke this way primarily because they had received some cold treatment earlier, harboring subtle emotions, but it was unnecessary to take it too seriously. Moreover, this was the truth. Brother Yi Dao. He repeated these three words and a figure emerged in his mind. That figure was tall and robust, wearing a mask like an indomitable overlord. Just the thought of him evoked a sense of supremacy, looking down on the world, invincible among all beings. He is someone who cannot be chased after, only looked up to. While he was lost in thought, two voices suddenly called out from the side. "Hey Sun Zhangbai, I need to talk to you about something. I have something to discuss as well." The two women's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly a bit shy, stammering their words. What do the two female Taoists want to instruct? Could you give me Zhao Jing's phone number? I just realized that despite being classmates for so long I still don't have his contact information and it feels a bit off." Me too.
Sun Zhangbai was initially speechless, then found it somewhat amusing. These two had just been prideful, whispering a bit of unkind words, and now they were actively seeking his number, contemplating future interactions. Could this be the legendary saying, not admitting defeat verbally but being honest in action? I've almost mastered this power. Back at home, Zhao Jing took a deep breath and suddenly clenched his fist. The muscles in his arm twisted instantly, with blue veins bulging and intertwining like coiled dragons, exuding a ferocious strength as if they could crush anything. With a mere thought, the golden blood within his body surged violently, unleashing a mysterious energy that transformed the surrounding air into a turbulent rolling tempest, raging like torrential waters and scorching like invisible flames. This was his current power. Bathed in the radiant glow of the fruit, Zhao Jing's blood vitality had skyrocketed and his combat prowess had surged. Even the slightest movement could stir the air into chaos and shake the surroundings. Yet at this moment he felt little joy. His expression remained utterly calm as he reflected on what had just transpired. The might of a strong one stands out like a towering tree in a forest, intimidating all around. It's only natural for creatures to sense this, but among them how many cower in fear and submit sincerely, and how many watch with envy and hide murderous intent? Those not of my kind are bound to have different hearts. If it were just ordinary creatures it might be tolerable, but if any supernatural beings have sneaked in, it will surely cause great chaos. Zhao Jing muttered in a low voice, his gaze sharp. Supernatural beings differed from mythical ones. Some were small and agile, and if they lurked silently within the city they would indeed be troublesome. How can I tolerate others sleeping beside my bed? After pondering in silence for a while, Zhao Jing furrowed his brow and walked to the balcony to survey the outside. On the surface the world appeared peaceful and serene, but through his extraordinary spiritual senses he could see through all disguise. On the eaves of a white apartment 30 meters away, a few small birds perched quietly. Their feathers were as white as snow, their claws a muddy yellow, and they stared with shiny black eyes in his direction as if scrutinizing him. At the edge of the road 45 meters away in the dark concealed corner, several rats stood silently watching him stealthily with an air of intelligence. And outside the transparent window directly opposite, a black cat sat calmly licking its paws with a lazy elegance. As it blinked, its amber vertical pupils stole glances at his face. Suddenly countless creatures all around had turned their gazes toward him. After staring for a few moments, Zhao Jing's eyes blazed as he uttered 3 words calmly. Interesting. Without a doubt these creatures had all come for him. Under normal circumstances ordinary creatures would fear my power and dare not approach, let alone observe so closely. But now so many are risking their lives to come near. That means a supernatural being is forcing them with its power. Thought surged through Zhao Jing's mind as he raised an eyebrow and curled his lips into a slight smile. After a moment's contemplation he shook his head with a soft laugh, reached out and drew the curtains blocking the outside world's view as if covering the heavens. Time passed and the daylight faded. In the dark gray sky countless stars shone brilliantly, cascading streams of light that danced with spiritual energy to form thin luminous mist that engulfed the land. It was now deep into the night. At this hour Yingbao City should have fallen silent with all things still, but now within the thin rising mist faint sounds quietly emerged. On the ground, in the stairwells, beneath the earth and in the sky, in ordinary places unnoticed by humans and dark corners untouched by footsteps, creatures were racing and darting relentlessly. Having lurked in Yingbao City for a long time enjoying the benefits of this blessed land, they rarely moved. But tonight under the cover of mist they all mobilized together, charging toward the same target. And that target was Zhao Jing's apartment. Amidst the drifting mist a strange creature spoke in a low voice, uttering human words. Is this the dwelling of that human from today? Its voice was exceptionally shrill, like the screech of glass on a blackboard drifting and spreading swiftly in the wind. Soon another creature's voice rang out, its tone as resonant as a great bell and drum stirring up fierce winds. It should be. My minions were watching during the day, that's the place. This human is no ordinary one, we must be cautious. No matter. He's just a mere human, no match for us. Another voice came through, cold and indifferent as if emerging from the abyss. We've scouted this city. Human individual capabilities are not strong, their power levels average, far inferior to our innate excellence. Even if a strong one suddenly appears, it's nothing. We can just kill him with our combined strength. In this territory no human strongman is allowed to exist except us. Naturally. It should be so. Several more voices responded in low tones brimming with confidence. This was the supreme confidence of supernatural beings. They were born extraordinary, possessing supernatural powers, and had lived here long enough to understand humans well, believing their own strength could crush all enemies. Casually sealing Zhao Jing's fate, the first creature snorted coldly and spoke. Some creatures are too cautious. They clearly know this place benefits us but dare not enter, claiming it's human territory and not to be entered lightly. And now? Haven't we settled down safely? What's the problem? They're just too timid. Exactly. Those creatures just got scared, and it works to our advantage. While they scramble for territory in the wild spirit lands, we have it easy here. Right. It would be even better if there were fewer humans.
To us their absence would free up vast space. On Earth humanity had reigned supreme for 10,000 years, suppressing all other beings. As the oppressed On Earth humanity had reigned supreme for 10,000 years, suppressing all other beings. As the oppressed their resentment ran as deep and boundless as an abyss. They dared not retaliate now only because of humanity's long-standing dominance and their own lingering fear. Once they grew powerful enough to wield earth-shattering might, they would surely make a grand move. Don't worry. This place will soon no longer be a city of humans. The first creature spoke coldly, its tone flat as it dropped a bombshell. From what I know, a being above us has taken an interest in this place and will come to inspect it in a few days. When that happens, everything here will be turned upside down and no human will survive. A being above us. Rat, do you mean? Know it in your heart, no need to say it aloud. First let's suppress that human. Laughing and chatting, countless creatures swiftly surged into Zhao Jing's neighborhood. Under the cover of mist they moved silently, closing and rapidly surrounding him without making a sound. Suddenly all the creatures froze in place. As if struck by a paralysis spell, they stood motionless, their fierce and brutal gazes all fixed on a single rooftop. At the summit of that rooftop, under the gaze of countless creatures, Zhao Jing stood calmly with his hands behind his back. Seeming to sense the arrival of the multitude, he cast his eyes down and swept his gaze across the surroundings, speaking softly. Thank you all for coming to die. With those words he reached out his hand and pressed gently against the void. Bang! A violent gale erupted, howling in all directions, shattering the drifting mist and light in the heavens and earth. The raging storm howled violently, sweeping across 100 meters as the spiritual mist enveloping the earth created ripples like water, dispersing the void, revealing the true forms of all living beings. A rat. Zhao Jing cast his gaze downwards towards the left concrete ditch. In the intermingling of light and darkness in the corner of the wall, dozens of rats stood motionless, their expressions dazed. The leader was a pair of silver-furred rats, each about 2 meters in size, surrounded by a hazy gray mist resembling smoke and dust. Birds. He murmured again, looking upwards. In the direction his gaze fell, under the starry sky illuminated by moonlight, dozens of sparrows hovered in the air, lightly flapping their wings, led by 3 larks whose wings were as white as snow, untouched by dust. Wildcats. He turned his head again, looking down at the ground. On a nearby rooftop, a dozen wildcats were lined up, full of spirit, with the leading lynx being particularly large, its black body resembling ink, staring with its golden vertical pupils gazing back at him. These beings were extraordinarily powerful, their surrounding aura immensely intimidating, like a grand river, majestic and inviolable. If placed in the outside world, they would make most cultivators wary and hesitant to draw their blades. However, in Zhao Jing's eyes, what a disappointment. I have waited so long and yet all I get are these inconsequential creatures. He stood with his hands behind his back, exhaling lightly. From the moment living beings spied on him during the day, Zhao Jing had been waiting for this moment. Yet he did not expect that the opponents arriving would be so weak, almost pitiful. Extraordinary beings are inherently exceptional, much stronger than other creatures. However, even those born strong have their differences in strength. The power of these arriving beings was far too ordinary, barely surpassing those with average cultivation methods. Well, indeed, the truly powerful beings are mostly out in the wilderness seeking opportunities. How could they possibly hide away in human cities? I have overestimated you. He placed a finger on his forehead inside. As soon as these words were spoken, the beings present erupted with fury. Ever since awakening their extraordinary potential, their hearts had swelled with pride, looking down on humanity. How could they tolerate such mockery? Although this person seemed somewhat mysterious and extraordinary, it was nothing significant. They could simply surround and eliminate him with the strength of the masses. The leading lark immediately flapped its wings, stirring up a roaring wind, shrilling, "How dare a mere human have the qualifications?" Before it could finish its words, a furious wind howled towards them. The wind roared and surged like countless invisible blades of fury, chilling and terrifying, drowning out all sound, sweeping across the ground and sky, causing all tumultuous noises to vanish along with the lark's voice. The numerous beings trembled all over. Oh! It can actually speak human language. Zhao Jing spoke lightly, casting a sidelong glance at the lark. Indeed, extraordinary beings are born intelligent with rapid learning abilities. It's no big deal for them to learn human language, but this is my territory. Without my permission you have no right to speak. As soon as his words fell, Zhao Jing's aura surged violently, unleashing a chaotic tide. The surrounding air exploded with a bang, forming a white ripple storm, solidifying into a rolling pressure that pierced through the 10 directions and shot into the heavens. In the sky the birds were shaken by the pressure, their bodies stiffening as if stars were falling crashing down to the ground. Between the buildings the dozen nightcaps were swayed by the shockwave, unable to maintain their balance, and fell down. On the ground the rats were even more prostrated, their entire bodies pressed against the ground like stickers, almost embedding into the concrete. The world suddenly fell silent. Whether they were extraordinary beings or the strange creatures accompanying them, all were overwhelmed by this violent aura, lying on the ground unable to move. Crack! With a faint sound of footsteps, a human leaped down from the rooftop. Due to his extreme control and with the shock of his vitality shaking the air, he landed silently on the ground like a ghost, slowly advancing forward. During this advance, the pressure from him spread without disturbing the streets or buildings, without damaging the concrete, merely forming heavy ripples that crushed the creatures. All creatures that landed on the ground trembled all over as if suffering from epilepsy, twitching uncontrollably, their fur blown into a frenzy by the wild wind swirling wildly, their minds plunged into a deep abyss, unable to extricate themselves. This is not right. They had clearly detected that human powerhouses were extremely rare here. Cultivators were no match at all, which was why they dared to come and surround him. How could such a powerful inhuman existence appear? Who on earth is this person? Fear, dread and terror, a torrent of negative emotions enveloped the hearts of all beings, shattering their pride without leaving a trace. While their minds were still reeling, Zhao Jing moved forward, already arriving. He lowered his gaze, staring at all the beings, and spoke softly. Everyone, I have a small question and I would like to get an answer from you. My patience is limited, so please respond quickly. Therefore I ask for your cooperation, I ask you answer. As his voice fell, he slightly retracted his aura, allowing the beings some room to move. But just as the pressure receded, a sound explosion erupted. In the same instant, 3 types of beings made the same choice, stirring up their vast energies, unleashing all their strength, and without a second thought they fled into the distance. With claws of cats moving, rat paws flailing and wings flapping, this series of intense actions reflected the beings' profound fear. So terrifying. It is truly too terrifying. In the presence of such a powerhouse, they could not summon the courage to fight, not even daring to face him directly. All aspirations for the supreme thirst for power and hopes for the collapse of the human era turned to smoke and dissipated. The desire to survive overwhelmed all other emotions. They only thought of escaping and surviving. But before they had even moved a few meters, Zhao Jing's voice rang out again. I said this is my territory. Did I allow you to leave? His voice was light and calm, steady and composed, yet concealed an inexplicable domineering power, like a true dragon exerting its might, enveloping the fierce wind, instantly pressing all beings to the ground. The escape route was easily severed. Seeing this scene, some terrified cats and rats fell into despair, crying out for mercy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Meow, meow, meow. At the moment the sounds erupted, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, reached out and effortlessly captured any being that made a sound, casually strangling them. I have said, here I am the master. Please remain silent until I have asked a question. Oppression. Silence. The air was tranquil and soundless, with no wind stirring, yet fear surged and rampaged wildly. The countless beings present had never imagined that they who prided themselves on their immense power could be so weak, as helpless as ants. That human had suppressed them all without even deigning to use his hands. The disparity in strength was like a celestial chasm, impossible to bridge. When the gap in combat power was too vast, no matter how many beings joined the fray, it was futile. Tap. 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 The monotonous sound of footsteps echoed in the wind, repeated a few times, then faded away. Zhao Jing took another step forward, looking down at the beings on the ground. Now let me ask you, besides you, are there any other extraordinary beings in this city? The moment his words fell, the myriad beings hastened to respond. None left. Truly none. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Those who could speak human language roared hastily, while those who could not chirped and screeched in chaos. The clamor was disorderly and discordant, yet it set Zhao Jing's mind at ease. This place should be safe now. The beings had all answered instantly and without pattern, which precisely proved their words were true, not premeditated lies. But upon further reflection he still felt uneasy and continued to inquire. Are there any other formidable beings coming here? At these words the beings' hearts tightened. They raised their heads to exchange glances, as if seeking to communicate through their eyes and reach a unified consensus. The moment this subtle movement appeared, Zhao Jing keenly detected it. Without a second thought he raised his hand. Crack! The head of a lark was effortlessly crushed. Time is precious and I wish not to waste a single moment. I hope you can calm down and refrain from any tricks. He spoke in a low voice, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade, unchanged. Silence. Once again a deathly silence. This method was too brutal, pressing down like dark clouds from the heavens, forcing their thoughts to tangle into a myriad of threads, surging and erupting like volcanic magma. Panic, fear, resentment, terror. Emotions churned violently. The last shred of hope vanished entirely. They already knew the fate that awaited them. In the stillness, one extraordinary being could no longer bear the oppression and roared aloud. Human, who do you think you are? This was a silver-furred rat, every hair on its body standing on end as it resisted the overwhelming pressure, its flesh nearly bleeding. Even if you can trample us, so what? We are but insignificant pawns with some talent. Let me tell you, a great being far surpassing us is on its way here. It will show you what true power means. Indeed, you are strong, able to crush us with ease, far beyond ordinary beings. But your strength is nothing more than this. Before that great being you are but a speck of dust and ant, utterly insignificant. The fear you impose on us today will be repaid upon you. I await that day. Roaring out the words from its heart, this extraordinary being faced him heathen, having cast aside all fear of death. Hearing this, Zhao Jing frowned slightly. Could it be? According to the rat's words, a mythical creature was about to descend. Thoughts surged in his mind, but he remained outwardly impassive, deliberately provoking them. Oh. From your tone you seem quite confident in that being. Does it possess some heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine power? I wonder if it's any different from you. Human, do not be so arrogant. An old cat's emotions exploded, no longer caring about life or death, and spoke in a low voice. Do not think that just because you have a little strength you are invincible under heaven. That great being is a thunder mosquito born with the power of thunder and lightning. It can effortlessly command the wind and thunder, roam the 9 heavens, and stands far above us, utterly beyond comparison with a mortal like you. It will come shrouded in dark clouds, bearing thousands of its offspring to herald the end of the human era, seize freedom for the billions of beings on earth, and grind a weakling like you into dust. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing confirmed his judgment and deliberately sneered, I don't believe it. Its arrival will only serve as a meal for me, just like you, all bluster that collapses at a touch. When will it come? When it does, I will surely slay it. A human is but a human, so utterly foolish. The lark followed up with a cold laugh, its expression disdainful. Do you think that with a bit of a cultivation method you can contend with a supreme being nurtured by heaven and earth? It is the king of all beings, the ruler of all things, and invincible, destined to become a myth. Let me tell you, 3 days from now is when that existence will arrive. Then heaven and earth will shatter, humanity will be annihilated, and I will laugh at your death from the underworld. Knowing their deaths were certain, they had already cast aside thoughts of life and death, wanting only to indulge themselves in relentless mockery. Hearing this, Zhao Jing instead smiled faintly. Thank you. These words stunned the beings present, leaving them bewildered. Thank you. For what? Thank you for telling me the specific details about that being. Otherwise I truly wouldn't know how to intercept it. Intercept? Ha! What utter nonsense! The spirit rat laughed wildly, its whole body convulsing, pity flickering in its eyes. With your intelligence it must be hard to comprehend the power of such a being, mustn't it? Still dreaming of intercepting it. How pitiful. Hearing this, Zhao Jing shook his head. With a thought he retrieved the devouring origin red spirit grass from his storage ring. With all due respect, you do not understand the power humanity wields, nor do you know my true combat strength, and you have no idea what that being will encounter. Your current confidence stems solely from your ignorance and foolishness, your arrogance and conceit. However, I am a compassionate person. I cannot bear to see you die so ignorantly. So before you perish, allow me to show you the true world. As his words fell, Zhao Jing extended his palm and focused his mind. Golden blood energy surged from his hand, blazing like molten lava, churning like rolling waves. The surrounding temperature soared abruptly, causing waves of heat to rage through the void. In an instant every being present changed color dramatically. This is... Do you see something now? Unfortunately it is too late. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhao Jing raised a finger. Instantly currents of air-rolled blood energy seethed, and the bodies of all the beings present exploded. Their sturdy yet supple bodies shattered, crimson blood spraying in all directions like a wild chaotic fireworks display, bursting forth brilliantly. Then, as if summoned, it condensed into strands of blood threads in the void, merging into the spirit grass. As tens of thousands of blood droplets converged and flowed into the spirit grass in his hand, Zhao Jing watched silently and murmured softly. A mythical creature, is it? Finally a worthy opponent.